And then it's Donkster time, along with our best bets at 8:40. Also, how you doing? Hey, it's our audience on Stadium. If you'd like to stream the final hour of our show, we make it easy for you. Just go to the Bally Sports Live app, or you can go to ballysportslive.com. Chelsea? Well, we have a brand new set of rankings in the college football playoff, and here we go. Ohio State is 1, followed by Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Then we see a little bit of change in the bottom half of the rankings here. Oregon is 5, Ole Miss is 6, Texas A&M drops to 7, Oklahoma is 8, it's Bama, Notre Dame at 10, and then BYU and Miami rounding out the top 12. Texas sitting right there on the cusp at 13. Vandy is 14. When these rankings came out, first thing that came to your mind stood out to you?
I think for me, it's the conversation that's going to exist between Notre Dame and Miami. And it feels like it's going to exist for the next 3 years on who deserves to be ahead of the other. But at this point, you can argue with the wall. You can say Notre Dame is not better than Miami and they won the head-to-head or whatever. But the only opinion that matters is that of the committee. And they keep putting Notre Dame ahead of Miami. And with 1 week left in the season where neither of these teams play, can you really imagine a scenario in which Miami leapfrogs Notre Dame when there's literally no data points to go off of? So I feel like people are stuck on this conversation, but like the committee's already told us what they're going to do.
Yeah, it just feels like to me there's not going to be a whole lot of movement. Like this is just how it's going to be. And is anything really going to change in the next week that is going to shift things between these two teams? Like there's not. Miami could get in, but it's not going to be because they leapfrog Notre Dame. They're just going to need some things to happen. Like they're going to need probably BYU to pull an upset, or they're probably going to need Duke to pull an upset in the ACC. I think that's the big one too. So there's a possibility, but it's probably not going to happen. I will say I am sort of tired of the debate.
Oh, absolutely. Because we've had it for so many weeks. And at the end of the day, like, again, people love these rankings because it's great fodder for argument. But at the end of the day, the only opinions that matter are those of the people on the actual committee. So if you're not on the committee, like, I'm sorry, your opinion probably does not matter. But the other takeaway I had from the rankings and the latest set of them is I think we were waiting to see if the committee was going to punish Ole Miss at all for losing their head coach. And obviously a really good offensive mind in Lane Kiffin. Doesn't feel like it's the case because Ole Miss standing firm and being all the way up at number 6. We know Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to be calling the plays for Ole Miss, which is a good thing. Should provide some type of continuity there. But there is a big difference between being the 6th seed and the 7th seed when it comes to this bracket, because we saw last year where seeding and matchups can be really important to decide whether you have an easy pathway through the bracket or, you know, a really tough one where your first game is one of the toughest games that we see on the slate. Like last year was Penn State, who got SMU in the first round, then it was Boise State. It's looking like that's going to be the pathway for Ole Miss. If this stands firm, they would play the 11th seed, who's going to be like a group of 6 team. It's going to be one of the lesser teams, obviously. And then if you're the 7th seed, if you're Texas A&M and this stands firm, you'll play either Notre Dame, Miami, or possibly Alabama. Like those two matchups are not the same thing.
Oh, not even close. And I want to clarify, I said earlier that for Miami to get in, they would need a BYU loss. That's not true. They need a BYU win. So yeah. So they got to beat Texas Tech, the Big 12 championship game. And so I think ultimately what we're looking at here is that you've got this field is pretty much set. Like, doesn't it feel that way? Like, we might see a little bit of movement. We're going to have to see some massive upsets for there to be a Miami slip in, or for maybe JMU to slip in. Like, they're kind of on the cusp. I think it would be great to see James Madison get in. There is a possibility that we could see 2 group of 5 teams get into the college football playoff, which would be wild. And the way for that to happen is for Duke to beat Virginia in the ACC championship game. And then all of a sudden, Duke, a team with 5 losses, probably does not make the final field. Like, you just couldn't justify that. Yeah, you won the ACC, but you have 5 losses. You're not getting in. Clearly, this committee values wins and losses, even more so, I think, than strength of schedule. Otherwise, Texas would be in there. So Duke with 5 losses is not getting in, even if they win the ACC, which means all of a sudden the ACC would not have a representative, and you could have 2 group of 5 teams in the playoff, which would be crazy.
Yeah, if I'm the ACC, I'm definitely rooting for Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Like, we need somebody in the college football playoff because we've been down bad on the ACC since Clemson ain't doing anything and Florida State ain't doing nothing. So it's wild how far the ACC has fallen. But if you're wondering what the odds makers are saying over at BetMGM, here are the 3 ones that they do have listed because they don't have all these teams listed.
Yeah.
BYU to make the college football playoffs. The yes is 4-1. The no is -525. So obviously the odds makers are big on Texas Tech, and for good reason. 11-point favorites, I believe, in the conference championship game. But obviously, the reason that we love college football is because of the chaos. And it is a 1-game sample size. And sometimes, a big play here, a turnover here or there, where a game can get flipped on its ear. And that is the one game I feel like in the conference championships that if BYU wins, that's when chaos really ensues.
Oh, please let that happen. I just don't think it's going to. Texas Tech has been running roughshod over teams. And they played early in the season, and Texas Tech won that game. Like, it wasn't really close. And that line has moved from Texas Tech -11.5 to Texas Tech -12.5. I mean, it's always a possibility. You never know. It's college football. But if that happens, if BYU somehow pulls the upset, then all of a sudden Miami has a little bit of a shot. But probably not. We could see, Chelsea, North Texas or Tulane. Looks like Tulane is going to win the American. If they beat North Texas, Tulane is in. But if North Texas beats Tulane, the Green Wave are probably in, which would be wild. And then when we keep talking about Duke being the linchpin here, if they beat Virginia, all of a sudden, that's when JMU could maybe slide in because they play in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game, and they need the ACC not to be represented to get in. And I would just love to see – just imagine where at the top of the bracket – it'd be like March Madness where you see, okay, Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, Georgia, Bama, and then right at the end – Tulane, JMU sliding in. Be fantastic.
Right. And I don't think college football is a different game than college basketball in that I'm not sure if some of these teams actually stand a chance.
Yeah.
So, that's the other thing is, people love to argue about the bubble teams and well, we need to expand it even further. Listen, if you're one of these teams that's sitting at 12 or 13,
right.
Do you really think these are teams that are actually going to contend for a national championship? Probably not. I understand, the money is a big deal because you do get a playoff share if your team makes it to the college football playoff, and that's big in the era of NIL. But, at the end of the day, these teams aren't going to win it, especially where earlier in the season I thought to myself, okay, it doesn't feel like anybody's super dominant. But now, at the end of the year, it does feel like some of these teams are head and shoulders above the rest.
I agree. And I think there's more of a separation than we've seen in years past, which I think is what you're saying. So it's really top heavy, and then there's definitely a drop off to that second tier in college football. But I will say, I think the committee did a really nice job of not punishing Ole Miss for Lane Kiffin leaving, because there was a lot of talk about that, which I thought would have been an absolute travesty. And so we've also seen some movement on the coaching front there because, of course, Lane left that message saying, I wanted to coach Ole Miss. They didn't want me to, so I'm going to LSU. And I love the comment. Did you see the comment that went viral where someone framed it differently? And it was like, Yeah, I'm leaving my wife and my kid, and I'd love to stay through Christmas. I'm gonna go date someone else. I really want to stay, but they won't let me. It's like, yeah, you're leaving them. They don't want you to stay. Of course, they want you to go. They got to move forward. So Charlie Weiss Jr. is going to follow Lane Kiffin to LSU eventually, but for now, he's going to stay behind and coach Ole Miss through the playoff, which initially Lane was like, if you're not on the plane to go to Baton Rouge, you don't have a job. But he sort of softened that stance. But at the end of the day, I'm glad Ole Miss will get a chance to compete and not be punished, because if you're a player, like, you can't control that. You can't punish these kids just because the coach decided to move forward. The record is the record. They've gotten to this point. They're still very talented. Ole Miss is a very good football team. I don't know how they're going to fare without Lane as head coach, but I'm glad the committee did not punish them and be punitive towards Ole Miss because of that.
Well, I also think it goes in the favor of the committee, because at the end of the day, they're rooting for storylines and giving Ole Miss an easier pathway, which, like, at least at the first, than say like the 7 seed of Texas A&M. I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Ole Miss, because wouldn't you love to see that? Like, yeah, Ole Miss making this run in the postseason without Lane Kiffin, and Lane Kiffin's over in Baton Rouge. Be like, yeah, but it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know he says it's not about the money, but, like, come on, man. It's probably about the money, at least a little bit. But you look at the first-round matchup, like I said, they'd be playing the 11 seed. Then if it currently stands and Georgia wins the SEC championship game, Ole Miss would play Georgia next, and then the winner of whoever comes out of the Indiana bracket. So, like, it does get tougher. But, like, wouldn't that be awesome? Like, from a storyline perspective, which the committee, I do think they are aware of this, because obviously they want eyeballs. Like, this would be such a great storyline if Ole Miss could make a run.
It would be great. And I like Lane Kiffin. I know how he handled his departure was not great. That's a very difficult thing. It's tough to thread that needle. But I think it would be a great storyline. And we'll definitely be following that team, just because Lane has moved on and is already recruiting for LSU, already trying to get guys from Ole Miss. We're seeing James Franklin do that at Virginia Tech. He's already taken a couple of Penn State recruits and brought them to Blacksburg, or at least gotten them to commit to Virginia Tech. So we'll probably see that happen between Ole Miss and LSU as well. God, look at Texas just sitting there at 13. Outside looking in.
So
hey,
close.
Hey. You got, hello. We get in there. I was watching the selection show last night, and I see Texas with a 2% shot. I'm like, okay. I haven't
saying there's a chance.
You're saying, that's exactly what Catherine said. She's like, so you're saying there's a chance? I'm like, yeah, there's a chance, all right. So I'm waiting one more week, and then once I do that, I'm going to officially cancel the hotel room that I reserved before the season in Miami for a potential national championship appearance. I don't know where we're playing now. Chick-fil-A Bowl or Poulon Weed Eater Bowl. That's not around anymore. Something. I don't know where we're headed, but it's not to the playoff.
You can be like NC State and go to Orlando.
Yeah.
Like we do every year. The worst city in America. But I think it's tough for Texas, because it would be really tough for them to leapfrog Alabama, because we have seen the precedent for this last year, where the committee, it feels like they're not going to punish teams for playing in a conference championship, playing in that extra game. Right now over at MGM, Alabama is minus 1,100 to make it into the college football playoff. So, Jenks, there is a chance that Texas gets in, but it is very, very small, like you said.
I'm going to look at these bowl predictions and figure out where they end up. Some of these bowls, it's crazy. We'll have to go over this at some point. I mean, the Staff DNA Cure Bowl, the 68 Ventures Bowl, every year a new bowl. So we'll go over those at some point. Coming up next, how about we go over what we've seen thus far in college basketball? We're going to do that next here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Coming up shortly, it's already December, so we're going to talk college hoops with Chris Patolo from ESPN. So if you're wondering what we talk about during the breaks, you're probably like, oh man, they're probably discussing numbers going back and forth. Where is the money going? What is your best bet tonight? How do you feel about this prop? And all of a sudden I hear Chelsea go, hey, who's Jennifer Aniston dating now? So apparently we've done some research and she's dating a hypnotist? Well, I guess he did his job.
This a few seconds ago. Right? Like, isn't that the ultimate sign of, like, you're good at your job is that you got an A-list actress to start dating you? And, like, I'm trying to, like, make some type of parallel to, like, college basketball here. I do feel like if there was a March Madness bracket of celebrity dating, like, gossip and news, Jennifer Aniston would be a perennial one seed. Like, haven't we been interested in her love life for, like, the last 25 years?
We?
Yes. Okay, me.
I mean, absolutely. I am her number one stan. Listen, if something happens with Jennifer Aniston, I want to know. Text me, send me a video, tag me on X. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I had no idea. A hypnotist? She's like, I'm not interested. He goes, you're interested. You are interested. That's right. I. When do you want to go out? I wonder how that works. A hypnotist? That's crazy. I know it's not crazy. Analyzing what's happening in college basketball after a month. So we're going to bring in Chris Spatola, who is a college basketball analyst, of course, for ESPN. Chris, you have a thought on Jennifer Aniston dating a hypnotist? Is this thing going to work out? Because we, all of us, I know you too, we've been following this for 25 years.
Man, if you think you're the biggest stan, you better get in line behind me, man. I am all about some Jennifer Aniston. I am all about Jennifer Aniston. Come on, man.
My bad. Sorry. Didn't give you enough credit there. So we have been following Purdue. We know that number one team in the country, but are they your number one team?
No, I don't think they're my number one team yet. And look, they may right now have the player of the year in freshman Cam Boozer. But they're still starting two freshmen. Still a lot that, I think you're still trying to figure out with Duke. And that's not to say that they couldn't be there as this year moves forward. But with the way that, Michigan has played, Purdue is certainly going to be in there. Both those teams, more veteran, I think a little bit more diverse in number of guys who can make an impact. We've seen some teams come. Iowa State is sort of kind of right there in the fold. UConn got a big win last night. Arizona. What I will say is that the world is a little bit more flat this year than perhaps we have seen over the last handful of years. Certainly going back 2 years ago when it was UConn and Purdue and everybody else. I don't think anybody really has an idea of where that separation lies right now. And Duke, obviously a big win last night over Florida. Duke is certainly going to be in that conversation.
How much stock do you put in the numbers right now? Because, obviously we're a betting show and we look at Kim Pop a lot. But I feel like it's so early in the year, and when you only have an 8-game sample size, and not all of these teams have the same resume and are playing the same teams, it's hard for me to look at this list and be like, okay, this is the best shooting team in America. And some of it does line up with the eye test. Like when you see the top teams, when it comes to 4 factors, it's Purdue, Louisville, Alabama, and Vanderbilt, BYU and Duke not far behind. But when you look at these numbers, how much does this go into what you think of a team this early in the season?
Yeah, it's hard. It's a good question. It's hard because, first of all, I think schedules have gotten better for the top programs. I think they're playing more competitive schedules this time of year than, maybe 5-10 years ago. But remember, they're still putting those cupcakes on their schedule, which inflates a lot of these numbers. So that's the first thing. You have to understand that non-conference schedules are about half and half cupcakes versus competitive schedule. The other thing is with the numbers, just, sort of as a projection moving forward, is the transfer portal has, I don't want to say it's more of an impact on college basketball, but when you combine the portal, the one and done, like college football, they get these guys for 3 years and they may transfer, but kind of have an idea of who they are. One of the things about college basketball this year is two things. One, this freshman class is going to have a major impact, I think, on what ultimately happens come March. This is as good a freshman class as we have had in a long time in college basketball. And it's not just a projective freshman class. It's a productive one as well that I think will continue to get better. But the other thing is just factoring in the portal. I mean, you guys know, like all of these rosters, I did a game last night. They had 12 new dudes on the team. So it's none of these teams are finished products. And that's where like a Michigan and Purdue, while those teams do have transfers, Michigan more than Purdue, there's more continuity there. And so you can kind of get an idea of, okay, this is who this team was last year, who their guys were last year. This is who they could potentially be moving forward. There's just a lot of variability right now. And until you get into conference play in January and February, where you're playing a consistently competitive schedule and you have rosters that have been together for now a couple months, those are the numbers that I think you can start to trust more consistently.
Chris, the team that fascinates me is UConn, just because they're always in the conversation, but they're such a deep team and they're getting healthier. How big of a threat is UConn? They're the fourth favorite to win the national title, so clearly one of the best teams in the country, but what is your take on the Huskies?
Yeah, big threat, and they're playing more, as the hunter, as Dan Hurley has pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
They are, you come off 2 national titles, and I thought the coach was part of the problem last year. Like, I thought he was having a hard time dealing with the success that he was having and his program was having. 2 national titles, he was flirting with the Lakers. I mean, just a lot going on for Dan Hurley, and I think it impacted his team on top of the fact that they weren't nearly as talented. The thing you've got this year is, again, I go back to that word of continuity. You bring back a solo ball. You bring back an Alex Caravan, who's been a part of 2 national titles. You bring back a Terrace Reed, who didn't play last night but was in that program last year. So you have that continuity year over year. You have guys on that team who had their faces rubbed in mud last year. That competitive equity matters. And then you add a transfer like a Silas Demery, who comes from Georgia, now a junior, and is really talented. And that's one thing with Dan Hurley. Like, he has taken – you go back to Tristan Newton during their 2 national titles. Like, that was a transfer that fit really well in Dan Hurley's style. They're deeper, this year than they were last year. And then you add in a really talented freshman, again, like they did in that second national title with a Stephon Castle. You add a Braylon Mullins, who they now have back. You assume he gets healthier and can help them. I like their team. I think they're going to be one of those teams where not a finished product right now, but as you move forward, I think they're certainly going to be in that handful, that top 5 teams that could win a title.
I wanted to ask you about Duke's Cam Boozer, because it feels like everything I've heard about him, and like obviously when you watch him, it's very apparent as well. Like, he's only 18 years old. We know he is a legacy with Carlos Boozer being his dad, but everybody talks about how technically sound he is for being that age. What do you think his ceiling is?
Yeah, he's an interesting case because, like, he is not going to fit the profile as a number 1 pick in the draft because of the measurables. He's not a great athlete. He's definitely more of a below the rim type of a player versus a Caleb Wilson at North Carolina, for example. He's only 6'8", so like what position do you play him at in the NBA? Can he be a bully 4-man in the NBA? But the thing with Cam Boozer and why it's an interesting case is because at the end of the day, you cannot mask the production. Like, he's had 2 35-plus point games this year. He has dominated bigger front lines. Like, some of the best front lines in our sport, Tennessee, dominated them earlier this season in an exhibition game. Last night, Florida brings back its entire front line from that team that won the national championship, and it is a massive front line, and he goes for 29 and 6. So ultimately, like, you can't ignore the production. And part of, to your question, and it's really good insight, execution and angles and fundamentals are an athleticism equalizer. You can neutralize better athletes, bigger players, by being really good at angles, by being able to finish with both hands, by having a versatility to your game. Like, he knocked down 3 threes last night. He can put the ball on the floor. He's a really good passer, and he's got a great IQ. And by the way, he's a winner. He won everything in high school. I mean, just everything. And that matters. Like, that really does matter. And you have seen that manifest, in Duke's undefeated start to the year. He has been the most productive, consistently productive player of any class in college basketball so far this year. And so he's going to be an interesting case to look forward. I know, sometimes we speed up the timetable on the draft talk, but as we get into, the draft come June, he's going to be an interesting case because, again, it is a loaded freshman class this year in college basketball, and he's not going to fit the profile of what those NBA teams are necessarily looking for as an athlete and in terms of his size. But his production, you're not going to be able to ignore it, I think, by the end of the year.
Chris, who is a mid-market team or mid-major team, I should say, that we should watch out for come January, February?
Yeah, I'll give you a great one. Utah State. I had them over Thanksgiving week at a tournament, and this is a program with great tradition. They have been in the They were in the tournament last year. I think they've been in the tournament 3 of the last 5 years, some crazy number like that. But the point is, they have a history of getting to the tournament, and I think this is the best version of Utah State that I have seen in that period of time. They play in the Mountain West Conference. So it's a competitive conference. Like, they're putting 4 teams in the NCAA tournament every year now. And the thing with this Utah State team this year is, defensively, they play this matchup zone that teams, you just don't see it a lot. And so when you're seeing it for the first time, it's a tough prep on a quick turnaround, and they're really aggressive with it. Like, it's a really athletic, physical, tough, old Utah State team. If you believe in the adage that you win in college basketball and in March with guards, their starting backcourt are 2 dudes who are 24 years old. They're both married. And so they're grizzled. They're veteran dudes. They've been around a long time. And then you combine that with pretty good size, but just a hard-playing, blue-collar, lunch pail type of a defensive mentality. And then they're really, really together offensively. Again, I go back to that continuity. And, sometimes these mid-major programs can get pillaged and just absolutely ransacked by the high majors in the portal. Utah State was able to keep some guys from last year. And then a couple of the guys in the portal they got have been really productive. So that's a team I would throw at you that I've seen early that I think is absolutely a tournament team and could potentially win a game or two.
He is a college basketball analyst for ESPN, Chris Spatola. Chris, great stuff this morning, and I've got a ton of Jennifer Aniston stuff I'll send your way.
Oh, dude, I love it, man. I'll add it to my collection. Add it to the collection.
Thank you, man. We appreciate it.
You guys be good.
Oh, man. I'll just put that right up next to my Courtney Cox shrine. You know what I mean? Let's just go all in. And don't even get me started on Lisa Kudrow. Okay, that's
oh, no.
That's where that stuff goes in the living room.
So who is your friend's choice? Are you team Courtney Cox? Are you team Jennifer Aniston? Or do you go for the personality fit and you go for Lisa Kudrow?
Well, I think that's a tough one. I think Jennifer Aniston is the way to go. The big three. It used to be Courtney Cox. I'm a little disappointed with what she's done with her face. I hate to say that.
I think she is too, though. She's talked about it. She regrets it.
Yeah, like I feel bad for her because she's so likable, but sometimes you can overdo it. And I think you're right. Like by her own admission, she kind of overdid it. But I think most people would say Jennifer Aniston, like she was the one, right?
Yeah, she's always the main character energy.
We've been following her for 25 years right here on the show. Coming up next, best bets locked in, ready to go. Yes, the doctor is here as well. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Already Wednesday on the show. Great to have you with us. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up, Best Bets, Dogster, the whole shebang. So yesterday I was reading about this. Tiger Woods. I haven't talked about him in a while. But he is chipping and putting again. He is working his way back from back surgery on October 10th. His 7th back surgery. That is mind-blowing to me. Didn't play last year because he ruptured his Achilles. And I've had back surgery. I had back surgery, like 25 years ago now. I would never do it again, ever. I had a simple procedure, a discectomy, where they take out a part of a disc that has been ruptured in between your vertebrae. But imagine having 7 back surgeries. And not to mention the fact that he essentially is on one leg because of that car wreck. He's coming off a torn Achilles. Like, his body is an absolute wreck. And he was talking about this, he said, I just want to play golf again. Like, I just want to play. Forget about competing, and at some point he will compete again. But he just wants to play golf. So I hope he heals up because everyone loves seeing Tiger, but it's remarkable all that he's gone through.
Well, especially because he becomes eligible for the Champions Tour in 2026. So at least the playing field would be a little bit more even when he's going against, I don't know, Bernhard Langer and some of these older guys who are on the same wavelength, maybe not with the surgeries, but at least he's not facing guys in their prime. But that has to be a letdown too. For somebody who once absolutely dominated the sport and is one of the most dominant athletes in the history of all sports, to go from that to being hey, you want to play on the Champions Tour? You can play against the 65 plus crowd. That has to be a letdown. So he hasn't, I don't think he said or not if he's going to play on the Champions Tour, but I know that is the scuttlebutt. And James, at our household, we have been dialed into this. On the way to school yesterday, we listened to PGA Tour radio because it was a full press conference with Tiger Woods because obviously it's this week where it's his tournament in the Bahamas. Oh, yeah. So he's doing the press conferences. So all these people have these questions. And let me tell you, if you're trying to fall asleep, put on a PGA Tour press conference. I understand it's Tiger Woods, but it's the most monotone conversations you can imagine. Maybe it's because the tenor of golf is so straight across. And when they talk about golf, they don't want to raise their voice too much. Mm-hmm. But the press conferences, my goodness, are they monotone? We listened to 20 minutes of this.
Bernhard, can you tell us about the sand save on 12 where you got par? Oh, yeah. I can't even imagine. And this is Tiger, by the way. Still the biggest name in the sport.
It's just the way that he speaks is coach speak. When coaches talk for 20 minutes, but they don't actually say anything? Mm-hmm. That's what Tiger Woods was doing yesterday. So I respect him and people are going to listen when the big cat is talking. But it was nothing of note. It was more of the same. It's well, we'll see about the back. We're working on it. Okay, breaking news. We're still working on it for Tiger Woods.
What's the greatest coach speak or coach speech you've ever heard? I mean, you were an athlete. You are very athletic. You were a swimmer at NC State. I'm sure you've had different coaches over the years. I mean, has a coach ever said anything to you that was weird or kind of out there or super motivating or something that you heard that resonated or always stuck with you? I'm just curious.
I don't remember having a coach that was a super motivational speaker, but we did do some weird things for swimming when it came to visualization. And think about this as well, is that you're 18 years old and you're in college and you don't really take anything seriously. Yeah. So we were supposed to lay there, and so he would have us lay there with our eyes closed, and he would start a stopwatch, and we would have to visualize our entire race, and we would have to get it down to the time that we wanted. So, like, this is a lot for, like, 18-year-olds to focus on. But then you hear about all these Olympians who do it and the power of your brain and visualization. And then we had to write down our time on a piece of paper, our goal time, and we had to carry it in our pocket around campus all day. And I was like, well, where am I supposed to put my cookies in my pocket if I have this stupid piece of paper? So I feel like if I would have been more mature in the moment, maybe I would have taken it more seriously. But hey, like, a hypnotist is dating Jennifer Aniston, so the power of your brain clearly is something that is a big deal.
My freshman year in high school, I was a trainer for the football team, and I actually was sent off to the University of North Texas for the summer. And I learned all about medicine and training so I could actually help train football players because I wanted to play, but my doctors wouldn't let me play because I got sick when I was a kid. Long story. But I learned a lot about the sport, being in the locker room, and I was there at halftime and how to treat different players for different ailments. Anyway, but I'll never forget the coach at the time. And this is when the inspiration for Friday Night Lights was Odessa Permian, right? In Texas. And so this was during the 90s. So they were the marquee program in the state, and we were losing at halftime. And I'll never forget the head coach, the why speech. And middle of the locker room, it's all quiet. He goes, why? Why? Why do we play this way? Permian doesn't play this way. Why? Why we turn the ball over? Permian doesn't turn the ball over. And just this went on and on and on and just why? Oh, man. I lost that game. But that just stuck with me because it was so random.
I also feel like it's hard to take people seriously when they have really strong accents as well, right? Like, they can be saying the most serious thing in the world, but, like, not even to just pick on Southern accents, but, like, when it's anything to do with, like, Tommy DeVito and his agent, like, you just hear that, like, accent, and you just can't take anything seriously. So I think that goes into it as well, the very thick Southern accent.
Yes. But one thing you can't take seriously are our best bets, so let's get to them.
Time to place your bets.
I like it, Chelsea. Almost took this myself. College hoops, what do you got?
All right, let's go to the college hardwood, and we're going to take Louisville laying 2.5 on the road at Arkansas. Thus far, it looks like Louisville does a lot of the same things that Arkansas does, but they do it even better. Both these teams like to push the pace, push the tempo, but only Louisville has one of the best offenses in the entire nation, ranking second overall in adjusted offensive efficiency over a KenPom, and they've done it against some top-notch teams. A couple of big wins on the schedule already against Kentucky, who plays very similar to Arkansas, beat them 96-88 pretty comfortably, and then more recently beating Cincinnati, a top 70 team, 74-64. So for Arkansas, I know it's a home game for them, but we've seen them measured up to better competition, and they have not fit the bill. Lost to Duke 80-71, even though Duke is very good, and they also lost to Michigan State earlier in the season. So I think Louisville goes on the road here. One of the best offenses, like I said, in the country, and a great three-point shooting team as well. So I think their offense is going to be too much for Arkansas in this one. Let's go Louisville, laying the short number at 2.5.
I like it. Good luck tonight. All right. I'm getting kind of crazy here. You know how I do from time to time. I'll put together kind of an interesting two-team parlay. That's what we're doing. Arsenal on the money line, Knicks on the money line. It's minus 131. Arsenal taking on Brentford, who have just one win away from home this season. That was against West Ham, who is not good. Arsenal continues to lead the Premier League. They want to keep Man City at bay, so I like Arsenal on the money line. Combining that with the Knicks hosting the Hornets tonight at the Garden. Back end of a back-to-back for New York, but New York is sort of schizo. Like, on the road, they're not good against the number, but at home, they're the best covering team in the NBA at 9-1 against the spread. All they have to do is get the outright win here. Arsenal money line, Knicks money line, it is minus 131.
I was just thinking about this. When is soccer season overseas? Is it just
Now.
all the time?
There's always something going on. You know, it's kind of everywhere, all the time.
Well, I know there's like different things because there's like the
Because there's so many
Premier
different
League,
leagues.
then there's right, and then there's like the World Cup. But yeah, I don't really know a ton about soccer, so I don't know what to add there. Good luck.
I'm getting a soccer bet from you, and I'm getting a hockey bet from you before the end of the year. Well, before we do that, we got to find out what the Donkster's up to. Oh my God. What is going on? Donkster, where are you? What's going on?
I'm so cozy right now.
Well, looks that way.
I'm so warm. Everybody just take a moment and listen to the fire.
Actually, you can't
There's no
hear
audio.
anything. There's no audio.
But I will say this. I'm tired of all of this Jennifer Aniston talk.
Oh, must be a Courtney Cox fan then.
Wrong again.
Well, it has to be Lisa Kudrow.
Not true.
Okay, then what character on Friends do you like?
David Schwimmer. He's so funny and quirky. Ross always has been my favorite character.
Okay, well, I have to say, I can never figure you out. Do you have a bet?
I do. Bulls, minus 7.5, welcoming the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Oh.
All right. Well, Brooklyn. Okay. Glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm glad you continue to have your shades on. Don't want that fire to blind you in December. There we go.
Well, Ross did have a pet monkey on the show, so clearly there is
There's a connection.
Marcel.
Oh, that's
So
a good call.
obviously he likes animals. You know, the Donkster maybe next in line for when Marcel leaves. I don't remember how that storyline evolved, but I do know that he did have a pet monkey at one time.
This show is now just about Friends. It's a Friends morning show. All we do is reminisce about the characters, the storylines, Marcel. Oh, my Janice. What a show. Always great to be with you here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Good luck in your bets and have a great Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys coming up today. Pretty much the same show as we had yesterday. We're going to have two great guests. Dylan Sin going to join us here in a little bit, preview Indiana and Ohio State. Chase Kitty later on in the show to preview the rest of College Championship Weekend. We'll talk some more college basketball on the show today as we got more SEC, ACC Challenge. We'll dive into the next half of games coming up in Week 14 in the NFL. And then after looking at the Friday Conference Championship games yesterday, we'll dive into the Saturday games that we got coming up over the weekend. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. Great to have Dylan Sin back on the show. Give Dylan a follow on X at Dylan Sin. Covers Indiana, Notre Dame, and Purdue for the Journal Gazette. And Dylan, we were talking before we hopped on air. What a weekend it is for Hoosier fans in Indianapolis. You got Indiana, Louisville on Saturday. And then, of course, you got Indiana and Ohio State on Saturday night. The hoops game's at 2 o'clock, the football game's at 8. So a great double dip. Number 1 versus number 2. As you break down this matchup, how do you think Indiana pulls off the upset on Saturday against the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to look at what they did to beat Oregon, which is probably going to be a similar type of game plan to what they have to put together against Ohio State, which is they have to be able to get pressure with 4, right? Against Oregon, they did a lot of different things. They did a lot of stunts and games and different types of things to make it look like they were blitzing, but they were only rushing 4 the entire game. They really had Oregon's offensive line confused, and that created issues for Dante Moore, the quarterback, who got sacked 6 times. In that game. And so Indiana's going to have to do the same thing against Ohio State because you cannot play one-on-one in coverage with these wide receivers. It's just not going to happen against Ohio State with Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, as Michigan learned this last week when they tried to play some one-on-one and both of those guys burned them. So if you can't get pressure with 4, you're going to be in for a long day because if you're only sending 4 and Sayin can just sit back there, you're going to be in big trouble. If you're sending 5 or 6, he's going to be able to get the ball out quickly, and those receivers are going to make a play. So Indiana was able to get pressure with 4 against Oregon. They did a lot of tricky stuff, had a couple of defensive linemen training against Ohio State would be my guess. And if it works, they're going to be in the game. If not, it could be a long day on defense for Indiana.
You've watched this team all year, Dylan, and I think because it's Indiana and we're not used to them being good at football, there's a lot of people that just they're not 100% there yet with the Hoosiers. They don't know if they're good enough to win a national title. So why do you think Indiana is good enough to win the whole thing? You've seen this team all year. What do they do really well that can help win a national championship?
Yeah, I mean, you asked what they do really well, and the answer is everything, right? I'm not sure they're uber elite at any one thing. They don't have the uber elite athletes except at a couple of positions, but what they do have is a team that is incredibly well coached, that does its job play after play after play. They are an efficiency monster. That's kind of the way I've referred to them this year, is they are going to win just about every snap against most teams that they play. They're not reliant on big plays. They don't hit a lot of big plays. They gain 6 yards of play on offense and give up 3 yards of play on defense, and that's how they're going to win games. And they are really good on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and they're really good on special teams. And that's the main thing with Indiana, is there's not a weakness that you can point to and say this is where you're going to get these guys. Last year, especially when one of their best offensive linemen, Drew Evans, got hurt late in the season. Their pass protection was a little bit suspect, and they got there against Ohio State and Notre Dame, and even against Michigan to some extent. That hasn't been as much of an issue this year. Drew Evans is healthy, or at least looks like it going into the postseason. So that's a huge deal for them. They've been able to protect Fernando Mendoza for the most part. And their defensive line is just as good as it was last year, if not better. So they're good in the trenches. They're good out wide. They have one of the best linebacker corps in the country. There's not a part of this team where you can say, we're going to exploit that going into the game. And I think that makes them a pretty decent matchup against just about anybody, because most teams have a glaring weakness, even at this level. Indiana doesn't really. Now, they don't have the 5-star guys, but they have a lot of guys who know exactly what they're doing, and that's the pitch for the Hoosiers.
Looking at the Heisman Trophy race, Dylan, I can't really remember a time where it's been this close going into conference championship week between 3 guys, Sayin, Mendoza, Pavia. I mean, all of them are right there. I think the general line of thinking, Ohio State wins and Sayin plays well, he wins it. Mendoza plays well, Indiana wins, he wins it. And if Indiana and Ohio State's a low-scoring game and the Buckeyes win, then probably Pavia ends up winning it. Do you think Mendoza can still win the Heisman if Indiana loses the game? Or do you think his only path is them beating the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I think if he plays well, I think it'll be in play for him. I guess it would depend on how they would lose to Ohio State. I just don't see them losing a shootout, right? I could see them losing a low-scoring game. I could see them winning. I just don't see, if this game is a shootout, I don't see Indiana winning it. So that would be a potential path for Mendoza if both quarterbacks go out there and throw for 303 touchdowns, and it just turns out that Ohio State wins at the end. I could see a lot of voters saying, all right, I'm giving it to Mendoza because over the course of the whole season, he was better. He had more memorable moments. I think that's going to be a big part of it too, as it always is with the Heisman, is what do you remember, right? Julian Sayin doesn't have a whole lot you remember from this season. As good as he's been, they've won these games by so much that he's never in a game in the fourth quarter where he needs to make a play. And that's not no slight to him. He's a great player, but you just don't have the Heisman moment per se like most winners do. Obviously, Mendoza has the game-winning touchdown pass against Iowa, the game-winning touchdown pass against Oregon, the game-winning touchdown pass against Penn State that everyone saw. If he plays well again against Ohio State, that could put him over the top, even if the Hoosiers lose that game in a higher scoring contest.
Dylan, what's more crazy to you to think about? The fact that Indiana football could be 13-0 at the Big Ten championship, or that Indiana football could have a Heisman Trophy winner? Like, when you think about it, which one is just like more insane?
It really is crazy because Indiana has won a Big Ten championship before. They did so as recently as 1967. They have not won a Heisman Trophy ever. They had Anthony Thompson come in second place in 1989, I believe it was, but that's as close as they've come. So Heisman would be more rare for them. Having the best player in the country play for the Indiana Hoosiers, that'd be a huge deal. But of course, the Big Ten championship would be enormous as well. They haven't won an outright Big Ten championship since 1945. So that is a huge, huge milestone that they have a chance to grab on Saturday.
I mean, it's the matchup we were all hoping for. Both of these teams being undefeated, both being 1-2, squaring off in Indy. We're going to get it. Who do you think wins the game on Saturday?
Yeah, I still think it's Ohio State. Indiana has played close games this year. Ohio State has not, and that's just because they've been dominant throughout the season. I think it will be a lot closer than most people think, just because most people seem to think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think Indiana will be much more prepared this season to face the Buckeyes than they were last year. And we'll see some fireworks in this game. It should be a lot of fun. I think ultimately Ohio State is just better across the board. They're kind of like Indiana, where there's not a real weakness, but they're just a little bit better. And so I think Ohio State wins, but it's a darn good game, 1 versus 2, as it should be.
I mentioned we got the doubleheader on Saturday with Indiana Hoops taking on Louisville, but tonight they're in action in Minnesota at the Barn, 9.5-point favorites. I think the worry again for Indiana is the look ahead, right? Not overthinking this game. You're going on the road in conference play early in the season. What are your thoughts on this game for people that really haven't been watching Indiana basketball much? How do you think they fare tonight?
Yeah, I think they should play well. They played well the last week. They beat Kansas State by 20 or so in Bloomington. I think they ended up being 17, but there were some garbage time buckets there. And they've looked really good. The thing with Indiana, if you have not watched Indiana basketball this year, the thing to know about them is they share the ball as well as any team that I've covered. They really, really move the ball well. They have a lot of guys screening and cutting and playing away from the ball the way you want to see a connected team play, which is surprising considering they have a roster entirely made up of transfers who weren't here last year. And so it is one of those things where if you go on the road to Minnesota and you feel like, hey, this is our Big Ten opener, this is our chance to really make a statement here early in the season against a team in Minnesota that is struggling, that has its point guard injured, let's go on the road and make a statement and show people that what we've been doing in the non-conference schedule is not smoke and mirrors, that we are here and we are going to be a player in this Big Ten race. I don't think they look ahead. I think this is a big game for Indiana.
Dylan Sin covers Indiana, Notre Dame, Purdue for the Journal-Gazette. Dylan, before we let you go, I do want to ask you about the Irish, because last night I think the biggest thing we got from the College Football Playoff Committee was them flip-flopping Bama and Notre Dame, moving the Tide to 9 and Notre Dame down to 10. I think that told a lot of people Bama can still probably lose to Georgia, still get into the playoff, and certainly Notre Dame, they're going to be big Texas Tech fans on Saturday, because if BYU wins, they're likely out. Do you still feel good? Do Notre Dame fans still feel good? You think that if BYU loses, Notre Dame is going to be in, or is there concern that Miami is eventually going to get in over Notre Dame?
No, I mean, I think you have to be concerned right up until the moment that the bracket is revealed. But I feel like it's hard to divine what this committee is going to do, because I thought it was very silly for them to move Alabama ahead of Notre Dame yesterday. It didn't really make any sense. But if you are going to do that, if you were going to move Miami ahead of Notre Dame, they would have done it last night, at least in a sane world, right? Like that would be the thing that would make the most sense. If you wanted to do it, last night would have been the time to do it, and they didn't. So I think if BYU loses, if Texas Tech wins the Big 12, Notre Dame is probably in really good shape. You still have to be sweating it out until you see the actual bracket, but you'd feel pretty good about Notre Dame's chances at that point. I think if they were going to move Miami over them, that last night was the time to do it. They had their opportunity. Neither team plays this week. No one who either team has played this whole season plays this week. So it would be extremely silly for them to do it. It would just be so ridiculous. And it would be one of those things where, what is the committee even doing here? So if they want to do that, they can go ahead and go for it. It would be weird and silly, but we've seen them do things like that before.
They're definitely BYU fans this week because if Texas Tech wins, they're definitely going to disappoint somebody, whether it's Notre Dame or Miami. Dylan Sin, give him a follow on X at Dylan Sin, and once again covers Indiana, Notre Dame, and Purdue for the Journal-Gazette. Dylan, enjoy that Saturday, my friend. Going to be an awesome double dip. Appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on. As always, this was fun.
All right, great stuff there. Dylan Sin catching up, talking a little Indiana and Notre Dame as well. Let's talk about some of the other conference championship games that we have coming up on Saturday. We'll get to that Indiana-Ohio State game in a bit, but let's start with that Big 12 championship game, Texas Tech and BYU. Red Raiders favored by 12.5. The total in the game is 49.5. So I was looking at different ways to play this game because I just feel like Texas Tech's probably going to cover this game. They're probably going to score a late fourth quarter touchdown. They're probably going to be up 10, and then you're going to be sweating out kind of that final drive. Can BYU stop them? Does Texas Tech score a late touchdown? I think it's going to be one of those kinds of games. But at BetMGM, you can get BYU +7 in the first half. And as we get closer and closer, I kind of think that's going to be my play. I think BYU is going to keep this game close early. All the pressure is on Texas Tech in this game. BYU's playing with house money. They know they got to win. If they win, they're in the playoff. If they don't, they're out. Satake just told Penn State he's not coming. He's staying with BYU. I expect the Cougars, a lot of times college teams, when they're in this spot where they have a chance to get into the playoff, or they're in a playoff, they don't just go for it. You know, they don't empty the playbook. They don't use all these trick plays. I get the sense that BYU is going to do that, and they know they're going to have to do that because Texas Tech is really freaking good, and every team that they play, they demolish. So I think BYU keeps this thing early, or keeps this thing close early, because the longer that they hang around, the more pressure that's on Texas Tech. And with the way that the playoff has gone so far this year, don't you guys feel like BYU is going to hang around, make this game close, and maybe we think that we're going to have some chaos and Notre Dame and Miami will both be out? So I'll take BYU +7 in the first half. Miami of Ohio takes on Western Michigan in the MAC championship. That game will be played at Ford Field. Western Michigan, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. This line's a bit interesting. Western Michigan has won 8 of their last 9 games. They've been the best team in the MAC this season. Miami of Ohio had to win some tiebreakers. They're having a pretty decent year. This team only had 1 returning starter. Excuse me, they didn't have any returning starters on offense this year. Credit to Chuck Martin and how he's been able to get this team gel and play their best ball heading into this game. But the fact that Western Michigan has been the best team in the MAC, they've won 8 of 9, and yet they're only a 2.5-point favorite in this game. A little stinky. I'll take Miami of Ohio plus the points. SEC title game, we got Georgia and Alabama. Total in the game is 47.5. The only time Kirby Smart has beaten Alabama was when he played them for the second time in the same season, and that's what he gets the opportunity to do again in this game. I'm hoping we get a 3. Georgia's -2.5, -115 at BetMGM. I'm hoping they take some more money. We can get Bama at +3. If we get Bama at +3, I'm going to be on the Tide. If it stays at 2.5, I'd probably still lean towards Bama, but this feels like such a good live betting game. Georgia is so notorious for giving up touchdowns on their first drives, going down all the time 7-0. So you could very easily get Georgia at plus money in this game. If Bama gets the ball first, they go down and score. On the flip side, Kirby, as we know, struggles to beat Alabama. So you figure if Georgia gets up 10-0, 14-3, Bama's probably going to make a comeback and make that game close. So it was a great live betting game the first time these two teams played, when you could have gotten Georgia +9.5, and I think it's going to be another good live betting game on Saturday, and that's probably the way that I would attack it. Big Ten title game, we got Ohio State and Indiana. Total in the game is 48.5. This line just feels a little too easy, doesn't it? Like, I think the majority of people agree Indiana's good, but they're just not Ohio State. Ohio State's just better. We all see it. The odds reflect that. I mean, there's a reason they're undefeated, and really Texas is kind of the only team that's played them semi-close this season. I think the two big concerns for Ohio State in this game, the first one is the emotional hangover after Michigan, right? They finally slayed that dragon. They've been waiting over 2,000 days, 4 years to finally beat Michigan, and they did it. So that's a concern. The other one that's not getting talked about enough is that Indiana had a bye week, the second to last week of the regular season before the Purdue game. So they're pretty fresh, and I kind of think they've been watching film on Ohio State for 3 weeks. They were watching the Buckeyes during their bye. They were watching the Buckeyes prepping for Purdue and obviously leading up to the game on Saturday. So you give Cignetti some extra time to prep. The man is insane off of a bye week. Look at what he did against Oregon earlier this year. Everywhere he goes, he's unbelievable off a bye. The line feels a little too easy. It opened 5.5. I thought it'd go up towards 6.5, but it went down. I think Indiana could be live in this game. I would bet Ohio State. It's not going to be a full unit play for me. I would lean Buckeyes, but certainly think Indiana can hang around. And then in the ACC title game, Virginia's laying 3.5 in Charlotte against Duke. These teams played about a month ago in Durham, and Duke was laying 3.5. Now they're playing on a neutral, and Virginia is playing 3.5. Duke has not been good in the non-conference game this year, in the non-conference slate this year. That's why they're 7-5. But in ACC play, they've been pretty good. And Duke has been the kind of team this year, you don't want to bet them as favorites. You don't want to bet Manny Diaz as a favorite. But when you get him as a dog, that's when he tends to be pretty good. Brent Key's been the same way usually at Georgia Tech. So the fact we're getting Duke as a dog and we're getting him over the field goal in a game that I think is going to be pretty close, I like the Dukies plus the points against Virginia, and I certainly think they're live in that game. All right, real quick, let's look at some of the NFL games we got upcoming for Week 14. The Colts have lost 10 straight games in Jacksonville. They're a 1.5-point favorite against the Jags. Total is 47.5. I've been talking about it. Jags put them in all your teasers this week at 7.5. It's too close of a game to call who's going to win, but I think it's going to be very similar to the Colts-Texans game that we saw last Sunday. And again, Jacksonville has been a house of horrors for Indianapolis. So regardless of what happens, I would expect Jacksonville to either win or keep it within 7.5. Ravens and Steelers, Baltimore favored by 6. Total in the game is 42.5. I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these two teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying minus 180, minus 185. Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like LA plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly. All right, BetMGM promo. Pro Football No Sweat token to tell you about. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's check in now with our guy, Chase Kitty. who joins us every Wednesday right here on Send It In. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, senior writer for BetMGM and JMU graduate, baby. Chase, we talk about the Dukes every week on this show, and you're like, Peach, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to, we need a lot. Chase, we might just need Duke to beat Virginia on Saturday and JMU to take big care of business on Friday against Troy. How are we feeling about that JMU-Troy game? If you had to play it side or total, would you do anything in the game?
I do enjoy the Troy people that have been in my mentions a little bit this week. Like, we run this conference like, all right, you're 23.5-point dogs, so take a breath. I would bet the under. It's going to be really cold in Harrisonburg. I already have a cold. I already get a scratchy throat. I don't care. It's going to be fun. I'm going to drink 1 million beers. I don't even know if I can say that on the air, whatever. Under 47.5. I would not want to lay 23.5 points with a team whose coaching staff appears to be out the door. We don't know how many players are going to go with them. That's a big number even when everything's great in a championship game, so I would stay away from the spread. But I saw a great look on Twitter about, what's the hottest or what's the coldest game Troy has played in this year. It was like 50 degrees in Norfolk a couple months ago. It was the coldest this Alabama-based team is going to play. It's going to be, I think, 29 in Harrisonburg on Friday night. It's going to be cold. I like JMU, but I wouldn't lay 23.5. I like the under.
You might be talking me into a Troy team total under. I don't know what that is, but that's certainly piquing my attention in that game.
12.5. I think I looked.
12.5. Okay, Troy. That is low, but again, I don't know if they get to double digits. So what do you think of JMU? I mean, after the rankings last night, they're in the top 25. Do you feel comfortable saying if Duke wins and JMU wins, that they're going to be in the playoff?
Oh, I think if Duke wins, they're going to be in the playoff. Yeah, I think we're there. I always knew the ACC stuff was possible. It just seemed like such a crazy long shot that I was please, tell me when it happens. This is silly to wait on this. But now, yeah, I mean, I think if you go build a 2-team parlay of JMU money line and Duke money line and look at those odds and then look at JMU's playoff odds, they're the exact same number, So that's not an accident. What the odds market is saying is the way for JMU to make the playoff, the only way is Duke wins and then they're in. So yeah, I think we're there. I'm pretty skeptical. I'm laying it with Virginia this week. I don't think Virginia is anywhere on the level of this Duke team. I think they're clearly better. I would lay closer to 6 or 7 with UVA if that's where the market was. So I think it's great that we're this close, as a JMU alum. I just don't think we're going to get over the final hump.
Okay, so Chase likes Virginia in the ACC championship. What about the AAC? We know North Texas and Tulane, winner of that game, is going to the playoff. Mean Green laying 2.5 in New Orleans. Who do you like?
Yeah, one of the frustrations I think from both JMU fans and North Texas fans over the last 4 or 5 weeks, as we've been doing these rankings reveals, is that Tulane has been sort of in the driver's seat, and you get why. It's because they have multiple power conference wins, but the JMU people and the North Texas people are like, hey, have you watched Tulane play the last month? They're not really very good right now. North Texas, I don't know how much defense that team plays, but the offense is really good. And I think there's a reason that previously, before last night, North Texas wasn't ranked in the committee rankings. Tulane was. North Texas is, I believe, on the road for this game, but they're a road unranked favorite. I think there's a reason why the market is that high on North Texas. I think it's because they're clearly playing right now today. They are clearly the better football team. So the fact that you can go get this at under 3, I think is great. I like North Texas.
We know the market's high on Texas Tech because they just can't set these numbers high enough for the Red Raiders. I mean, you have been on it with this team all year, Chase. There's not really a number big enough to fade them. But is 12.5 with BYU, would you take that with the Cougars, or would it only be Texas Tech for you?
So if you made me bet the side here, I would lay it with Texas Tech, and I would just keep laying with them until they don't cover a number. They have covered every number this year except for the Arizona State loss. So if you're betting against that at a certain point, you're just like, that's foolish. Don't bet it or ride the wave. For me, this is an under. Because if you watch, I don't know if Texas Tech's going to cover or not again, but if you watched the first game, it was such everything BYU had to do, they had to earn it uphill. It was just a grind to get points, to get yards, to get first downs, because Texas Tech's defensive front is that good. The linebackers are that good. And so just bet on the under. Bet on the defenses to play hard during championship week. That's always going to be sort of technically not an automatic plus EV play, but philosophically that's a plus EV play if you're situating yourself on the side of the under during championship week. And then on top of that, you get the matchup thing with Texas Tech and BYU. So yeah, I like the under there as well.
All right, fair enough. And then the two heavyweight matchups we get, Chase, SEC and Big Ten. We'll start with Bama, Georgia. You think Kirby and the Dogs finally get the Tide this time?
Yeah, it feels that way. I haven't pulled the trigger yet on Georgia, but I think the stat is that I like and that a lot of people like this week, if you're looking at the Alabama side, is 3 games since the beginning of 2021, Alabama has been a non-playoff underdog. All 3 games against Georgia, they've won all 3 games outright. So that's the stat if you're looking for the Alabama angle. I just feel like Ty Simpson the last 5 weeks of the season, he just hasn't been what he was when Alabama was ripping off all those ranked wins against really quality SEC teams. So to me, if you're looking at who's the better team this week, it's Georgia. And if you're giving me the number under 3, then I have to play it.
Chase, real quick, about 30 seconds. Number 1 versus number 2 in Indy, Ohio State, and Indiana. What's your play?
It's another under for me. This is a whole separate Heisman conversation, but there's so much Heisman dialogue around this game. It feels to me like people are expecting a big, impressive offensive set piece from both teams. And I think this is going to be a game where defense leads, where people are kicking field goals, people are missing 4th down conversions, and it feels maybe a little uneasy and disappointing offensively. So I like the under there, and I'd be on the Ohio State laying the point side with you as well.
All right, Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, senior writer for BetMGM, JMU graduate, joins us each and every Wednesday right here on Send It In. Chase, let's hope the next time I see you, JMU, Bama, both in the playoff, my friend. Have a good one.
You too. Hey, come on down 81. We got a spot for you at the tailgate.
I might just do that, Chase. Enjoy, my friend. All right, guys, we got about a minute left in the show. Real quick, couple college basketball plays that I got for tonight. Let's see. Well, actually, I got some college basketball plays to wrap up the show, so I'll just do that. All right, Sean, we'll wrap up the show. PJ's plays. Prop lock, LeBaron Philon. We'll go under 13.5 points for Philon, or excuse me, under 19.5 points. 13.5, not taking the under. 19.5, I like the under, though, against Clemson. Philon goes off when he plays like top 5, top 10 teams. These type of games, he really doesn't. So I bet the under. Arkansas, I'm going to take them as my dog of the day against Louisville. I like getting them over the 3.5. Everybody loves this Louisville team. They're a lot of fun. Going on the road, though, and playing at Bud Walton, that's a tough place to play, man. I'll take Arkansas plus the points. And then give me the over. NC State and Auburn, over 165.5. We're going to have an awesome pace to that game. I think both teams are going to be able to knock down shots, maybe a race to 90. I'll take over NC State and Auburn. Also like Minnesota a little bit tonight against Indiana with the look ahead coming up against Louisville. And then SMU, I'll take them plus the points against Vandy. Everybody's loving Vandy right now. Give me the Mustangs plus 10.5. Thanks again to Dylan Sin, Chase Kitty for joining us on the show today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. Another great show for you guys coming up today. Pretty much the same show as we had yesterday. We're going to have 2 great guests. Dylan Sin going to join us here in a little bit, preview Indiana and Ohio State. Chase Kitty later on in the show to preview the rest of college championship weekend. We'll talk some more college basketball on the show today as we got more SEC, ACC challenge. We'll dive into the next half of games coming up in week 14 in the NFL. And then after looking at the Friday conference championship games yesterday, we'll dive into the Saturday games that we got coming up over the weekend. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling. On a Wednesday, Glasses in session. Great to have Dylan Sin back on the show. Give Dylan a follow on X at Dylan Sin. Covers Indiana, Notre Dame, and Purdue for the Journal-Gazette. And Dylan, we were talking before we hopped on air. What a weekend it is for Hoosier fans in Indianapolis. You got Indiana, Louisville on Saturday. And then, of course, you got Indiana and Ohio State on Saturday night. The Hoops game's at 2 o'clock. The football game's at 8. So a great double dip. Number 1 versus number 2. As you break down this matchup, how do you think Indiana pulls off the upset on Saturday against the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to look at what they did to beat Oregon, which is probably going to be a similar type of game plan to what they have to put together against Ohio State, which is they have to be able to get pressure with 4, right? Against Oregon, they did a lot of different things. They did a lot of stunts and games and different types of things to make it look like they were blitzing, but they were only rushing 4 the entire game. They really had Oregon's offensive line confused, and that created issues for Dante Moore, the quarterback, who got sacked 6 times. In that game. And so Indiana's going to have to do the same thing against Ohio State because you cannot play one-on-one in coverage with these wide receivers. It's just not going to happen against Ohio State with Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, as Michigan learned this last week when they tried to play some one-on-one, and both of those guys burned them. So if you can't get pressure with 4, you're going to be in for a long day because if you're only sending 4 and Sayin can just sit back there, you're going to be in big trouble. If you're sending 5 or 6, he's going to be able to get the ball out quickly, and those receivers are going to make a play. So Indiana was able to get pressure with 4 against Oregon. They did a lot of tricky stuff, had a couple of defensive linemen dropping into coverage in that game. They're going to try to do a similar thing against Ohio State would be my guess. And if it works, they're going to be in the game. If not, it could be a long day on defense for Indiana.
You've watched this team all year, Dylan, and I think because it's Indiana and we're not used to them being good at football, there's a lot of people that just they're not 100% there yet with the Hoosiers. They don't know if they're good enough to win a national title. So why do you think Indiana is good enough to win the whole thing? You've seen this team all year. What do they do really well that can help win a national championship?
Yeah, I mean, you asked what they do really well, and the answer is everything, right? I'm not sure they're uber elite at any one thing. They don't have the uber elite athletes except at a couple of positions, but what they do have is a team that is incredibly well coached, that does its job play after play after play. They are an efficiency monster. That's kind of the way I've referred to them this year, is they are going to win just about every snap against most teams that they play. They're not reliant on big plays. They don't hit a lot of big plays. They gain 6 yards of play on offense and give up 3 yards of play on defense, and that's how they're going to win games. And they are really good on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and they're really good on special teams. And that's the main thing with Indiana, is there's not a weakness that you can point to and say this is where you're going to get these guys. Last year, especially when one of their best offensive linemen, Drew Evans, got hurt late in the season. Their pass protection was a little bit suspect, and they got there against Ohio State and Notre Dame, and even against Michigan to some extent. That hasn't been as much of an issue this year. Drew Evans is healthy, or at least looks like it going into the postseason. So that's a huge deal for them. They've been able to protect Fernando Mendoza for the most part. And their defensive line is just as good as it was last year, if not better. So they're good in the trenches. They're good out wide. They have one of the best linebacker corps in the country. There's not a part of this team where you can say, we're going to exploit that going into the game. And I think that makes them a pretty decent matchup against just about anybody, because most teams have a glaring weakness, even at this level. Indiana doesn't really. Now, they don't have the 5-star guys, but they have a lot of guys who know exactly what they're doing, and that's the pitch for the Hoosiers.
Looking at the Heisman Trophy race, Dylan, I can't really remember a time where it's been this close going into conference championship week between 3 guys, Sayin, Mendoza, Pavia. I mean, all of them are right there. I think the general line of thinking, Ohio State wins and Sayin plays well, he wins it. Mendoza plays well, Indiana wins, he wins it. And if Indiana and Ohio State's a low-scoring game and the Buckeyes win, then probably Pavia ends up winning it. Do you think Mendoza can still win the Heisman if Indiana loses the game? Or do you think his only path is them beating the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I think if he plays well, I think it'll be in play for him. I guess it would depend on how they would lose to Ohio State. I just don't see them losing a shootout, right? I could see them losing a low-scoring game. I could see them winning. I just don't see, if this game is a shootout, I don't see Indiana winning it. So that would be a potential path for Mendoza if both quarterbacks go out there and throw for 303 touchdowns, and it just turns out that Ohio State wins at the end. I can see a lot of voters saying, all right, I'm giving it to Mendoza because over the course of the whole season, he was better. He had more memorable moments. I think that's going to be a big part of it too, as it always is with the Heisman, is what do you remember, right? Julian Sayin doesn't have a whole lot you remember from this season. As good as he's been, they've won these games by so much that he's never in a game in the fourth quarter where he needs to make a play. And that's not no slight to him. He's a great player, but you just don't have the Heisman moment per se like most winners do. Obviously, Mendoza has the game-winning touchdown pass against Iowa, the game-winning touchdown pass against Oregon, the game-winning touchdown pass against Penn State that everyone saw. If he plays well again against Ohio State, that could put him over the top, even if the Hoosiers lose that game in a higher scoring contest.
Dylan, what's more crazy to you to think about? The fact that Indiana football could be 13-0 at the Big Ten championship, or that Indiana football could have a Heisman Trophy winner? Like, when you think about it, which one is just like more insane?
It really is crazy because Indiana has won a Big Ten championship before. They did so as recently as 1967. They have not won a Heisman Trophy ever. They had Anthony Thompson come in second place in 1989, I believe it was, but that's as close as they've come. So Heisman would be more rare for them. Having the best player in the country play for the Indiana Hoosiers, that'd be a huge deal. But of course, the Big Ten championship would be enormous as well. They haven't won an outright Big Ten championship since 1945. So that is a huge milestone that they have a chance to grab on Saturday.
I mean, it's the matchup we were all hoping for. Both of these teams being undefeated, both being 1-2, squaring off in Indy. We're going to get it. Who do you think wins the game on Saturday?
Yeah, I still think it's Ohio State. Indiana has played close games this year. Ohio State has not, and that's just because they've been dominant throughout the season. I think it will be a lot closer than most people think, just because most people seem to think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think Indiana will be much more prepared this season to face the Buckeyes than they were last year. And we'll see some fireworks in this game. It should be a lot of fun. I think ultimately Ohio State is just better across the board. They're kind of like Indiana, where there's not a real weakness, but they're just a little bit better. And so I think Ohio State wins, but it's a darn good game, 1 versus 2, as it should be.
I mentioned we got the doubleheader on Saturday with Indiana Hoops taking on Louisville, but tonight they're in action in Minnesota at the Barn, 9.5-point favorites. I think the worry again for Indiana is the look ahead, right? Not overthinking this game. You're going on the road in conference play early in the season. What are your thoughts on this game for people that really haven't been watching Indiana basketball much? How do you think they fare tonight?
Yeah, I think they should play well. They played well the last week. They beat Kansas State by 20 or so in Bloomington. I think they ended up being 17, but there were some garbage time buckets there. And they've looked really good. The thing with Indiana, if you have not watched Indiana basketball this year, the thing to know about them is they share the ball as well as any team that I've covered. They really move the ball well. They have a lot of guys screening and cutting and playing away from the ball the way you want to see a connected team play, which is surprising considering they have a roster entirely made up of transfers who weren't here last year. And so it is one of those things where if you go on the road to Minnesota and you feel like, hey, this is our Big Ten opener, this is our chance to really make a statement here early in the season against a team in Minnesota that is struggling, that has its point guard injured, let's go on the road and make a statement and show people that what we've been doing in the non-conference schedule is not smoke and mirrors, that we are here and we are going to be a player in this Big Ten race. I don't think they look ahead. I think this is a big game for Indiana.
Dylan Sin covers Indiana, Notre Dame, Purdue for the Journal-Gazette. Dylan, before we let you go, I do want to ask you about the Irish, because last night I think the biggest thing we got from the College Football Playoff Committee was them flip-flopping Bama and Notre Dame, moving the Tide to 9 and Notre Dame down to 10. I think that told a lot of people Bama can still probably lose to Georgia, still get into the playoff, and certainly Notre Dame, they're going to be big Texas Tech fans on Saturday, because if BYU wins, they're likely out. Do you still feel good? Do Notre Dame fans still feel good? You think that if BYU loses, Notre Dame is going to be in, or is there concern that Miami is eventually going to get in over Notre Dame?
No, I mean, I think you have to be concerned right up until the moment that the bracket is revealed. But I feel like again, it's hard to divine what this committee is going to do, because I thought it was very silly for them to move Alabama ahead of Notre Dame yesterday. It didn't really make any sense. But if you are going to do that, if you were going to move Miami ahead of Notre Dame, they would have done it last night, at least in a sane world, right? Like that would be the thing that would make the most sense. If you wanted to do it, last night would have been the time to do it, and they didn't. So I think if BYU loses, if Texas Tech wins the Big 12, Notre Dame is probably in really good shape. You still have to be sweating it out until you see the actual bracket, but you'd feel pretty good about Notre Dame's chances at that point. I think if they were going to move Miami over them, that last night was the time to do it. They had their opportunity. Neither team plays this week. No one who either team has played this whole season plays this week. So it would be extremely silly for them to do it. It would just be so ridiculous. And it would be one of those things where, what is the committee even doing here? So if they want to do that, they can go ahead and go for it. It would be weird and silly, but we've seen them do things like that before.
They're definitely BYU fans this week, because if Texas Tech wins, they're definitely going to disappoint somebody, whether it's Notre Dame or Miami. Dylan Sin, give him a follow on X at Dylan Sin, and once again covers Indiana, Notre Dame, and Purdue for the Journal-Gazette. Dylan, enjoy that Saturday, my friend. Going to be an awesome double dip. Appreciate the time, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on. As always, this was fun.
All right, great stuff there. Dylan Sin catching up, talking a little Indiana and Notre Dame as well. Let's talk about some of the other conference championship games that we have coming up on Saturday. We'll get to that Indiana-Ohio State game in a bit, but let's start with that Big 12 championship game, Texas Tech and BYU. Red Raiders favored by 12.5. The total in the game is 49.5. So I was looking at different ways to play this game, because I just feel like Texas Tech's probably going to cover this game. They're probably going to score a late fourth quarter touchdown. They're probably going to be up 10, and then you're going to be sweating out kind of that final drive. Can BYU stop them? Does Texas Tech score a late touchdown? I think it's going to be one of those kinds of games. But at BetMGM, you can get BYU +7 in the first half. And as we get closer and closer, I kind of think that's going to be my play. I think BYU is going to keep this game close early. All the pressure is on Texas Tech in this game. BYU's playing with house money. They know they got to win. If they win, they're in the playoff. If they don't, they're out. Sataki just told Penn State he's not coming. He's staying with BYU. I expect the Cougars, a lot of times college teams, when they're in this spot where they have a chance to get into the playoff, or they're in a playoff, they don't just go for it. They don't empty the playbook. They don't use all these trick plays. I get the sense that BYU is going to do that, and they know they're going to have to do that because Texas Tech is really freaking good, and every team that they play, they demolish. So I think BYU keeps this thing early, or keeps this thing close early, because the longer that they hang around, the more pressure that's on Texas Tech. And with the way that the playoff has gone so far this year, don't you guys feel like BYU is going to hang around, make this game close, and maybe we think that we're going to have some chaos, and Notre Dame and Miami will both be out? So I'll take BYU +7 in the first half. Miami of Ohio takes on Western Michigan in the MAC championship. That game will be played at Ford Field. Western Michigan, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. This line's a bit interesting. Western Michigan has won 8 of their last 9 games. They've been the best team in the MAC this season. Miami of Ohio had to win some tiebreakers. They're having a pretty decent year. This team only had 1 returning starter. Excuse me, they didn't have any returning starters on offense this year. Credit to Chuck Martin and how he's been able to get this team gel and play their best ball heading into this game. But the fact that Western Michigan has been the best team in the MAC, they've won 8 of 9, and yet they're only a 2.5-point favorite in this game, a little stinky. I'll take Miami of Ohio plus the points. SEC title game, we got Georgia and Alabama. Total in the game is 47.5. The only time Kirby Smart has beaten Alabama was when he played them for the second time in the same season, and that's what he gets the opportunity to do again in this game. I'm hoping we get a 3. Georgia's -2.5, -115 at BetMGM. I'm hoping they take some more money. We can get Bama at +3. If we get Bama at +3, I'm going to be on the Tide. If it stays at 2.5, I'd probably still lean towards Bama, but this feels like such a good live betting game. Georgia is so notorious for giving up touchdowns on their first drives, going down all the time 7-0. So you could very easily get Georgia at plus money in this game. If Bama gets the ball first, they go down and score. On the flip side, Kirby, as we know, struggles to beat Alabama. So you figure if Georgia gets up 10-0, 14-3, Bama's probably going to make a comeback and make that game close. So it was a great live betting game the first time these two teams played, when you could have gotten Georgia +9.5, and I think it's going to be another good live betting game on Saturday, and that's probably the way that I would attack it. Big Ten title game, we got Ohio State and Indiana. Total in the game is 48.5. This line just feels a little too easy, doesn't it? Like, I think the majority of people agree Indiana's good, but they're just not Ohio State. Ohio State's just better. We all see it. The odds reflect that. I mean, there's a reason they're undefeated, and really Texas is kind of the only team that's played them semi-close this season. I think the two big concerns for Ohio State in this game, the first one is the emotional hangover after Michigan, right? They finally slayed that dragon. They've been waiting over 2,000 days, 4 years to finally beat Michigan, and they did it. So that's a concern. The other one that's not getting talked about enough is that Indiana had a bye week, the second to last week of the regular season before the Purdue game. So they're pretty fresh, and I kind of think they've been watching film on Ohio State for 3 weeks. They were watching the Buckeyes during their bye. They were watching the Buckeyes prepping for Purdue, and obviously leading up to the game on Saturday. So you give Cignetti some extra time to prep. The man is insane off of a bye week. Look at what he did against Oregon earlier this year. Everywhere he goes, he's unbelievable off a bye. The line feels a little too easy. It opened 5.5. I thought it'd go up towards 6.5, but it went down. I think Indiana could be live in this game. I would bet Ohio State. It's not going to be a full unit play for me. I would lean Buckeyes, but certainly think Indiana can hang around. And then in the ACC title game, Virginia's laying 3.5 in Charlotte against Duke. These teams played about a month ago in Durham, and Duke was laying 3.5. Now they're playing on a neutral, and Virginia is playing 3.5. Duke has not been good in the non-conference game this year, in the non-conference slate this year. That's why they're 7-5. But in ACC play, they've been pretty good. And Duke has been the kind of team this year, you don't want to bet them as favorites. You don't want to bet Manny Diaz as a favorite. But when you get him as a dog, that's when he tends to be pretty good. Brent Key's been the same way usually at Georgia Tech. So the fact we're getting Duke as a dog and we're getting him over the field goal in a game that I think is going to be pretty close, I like the Dukies plus the points against Virginia, and I certainly think they're live in that game. All right, real quick, let's look at some of the NFL games we got upcoming for Week 14. The Colts have lost 10 straight games in Jacksonville. They're a 1.5-point favorite against the Jags. Total is 47.5. I've been talking about it. Jags put them in all your teasers this week at 7.5. It's too close of a game to call who's going to win, but I think it's going to be very similar to the Colts-Texans game that we saw last Sunday. And again, Jacksonville has been a house of horrors for Indianapolis. So regardless of what happens, I would expect Jacksonville to either win or keep it within 7.5. Ravens and Steelers, Baltimore favored by 6. Total in the game is 42.5. I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these two teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying minus 180, minus 185. Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like LA plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, they're great and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly. All right, BetMGM promo. Pro Football No Sweat token to tell you about. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's check in now with our guy, Chase Kitty, who joins us every Wednesday right here on Send It In. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, senior writer for BetMGM and JMU graduate, baby. Chase, we talk about the Dukes every week on this show. And you're like, geez, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to, we need a lot. Chase, we might just need Duke to beat Virginia on Saturday and JMU to take big care of business on Friday against Troy. How are we feeling about that JMU-Troy game? If you had to play it side or total, would you do anything in the game?
I do enjoy the Troy people that have been in my mentions a little bit this week. Like, we run this conference. Like, all right, you're 23.5-point dogs. So take a breath. I would bet the under. It's going to be really cold in Harrisonburg. I already have a cold. I already get a scratchy throat. I don't care. It's going to be fun. I'm going to drink 1 million beers. I don't even know if I can say that on the air. Whatever. Under 47.5. I would not want to lay 23.5 points with a team whose coaching staff appears to be out the door. We don't know how many players are going to go with them. That's a big number even when everything's great in a championship game. So I would stay away from the spread. But I saw a great look on Twitter about, what's the hottest or what's the coldest game Troy has played in this year. It was like 50 degrees in Norfolk a couple months ago. It was the coldest this Alabama-based team is going to play. It's going to be, I think, 29 in Harrisonburg on Friday night. It's going to be cold. I like JMU, but I wouldn't lay 23.5. I like the under.
You might be talking me into a Troy team total under. I don't know what that is, but that's certainly piquing my attention in that game.
12.5. I think I looked.
12.5. Okay, Troy. That is low, but again, I don't know if they get the double digits. So what do you think of JMU? I mean, after the rankings last night, they're in the top 25. Do you feel comfortable saying if Duke wins and JMU wins, that they're going to be in the playoff?
Oh, I think if Duke wins, they're going to be in the playoff. Yeah, I think we're there. I mean, I always knew the ACC stuff was possible. It just seemed like such a crazy long shot that I was pleased. Like, tell me when it happens. This is silly to wait on this. But now, yeah, I mean, I think if you go build a 2-team parlay of JMU money line and Duke money line and look at those odds and then look at JMU's playoff odds, they're the exact same number. So that's not an accident. What the odds market is saying is the way for JMU to make the playoff, the only way is Duke wins and then they're in. So yeah, I think we're there. I'm pretty skeptical. I'm laying it with Virginia this week. I don't think Virginia is anywhere on the level of this Duke team. I think they're clearly better. I would lay closer to 6 or 7 with UVA if that's where the market was. So I think it's great that we're this close. As a JMU alum, I just don't think we're going to get over the final hump.
Okay, so Chase likes Virginia in the ACC championship. What about the AAC? We know North Texas and Tulane, winner of that game, is going to the playoff. Mean Green laying 2.5 in New Orleans. Who do you like?
Yeah, one of the frustrations, I think, from both JMU fans and North Texas fans over the last 4 or 5 weeks, as we've been doing these rankings reveals, is that Tulane has been sort of in the driver's seat. And you get why. It's because they have multiple power conference wins. But the JMU people and the North Texas people are like, hey, have you watched Tulane play the last month? Like, they're not really very good right now. North Texas, I don't know how much defense that team plays, but the offense is really good. And I think there's a reason that previously, before last night, North Texas wasn't ranked in the committee rankings. Tulane was. North Texas is, I believe, on the road for this game, but they're a road unranked favorite. I think there's a reason why the market is that high on North Texas. I think it's because they're clearly playing right now today. They are clearly the better football team. So the fact that you can go get this at under 3, I think is great. I like North Texas.
We know the market's high on Texas Tech because they just can't set these numbers high enough for the Red Raiders. I mean, you have been on it with this team all year, Chase. There's not really a number big enough to fade them. But is 12.5 with BYU, would you take that with the Cougars, or would it only be Texas Tech for you?
So if you made me bet the side here, I would lay it with Texas Tech, and I would just keep laying with them until they don't cover a number. They have covered every number this year except for the Arizona State loss. So if you're betting against that at a certain point, you're just like, that's foolish. Don't bet it or ride the wave. For me, this is an under, because if you watch, like, I don't know if Texas Tech's going to cover or not again, but if you watched the first game, it was such everything BYU had to do. They had to earn it uphill. It was just a grind to get points, to get yards, to get first downs, because Texas Tech's defensive front is that good. The linebackers are that good. And so just bet on the under. Bet on the defenses to play hard during championship week. That's always going to be sort of technically not an automatic plus EV play, but philosophically, that's a plus EV play if you're situating yourself on the side of the under during championship week. And then on top of that, you get the matchup thing with Texas Tech and BYU. So, yeah, I like the under there as well.
All right, fair enough. And then the two heavyweight matchups we get, Chase, SEC and Big Ten. We'll start with Bama, Georgia. You think Kirby and the Dogs finally get the Tide this time?
Yeah, it feels that way. I haven't pulled the trigger yet on Georgia, but I think, the stat is that I like and that a lot of people like this week, if you're looking at the Alabama side, is 3 games since the beginning of 2021, Alabama has been a non-playoff underdog. All 3 games against Georgia, they've won all 3 games outright. So that's the stat if you're looking for the Alabama angle. I just feel like Ty Simpson the last 5 weeks of the season, he just hasn't been what he was when Alabama was ripping off all those ranked wins against really quality SEC teams. So to me, if you're looking at who's the better team this week, it's Georgia. And if you're giving me the number under 3, then I have to play it.
Chase, real quick, about 30 seconds. Number 1 versus number 2 in Indy, Ohio State, and Indiana. What's your play?
It's another under for me. This is a whole separate Heisman conversation, but there's so much Heisman dialogue around this game. It feels to me like people are expecting a big, impressive offensive set piece from both teams. And I think this is going to be a game where defense leads, where people are kicking field goals, people are missing 4th down conversions, and it feels maybe a little uneasy and disappointing offensively. So I like the under there, and I'd be on the Ohio State laying the point side with you as well.
All right, Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, senior writer for BetMGM, JMU graduate, joins us each and every Wednesday right here on Send It In. Chase, let's hope the next time I see you, JMU, Bama, both in the playoff, my friend. Have a good one.
You too. Hey, come on down 81. We got a spot for you at the tailgate.
I might just do that, Chase. Enjoy, my friend. All right, guys, we got about a minute left in the show. Real quick, couple college basketball plays that I got for tonight. Let's see. Well, actually, I got some college basketball plays to wrap up the show, so I'll just do that. All right, Sean, we'll wrap the show. PJ's plays. Prop block. LeBaron Philon. We'll go under 13.5 points for Philon, or excuse me, under 19.5 points. 13.5, not taking the under. 19.5, I like the under, though, against Clemson. Philon goes off when he plays like top 5, top 10 teams. These type of games, he really doesn't. So I bet the under. Arkansas, I'm going to take them as my dog of the day against Louisville. I like getting them over the 3.5. Everybody loves this Louisville team. They're a lot of fun. Going on the road, though, and playing at Bud Walton, that's a tough place to play, man. I'll take Arkansas plus the points. And then give me the over. NC State and Auburn over 165.5. We're going to have an awesome pace to that game. I think both teams are going to be able to knock down shots, maybe a race to 90. I'll take over NC State and Auburn. Also like Minnesota a little bit tonight against Indiana with the look ahead coming up against Louisville. And then SMU, I'll take them plus the points against Vandy. Everybody's loving Vandy right now. Give me the Mustangs plus 10.5. Thanks again to Dylan Sin, Chase Kitty for joining us on the show today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Another hour to go here. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We'll talk to Caroline Fenton coming up in about 20 minutes about some college football, but let's dive into it a little bit and some college hoops with our buddy Tom Casale from Sportsline, a college sports betting analyst over there at the Tom Casale over on X. Tom, the reaction to the CFP, that's certainly where we started. That's where a lot of people are going this morning. And the big change is they protect Bama. They move Bama up to 9. They slot Notre Dame down a little bit. And then Miami's just kind of hanging out there in between Notre Dame, right there after BYU. So obviously that result will weigh heavily when it comes to the final bracket. But what was your reaction, if any, to what we saw last night?
Well, let me put it this way. When we saw Bama move up, my son said, oh, they moved him up just so they can make the playoffs. He's 10. Mm-hmm. So there you go. I mean, so even 10-year-olds know what the committee's doing. Listen, here's the thing I would say. If you want to have conference championship games still in this day and age to crown a champion, that's fine. But to say that the loser has to go to the playoffs, well, it's nonsense. I mean, is Duke going to go if they lose? I think they just set a bad precedent last year by saying, well, if you make, we want to reward you if you make it. Listen, put the best teams in. That's it. And I know the game happened in August, but SEC, is bad law. They're talking about all their good losses. Didn't I see Alabama get run out of the stadium by 5-7 Florida State? And then they beat 5-7 Auburn and they move up. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense. Yeah. They're putting the teams in they want in.
SEC bias, buddy. That's what it is.
No doubt about it. And, I just think if Alabama loses with 3 losses, there's other teams that can make a claim to have that last spot. Miami, I know Vanderbilt lost those 2 games, but man, it's too bad they're not in there. This will go to 16 teams at some point. This would have been a great year for the 16 teams because there's a few teams on the outside I think could have made the playoffs interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting. As far as the conference championship games, though, is there one or two that you have circled that you really like?
Yeah, I think Virginia is going to win easy. You look at the last time they played, it was 34-17. The game wasn't that close. They had 540 total yards to Duke's 255. They had a couple of turnovers in that game. All season I kept waiting for Virginia to slide back, and they just did it. They just kept winning. I don't think they're a great team, but I think this number should be closer to 6, to be honest with you. And then it's hard to say this because they've lost 10 out of the last 11, but I just think Georgia's the better team right now. When they first played, I thought Alabama was the better team, but I think Georgia, when you go from that Tennessee game to now, is one of the more improved teams in the country. I just like the way they're playing on both sides of the ball, so I got to lean Georgia there.
What about the total, 47.5 in the SEC? Thoughts on that either way?
Yeah, I lean over in the SEC and under in the Big Ten. That's Alabama, Georgia. They usually start out fast. The first halves in those games are usually pretty high scoring. So if that happens again, it's interesting because Alabama's offense, there's just something's not right with it. They're beating teams like LSU and Auburn, and they're barely scraping by, and it hasn't been the same offense that we saw earlier in the season. But I think it's gonna play well in this game. But I do like Georgia to win.
All right, what about the Big Ten title game? Anything there with Ohio State, Indiana, and so? Based on what you were pointing back to the committee's comments last year about not getting dinged if you end up losing, does that mean it's going to be 1-2 these Big Ten teams no matter what at the end?
I guess so. I mean, here's my question: is what if Alabama or Indiana gets blown out? Right? The worst thing that happened last year was Dabo and Clemson let SMU back in that game in the fourth quarter. Let's be honest. Clemson blew SMU's doors off in that game. And then 10 minutes left and SMU scores a couple of touchdowns and made it close. So I'm wondering what happens if Ohio State wins by 20 or Georgia, wins by 20. Then I think the committee has a decision to make. This is a real tough game to call because when you look at it on paper, these two are top 5 and everything. I think it's going to be close throughout. I lean Ohio State, similar to last year in the championship game against Notre Dame. I feel like their playmakers on the outside will make a play late in the game to give them a little room to breathe. So I have a lean to Ohio State here.
Speaking of blowouts and 20-point wins, I've got a buddy who's pretty close to the situation in James Madison. He doesn't work for the team or anything, but he's close to the team. And he said, whatever it is, lay it. And I'm like, man, that's a big number, 23.5. And he said, 23.5? Ha! He laughed. He laughed at 23.5, Tom. I don't know how to react to that. I mean, is he too close to it, or is he dead on? Is Troy going to get just blown out here against JMU?
I think they are, and here's why. It's 2025, and the Sun Belt still has divisions. Troy isn't the second best team in the Sun Belt. Old Dominion is. So this should have been James Madison versus Old Dominion. So now you're getting the third best team in the Sun Belt against a James Madison team that has to roll it up. I think Troy's in big trouble here. I don't think they're going to score much, and obviously when James Madison gets a lead, this isn't a game where they're going to take the foot off the gas. It's a huge number. Maybe there's going to be other opportunities to bet it live in second half and stuff like that, but I think they cover it.
Did you have an opinion on Mountain West? Boise laying 4 against UNLV?
Yeah, Boise has dominated this series, and they blasted them earlier in the year. I look at this Boise team. It's obviously not the same team from last year. I think this is going to be a tight game. I know it was a blowout the first time, but I lean UNLV now that it's over a field goal.
If you had a Heisman vote, are you going Sayin, Pavia, Mendoza? Who are you voting for today?
He's not going to win it, but I would vote for Diego Pavia because what they've done at Vanderbilt is one of the most amazing things I've seen since Snyder went to Kansas State and turned them into a perennial power. It's so hard to win there. And listen, he's not going to win it because he had to win one of those two games from Alabama or Texas. I get the argument. He had to win one of those two. But I just think he's been sensational all year. Mendoza, I think Mendoza's out if he doesn't make that pass against Penn State. I know that was a great play at the end. There just hasn't been any clear. I don't think, and no one's blown me away this year. I think Mendoza and Sayin have been good, but I don't think most years they would win the Heisman. But I think, in my opinion, I think Sayin had to have like a huge, huge game against Michigan. I know it wasn't his fault that they'd had a lead and the weather was bad, but when he didn't have a massive game or a Heisman moment there, I think it's Mendoza now.
I don't know, Tom. We were talking about this yesterday, and Sam was pointing out Pavia goes from 6-1 down to at some places shorter than 2-1 right now as a second favorite over the last couple of days without a sample size. We know he doesn't have another game, and I get that, but he's jumped Sayin. Love, certainly he's done now, and he doesn't have another game. And Sam was bringing up Falika's points, and it's interesting because, when it comes to the Heisman time, we break things down by regions, and you've got 3 guys in the Midwest, right, kind of stealing from each other with Mendoza, Love, Sayin, and then, Pavia is going to get love from the South. Pavia is going to get love from the West. I don't think it's a crazy idea.
No, that's a good point. And again, I don't think Sayin or Mendoza have played to the point where they, they're locks, right? And listen, I did a story years ago on Heisman voters, and people would be shocked to find out when they actually make their decisions and how they vote. They would be. I don't know if it's the same now. This was like 15 years ago, but they don't make their decisions till late in the season, and sometimes they have real biases towards people and teams. Mm-hmm. So Pavia has the narrative, right? People love him. They love his moxie. They love the story. He's got the story behind him with Vanderbilt. So it wouldn't shock me if he snuck up and won it.
Tom Casale with us on Bet Sweats. That's college football. I know you've been watching a lot more college basketball, though. For somebody that hasn't watched much and asks you the question, what have I missed in the first month and change, what are some of the bullet points you'd respond with?
Yeah, well, I know when I was on your show before the season, I mentioned I think when healthy, UConn's the best team. I think the way they play defense when they have all their players, they didn't have their full team until they played Illinois on Saturday. And they blasted them, and then they just won at Kansas. So I think they're the best team. I know Florida started out slowly, but last night I thought was a good spot to buy low on Florida, and they almost beat Duke. Keep an eye on Florida as the season goes on. I think they're going to be fine. Gonzaga's look great. I think they're still a little overvalued. They love to go to these tournaments in November and win. We'll see what happens there. And Kentucky is struggling right now. They don't have their full lineup in, so we'll see how that goes. Louisville is really good. And if you're looking for a mid-major, watch out for George Mason. They have power conference players there that Tony Skinn has recruited to George Mason through the transfer portal. They're really, really good. That's the one mid-major team right now I could see winning a game or two in the tournament.
So we both love futures. Have you bet futures on any of those teams that you're talking about? Or is that like a list of, okay, this is what I've seen, keeping a close eye. I'm still kind of going through those waters and figuring out when I want to jump.
Yeah, I like George Mason to win the A10 at 10-1. It's around that number. I think that's a good number for them. I'll be honest with you, I screwed up on UConn. Their schedule was so tough. I didn't bet them preseason because I was like, well, boy, this is a monster schedule. They're going to lose a couple of these games, and I might be able to get a better number. I don't think that's going to happen now. So I'm still looking at them. And again, I think there's some value on Florida. Remember, they lost a lot of team leaders, right? People don't look at that aspect. They look at production. I always look like, does the team lose leadership? If they do, it might take them a couple months to round into form. New guys step up as the leaders. And, I think that's a team right now that even though they lost to TCU, they lost to Florida, they didn't look great against Florida State. When the SEC comes around, I think Florida's going to be right in the mix again.
I had a buddy who doesn't really watch a lot of college ball. And granted, Joe and I have been so wrapped up in football, NFL, and college. I haven't watched as much as I'd admit. Or like to admit, rather. But he texted me, he goes, you got to bet Michigan to win the title. And then I'm like, okay, well, there's a reason for this. And then I pulled up their schedule. They beat Auburn by 30, Gonzaga by 40, and they're favored to win the title. So when a guy like that texts you, everybody knows at that point, right, that Michigan's pretty good.
Yeah, what they did in that 3-day span, I don't know if I've seen that before. Just hammering 3 good teams by 30. That was really impressive. I'll admit. But again, now the value's gone, right? Now Michigan's the favorite right now. They still got to play Purdue. They still got to play Michigan State. One of the things about these games in the Bahamas and Hawaii, I don't try to overreact to them. Because a team can it's the same thing as the NCAA tournament. A team can get hot in one of those neutral court, those neutral site tournaments. And I'm not saying Michigan isn't a good team, but they still got a lot of tough games throughout the season. So if you do like Michigan, I think you'll get a better number than this.
Tom, before we let you go, I want to get some quick thoughts, if you have any, on the Saturday matchups, because if the 11 a.m. football games aren't interesting to you, we got some monster games in college hoops. You've got Duke and Michigan State. You've got Purdue and Iowa State, both at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central Time. And then at night, Illinois and Tennessee. Anything on any of those games?
Yeah, I like Purdue at home. This feels like a game where they lock down Iowa State, and Iowa State shoots 28% from the field. The Cyclones have those games. It's a bad matchup for Iowa State because Purdue doesn't turn the ball over. And when Iowa State isn't getting in transition, they can struggle to score. And I think, initially I liked Illinois plus the points, but Tennessee lost at Syracuse. So now they're coming home after that loss. I think that's going to be a tough game for Illinois. Tennessee might beat them up in the paint, but I really like Purdue on Saturday.
All right, good stuff. Tom Casale at the Tom Casale over on X. Check him out over at Sportsline and CBS Sports Network. Thank you so much, Tom. Best of luck this weekend. Caroline Fenton on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Feels like every time I look up during a break, we got another coach hired in college football. Another coach is leaving in college football. The news has not stopped. And no, we're waiting on the conference championship games. And then we get that reveal one more time for the college football playoff. Welcome back. It is Bet Sweats Joe O. Sammy P here with you on a Wednesday morning, BetMGM Network. Now joining us, Caroline Fenton from Yahoo Sports. Check her out on Yahoo Sports Daily. I'm assuming no lack of content there, Caroline, on the show, just like us here.
I'm so tired. I am so overwhelmed in the best possible way. That is like 0% of me complaining and more so just like an effective drinking coaching news from a fire hose. And it comes from my own personal fandom. If it's hard to ignore the bright golden helmet behind me. So it's me being emotionally invested into my own team's coaching search. It's every time, like you said, I open my phone, every time I open up Twitter or ESPN.com, it's this coach is going there and Colin Klein is returning to Kansas State, and Kalani Sitake's going to stay at BYU, and who the hell's going to coach Penn State? I don't know. That's a great question. It is the best time of year. It really is. I live for this. We all do. We love the drama. But I'm also like, hey, we have football games this weekend. Let's not forget, like, football is still happening in college.
Is Lane going to just get every good player in that New Orleans, Louisiana region now? Is that what's going to happen going forward?
He better. That's the reason why he came to LSU, right? Or at least what he was telling us why he came to LSU was not just the pageantry and the pomp and the circumstance. It's not just 65,000 people in the stadium for the Egg Bowl, which was fewer than the capacity at Tiger Stadium when LSU was playing, a 4-5 Arkansas team that didn't have a head coach. It's not just all of that. It's also, I have to think, how easy it is to recruit at LSU. You are smack dab in the middle of the most talent-saturated area, not even state, but area in South Louisiana with Lafayette and Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Like, that is like shooting fish in a barrel. So many of those kids grow up wanting to play for LSU. It doesn't matter if LSU is terrible. It doesn't matter who's coaching LSU. Those kids grow up and want to go to LSU. No longer do you have to, work with Mississippi State or, in Florida when you're competing with Miami and Florida State, now South Florida, now that they've been on the national map. You don't really compete with anybody else in the state of Louisiana. So I have to think that's why he came there. So I think that locking down the state of Louisiana is and should be, not just for Lane Kiffin, but for anybody who's the head coach at LSU, is to lock down the state of Louisiana. And Lane's a great recruiter. He's been able to recruit a ton of talent to Ole Miss, but a lot of that talent came through the transfer portal. So how does Lane prioritize recruiting out of high school and keeping in-state talent in-state? That's a big question that I have.
Outside of all the drama, and there was a lot of it, and
there's
still more to come probably. Yeah. What I was most interested in, and I do take everything that Lane says with a huge grain of salt. He's a known liar. People have been talking about this for decades. You can go back to Al Davis when he was talking about it. But something that he was talking about at his press conference was, okay, all the offers, it's all the same. There's one thing that's different at LSU. And he wasn't kissing the ass of any president or anything about how great it is here. There's some of that, but it was about the money for the players. Oh, how far we've come. He was just straight up about that. The difference was LSU had more money for the best players out there than any other school that was talking to me. I found that to be fascinating that he would put it out there, even though we know this is the reality now. For him to put it out there at a press conference was fascinating.
It's a sign of the times. Just like a five-star quarterback flipping from Georgia to Vanderbilt. It is a different world that we're living in college sports. And it's true. The NIL money that's available to LSU was richer than it was at Ole Miss. And I think another thing that's important to point out as well is now that we're entering the clearinghouse era of NIL, you're going to have every NIL deal go through the clearinghouse and say, okay, check, yes, it's kosher. That is a true, legitimate, quid pro quo NIL deal. And of course you have, a rev share as well, but with the clearinghouse, LSU has such a strong social brand Look at Livy Dunn. Livy Dunn was a kind of middle of the road gymnast on that LSU team who is now a multi-millionaire because of the brand she was able to build at LSU. I look at Angel Reese. Both of them, they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They were the focus of an Amazon docuseries about NIL. You look at, like, if you watch a game on Sundays, you're going to watch not just any other old LSU player. Like, you're going to watch an LSU player that is a household name in the National Football League, whether it's Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Derek Stingley Jr. I mean, there is so much talent just in the NFL alone. And you look at the big, broad landscape of sports as a whole, it's hard to argue that there's a bigger social media brand that you can build upon than LSU has. And I think that's a big feather in LSU's cap that, frankly, there's not a knock on Ole Miss, but Ole Miss doesn't have that same kind of brand weight that, let's say, the Texases, the Alabamas, the LSU's have.
As for the games on Saturday, the two big ones we know, Big Ten, SEC. Ohio State's a 4.5-point favorite on Indiana. Georgia, 2.5-point favorite on Alabama. Where do you want to start?
We can start the SEC championship game. That's where I'll be this weekend, heading to Atlanta tomorrow afternoon. And I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115-13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first-round bye.
With Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports, the ACC praying that Virginia wins this game against Duke. Will they?
I think so. I mean, they are. I mean, the ACC is praying for their playoff lives. I look at the JMUs out there that are probably cheering for Duke louder than any other Duke fan ever has in their history. But I feel like Virginia has quietly been a really solid football team, really for the entirety of this season. I think, though, it is criminal that Miami is not in this game. I think it is such a clear and obvious flaw in the college football playoff system that we have a 4-loss Duke team that has a path to competing for a championship. That is such a disservice to the Vanderbilts of the world, to the Miamis of the world, to the Texases of the world that are on the outside looking in and probably don't have a path to breaking into that top 12. So I do think Virginia will be able to get it done. I really do. But this whole ACC championship game as a whole, frankly, just makes me so frustrated for the current system that we're in. In no world should Miami be left out of a conference championship game over a 4-loss Duke team.
5 losses. 7-5.
5 loss. Thank you.
Yeah.
5 now, yes.
I was giving them more credit than they deserved.
Yes.
I know. I was like,
crazy.
I want to kind of accentuate her point.
Yes.
5 loss Duke team.
It's ridiculous.
Crazy.
Most teams fire their head coaches when they go 7-5. Dukes go into
true.
the conference championship game.
So you brought up Miami. The pitchforks are out on both sides, Miami, Notre Dame. If you're on the committee and you have to pick one or the other, I have no idea what you're going to say, but I'm curious. Who do you take of the two?
Yeah, I mean, the committee has said that this is one of the most hotly Notre Dame, Alabama, and Notre Dame, Miami, one of the most hotly contested 2 teams in this college football playoff race. And I understand why. Notre Dame looks like the better team right now. Notre Dame has gotten better week over week. Miami's regressed a little bit. But Notre Dame was number 10 in the playoff rankings last night. Miami was number 12. And they're discussing and debating it a lot. If it's that close, wouldn't it be great if we had a head-to-head result to maybe like help us out a little bit here? Oh, wait, we do. We do have a head-to-head result. Miami beat Notre Dame point blank period. And yes, it was a long time ago. Yes, it was the beginning of the season. Yes, Notre Dame does look like a much improved and much better team than they did at the beginning of the season, but it still happened. Now, Miami, don't lose to Louisville at home. If you don't want your resume to be picked apart and put under a microscope, don't lose games that you have no business losing. But still, I think head-to-head should matter. I think scheduling these tough non-conference, Power 4 games should matter as well. But I think head-to-head should matter. And if it's that close, if the data points are so close and the resumes are so reminiscent of one another that we can debate it this much, then head-to-head has to be the tiebreaker.
I'm really concerned that a lot of schools are going to do what's already happening in the SEC, and I understand it. If I'm Texas, I'm not scheduling Ohio State again, so I'm out. Like, you could point to the losses
they're out
like
because
Florida.
they lost to Florida.
I know, but okay. What if they have 2 losses? Are they in
Yes.
the SEC? I think they're in.
I think they're in because they have that win over A&M, and that's a better win than any other team on the bubble has. But don't lose. They don't have 2 losses. We can play the what if game all day long, but they did lose to a Florida team that fired their coach. That's a bad loss. I don't think they're being penalized for losing to Ohio State, just like I don't think Notre Dame is being overly penalized for losing to Miami. In fact, I think that's actually a positive thing on Notre Dame's resume, is that they're getting incentivized for scheduling those difficult, non-conference, obviously every game is non-conference for Notre Dame, but those difficult Power 4 games. I think Texas is where they are in the rankings because they went on the road to Ohio State in a very narrow loss. I think they'd be much further down the line if they didn't have that, and let's say they were a 3-loss team with a win over, Butt Crack State University.
Butt Crack State, my favorite.
Yeah. G5 powerhouse.
Look, everybody wants more teams, 16 teams, 24 teams. If this was a 4-team playoff, it would be so easy to just pick the top 4 and move on. Like, I want less. I don't want more. And maybe that's a hot take, but I don't need 24 freaking teams in the playoff, Caroline.
I don't need it. And it is funny how every time we have a new iteration of the college football postseason, we yearn for what we used to have. When we had 4 teams, it was like, oh, the BCS was so good. Let's just make computers decide. And then now that we have 12 teams, we're like, well, we could really just use 4. And then inevitably, when the playoff expands to 16 and 24, and I don't know, why don't we just go ahead and expand to 68? We're all going to be looking back on the times when it really felt fair and right and justified. And everyone is going to feel wronged if they're on the outside looking in. I saw Diego Pavia pleading to Donald Trump, asking him to expand the playoff. Like, is that really where we are right now in college football? Like, if you're 14, you're going to feel wronged. In a 16-team playoff, if you're 18, you're going to feel wronged. But are all of these teams legitimate national championship contenders? Throw resume, throw deserving out the window. Are you good enough to compete for a national championship? Yes or no? Those are the teams that should be in the playoff.
But did Diego Pavia's mom do any begging to President Trump? Like, that's
how much pull does Theo Vaughn have?
I'm leaving.
The expansion of the playoff. That's the real question. Diego Pavia's mom might just be the unsung hero of college football. Who would have thought?
That's right. More
Who'd
drama.
thunk it?
So Joe froze and Sam left. So thanks for joining
What a
us,
show
Caroline.
this is.
Been great to have you, and good luck
appreciate
with
it.
Lane. And
Awesome. Thank you
go
so
Georgia,
much.
because I've got a Georgia future. So let's go Dogs.
Well, go Dogs for that. Enjoy the championship games this weekend. Appreciate it, as always.
Thanks, Caroline. All right, we'll be back with more bet sweats and lightning bets after this. This has been
Paul,
great.
we have 15 seconds. Can we just talk about how stupid this show is?
Oh, this is perfect, actually. Yeah. How many? 10? 9, 8.
Yeah.
All right, lightning bets next. I'm on the Lions tomorrow. How about you, Jake? Bye.
Lions always.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
That was a perfect way to end this segment. The one moment on this entire show of 3 hours, can't have internet fail. Internet fails right before we go to break, and it happens like the moment after you took your headphone off as we're about to go to break because it didn't matter. Crazy.
I was not.
I thought I handled that great.
I was not coming back. I thought about turning the corner and coming back, but I figured Paul and Jake would figure it out, and they did.
There you go. There you go.
Can I put that on my resume reel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that was your tryout.
Yeah. All right. Ooh,
Joe, my favorite part of Paul's toss, Jake says, Paul, we still have 15 seconds. And then Paul just starts 10, 9, 8.
Oh,
counting
Jesus.
down. Yes.
That's not good.
The best.
It's like the start of a podcast or everybody posts on social media now where I think it's like StreamYard. It starts at 30. I'm like, really? Can we get the countdown starting at 10 or 5 or something? We got to do it at 30. It looks like you're looking at a sky of stars. Stupid.
It's bad producing.
I start mine at 60, so I feel seen.
60-second countdown?
Well, here's why. You have to go live, and then you have to make sure all the streams are live. That's my excuse. When I go live on StreamYard, I have to make sure it's on this Twitter, that Twitter, YouTube Live. Got to make sure the ticker's working. Because if you had like more than one person on my show, it'd be different. But if you're doing everything, you need 60 seconds feels like 20. And then you're like, we're live, and like the ticker's not up, or you're not live on Twitter or whatever. Or
because you're
Chicken
producing
Dinner
and hosting.
spelled wrong. Yeah,
Yes.
producing, hosting, directing, booking, all that.
I will say, man, 6 minutes or how long are our breaks? I don't know if I've ever figured that out. But like 5-6 minutes compared to like what 2.5 in TV. Holy hell, it's a lifetime. It's amazing. Like you got to figure out so much stuff in 2 minutes when you're producing TV. Well, maybe I'll find out again. I don't know.
You have a lot more breaks though, right? Per hour?
No.
No. Yeah.
You have 3 breaks an hour? That's it?
No, there's more, but it might be 4 and the term break like at the end. So it's only like one more.
Well, I'm trying to think because we did that half-hour show on Nesson, and we'd come out
got 3.
at 5.
2 internals.
We'd break at like 08 or 09, and then break again at 20, and then be done at 27:50 or whatever.
30 or 50, yeah.
So that's 3 breaks in a half hour.
Yeah.
Well, the third break is the end of the show.
Right.
So like for an hour, probably 4 internals and the end.
So the breaks are it's probably the same amount of commercials. Just cut in half.
Can we follow up with a question here,
maybe.
Paul? Paul, how long have you been producing this show?
It's going to be 4 years and 7 months, not 5 years, I guess.
And you still don't know how long the breaks are.
They're in the rundown, Sam. And Gertch and Jake are all over it.
Like, wow, this is interesting. Yes. It just hit him after almost 5 years that these breaks are a lot longer than when he was in TV.
No, I'm saying I've appreciated it. You get so much more done. You get to step away.
Yeah.
You get to, I don't know, whatever.
Joe had to rescue
Ponder
a bird
life.
during one of the breaks.
Yeah, you can get a bird out of a filter. You can't do that when you got a 2-minute
all
break.
the time. Yes.
Make your dog puke up whatever he just ate. Clean
Bother
it up.
my wife.
And still get back.
She starts yelling at me because she's on a work call, and I start messing with her. Like, yeah, got to do that. Oh man, what do we want to talk about? Oh yeah, did you see our tweet from Slapjack in reaction to our college football playoff conversation that we both received?
No.
I'm at Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SP Shoot. Guys, love the show, but we have to stop with the ND bull blank. To say Notre Dame is a better team is wrong. They lost to Miami. It doesn't matter what the bleeping projected number would be now. Maybe it's Chris Felica. It's his burner.
Could be. Okay, so if Miami is better than Notre Dame, why does every poll have Notre Dame ahead of Miami?
Yes.
Every single poll. AP, Coach, CFP, Vegas odds makers say Notre Dame is better. I got Matoy Pearson's numbers right here. He's got Notre Dame 4 points better than Miami. Like, just because it happened one time doesn't mean it's the grand equalizer of all things. It's not.
Okay, so what if that game happened last week? Is it a different
Miami's
conversation?
in. Yes, 100%.
Yes.
That's a freshman quarterback making his first ever start on the road, and they almost won. And we bet Miami in the game. Like, that's the craziest part. Like, if anybody has a right to be selfish or biased on this stupid argument, it's me. Because I will financially gain from Miami making the playoff. I will make $2,000. And I'm sitting here saying Notre Dame is better. Notre Dame should be in.
Wouldn't you also financially gain with Texas?
Yes.
Too? And you're not making that argument. Like, there are people making that argument, but you understand the reality of the situation. I do disagree with Caroline on that. I'm like, if I'm Texas, I'm not scheduling Ohio State again. Like, in their mind, they got screwed, and they have the resume as far as the quality of wins, and they got hurt for scheduling Ohio State when they didn't have to go out and schedule Ohio State. They can do what Alabama does. They can do what Ole Miss does with the penultimate game of the season, just some garbage team where they don't even put the point spread on the board. That's a lot of SEC games. A couple weeks ago, nothing was on the board because of their opponent. Was it Ole Miss? They played Eastern Illinois. Like, that's what you're going to see more of. That's the reality. Oh, 3 losses, you're out. Well, why schedule tough teams? And so that's something else that the committee is trying to balance. I understand where you're coming from, Slapjack, but it is not that simple. We have more information now. Why wouldn't you use the more information instead of deciding everything like it was decided 10, 15 years ago? That's insane to me, especially when the game happened in August, when Notre Dame had a bad defense, when they didn't know about this quarterback. So there you have it. Have you had crumble cookie?
Very good. I love a crumble.
So are they in every city?
Definitely the big cities.
Yeah. So I asked that question, obviously, because crumble cookie played a major factor in what's happening with BYU and Penn State swinging and missing once again. 24 hours ago, we were sitting here like, who's going to be the Penn State coach? I don't know. I guess it's going to be Satake, but that was coming to Clearview last night, and it came out that, nope, he's staying at BYU. A couple of the biggest boosters, including the owner of Crumble Cookie, got involved to up the ante. So Satake's staying with BYU. It doesn't matter what happens in this weekend's game, whether they're in the playoff or not. He is staying, and Penn State misses out again. What the hell are they going to do? I'm hearing people talk about Daboll. I'm hearing people talk about Mike Tomlin, that if the Steelers actually fire Tomlin, look at what Tomlin could maybe do in college football, and he could go to Penn State, make that transition. I don't know what they're going to do, man. You went over the list earlier. It's a lengthy one of the names that have been talked about for Penn State, and they said, not interested. I've got a better opportunity.
So Crumble has been in the news multiple times in the last 48 hours. There were people from BYU sending crumble cookies to Penn State's athletic director, which is very funny. And then Jake told us that James Franklin was bringing crumble cookies to Virginia Tech. So it's a great week to be a crumble cookie investor, huh?
Man. Yeah, and I was actually there maybe a week ago with my daughter, and what they charge, I see why the guy's a multi-billionaire that has the money. But they are delicious. It's awesome. Of course, my wife has a rewards number there. I'm like, yeah, of course we do. But what a business. What a smart way to go about things. Damn. I just need to come up with a business like that. That's it. Now they have... Somebody sent me a picture of this yesterday. I've talked about the gas and washes in my area. They're like everywhere. Now they have taco trucks inside the gas and washes. I'm like, why didn't I come up with that idea? Always missing out.
Because that's what you need at the car wash. Tacos. After you get your car cleaned, let's eat tacos and spill them out all over the car.
They got everything. Some of them have fried chicken places in there. The ones by me have Beggar's Pizza, like in a hot oven that they're selling in there. They've got a hot dog station with the Vienna beef hot dogs for like $1. It's like the Costco price for like $1.50 or $2. It's wild, man. You go to the gas station. Oh, and by me, the slots. The old people in the slots area all day. They sit there all day on those slot machines. They must be making a killing, man. They have everything at the gas station now.
Maybe we should work there.
Might be. You think I haven't been thinking the wheels are turning? Like, I don't know what's next. I might be at the gas station. Damn it. All right, what
if I go to a taco truck and Joe O is in the back cooking up meat for tacos, I'm walking away.
Walking away?
Jake.
You're not going to buy?
No.
Jake, there's your weight loss plan. There it is. That's how you get food.
Food poisoning from Joe O's taco truck?
Yes.
You wouldn't trust me?
I'd invest.
It's not a you thing, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not. Do you honestly? I've thought about this a lot. Like every time I go shopping, like I was in the grocery store, I'm like, wait a second, am I going to be stocking shelves in a couple months? Am I going to be like that guy? And I saw a guy yesterday. He was so frustrated.
Joe O at a Trader Joe's. Has to be nice to everybody.
Trader Joe.
The Hawaiian
Trader
shirt.
Joe.
Kill me. No. Yeah, and it's my name. Like, yeah. There's a cookie Joe O, too. It's a cereal. It's like their Cheerios, Joe O's. They have there. No, I can't deal with any of that. But yeah, no. I was watching a guy yesterday. He was all frustrated, putting up like the sea salt, and he couldn't find it. I'm like, oh my God, that's going to be me in a couple months. Anyways, did you have a bet, Sam? Sorry.
Yeah, let me give you one lightning bet, because that's what you're here for. Eagles to win, Georgia to win this weekend, plus 185.
Good stuff. Can you tell it's near the end? Who cares?
Go Birds.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, off we go. You beautiful people, welcome in. You Better You Bet is live right here on the BetMGM Network. I am Rob Brown, and for Nick and Femi, Nick will be with you here in an hour, so you only have to tolerate me for 60 minutes. You're welcome, or I'm sorry, whichever is more appropriate. It's great to be with you. Hope you are enjoying whatever day of the week this happens to be. We've got a lot to get to. We've got a couple of news stories out of the NBA, including one that my dog Bill just dropped into the chat. According to Shams, we just got a Shams wow. That's what I call them. We had the Woj bomb. Now we have the Shams wow. Because you don't want to gimmick infringement here, even if it's totally gimmick infringement. Whatever. The point is, just moments ago, Giannis Antetokounmpo and his agent have apparently started conversations with the Milwaukee Bucks about the two-time NBA MVP's future and discussing whether his best fit is staying in Milwaukee or moving on elsewhere. According to ESPN, a resolution is expected in the coming weeks. Listen, we're going to talk a metric butt load, which is a legitimate unit of measurement. It turns out butt load is how you measure wine, and it's also just a funny way to describe other things. We're going to talk a metric butt load about college football today on the show. But as this was dumped on my lap, quite literally after we had already started the show and I had begun my incessant yelling into this microphone, Milwaukee with the all-time fumble, right? Like I acknowledge that I am biased. I am almost, and let me bold that and italicize it and capitalize it and underline it, almost always in the camp of player empowerment. Almost always, Rob Brown is going to take the side of the player when we have a player v team dispute. And when it comes to the Giannis Antetokounmpo situation developing quite literally as we speak, I'm going to do that again. What a fumble by Milwaukee. You were, for a brief moment there, you were the team that gave fans of small market teams like myself, I am ashamed to acknowledge I am, and remain a fan of the New Orleans Pelicans. It is not a choice that I was made. It is not a choice anyone has ever just made. It's just something that happens to you. It's like a chronic disease. Nobody elects to be a fan of the Pelicans. You just wake up one day and you get told by someone, it is with great sadness that I must inform you that you're now a fan of the New Orleans Pelicans. The Bucks for a very long time gave me hope that a small market team could succeed in the NBA. And I know that there are a million of you super duper smart guys out there that are getting ready to hammer away on your keyboard at me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show, hashtag shameless self-promotion never stops. You are about to start pounding the keyboard. If you couldn't hear me, I regret that I actually hammered my keyboard. I don't know why I felt the need to do that on the radio, but here we are. Hammer out all of your conspiracy theories, all of your reasons, and I air quote that so hard I pulled a finger muscle. That, no, Rob, that's just all you small market team fans with your self-persecution complex. Small market teams can absolutely thrive. Yeah. Like as a one-off. Like every now and then as a one-off. See, because not only do you have to grab a player when you get a draft pick, and then you have to develop that player when you have a draft pick, and that player has to work out. Because as a New Orleans Pelicans fan, when I got the push notification last night that Big Z Zion Williamson is once again going to miss extended time with an injury, because that's, I guess, what Zion is now. Is it, quick aside, for my own entertainment and nobody else's, as I'm sure my guys Bill and Tyler and Jake in the background are going to be like, Rob Brown, stop doing this to us. Is Zion Williamson the biggest bust of all time? Zion was supposed to be the savior of New Orleans Pelicans basketball, and instead, the only thing he is the savior of is the Ochsner Medical Facilities, who I have to assume have made like half of Zion's contract in medical bills taking care of him. That's a discussion for another day on another show, I'm sure. The Bucks did that, all of those things with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and they had their guy, who was not just the savior of Bucks basketball, he was maybe the savior of small market hoops. And for whatever reason, the Bucks just decided at some point, hey, what if we didn't build around this guy and give him everything that he wanted, even after he took us to an NBA Finals? What if we didn't do any of that? I am going to submit, and I know that this is a conversation that took place to ridiculous extent earlier this year. The failure to build around Giannis Antetokounmpo, to keep him happy, to keep him satisfied in Milwaukee. Now, I will say this, in fairness, I've never been to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I've never been. I was about to say I've never been and I'd love to go. I'll be real. I don't know if I'd love to go. I know one thing and one thing alone about Milwaukee, and that it's that they make a bunch of beer there. Like, that's it. And don't get me wrong, big beer guy over here, all right? There's a solid chance I'll be cracking a pop top within minutes of this show ending, because outside of the show, I'm unemployed. So I can drink in the daytime, judge me, okay? Here's the other thing that I know. I know that if a city or a region is only known or bases a huge part of their identity on one alcoholic beverage, you better be cautious, because the psychopaths in Chicago have been trying for years to convince me that Malort is actually good. I hear you, Jay Kassan. You couldn't be more wrong. Malort is disgusting. It's gross. It's a war crime. The next time that we rewrite the Geneva Convention, I expressly request that we put Malort into the Geneva Convention as like a crime against humanity. The stuff's awful. So the point is, I don't know if the beer in Milwaukee is as good as they claim it is. I know my grandfather, Bob Brown Sr., who was an ex-Gruff Marine who fought in the Korean War, I know he drank Milwaukee's Best, and I'm very simply going to say, Milwaukee, if Milwaukee's Best is your best, I need you all to do better. And I'm going to say the same thing about the Milwaukee Bucks. You should have done better. You should have done better. Just like with your beer, where you promoted the Beast, Milwaukee's Best, as your best. I believe in you, Milwaukee. You can do better. All right? Just like I believe in you, Chicago. Get rid of the Malort. Stop pretending it's a thing, and you can make something better. I believe in you, Milwaukee. Get rid of Milwaukee's Best and old Milwaukee, and do something that's better and call that your best. The Milwaukee Bucks, I'm asking you to do it better. In what world do you have Giannis Antetokounmpo, a guy who for the past handful of years has annually been included in the who's the best basketball player on the planet discussion, and you have created a world where Giannis Antetokounmpo doesn't want to be there anymore? Now, let's acknowledge, perhaps, perchance, per maybe, there's a reality where Giannis Antetokounmpo said, I can make more money in New York. I can make more money in Los Angeles. I can make more money in Chicago. Maybe that's true. I don't know. What I do know is he's never said that or anything close to it, at least that I am aware of. Maybe he let one slip somewhere. I don't know. It never came across my desk. But it didn't seem like Giannis was I want to make more money in New York guy or LA guy or Chicago guy. It always seemed like Giannis was a dude that's like, I just want to win championships wherever I go. I want to win championships, and I want to be funny in press conferences. And you had that, Milwaukee, and you fumbled. And I'm going to say, if down the line it comes out that Giannis Antetokounmpo leaves Milwaukee because Milwaukee did a bleep poor job of building around him, and that's why he decides to go. I am going to say that fumble is on par with the fumble of Luka Doncic in Dallas. I'm sincere about that. If Giannis Antetokounmpo decides to bail from Milwaukee, and the reason given is because Giannis Antetokounmpo said, the Bucks don't seem to be building around me, building a team around me when I'm at the pinnacle of basketballing, I will consider that a failure that is on par with the trade of Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers in return for Anthony Davis. That's where I will put that as a failure of institution. That's atrocious, Milwaukee. I'm sorry. That's on you. And Milwaukee fans, you ought be insulted by that. You ought be angry about this. If he ends up leaving, you ought be pissed about that. I genuinely believe that. You know what? We were going to, and we're still going to, I was going to react to last night's college football playoff rankings, and we will do that. Let me tell you what we got on tap for the show. In the next segment now, because we have now more breaking news coming from the boys in the background, and I'll get to that in a minute. But we're going to react in the next segment to our college football playoff rankings. And more importantly, we're going to play my favorite game. I've told you before, Rob Brown's a fan of professional wrestling. And one of the things that professional wrestling fans love to do, we love to fantasy book. We like to fantasy book. We like to say, well, what if X and then Y leads to Z and then A? Does that mean B or then C? And we have our fun with that. We're going to fantasy book what happens based on conference championship weekend upcoming in the college football playoff rankings, because there are some very interesting possibilities out there, and we'll get to that. We will also talk about the college football head coaching carousel because, hey, speaking of the Milwaukee Bucks, good Lord, Penn State, could you have punched yourself in your own groin even harder, Nittany Lions? My old man used to tell me, if you're going to quit a job, make sure you have another job lined up before you quit the job. Penn State didn't get that memo. Bob Brown Jr. didn't write that email to the Penn State Nittany Lion Athletic Department. We're going to talk about that in a moment. We'll also get a little bit of NBA in here because Chris Paul acknowledged on social media yesterday he has been sent home by the Clippers on a road trip. They were just like, all right, that's enough CP3. Why don't you take it on back to the house, brother? And apparently the Clippers are going to just outright release him from the team. And I have to tell you, I'm about as upset with the LA Clippers as I am with the Milwaukee Bucks. And we'll get to that a little bit later on because Rob Brown, big CP3 guy. And I'm a little offended by that. Now, before we get to that, let's see. Oh, Tyler is pointing out to me now, the Knicks have emerged as the only team that Giannis Antetokounmpo expressed an interest in over the summer. I like that. I like that for the Knicks. I do. I will say once again, as somebody who annually has to deal every time the New Orleans Pelicans have ever had a good player, have always had to deal with, usually it's in the offseason, although it's been creeping up, the big NBA talking heads on TV getting on every day and saying, hey, New Orleans isn't allowed to have nice things. New Orleans isn't allowed to have good players. So we're going to start actively campaigning on national television outlets that every player who is worth a bleep in New Orleans must be sent to LA or New York in return for a bag of potato chips and like a can of Coke, but just like the little one. You don't even get the full, you just get the little 6 ounce, half a can of Coke and a bag of chips for any good player in New Orleans. I get tired of it. And I feel for you Bucks fans, but it kind of feels like this one's on your administration to some degree. We'll find out if that plays out. Adam Schefter puts out just moments ago that Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh has said that quarterback Justin Herbert underwent surgery on a broken bone in his left hand on Monday, will not practice today. Now, he may be on the field for a walkthrough. The Chargers are not yet ready to say whether Justin Herbert will be available when the Chargers take on the Eagles coming up on Monday Night Football next. And that is a massive game for the LA Chargers. That is a massive game after the Broncos went screaming to the top of that division now at 10-2. The Chargers are only 2 games back. But they've got to get by the Eagles. Here's the thing. The Eagles at 8-4, they're get buyable. They can be beat by the Chargers, in my opinion. Good, solid run game stuff to run. You can beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know if that's the case without Justin Herbert. So if Herbert's unable to go on Monday, that could be an NFL influencing injury. We'll see if we get any breaking news during the rest of the show. When we come back here in just mere moments from now, we will take a look at the college football playoff rankings released last night. We'll run through some potential hypotheticals. We'll make fun of Penn State because they're asking for it. I'm sorry, Nittany Lions. I don't know what to tell you. It's happening. Sit back and relax. I am Rob Brown, in for Nick and Femi. You can follow me on Twitter at The Rob Brown Show. You can follow me through this break. We'll talk college football on the other side. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm not going to run out and bet this because I don't know that he ends up winning the award, but it's hard to argue against right now. The Patriots are a 2-loss football team. You look at the numbers, man. He's pushing the ball down the field. It's not like, I mean, I like Stephon Diggs, but he's 31, 32 years old. They don't really have a wide receiver number one. It's like Booty and those guys, a bunch of tight ends. Man, I mean, they play the easiest remaining schedule. If they finish with 14 wins, you know what? Yeah, I'll follow this. I just talked myself into this. Drake May's probably going to be the MVP because I don't think New England's going to get tripped up many more times. He's pushing the ball downfield. The numbers are great. Everybody loves this Pats team. I think he's got a legit shot.
He's got a legit shot, but I'm going to fade it. I don't think he's going to win it. I still think it's going to be Matthew Stafford's. He is going to be kind of the heartfelt favorite there at 37 years young. His numbers are better. May have a few more pass yards, but the touchdown interception split is very decisive. As Drake May is 23-6 in that category. Matthew Stafford 32-4 TD interception ratio. And again, you look at some of the matchups remaining for both these guys. May, yeah, he's got a couple of softballs, not Buffalo after the bye week, but he on the road against Baltimore, number 21 in pass EPA defense. The Jets on the road, number 27 in pass EPA defense. Miami, number 29 in pass EPA defense. That one played at Foxborough. Stafford, meanwhile, has Arizona not once but twice at number 19 in pass EPA defense. Detroit at number 20 in pass EPA defense, but much worse here last 5 weeks. At Seattle, very tough matchup. At Atlanta, not a tough matchup. I still think Stafford wins this thing in the end because I think, honestly, the numbers will be a little bit better. But we thought it was a slam dunk for Stafford like 2 weeks ago. And again, that trip up against Carolina has changed things and swung the momentum clearly to the side of Drake May.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
You Better You Bet live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Nick and Femi, but relax, it's only for like 39 more minutes, and then I hand it over to a couple of A-class legends to carry you through the back 3 hours. I am, however, glad to be here, especially on a Wednesday, because Wednesdays are the day after the college football playoff rankings are revealed. And Wednesdays are the day where we all get to yell and scream and hoot and holler and rant and rave about things that we hate and ignore the things that make us happy and that we enjoy. Because why would we do that when we can be mad online? So let's get mad online. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ohio State Buckeyes maintain their number 1 spot to no one's surprise. The Indiana Hoosiers remain in the number 2 spot to no one's surprise. After that, just about everybody got shifted around. Georgia jumps up a spot to number 3 now in the top 4. Guess who else is? The Texas Tech Red Raiders, currently in a spot where they were going to bye. Oregon and Ole Miss move up a spot. Oh, my Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin leaves. The divorce is ugly. I have described it as a bro opera. You know, it's like a soap opera, but for bros. And for the record, everybody can be a bro. Anybody who is sitting down listening to college football talk, you're a bro. All right? So, Ole Miss jumps up to number 6. Number 7, Texas A&M down 4 spots after their loss to the Texas Longhorns, who I told you last week on the show were very game for an upset, by the way. Oklahoma will stay put at number 8, 1 spot ahead of Alabama, who jumps Notre Dame. And that puts Notre Dame, ladies and gentlemen, in the 10 spot. Why is that important? Because, remember, 11 and 12 must be saved if it is necessary to get the 2 remaining 5 conference champions in. Right now, the Big 12 has both Texas Tech and BYU in the mix. That means both of those teams are in a playoff spot. And thus we reach our first query, our first question of the day. If BYU was to lose to Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, which of course takes place on championship Saturday, this Saturday, that game is one of the 2 that take at noon p.m. We will have the SEC championship game between Georgia and Alabama at 4. Indiana, Ohio State in the Big 10 championship game at 8. Duke versus Virginia in Charlotte, North Carolina for the ACC title at 8 on ABC. And we got to get into that one too, because consequences. If the Duke Blue Devils lose that game, there's a very good chance the ACC is left out entirely, unless Miami moves up a spot. Now, that's not a guarantee, my dudes and my dudettes. The reason being, last year you will recall that the College Football Playoff Selection Committee made a statement about conference championship weekend. The statement that was made was, we will not punish teams who play in and lose their conference championship games by dropping them behind a team that did not participate in the conference championship game. So you will be rewarded for winning a conference championship game. Likely to say if Alabama beats Georgia, they will jump relatively high up in the rankings. If Georgia loses to Alabama, the question mark is, how far back do they fall? Do they go down to number 5? Do they make room for Alabama at number 4? Does Georgia go down to 6, 7, 8, and Alabama goes up to 4 and gets a bye by being SEC champion? I don't know. But where I find the discussion to be very interesting is, what do we do at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? We've got Oklahoma at 8, Alabama at 9. Notre Dame is at 10. Of course, as you all know, Notre Dame will not participate in conference championship weekend, as they are not in a conference to have a championship. BYU will play for their conference championship game in the Big 12. Miami at number 12 will not participate in the ACC championship game. Texas at number 13 will not compete in the SEC championship game. Vanderbilt at 14, same story. Utah at 15, same story. So the question then becomes, number one, what if BYU wins that game? And two, what if BYU loses that game? If BYU loses to Texas Tech, and obviously these conversations have a gazillion layers of nuance to them. What if BYU loses a field goal game? What if they lose by 40, right? But if they lose to Texas Tech, can you drop them behind Miami when they played in a conference championship game? You will recall last year that they said, the committee did, that playing in your conference championship game and losing it will not get you punished to the detriment of falling behind a team that does not play on conference championship weekend at all. So could we drop BYU behind Miami? I'm going to submit a few conspiracy theories here, people. Let me start with this one. Unless BYU loses by 50, I don't think that they will dump them behind Miami. Now, I personally believe that Miami is a better football team than BYU. I think BYU is a good team. I think Miami's a better football team than BYU. I don't think that BYU will drop behind Miami, not because I think Miami is or is not a better football team. I think they won't drop BYU even if they lose behind Miami, because if they do, Miami moves up to number 11. Who's sitting there at number 10? Notre Dame, who also will not play in a conference championship this weekend. If Notre Dame is at 10 and Miami is 11, those would be two teams with a 10-2 record for whomst there is an argument about strength of schedule either direction. Notre Dame has more quality losses than Miami. Miami, in my opinion, has more quality wins than Notre Dame. And so if that is the case, and their schedules are relatively even, if Miami's quality wins outweigh Notre Dame's quality losses, or if the bad losses for Miami match up with the good wins of Notre Dame, however you want to phrase that, then we have to ask the question, as we did when I visited with you all last week on this very same radio program at this very same time. Why would Miami, who beat Notre Dame, not jump Notre Dame? They played and they won. Oh, it was back in week 1, Rob. I don't care. Are you telling me that results on the field only matter if they are chronologically recent? Are you telling me results on the field only matter if they happened in the last 2 or 3 weeks? Is that not antithetical to everything that we have said we care about in the landscape of college football? Because if Notre Dame stays ahead of the University of Miami, and you're good with that, okay? And I'm not saying you're wrong for being okay with that. If that's your opinion, that's your opinion. But I will need a favor from you. Nay, I shall make a demand of thee. Here is my demand. If you are good with Notre Dame and Miami being next to each other and Notre Dame being ranked ahead of Miami, then I need you to look me in these beautiful brown eyes of mine, metaphorically speaking. Don't show up at my house. That's creepy. I need you to look at these beautiful brown eyes, and I need you to say that, Rob Brown, my opinion of what these football teams are is more important than the on-field results of a game. Because if you're good with Notre Dame being ahead of Miami, that's true. You cannot say, I'm good with Notre Dame being ahead of Miami, but also on-the-field results are the most important thing. If on-the-field results are the most important thing, Notre Dame has to go behind Miami. They lost to that football team on the football field. I don't care if it was at week 1. I don't care if it was in week 15. I don't care if it was in Miami, Florida, or South Bend, Indiana. I don't care if they played it on the friggin' moon. Miami beat Notre Dame. And so if you are good, if Miami was to jump BYU, with Miami being behind Notre Dame despite beating them, you have to say out loud to me, metaphorically or otherwise, Rob Brown, there is at least one situation where I care more about my subjective opinion than I do about an on-the-field result. And college football fans for years have been screaming that what happens on the field should always be more important than what happened off of it. Listen, if Notre Dame was 5 and Miami was 22 and there were 2 losses worth the difference, cool, fine, whatever. You obviously can't flip that. I'm not a jackass. I'm aware. But, man, if they're both 10-2 and they're both right next to each other in the rankings, and you put Notre Dame ahead of Miami, you have to acknowledge there is at least one situation where you care more about your opinion than the results of 2 football teams playing a football game on a football field in a football stadium. Own that. Have the rocks to own that and then argue from there. If you will own that, we can at least have a conversation. But if you're not willing to own that, I can't have a conversation. Now, that brings me to a second point of mine. Remember, that only gets set up if BYU loses to Texas Tech and Miami without playing in the ACC championship game was to jump them. I think that is not what happens. I think if BYU loses, BYU at 11-2 would stay ahead of 10-2 Miami. And I do not think that is because the committee is going to say, well, you know, we don't want to punish a team who played in a conference championship game. We don't want to punish a team worse than we reward a team who did not play in theirs. I think the reason the committee would do that, and that reason works, but I think the committee would do that to avoid exactly the conversation that we are having right now. Because if the committee had Notre Dame and Miami next to each other and rate Miami behind Notre Dame, then they would have to pull a reason out of their rectum about exactly why the head-to-head matchup between Notre Dame and Miami matters less than their subjective opinion about what these teams are. Daddy ain't a dummy. I am aware that subjective opinion is what is going to make up a huge quantity of why teams are ranked where. I'm not dumb. I am saying that subjective opinion should always come second place behind what happened on the field if 2 teams played each other. I'm not talking about the round robin. I'm not talking about the transitive property of football where A played B and B played C and A beat B and B beat C, therefore A beat C. That's not how it works. I'm aware of that. I'm talking about direct head-to-head, A plays B, and now A and B are ranked 1-2. Where are we putting them? The committee's not going to want to acknowledge that. They are not going to want to say, heads up doesn't matter. So I think that this is in play, and I think it's important that it's in play. I also think it can be, I think the argument can be made that BYU would be 11-2. They would have one more win and the same amount of losses as Miami, and you can make the argument that, courtesy of the Atlantic Coast Conference cannibalizing itself, that's what SEC fans have said for years, it could be the argument could be made that BYU just deserves to be ahead of Miami because they won 11 games or lost or only lost 2 games like Miami did. That is a result, my dear friends, of the ACC potentially having 0 teams go. Because I would like to point out, the Duke Blue Devils are 7-5. They are unranked in the landscape of college football. They don't even get a vote in the AP poll. If they beat Virginia, and I am not projecting them to do so, but if Duke beats Virginia, if Manny Diaz pulls a rabbit out of the hat, and the Blue Devils knock off the Cavaliers led by Tony Elliott this weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina, Duke will not be the 5th highest or 4th highest ranked conference champion. They would be 6th, which means that there is not an auto bid for the ACC into the tournament. Now, the ACC's got to figure some bleep out and do it quick because we can't live in a world. Well, I can. The ACC can't live in a world where the ACC is not included in the 12-team playoff, and there's a very good chance that they are. If the ACC had, as the SEC does, as the Big Ten does, hell, as the Big 12 does, if they had 2 or 3 teams that were hovering around playoff eligibility, maybe this isn't a discussion. Maybe Miami can go, look at the conference we play in. We deserve to go ahead of BYU. We deserve to go ahead of BYU. We deserve to be ahead of Notre Dame. But they don't have that because the ACC has literally 2 teams in play for a playoff. Virginia, if and only if they win the ACC title game, and Miami, if and only if they get some help to squeeze into those spots. If Virginia loses to Duke, Duke can't go. Miami could get left out. And I do think that the weakness of the ACC, in a year where I genuinely believed that the ACC was going to be a better conference, boy, howdy, was I wrong. In a year where the ACC, what's the scientific word? Sucks at football this year. Good job, Clemson. Good job, Florida State. Miami might get left out because the strength of the conference is down, and it would give the committee an out. It is amazing to me how over the years, the committee has always just coincidentally and very comfortably, they've always had an excuse for what they want to happen, or at least what we think they want to happen. And they might get that again with Miami because the ACC stank at football this year. When we come back, one more thing I want to address, and that is Ole Miss. Why would they be in without their head coach? I know the reason, and I'll tell you what it is. We'll react to Penn State. We'll get some conference championship thoughts in here and more. I'm Rob Brown in for Nick and Femi. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm not going to run out and bet this because I don't know that he ends up winning the award, but it's hard to argue against right now. The Patriots are a 2-loss football team. You look at the numbers, man. He's pushing the ball down the field. It's not like, I like Stephon Diggs, but he's 31, 32 years old. They don't really have a wide receiver number one. It's like Booty and those guys, a bunch of tight ends. Man, they play the easiest remaining schedule. If they finish with 14 wins, you know what? Yeah, I'll follow this. I just talked myself into this. Drake May's probably going to be the MVP because I don't think New England's going to get tripped up many more times. He's pushing the ball downfield. The numbers are great. Everybody loves this Pats team. I think he's got a legit shot.
He's got a legit shot, but I'm going to fade it. I don't think he's going to win it. I still think it's going to be Matthew Stafford's. He is going to be kind of the heartfelt favorite there at 37 years young. His numbers are better. May have a few more pass yards, but the touchdown interception split is very decisive. As Drake May is 23-6 in that category. Matthew Stafford 32-4 TD interception ratio. And again, you look at some of the matchups remaining for both these guys. May, he's got a couple of softballs, not Buffalo after the bye week, but he on the road against Baltimore, number 21 in pass EPA defense. The Jets on the road, number 27 in pass EPA defense. Miami, number 29 in pass EPA defense. That one played at Foxborough. Stafford, meanwhile, has Arizona not once but twice at number 19 in pass EPA defense. Detroit at number 20 in pass EPA defense, but much worse here last 5 weeks. At Seattle, very tough matchup. At Atlanta, not a tough matchup. I still think Stafford wins this thing in the end because I think, honestly, the numbers will be a little bit better. But we thought it was a slam dunk for Stafford like 2 weeks ago. And again, that trip up against Carolina has changed things and swung the momentum clearly to the side of Drake May.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Rob Brown in for Nick and Femi here on You Better You Bet, the BetMGM Network. College football fans, allow me to make your lives so very much easier. Allow me to help you, because it doesn't seem to matter how often I go out drinking with the fellas, which is both way too much and simultaneously not enough at the same time. A discussion always seems to come up. Why, oh me, oh my, would X do Y? Why would this group, entity, school, coach, player, whatever, committee, wink, why would they make this decision? I'm going to make your life easier. If you ever have that question, I want you to ask yourself, what's the most profitable decision that could be made? Because if you look at it through the lens of what decision is going to get us the most money, you're going to find that those decisions become a hell of a lot less confusing when it is time to make them. Here's what I mean. Lane Kiffin has departed Oxford, Mississippi, headed to Baton Rouge. He leaves the Ole Miss Rebels and does not just stay in conference, my dear friends. No. He heads to a rival, all right? I know that Ole Miss LSU is not considered one of the great rivalries in college football. Why would it be? LSU has been beating Ole Miss like a drum for the better part of 3 decades now. But I will tell you, as somebody from Southeast Louisiana, as somebody who grew up in and around New Orleans, Louisiana, as somebody whose family, at least the ones that were smart enough to be eligible to go to college, all went to LSU. In fact, your boy was supposed to go to LSU, but I lived in Florida when I graduated high school, and the in-state versus out-of-state tuition made that decision for me. I grew up around LSU football, and what I can tell you is this: as a wee lad, knee-high to a grasshopper, as we say down in the South, there are pictures somewhere floating around in a relative's photo book, I'm sure, of a young Rob Brown clad in a purple shirt that in gold writing said, "Go to hell, Ole Miss." It is a rivalry that spans back through the generations, but if you talk to an old LSU fan or you talk to an old Ole Miss fan, which you will be taught with great speed, is that those two schools don't like each other. Not one bit. So Lane leaves Ole Miss. He heads to LSU. And there was this conversation that was floating around since the announcement that Lane Kiffin was leaving Ole Miss to go to LSU. After Ole Miss goes 11-1, after Ole Miss was like 1 or 2 plays away from playing for an SEC championship game, Lane Kiffin leaves, and I heard a discussion betwixt the fellers in my life. Ole Miss is going to get dropped out, aren't they? They're going to drop them out. To which I said, no, there's no chance Ole Miss is getting dropped out. And it has nothing to do with football. You can make the argument. How in the hell is Ole Miss going to be the same team without Lane Kiffin? The answer is they're not. They're not, especially when at least some number of football players are going to go with him. They're just not going to be the same team. But that's not why Ole Miss is going to stay in a playoff ranking. Ole Miss is going to stay in a playoff ranking for one reason and one reason alone. Drama. Let's keep it a buck here, people. You may have never in your life, or at least maybe since like Eli Manning was there, you may not have talked about Ole Miss football not one single solitary time. And if you're not a fan of the SEC, you probably haven't. You have talked more about Ole Miss in the past 14 weeks than in the previous 14 years, if we're being honest. And if Ole Miss goes to the playoffs, spoiler alert, they will. If they go to the playoffs, I need you to answer this. What's a more compelling story than Ole Miss trying to win a national championship after their head coach et tu bruted them and stabbed him in the back? There's not one. There's not a more compelling story. Ohio State trying to go back-to-back is not as compelling as Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin. Indiana, with their first ever 12-0 season, looking for a Big Ten championship, is not as compelling, at least in my world, as Ole Miss trying to navigate the waters without Lane Kiffin. Texas Tech, and the $50 gazillion in NIL money buying a roster to try to win a title is not as compelling as Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin, in my opinion. The playoff selection committee has one goal and one goal alone, and that is to make the college football playoffs as compelling as possible. I know that the argument for years has been, well, our job is to get the 4 or the 12 or the soon 16 best teams in the playoffs. It's not. It's not. Their job is to get the 12 most profitable teams in the playoffs. What teams are going to give us the most money in return? The answer is Ole Miss, people, because let's keep it a buck with each other, shall we? When the Ole Miss Running Rebels get into the college football playoff, whether it's at number 5, 6, 7, 8, doesn't matter, and they play that first round college football playoff game, we're all watching. We are all tuning in to see what they do sans Lane Kiffin. We're all tuning in to watch that game. And that's the goal. Somebody said to me, nary but 24 hours ago, a dear friend of mine, as I told you, I grew up in Florida. I did attend Florida State University. A dear friend of mine who is a Florida State fan who is still salty, and just for clarity's sake, me too, still salty about 2023, where the Seminoles of Florida State went 13-0, won the Atlantic Coast Conference, and then got left out of the 14 playoff to put in the University of Alabama, who, I did the math, did not win the SEC that year. You know why Alabama went in? Ladies and gentlemen, it is for one reason and one reason alone. Alabama had marketing power, had brand power. Florida State did not. That's all it was. The committee wanted a way to get Alabama in. And they were handed their way to get Florida State out and Alabama in, and that was the injury to Jordan Travis. That's it. They used it. This is why I don't trust the committee as far as I can throw them. I'm sure they're all lovely people, but they are always, always, always looking for a way to do what they want to do to make the most money, and will take any excuse that they have to make that happen. That's just how it works. This is why I do not think, even if they lose the Big 12 championship game, BYU will drop behind Miami, because they don't want Miami and Notre Dame. And it has nothing to do with Miami and BYU. It has everything to do with Notre Dame. Notre Dame are the Dallas Cowboys of college football. They've got a massive, massive bandwagon fandom from around the world. A lot of it has to do, I'm no longer, but I grew up a Catholic. In my family, everybody had a little bit of a soft spot for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish because they were a Catholic school. Notre Dame has a huge bandwagon fan base. And if Notre Dame is put in a position where they have to be left out, that is a massive television audience that will not be tuning into the college football playoffs. And while I would love to just for a second believe that the college football playoff has, as their number one priority, make the best 12 teams available, at the end of the day, that's not the goal, guys. That's not the goal. The goal is to get as many eyeballs on the college football playoffs as they can. Because when a new TV deal has to be negotiated 6, 12 months, 2, 3 years down the line, television ratings are what determines how much money they're going to get. Notre Dame is going to put more eyeballs on the television than either BYU or Miami. Problem is, if you put Miami next to Notre Dame and you don't put Miami ahead of Notre Dame and it keeps Miami out, you're going to have to answer for that, and they don't want to. You know what the easiest thing to do is there? Keep BYU ahead of Miami, keep them behind Notre Dame, make the argument that Notre Dame was more impressive down the stretch. BYU and Notre Dame ended the same way without a conference championship game, and you can force them in. I would make the argument, even if BYU loses the Big 12 championship game, they got to a conference championship game. By default, doesn't that make what they did more impressive than Notre Dame? Yes, but they can't move BYU into Notre Dame's spot because then Notre Dame and Miami are next to each other. Neither one of them playing for a conference championship game, which means that if only one spot in the at-large opens up, Miami goes not Notre Dame. They want Notre Dame in because of the freaking financial implications. So I'm going to make your lives easier, kids. Anytime you wonder why a decision got made, how a decision got made, just ask yourself, what's the most profitable outcome? Because the most profitable outcome is the one they want. Why is Ole Miss not going to get dropped out of the playoffs? Because you and me and your mama and my mama and everybody's mama is going to tune in to see what Ole Miss does without Lane Kiffin. And they don't care what the result of the game is. They just care your eyeballs are on it. Because if your eyeballs are on it, then in a year or two, they get to show that number to ESPN and go, and now we need another half of $500 million so you can keep on. Look how many people watched. They're not going to give the narrative. They're just going to say, look how many people watch. All right, real quick thought before I get out of here and make way for the legendary Nick Costos coming up to you in the next hour. Penn State, by God, what have you done to yourselves, Nittany Lions? When Rob Brown was knee-high to a grasshopper, I should stop using that phrase. My own man told me when I was growing up in my mid-20s, and I was very frustrated with the job that I was working. I was a bank teller. I hated it with every fiber of my being. And after I got in trouble because the bank was accusing me of wrongdoing because a very rich, very wealthy client was unhappy. And my branch manager pulled me to the side and he said, listen, you didn't do anything wrong, and we know you didn't do anything wrong, but we got to blame this on you so that the rich guy isn't unhappy and leaves. And I had to put a permanent mark on my record. I was ready to quit. My old man said, Rob Brown, do not quit unless you have another job lined up ahead of you. Then you can quit. Penn State, and also everybody else, don't fire your coach unless you have a plan to replace him. Because, good God, Brian Hartline was expected to be one of the shortest 3 odds to take the Penn State job. Brian Hartline just took a job in South Florida, a tiny little bitty school, a Conference USA school, or whatever the hell they are, Big 12, whatever, doesn't matter. Point is, he took that job over Penn State. Penn State made 2 critical mistakes. Number 1, they fired James Franklin without knowing what the hell they were going to do next. And number 2, they made a critical mistake, and that is thinking they're better than they are. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing in the world is going to get you more in trouble than false confidence, than believing yourself to be better than you actually are. Be humble. It goes a long way. Penn State wasn't humble. Penn State thought they were just going to get whoever the hell they wanted to get into that role, and now nobody wants the role. Kentucky lined up their coach before them. USF lined up their coach before them. Hell, Cal and Stanford have lined up their coach. Now BYU's coach is saying, no thanks, I'll stay at Brigham Young. Now, Ohio State's offensive coordinator said, nah, I'll coach at South Florida. Penn State, congratulations. You played yourself. People, stay humble. It'll help you out. Nick Costos up next. I am Rob Brown. Thanks for letting me hang out. Toss me a follow on social at The Rob Brown Show. I'll see y'all next time. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Later.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
First moon. December cold moon. Everybody gets this moon because it's freezing. It's cold, icy, slushy, snowy, shovelly. I hate it. Everybody loves snow, right? Or at least claims to love snow. I think they love the concept of snow falling and Christmas and all that. But once it lands, I hate it. It's fun when it falls, and it's fun when Santa's here, but snow mostly sucks. I wish snow would just hit the ground and land on like a heated driveway, and then it would just melt away. We're all about the snow, but when it's cold and icy and you got to wear boots and you got snow in your wet socks, I'm not a fan, man. And I know the Chicago got it, obviously, the worst. Boston will get it naturally 36 hours later. We're going to have snow probably on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and I dread having to get the boots out, get the shovels ready, and go to town. Like, we just got through leaves duty. I don't want to do snow duty. So December cold moon is number one. Number two is the harvest moon, because those people on the north side are getting free hot dogs again. Ben Johnson ripped the shirt off. Bears win again. The Bears have a better record right now than the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Bills, the Niners. I mean, you name the teams. There's only 2 teams right now that are higher in the NFL standings than the Bears. Just the 2 teams we all thought all along, the Denver Broncos and the New England Patriots. Ben Johnson is now 3-1, by the way, to win the Coach of the Year. Vrabel minus 200, Johnson 3-1. I said, hand up, luck box. And I think for a lot of the season, there was a lot of luck. Sue me. Don't care. There was. But now that they've stacked all those dubs, they actually believe they're going to win these games. So the luck has to lead to something. It either leads to regression or it leads to ascension. And for Chicago, number 1 seed in the NFC, they get the harvest moon because they keep winning games. They keep good, better, besting, and they keep feeding people at the Wiener Circle in Chicago.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
The Kansas City Chiefs are the girl you broke up with, and you can't stop checking the Instagram. And now they don't look as good anymore, but you can't stop romanticizing it. This team ain't the same. If you're one of these people that wants to say, Lane Kiffin left the kids in the lurch, how could he do this? What a disgrace. You would do the same thing. And if you want to say that you wouldn't, you're one of 2 things. Stupid or a liar. And I'm not sure what's worse.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful football Wednesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew. Femi Abebefe back in the saddle with yours truly coming up tomorrow. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew. And you, here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. We're talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, and we've had tons of breaking news today in the world of sports. We will get to all of it. That has thrown the rundown of the show totally up in the air, and we absolutely love that. Love a breaking news Wednesday in the world of sports. So coming up on the show, we got last night the latest batch, the last batch of college football playoff rankings ahead of conference championship weekend, ahead of Selection Sunday coming up this week. And here's what we're going to do. We are going to play a game, dear listener. We are going to play a game, dear viewer. I'm going to be involved as well. The game, choose your own college football playoff adventure. All the different scenarios that could unfold this weekend in the conference championship games, all the different things that could happen as a result. And one of these scenarios that I think is realistic sees Notre Dame on the outside looking in of the playoff. We will get to all of it coming up later this hour here on the show. We've also, as per usual, got a ton of NFL news to wade through on this Wednesday, including why the Cleveland Browns probably feel like they're in a horror movie right now, and why Patrick Mahomes might actually literally be in a horror movie coming up on Sunday night, running away from Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, potentially down 3/5 of his starting offensive line. We will get to all the NFL news as we move along. We will also take stock of every game coming up week 14 in the National Football League, my thoughts, my leans, and my bets, which will feature tomorrow night as week 14 kicks off in Detroit with a massive game in the NFC playoff race as the Lions host the Dallas Cowboys. And oh yeah, I've got a strong take. I've got a bet coming up tomorrow night on the Cowboys and the Lions. We'll get to hoops, some of the ancillary topics in hoops a little later in the show, which is Chris Paul being sent home by the Los Angeles Clippers. I know who I blame for that, and it's not what everybody else is saying. I can't wait to share that with all of you. And if the Clippers can pull out of this, start covering some spreads, start winning some games at 5-16 thus far this season. And I'm going to tell everybody why the biggest winner last night in college basketball was actually a team that lost one of the most high-profile games. We'll get into all the big results from last night in college basketball. Two tremendous guests will join us today, both former offensive linemen in the NFL, and you absolutely love that. Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Brian Baldinger, 5 o'clock Eastern, and then national champion of BYU in 1984, ESPN college football analyst Trevor Maddich will join us at 6 o'clock Eastern time. Baldy at 5 o'clock Eastern, Trevor Maddich at 6 o'clock Eastern. And in the final hour, in the power hour of the show, all the bets for tonight in the world of sports, including if the Milwaukee Bucks can cover against the Detroit Pistons. Got some college basketball as well. All the bets for tonight will close the show. And speaking of the Milwaukee Bucks and their game coming up tonight against red-hot Detroit basketball, man, I woke up this morning and got myself a gun. I would never do such a thing. I have a small child, and even if I didn't, I'm a coward. I don't want to be anywhere near a gun. I'm just being honest with everybody. I woke up this morning, and I'm thinking, man, I can't wait to come out guns blazing on the college football playoff rankings. I've got so much to say. I think it's going to be great. I'm pumped for it. I'm talking to Bill earlier in the day. Bill agrees, like we're coming out firing with the college football playoff. And about an hour ago, that was still the plan. And then we got the news from Shams Charania of ESPN that Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks are meeting to, quote, discuss his future, with resolution expected in a couple of weeks. And just so people know how the NBA calendar works, December 15th is two things. Number one, my mother's 66th birthday. Happy early birthday to my mom. It is also this year the 35th anniversary of Phil Simms and Jim Kelly both getting hurt in a Giants-Bills regular season game at the end of the season. Sims would miss the year. Jim Kelly would come back. Jeff Hostetler would come in and lead the Giants to a Super Bowl 25 victory over the Buffalo Bills on January 27th, 1991. Why do I remember that being the date? Because it was my mother's birthday, December 15th, 1990. Now, fast forward to December 15th in the year of our Lord, 2025. That's the day where basically every player in the NBA can get traded. Because with the way NBA contracts work, and candidly, I know this because I played a ton of NBA 2K this summer on franchise mode, where there are some players you can't trade until certain points in the season based on when you sign them in the offseason. And I'm not looking to do like the whole full like Bobby Marks contract breakdown here. Shout out to him. He is sensational. Just that December 15th is kind of like a flag plant day as far as trades go in the NBA. So I think that's why here on December 3rd, this news breaks and resolution is expected in the coming weeks. Because that would be likely the first day that a trade could actually happen. Shams and others on ESPN and other people are reporting this as well from other outlets, that this could drag on until the trade deadline, which is on February 5th this year. So about 2 months away is the NBA trade deadline. I think this timeline is utterly fascinating as it concerns Giannis. And it leads me to an inexorable conclusion. And we'll get to that conclusion in a second. But first, the road towards that conclusion. Because it was reported this summer that Giannis, had been contemplating a trade out of Milwaukee and wanted to go play for the Knicks, which as a Knicks fan would obviously excite me a great deal. But that Giannis had bought in to the vision laid out by Bucks general manager John Horst and head coach Doc Rivers, that this could be a championship roster around him. Because that's Giannis's goal, right? To win another NBA championship and preferably do it in Milwaukee. And to the Bucks' credit, with the limited resources they have, because the Dame Lillard thing, the trade was obviously a swing and a miss with how that's gone. They used the stretch provision, which was crazy in the long term for Milwaukee, but short term, it enables them to land Miles Turner and show Giannis that, hey, we're trying to do something around you here. Like, we're going to try and make this work and put a decent enough team around you that we can compete in a bad Eastern Conference. Now, I don't know that that's what they said, but I'm sure that's what they said. I don't know if, Doc Rivers goes to Giannis and says, hey, you, Miles Turner, Ryan Rollins, and A.J. Green, not the Bengals receiver, the Bucks player, can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. I don't know if they said that, but I'm sure in Giannis's mind, he's probably thinking, get to the NBA Finals? I'm the best player in the conference? Crazier things have happened. And then the season starts. And Giannis looks awesome. Because he is awesome. And he's great. And the Bucks are winning games. And it feels like, okay, maybe there's something here. And the Bucks can be one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference, which I didn't expect coming into the year. And then Giannis ends up missing a little bit of time. And this roster is on full display and how bad it is. Remember what I would say, and I don't have to be right about these things, but I was right about this, that the games that Giannis missed for Milwaukee, you have to bet against the Bucks. Because with him, they're a very good team because he's one of the 3 or 4 best players in the world. And without him, they're actually the worst team in the NBA. Or put them in the conversation with the Brooklyn Nets as being the worst team in the league without him. And I'm sure in his absence, as he's watching this hot garbage and watching them lose games, that he knows deep down, he probably knew before that, but now it just becomes crystal clear to him. We're not winning a championship. There's just no way. And maybe you could win the Eastern Conference in a year where the East stinks, maybe. But you get to the NBA Finals. I mean, could you imagine this Milwaukee Bucks team against Oklahoma City? It's going to win 74 games in the finals. The Thunder would win that best-of-7 series 1-0. They would cancel the finals after the first game. There would be no need to play the rest. No need to play the rest. Giannis reportedly said before the season, again, he has not come out and said this, but all the reports indicate, right, that Giannis was going to give it 25 games and then kind of make a decision as to what he wanted to do with his future. He didn't need it. They're 9-13, 22 games. And there's only one way this is ending. And we can be adults, and some of us can want and do like the weird fan thing. And I know fan is short for fanatic, but we do this thing where we want to ding guys for leaving like a city they've been in, a team they've been in to go elsewhere. Like, who cares? Like, this is, like, Giannis does not play to satisfy your weird feelings about what an athlete should do. That's not how this goes. Same thing for guys like Kevin Durant, right? KD can do whatever the hell he wants. He can go play for as many teams as he wants. We can criticize him for it, but it's his right to do that. Just like it's Giannis's right if Giannis wants to go play somewhere else. And that's where this is going. I see no way, and I've been wrong, most notably recently with the Micah Parsons situation in Dallas, where I declared the day that he was traded, there's no way the Cowboys will trade Micah Parsons, yada, yada, yada. An hour later, he's a Green Bay Packer. So I can be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong on this one. Giannis is going to be traded by the Milwaukee Bucks. And by all accounts, this is not going to be Milwaukee trading him to like the Brooklyn Nets for a war chest of draft picks. That's not what it's going to be. They are going to try and placate Giannis and do the right thing by Giannis, who, in fairness, has done the right thing by them since he entered the league, including carrying them to an NBA championship, coming back from 2-0 down to beat the Phoenix Suns in 6 in 2021. So they're going to try and do the right thing by Giannis. So, if we think Giannis is going to get traded, and we do, right? Like, in what universe is he going to be like, no, I want to stay here and play with, like, Ryan Rollins is a nice player. We're like Ryan Rollins and Kyle Kuzma and Kevin Porter Jr. In no universe does Giannis want to keep doing this. I would be shocked if that's what this is. It feels like this is step one towards his eventual ouster and leaving the Milwaukee Bucks. So if we think that's true, and we also think it's true that Giannis is going to be able to dictate, if not the team that he goes to, like the handful of teams that he'd accept a trade to, I think we can pretty easily whittle it down. He's going to go to a team that he thinks can win an NBA championship like this year or in the coming years. Like, that's what this is going to be. My sense is, and I don't know this, I have no inside information. My sense is, if it were me, I'd want to stay in the East. Stay as far away from the Oklahoma City Thunder as possible. You don't want to see Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and company until the NBA Finals. You stay in the East, you're the best player in the conference, on a better team, you can worry about the Thunder in June. On the other side, we will talk about some of the teams that could pursue Giannis and Giannis might want to go to, and I think everybody should pay attention. Because if this trade happens, and I think it will, it could absolutely impact who wins the title this year.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So I don't know that Chicago will be able to hang. Like, even if you know this, I'm not a big Sam Darnold guy in the postseason. He's had a good season this year. There's no doubt about that. But I still have some question marks about him in the postseason. What are they going to do when they see Sam Darnold in the postseason? He'd whoop up on this Bears team. That Seattle defense would whoop up on Caleb Williams. It would be a bloodbath. So I'm still not a truster of the Chicago Bears. They're going to have to do a lot. Honestly, they're going to have to win playoff games before I start to trust that they can win playoff games.
It does feel like they need to get to that next level before, like, I always feel like it's almost like a stepping stone where you have to at least make the playoffs and, like, win a playoff game before you can go deep in the postseason. But it's such a wonky year where it just feels like the circle of trust is very small. And all these teams that we've been leaving the light on for, like the Chiefs, like the Ravens, and even the Lions right now, if the season ended today, like, they'd be on the outside looking in when it comes to the postseason. Because at the end of the day, like, when I look at teams who I think can win a Super Bowl, when's the last time we had a really young quarterback win a Super Bowl? Like, I'm looking at all these teams, and I know it's been, like, the Chiefs a lot of years, so, like, obviously Patrick Mahomes is not a young quarterback. Maybe look at the Eagles, but, like, the Eagles went to the Super Bowl and lost a game, you know, with Jalen Hurts. So, again, that experience is there for Jalen Hurts, a relatively young quarterback, even though I hate even saying that. But then you look at the standings of this year and how many young quarterbacks are in the mix this year, where we have the Broncos and Bo Nix, we have Drake May and the Patriots, to where you say to yourself, okay, if there's ever a year where a young quarterback or an unproven team in the postseason has a chance to win a Super Bowl, maybe this is the year.
Digits on the game clock. Giannis with Neesmith switched out on him. Giannis with the back down. The paint away. The shot is good with zeros on the shot clock. Giannis with the game winner.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
FanDuel Sportsnet, courtesy of The Call. I know it's a dirty word around these parts, but we can say it. It's their network, FanDuel Sportsnet. One of Milwaukee's 9 wins this season, courtesy of a buzzer beater from Giannis Antetokounmpo. And to reiterate the news that we came in with to start the show, Giannis, his agent, who's Greek. Yeah, gotta love some Greeks making some news here. Absolutely dig it. Going to meet with the Bucks to try and figure out how this is going to go, with resolution expected in the coming weeks. My opinion, close to a 0% chance Giannis is a Milwaukee Buck past February 6th, when the trade deadline is February 5th. I think Giannis is out. I think he has looked at this roster and has correctly diagnosed that they absolutely cannot win a championship, which means that he cannot win a championship, and that's clearly the most important thing to him. So if he's going to get traded, and if he's going to be able to dictate the terms of the trade, at least in respect to the team that he ends up getting traded to, where they're not going to, the Bucks are not going to send him to the NBA's equivalent of Siberia. Like, here you go, Brooklyn. like ship him off to Utah to stink with the Jazz for a couple of years. I mean, no disrespect to those teams. Just saying, like, that's not what this is going to be. He's going to go to a team that he believes has a chance to win an NBA title. And I see right now 4 teams that I think make the most sense. Now I'm doing this off the dome, like the news broke an hour ago. I'm not an NBA insider. It would not be shocking to me if another team possibly emerged. But these are the teams that, to me, make the most sense for Giannis. And the context here is, from a betting perspective, right? This is the type of trade that can swing who wins an NBA championship this year. Giannis does carry that level of cash. It's cachet or cash. I never know how to pronounce that word. I think it's cash. Giannis does carry that kind of cash. He's an unbelievable player, obviously. One of the best players in the league. One of the best players in the world. Like, there are players, like I'll throw James Harden out there, right? And I mean no disrespect to James Harden. If James Harden got traded, you'd say, okay, like that helps this team potentially, but it's probably not going to swing the outcome of who wins the NBA championship. Giannis Antetokounmpo could swing the outcome as to who wins the NBA championship. So this is going to be, when it happens, in my opinion, not if, something that will rock the foundation of the 2025-26 NBA season. As all the other teams in the league outside of Oklahoma City try and figure out a way to beat Oklahoma City. And we can actually start with the Thunder here, who like definitely have the assets to try and pull off a trade for Giannis. Just, there's no reason to do it. They're already the best team in the league now. Like, I don't think they need to disrupt anything. But I do think that's funny that the Thunder, who might win 74 games and set the wins record, could have potentially 3 lottery picks in the draft, including the LA Clippers, who just sent Chris Paul home unceremoniously in the middle of the night. We'll get to them coming up later in the show. So the Thunder are locked and loaded for Bear for years. So let's move past OKC. The number 1 team, my Knicks. And there's no homerism in me saying that, although I will admit, I would love to see it happen. Like, I would be insufferable if the Knicks trade for Giannis. That's the team that Giannis wanted to go to in the offseason. Do we think that anything has changed since then? Like, Giannis watched Jaylen Brown drop 40-plus on the Knicks last night in what was a bad Knicks loss and said, you know what? I don't want to go to New York anymore. Like, get real. I'm not saying the Knicks will be the destination for Giannis, but I do think that they have to be considered the favorite right now, based on the information that we already have, which is that he wanted to go play there. And if the Knicks have an opportunity to trade for Giannis and don't, and that gets reported, I might just freak out, man. I might just freak out. But that'll be a story for them. The other team in the East, and I don't know how many people are talking about this team. We actually talked about them, Femi and I did, over the summer as a potential Giannis destination when this news originally broke about potentially Giannis not going to be a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, or maybe he asked for a trade. That team is the Atlanta Hawks. And I just think Atlanta is very interesting. And just like very quickly on Atlanta, for people that are not like locked into the NBA the way like I'm locked into the NBA. It's okay that you're not. It's December, and this is my job. I do all this work so you don't have to. And I really love it. So it works out great for everybody. Since Trae Young got hurt for Atlanta, we have figured something out about the Atlanta Hawks, which is the Hawks' best player is not Trae Young. The Hawks' best player is Jalen Johnson. And if you don't know this yet, you will in the months to come. Jalen Johnson is an absolute monster for the Atlanta Hawks. The Hawks have a great coach, obviously, in Quinn Snyder. Added a ton of pieces this offseason, including Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and Kristaps Porzingis. And most importantly for Atlanta, when we talk about the New Orleans Pelicans on the show, and we're not going to talk about the Pelicans right now, even though Zion got hurt, but there is a tie-in here with the Pelicans. On draft day, when the Pelicans traded their unprotected 2026 first-round pick for the chance to select Derek Queen, even though Queen's really good. Everybody collectively, including us, rolled our eyes at the New Orleans Pelicans because they're going to be bad next year, and they are bad, and 2026 is a loaded NBA draft, and they're not going to have their first-round pick, and it's unprotected. So if it's 10, it goes to Atlanta. If it's 1, it goes to Atlanta. Milwaukee has zero I don't want to say zero, because they do have some good players. But let's be real. They don't have one potential stud outside of Giannis. If Atlanta dangles a package that includes New Orleans' first-round pick, is that going to get Milwaukee excited on what's going to be a long-ass rebuild for them now, post-Giannis? And I don't blame them for going for it and trying to keep Giannis. I don't blame them for that. You do what you got to do to keep this guy, to keep like the third or fourth best player in the world. You do what you got to do to keep him in the building. But now, if this is the reality, now it's what sets you up to win in the, because it ain't happening soon. What sets you up to win in the long term? I think Atlanta's really interesting. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers are an interesting team who are scuffling right now. I did bet them the other night. They did cover against Indiana, but not the start to the season you want for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I would look at Cleveland. And the one team that I'll mention in the West, and again, if I'm Giannis, I'm not going to the West. You want to stay in the East where you're the best player in the conference. You go to the West, and that may not be the case, right? You stay in the East, you're the top dog. You're a number one. King of the hill. Top of the heap. I think he should stay in the East. But if there were a team in the West that you could argue Giannis going to could get them over the line to challenge the Thunder, that is a realistic destination, the San Antonio Spurs. To play alongside Wemby. Because listen, you ask like any man in the world this question, they're going to answer it the same way. The only thing better than one freak is 2. I don't know when this is going to happen, when Giannis is going to get dealt. I feel pretty confident in saying it is going to happen. And when it does, and if, by the way, we start getting little inklings or tidbits, nuggets of information that could lead us towards something, there's going to be a time to make a bet. I don't think that time is now, but it'll be coming down the line here. Because I cannot picture a world where Giannis Antetokounmpo is a Milwaukee Buck on February 6th, the day after the NBA trade deadline. You bet on this Wednesday. We'll get to Chris Paul a little later in the show. We had planned, candidly, dear listener and dear viewer, to lead the show with the college football playoff, and then we got this Giannis news dropped in our laps. I got a lot to say about the college football playoff rankings, and I am pleased to do it here with you right now. Last batch of rankings, Selection Sunday coming up this week after Conference Championship weekend. We'll play the Choose Your Own Adventure game that I teased to start the show in a moment. But first, here are the actual rankings. Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, Texas Tech, your top 4. Texas A&M loses to Texas in the regular season finale. I don't think that's going to be enough to get the Longhorns into the playoff. But A&M drops now down to 7. Texas Tech, who is a huge favorite against BYU in the Big 12 title game this weekend, Texas Tech is now 4. Oregon up to 5, following the win and the cover. Good job by the Ducks against Washington. Oregon 5. Ole Miss is 6. And the reason why that's interesting, I think this locks Ole Miss into a playoff spot now. And I said on Monday that I thought a world existed where the committee could use Lane Kiffin's departure going to LSU as a reason to potentially keep Ole Miss out of the playoff. And if Ole Miss had dropped precipitously in this set of rankings, then yeah, I think we would have been on red alert for that potentially happening. Ole Miss moved up after winning the Egg Bowl and after Lane Kiffin leaving. I cannot envision a scenario now where Ole Miss drops out of the playoff. So, we can argue if that's right, if it's wrong. You can say you're indifferent to it. I think it's kind of just like they're in now. I don't think there's any more conversation to be had about Ole Miss and whether or not the Rebels, minus Lane Kiffin, plus Pete Golding, and Charlie Weiss Jr., who's going to stay on through the playoff to call the plays on offense, that Ole Miss will be in the college football playoff. The aforementioned Aggies down to 7 after the loss to Texas. Oklahoma 8. Alabama 9. Notre Dame 10, which is very interesting. And if you're a Notre Dame fan, if you're a Notre Dame futures bettor, and I know there are a lot of them, or if you're Marcus Freeman, you are unhappy about this turn of events. How do I know Marcus Freeman's unhappy about this turn of events? Because he said so. He ain't happy that Notre Dame dropped to 10. Not happy about it at all after the Irish slam Stanford in the regular season finale. BYU and Kalani Sitake, who will not be the next head coach at Penn State, and I would just like to say this right now. I am also removing myself from consideration to be the head coach of the Penn State Nittany Lions. I am now by my official count, let me carry the 2. I am the 10,685th person to say they will not coach Penn State next season or moving forward. We'll talk about Penn State in a little bit. And the National Signing Day debacle of all National Signing Day debacles for Penn State. BYU 11, ahead of the Big 12 title game. The Miami Hurricanes at 12. Texas is 13, Vandy's 14. For me, I have drawn a line. And not an imaginary one. In my notebook, where I wrote out the rankings here, because I'm old school in that way, I write stuff, I actually drew a physical line after Miami before Texas and Vanderbilt. So it's like a real line that I drew. I think there is no world that exists where Texas gets in or Vandy gets in, and Diego Pavia can bitch and moan and ask for an executive order for 16 teams, which, by the way, I would love. I know there are a lot of people out there, oh my God, you're going to dilute the regular season even more. How could you do this? Guys, California plays in the ACC. We've already crossed the Rubicon here. Like, it's done. Like, the sanctity of college football has long since been penetrated. It's done. Let's do 16. Let's do 24. I don't care. I'm a sports bettor and a sports radio host. I love having more stuff to talk about. We're sports fans. We should want more games. But it's not happening this year. So Texas is out and Vanderbilt is out. On the other side, we are going to play a game of choose your own adventure. Because I've done all the work so you don't have to. You, the listener, you, the viewer. I have gone through all the matchups on Conference Championship weekend. And I'm going to tell you what happens if X team wins or if Y team wins, what will happen as a result of the playoff. And there are some permutations where I believe Notre Dame is left out. And if I were an Irish fan right now, or Marcus Freeman, or an Irish futures bettor, I would be a little nervous right now that this is not going to go the way of the Golden Domers this Sunday, December 7th. We will roll through all of those scenarios coming up next. You Better You Bet on a Wednesday here on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
the Big Ten title game, number 1 versus number 2, I'm going to lay the 5.5 with Ohio State. I'm not going to overthink it. I think anything under 7, even if this goes to 6.5, I think it's a good bet. Anything under 7, I'd lay it with Ohio State. That defense is so freaking good, man. I just don't know how Indiana's really going to score many points in this game. And then on the flip side, I think Indiana's offense could have Indiana's defense could have a tough time slowing down that Ohio State offense. They had to deal with the elements. They had to deal with some snow. They had to deal with a little bit of wind in Ann Arbor on Saturday. Going to be none of that when you're playing inside a dome in Indy at Lucas Oil. So Ohio State, they should be fired up. They should be ready to go. Indiana obviously is too. But I think Ohio State's going to prove why they are the best team in the country. Indiana, the 2 games that they have struggled with this season were that Iowa game and the Penn State game. The 2 games against the 2 best defenses that they have faced all year. Iowa's got a good D. Penn State's got a good D. They're facing the best defense in college football. I like Ohio State, minus 5.5 against Indiana. All right, let's talk a little college football top 10. We get the playoff rankings and the playoff bracket tomorrow night, and then we get the real thing next Sunday to figure out who the final 12 teams are going to be. All right, Ohio State and Indiana are obviously the top 2 teams, right? Buckeyes are plus 185 at BetMGM to win it all. Indiana is plus 500. Those are the 2 best. I like Ohio State to cover, win the game on Saturday. I think those are the 2 best, but I'll put Ohio State at 1.
Sprints out of the pocket, looks backside, down the field, Tate, touchdown!
Blitz, floats one, Omar Cooper, got it! And still rolling, Omar Cooper, somehow to the house!
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Fox Sports and Big Ten Network, courtesy of The Call. Epic Big Ten title game coming up this weekend with Ohio State and Indiana. Number 1 v. Number 2. We're going to start the college football playoff choose your own adventure game in just a second. But first, we have to tell you about our show sponsor at BetMGM, because today's NBA Odds Boost token, and I got some NBA bets for tonight, we'll give them out at the end of the show, it belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. So what this game is going to be is be like, choose your own adventure. Like, what happens if BYU wins the Big Ten and beats Texas Tech, and Duke beats Virginia in the ACC title game? Turn to page 69, and Notre Dame's out of the playoff. Just as an example. Choose your own adventure. So here are the scenarios for each of the big conference championship games and the things that I think will happen as a result, and there are potential bets that can be made here, and it is just great fodder for conversation. And we'll start in the Big Ten title game, where Indiana's been getting bet consistently over the course of the week. Ohio State now a 4.5-point favorite against Curt Cignetti, Fernando Mendoza, and the Hoosiers. Total 48.5. I would just like to start by saying I love Ohio State in this game. I love the Buckeyes. And you know that I've been saying it all season since before the opener against Texas. And I remember watching that game literally on the beach. Boy, that's how long ago it was. That Ohio State's going to win the national championship and go back-to-back. And I am only more emboldened in that bet and in that take after Ohio State did face some adversity early on Saturday against Michigan and came back after getting punched in the mouth and proceeded to do what Brock Lesnar did to Randy Couture when Brock Lesnar first won his UFC championship and just smashed him in the head 1,000 times. I'm actually worried for Randy Couture's life in that fight with Brock Lesnar. And Ohio State just pummeled Michigan and ended up winning and covering the spread, winning that game 27-9. I think Indiana's awesome. I think Curt Cignetti is tremendous. I'd love for him to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, my favorite NFL team. I respect Fernando Mendoza. I think he's QB1 entering next year's NFL draft. But Ohio State's way better. And I think Ohio State's going to win, and I think Ohio State's going to cover, and I love Ohio State at this number. Anything under 6, I like with Ohio State. Now, as for the scenarios, both teams are in, obviously, win or lose. And I don't know what would have to happen for neither team to get a bye. I think both teams are in. Ohio State 70-0, both teams are in. Ohio State 70-0, Indiana gets a bye. Indiana 70-0, Ohio State gets a bye. So I don't know if what could potentially, I guess like Mendoza could get hurt, like God forbid, something like that happens. I think both these teams are obviously in, and both have byes, be a top 4 seed, no matter what happens coming up on Saturday. SEC title game. Georgia, now a 2.5-point favorite, and the juice is towards Georgia against Alabama. 47.5 the total in that game. I think I'm going to be on an island here on this one, at least with the You Better You Bet crew, because I know Femi, we talked about it on Monday, Femi's going to bet Bama. Tyler likes Alabama. I like Georgia. There's a stupid trend here that has nothing to do with anything, but for some reason, I actually think it's going to matter here. And I have no evidence to back this up, other than I think it's not going to keep happening. And it could, to be clear. Kirby Smart, and the 1 was a big one. The 1-1-7 was a big one to win the national championship. Kirby's 1-7 against Alabama. Now, granted, 5 of those games are against Nick Saban. 2 are against Kalen DeBoer. He is 0-2 against Kalen DeBoer since DeBoer became the head coach at Alabama. I just don't see him dropping to 1-8. Is that a dumb reason to make a bet? Yes. But do I feel that way? Also, yes. And also, I think Georgia's just better. Especially now, where I think it's pretty clear that Ty Simpson's not healthy. Jam Miller's not healthy. Ryan Williams is on a milk carton. And Georgia's percolating, despite not covering against Georgia Tech on Black Friday. I think Georgia Tech wins this game by 3 or more. I do think the Bulldogs win the SEC, and I think they will be the 2 seed, or the 3, but probably the 2, when Georgia wins this game against Alabama. Now, the scenarios. Okay, Georgia wins, obviously Georgia's in. Alabama wins, obviously Alabama's in, and might get a bye. And I know that sounds crazy, given Alabama's current standing and where they're at in the rankings. Alabama's currently 9. Could Bama potentially jump up to 4? Well, they'd have a win against Georgia, which would make it 2 over Georgia this season, who's currently a team that has a bye, and they would be the SEC regular season, because they're the 1 seed coming in. I know that's not something we officially recognize like it's college basketball, but they're the 1 seed in the SEC entering conference championship weekend, and they would win the best conference in college football, or one of the 2, along with the Big Ten. That's not bye-worthy? I'm not saying they would definitely get a bye, but I think this idea that Alabama can't get a bye is crazy if Bama wins this game. And what's crazier is the thought, you bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos here with you on the BetMGM network. I think what's crazier is the idea that Bama wouldn't make the playoff if Bama loses this game. Bama could lose to Georgia 150-0 on Saturday, and Bama's still going to be in the college football playoff. Bama's going to get penalized for being the best team in the SEC in the regular season and losing to a team that currently is in the top 4 of the college football playoff to the point that they're out? No way. No way. Bama's making it. I want everybody to get used to that right now. Bama could lose a third game this weekend, and Alabama will still make the college football playoff. I'm not interested in any conversation that leads you in a different direction. Alabama's making the college football playoff. Both teams will be in. Georgia absolutely gets a bye with a win. I think it's probably 50-50 that Bama gets the 4 spot if Bama does beat Georgia and wins the SEC. Now, let's get really crazy and talk about the Big 12. Texas Tech is playing BYU again. Texas Tech crushed BYU in the first matchup in Lubbock. I bet BYU, and that was a big fat loser. BYU has been the betting choice throughout the week. This was 13.5. It's currently Tech 12.5. 49.5 is the total. For what it's worth, maybe nothing. I do think BYU keeps this game closer than it was in Lubbock. I was way wrong about it then. I like Georgia and Ohio State way more than I like BYU. But look, it's a conference title game. Bet responsibly, obviously. I like to bet big games, even if I don't feel like I have a strong advantage, and I'm open and honest about that. So I like BYU a little bit in the game. Do I like them a lot? No. Will I have a bet on BYU? I will. So that's, in the words of Stone Cold Steve Austin, all I got to say about that. The Texas Tech part of this scenario is easy. Texas Tech wins, and the Red Raiders are in, and maybe gets a bye. We'll see what happens with Alabama and Georgia, but Texas Tech is absolutely in, obviously, with a win, and BYU would be out. What happens, though, if BYU wins? Texas Tech's still in. Texas Tech is not dropping out. Texas Tech is going to make the playoff. And BYU, as the Big 12 champion, would also make the playoff. So somebody's got to be out if that's the case, right? And we've already said that Alabama's in. So take them out of the equation, right? So that means that one of the following schools would be out. Oregon, 5. Ole Miss, 6. A&M, 7. Oklahoma, 8. Or Notre Dame, 10. None of those schools play this weekend. So it stands to reason, right, that the team at 10 would be the first team out. That's Notre Dame. My advice to anyone who's got a Notre Dame futures position, and I think a lot of people do, because I think we have all kind of correctly diagnosed Notre Dame as being that team that could potentially make a huge run and maybe beat. I don't think they would beat Ohio State, but I think you can make a case for it possibly with how good the Irish have looked since the back-to-back losses to open the season against Miami. We'll get to the Hurricanes, maybe not this hour, but we will. And Texas A&M. Marcus Freeman is furious that Notre Dame dropped to 10. And he's furious because he knows that if BYU wins, his team could be on the chopping block as far as the playoff is concerned. Think about it. Who's going to be out if BYU wins? On Monday, I told you I thought it would be Ole Miss. And then the rankings came out. And Ole Miss is 6. And when we're presented with new information, we have to change our opinion. I can't come on the show anymore and tell you it's going to be Ole Miss. I don't think it's going to be Ole Miss that's left out. I think it's going to be Notre Dame. So if you're an Irish bettor or an Irish fan, you're Marcus Freeman, you guys need to be the biggest Texas Tech fans on the planet on Saturday to make sure Texas Tech wins that game, knocks BYU out, and you get in. And to be clear, I do think, and there's a conversation to be had about the merits of, because how this is going to turn out, because Miami's not playing this weekend either, right? That what's going to happen is, in the final ranking, potentially, is that Notre Dame is one spot ahead of Miami, and Notre Dame makes it in and Miami doesn't. And in that scenario, a lot of people are going to be really, really mad that Miami's not in, because Miami beat Notre Dame back on Labor Day weekend. Couple other scenarios, though. Would the committee ever put Miami in over Notre Dame? And what happens if Duke wins the ACC championship? We'll get to those coming up next hour. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We start the hour talking NFL with Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Ryan Baldinger.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
There's a possibility they could get Jaden Daniels back as well. I really don't think it matters. This is about the Vikings and the quarterback position. Max Brosmer is not an NFL quarterback. No offense, he's not. And we don't know if J.J. McCarthy is an NFL quarterback. Like, he had one moment this season where he looked good. Outside of that, he's been a bad quarterback. So I really don't think it matters whether it's Brosmer, whether it's McCarthy. And even if Jaden Daniels doesn't go for the Commanders, Marcus Mariota has done a really fine job filling in this season. So I'm all in on Washington. And you know me, I've been out on the Commanders for the past few weeks, fading them. I think this is the time you jump back on.
It does feel like they're trending in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to this time of year, and I don't think this is necessarily pertinent to the Commanders, but when you have these teams that only have a few wins on the season, do you think there's ever a sneaking suspicion that these teams don't want to win games? Like, it doesn't feel like the case for the Commanders, because obviously they are taking these games, you know, to overtime. It's close. But, like, say for teams like the Titans, like, what's the incentive to win games right now? Like, maybe you play close and maybe you, like, put your best guys out there. But
yeah,
I feel like it's part of the handicap this time of year.
Yeah, it is. But these are still competitors. I think what you have to look at more deeply is a team sort of saying, no one's going to quit, or at least admit that. But what they might do is play younger players, or say, okay, let's get some guys who need the experience, who need the work, and put them in, because this is going to benefit us maybe down the line, maybe next season. So they're not going to actively quit, but what they might do is sort of adjust who they play, and then that makes them a weaker team, and then maybe you can fade them in that respect.
biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, our amazing crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, talking Giannis. I think he's out of Milwaukee. Giannis and his agent meeting with the Milwaukee Bucks coming up to figure out a way forward, if he will stay in Milwaukee or if he will be traded from the team. I think this is a fait accompli, and Giannis will not be a Milwaukee Buck past the trade deadline at the latest, which is 2 months from now at February the 5th. And I gave you some teams that I think could be trade destinations for Giannis, one of them, of course, being my New York Knicks. And then the college football playoff and the last bench of rankings ahead of Selection Sunday this weekend and Conference Championship weekend. Why I think Bama's in no matter what, win or lose. Why I think Ohio State and Indiana both will have byes no matter what happens in the Big Ten title game. And why I think there are a couple scenarios that will leave Notre Dame on the outside looking in. And we haven't even gotten to the ACC chaos scenario, which would be Duke beating Virginia with 5 losses, and Duke would not make the college football playoff, even winning the ACC with 5 losses. We'll get to that. We'll get to college hoops. All the bets coming up at the end of the show, and I'll roll through every game NFL Week 14 starting 20 minutes from now. But joining us right now, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. My friend, hope your Thanksgiving was excellent. I'm sorry for saying what I said about Duke. Welcome back to the show.
That's all right, Nick. I don't think they should be in the playoffs regardless, whatever happens in the ACC playoffs. But regardless, I hope Texas gets in because I want to see Archie Manning put on a show like I saw him do against Texas A&M last Friday night. But anyways, Nick, it's good to be with you here. Good to talk some football. Let's roll, bud.
I have some just bad news for you on that front. Texas is not going to get in. Although I would love to see it. I don't think Texas is going to get in with their 3 losses, unfortunately. I kind of, Baldy, if it's okay with you, I want to do like a throwback Brian Baldinger, You Better You Bet interview. Because I think we've gotten to the point on the calendar, right, where, and this weekend, like the games are unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like it's a mouth-watering slate. I just want to give you a game, give you the spread, give you the total. You tell me what you think. And again, it's not Brian Baldinger's best bets, but I want to hear what you think about some of these games. Are you okay with that?
Yes, let's do it. I've watched everything from week 13, Nick, so it's all fresh in my head right here. Let's roll.
I absolutely love it. Week 13 was awesome. Well, at least the beginning of the week was. See, Thursday and Friday were great. I think this week has a chance to be like an all-timer. And let's start, Baldy. Tomorrow night, Thursday night, Lions and the Cowboys. Detroit, as of right now, is a 3-point favorite at home. The total has been bet up to 54.5. Now, we know Tyler Guyton's out for Dallas. Trevon Diggs is out. George Pickens is going to play. And if you didn't see this, Baldy, this came down within the last 20 minutes. Amon-Ra St. Brown officially listed as questionable. My guess is he doesn't play, but he has not been ruled out yet for the game. Now, I think Dallas is just going to win the game tomorrow night. What say you, Cowboys and Lions, on Thursday night?
Well, a couple things, Nick. One, you study patterns, right? So if you look at Chicago lose to Green Bay week 1, win 4 in a row, and since that time, October 5th, they have 1-1, lost 1, 1-1, lost 1. They have yet to stack 2 wins in a row. They just lost on Thanksgiving. The pattern says they're going to win Thursday. That's just a pattern. But I believe in the Cowboys right now. I believe in Dak. I believe in Pickens. I believe in their offense. And I believe their defense has improved enough. The one guy, they've got 2 guys in Detroit that can spoil it. And that's Jahmyr Gibbs. You watch what he did against the New York Giants 2 weeks ago, and Jameson Williams, what he's capable of doing from anywhere on the field. They're capable of hitting home runs. And I think they got to smack home runs in this game to beat Dallas. And I don't know that they're up to it right now. They do not have a good secondary. They have one good pass rusher. If you don't affect Dak, I think it's going to carve you up. I'm with you. I think Dallas wins the game outright, despite what I just said about the pattern that Detroit has been in all year.
What are your thoughts, Baldy, before we move on to another game, on Dan Campbell as the play caller of the Detroit Lions and juggling multiple roles here, obviously, as head coach and play caller now?
Well, I mean, look, you can criticize him on some of these fourth down decisions, which have backfired. Backfired on Thanksgiving and backfired against the Philadelphia Eagles. But that's who he is. Whether he's the play caller or not, he wants to go for it on fourth downs. And it has backfired. But it has also helped win him a lot of games in this league. I think he's okay. He's not Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson gave a level of creativity, of formations that I don't think exist in Detroit right now. Now, when you lose Sam Laporta and you lose Amon St. Brown for much of that game on Thanksgiving, your offense is going to go backwards. It just is. If you lose the best center in football in Frank Ragnow and he's not there this year, your offense is going to go backwards. Your offense line is only as good as your center. So you can debate the play caller, but I don't think the talent on the field right now is what we saw a year ago, including the loss of Ben Johnson.
And what a bummer for the Lions and for Frank Ragnow. I just as an aside, how does Frank Ragnow not know his hamstrings torn? We don't have to talk about it. It's just what the hell was that with Frank Ragnow? Yeah. Anyway, I just keep thinking, and we don't have to get into this, what Dan Campbell said after the Lions blew the NFC title game a couple years ago in San Francisco. We may never get back here. I hope that's not the case, but it's not trending in a great direction for Detroit as far as the rest of this season is concerned. I would like to, Baldy, stay in the NFC North. And since you mentioned Ben Johnson, let's talk about the Bears and the Packers on Sunday. I am so excited for this game. I can't wait to see it. The Packers on the ascent right now, and the Bears currently the number one seed in the NFC if the season were to end today, which it doesn't. The betting market, Baldy, loves the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay's almost a touchdown favorite against 9-3 Chicago. Total here is 44.5. Obviously outdoors in December at Lambeau. We'll see about the weather. Do you see the Packers winning this game by a lot? Bears keeping it close, and why?
Well, I think the Bears are playing great football. They've won 5 in a row, and they're winning. They're playing great football despite the quarterback not playing great. He's playing good. I think he has another level to go to, and it's going to take that next level for him. I think for the Bears to win. The one thing the Bears have been leaning on are the takeaways. They lead the league by 4, more than any other team in the league. The Packers were tied for the league lead a year ago. So I feel like that's what Chicago can bank on, is Byard, Nashawn Wright, you name a guy. I just think the linebackers depleted, even though DeMarco Jackson's played great. Amen Amanu Amiga has been played great. I feel like this is the Packers' game to win here. I know Jordan Love's coming off his best game of the season, but I feel like the passing game is where it needs to get to. And getting Josh Jacobs, I think, healthy this week is certainly going to help. So I think the Packers, I think they're in good shape right here to take care of this business.
You think they win by 7 or more?
I don't think it's going to be 7. I think this is going to be a final possession game, one way or the other. But I don't think it's going to be 7. I think 4 points seems about right in this kind of a game right now.
I'm loving Ben Johnson and the creativity on offense right now. I do think the Bears will keep the game close as well. You bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos with Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. There are so many great games to choose from here. We'll get as many in as we can in the time we have remaining with Baldy. Let's go to the AFC North, my friends. Baltimore, off the Thanksgiving night debacle against Cincinnati. I actually thought Lamar looked healthy in the game, even if he didn't play well, and I'm a little optimistic about him moving forward. Baltimore is a 6-point favorite against the Steelers team that is really scuffling, obviously, right now. 42.5 is the total of this game. This feels like a tipping point for both these teams. How do you see it playing out on Sunday in Baltimore?
Well, I'm going to be there on Sunday in Baltimore. And I'm expecting a Baltimore-Pittsburgh just bloodbath. I'm expecting that. Now, Pittsburgh hasn't played like that. The last time they played like that, they beat the Indianapolis Colts, and they had 6 takeaways that day. If they get takeaways, which they have done against Lamar in the past, they're going to win this game. It's do or die for Pittsburgh. I mean, the quarterback's not particularly healthy. The offense is, I don't know, it's not even middle of the road. It's not a good offense. They don't have explosive plays in the offense. They don't know how to get them. They don't protect well enough for the quarterback to get the ball down the field. I like Baltimore in this game. I think Pittsburgh, their run defense was the worst I've ever seen last week. Guys were looking to be blocked. Now, can you change that? Can you show the film in front of that room to TJ and Ramsey and Cam Hayward and the group? Can you show that tape to them and go, this better never happen again? Because the Ravens are capable of doing exactly what Buffalo did. And whether they decide to get off blocks and tackle this week or not, I don't know, but I like Baltimore in this game. Like, I know Joe Burrow played great and the Bengals defense did, but I expect Baltimore to get back to what they had done prior to Thanksgiving when they had won 5 in a row, looked like a pretty good football team. I think they're better than Pittsburgh, and I think they take care of business at home.
I said on the show on Monday, Baldy, if the Pittsburgh Steelers miss the playoffs, it's time to move on from Mike Tomlin. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, it's, they won a playoff game in 2016. Nick, I mean, that's a lifetime ago, 2016. It's sometimes it's just good to make a change. John Madden said, your voice only carries. He coached 10 years, and he thought at the end of 10 years they kind of stopped listening, and he won 2 championships in those 10 years. Like I feel like when you start looking at twice that amount that Mike is looking at, 18 years, whatever it is, like it might be time to move on for all parties, for Mike and for the Steelers, and maybe somebody new, in front of the room.
And Mike Tomlin would get another job of it. It's not that he's a bad coach, just that I think it's probably time for both parties to maybe consider an ouster. All right. Sunday Night Football. I think I'm probably pretty dumb. I'm man enough to say it. I still think the Chiefs have the highest upside of any team in the AFC. I feel like I should get cattle prodded every time I say that at this point. I am very nervous about this game on Sunday night, Baldy. And I kind of feel a little similar to how I feel about Lions-Cowboys, where, we know Josh Simmons is on IR. That was just announced a couple hours ago by the Chiefs. So Simmons is out. Trey Smith might be out. Jalen Moore might be out. Here's Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, maybe the best defense in the league. I thought C.J. Stroud looked better in the second half against Indy than he did in the first half. Some of the young players are starting to perform on offense. The line is now respectable for Houston. I'm going to pick the Chiefs in the game and bet the Chiefs because I feel like I have to. You could maybe make the case the Texans are better right now than Kansas City. Who wins on Sunday night, Texans or Chiefs, and why?
Well, if you think back, Nick, to the playoff game last year where C.J. Stroud was sacked 8 times, 9 times, hit a bunch, like they had no idea how to stop the Chiefs' pass rush. It was abysmal. They fired the offensive line coach, coordinator, the whole thing. Rebuilt the offensive line. The offensive line played pretty good last week. I like the Texans because I don't need stats, Nick, some days. Some days I just have to watch a team play. I don't see a better defensive football than the Texans. I don't see a weakness. They all tackle. Danielle Hunter, there's nobody that plays harder in this league than Will Anderson. I know Myles Garrett's probably the runaway with the Defensive Player of the Year, but if you want to look just beyond sacks and just look at just effort and how you play the game, like he's almost a modern-day LT. He's just that good, and he's just that worthy. And now they're starting to move him around, and he just runs. He's just a difference maker. He literally. Sometimes, Nick, this isn't just sports. This is life. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whoever. Some people are energy givers. Some people are energy takers. Will Anderson, all he does is give. Like, I can't watch that guy play football enough. And he sets the tone for everybody, whether it's Alshire, whether it's, Sting, whether it's Lassiter. Like, that team plays defense in a way that I don't know anybody else in the league that does.
Controlled violence.
Controlled violence, Nick. Controlled violence.
It's breathtaking to watch.
Nick, I get choked up when I watch him. I'm like, I don't know what D'Amico has to say. Maybe he doesn't have to say anything. Maybe this is while 11 guys are wired. Jalen Petrie comes back healthy last week. He's everywhere. Like, they basically say, I'm going to play 4-man front. I'm going to play a single high safety. We're going to not let you run the ball. Jonathan Taylor, go get maybe 4 yards of carry last week. They're like an anaconda. They're just going to choke you out. A big, thick, fat Amazon anaconda. They choke you out, Nick.
I don't know how I feel about my Chiefs position. Baldy, you're the best. Safe travels to Baltimore. Have a great call of the game. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, you got it, Nick. Take care, buddy.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. More college football playoff. NFL Week 14 coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I like this Dallas team all of a sudden with Quinnen Williams, with the addition of him. They've been a much better run defense. The defense has improved. They're still probably going to have to win in a shootout here. I looked at the anytime touchdown market. Everybody is minus 120, minus 130. So I think Vegas is expecting a high-scoring game. Matchup I like is going to be anybody that plays man defense against Dallas the rest of the way. I mean, Dak is playing like an MVP candidate. George Pickens, if I'm a Steelers fan, I'm kicking myself right now. I mean, I like DK Metcalf, but imagine having DK Metcalf and George Pickens, two guys that could create separation, not just 8 tight ends. What a concept. And then CeeDee Lamb's still one of the better receivers in the league. Jake Ferguson's had a bounce back year after not catching a touchdown last year. The offensive line's been a little bit better. Dallas is trending in the right direction. They're hot. They're confident. I like Shoddy as a head coach. I think they got a shot to win this one.
I think they're going to take it straight up, quite honestly, for the reasons that you mentioned. The biggest issue right now for Detroit's on the back end defensively. They got injuries there. Terry Arnold is out. He's on IR with a shoulder setback. That placement was just yesterday. So Amik Robertson will play outside on occasion. He'll also line up in the slot. Amik Robertson has allowed the most yards of any defensive back in the NFL this season. And now you get the scary combo with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Godspeed to you. Good luck. On top of that, Kirby Joseph didn't practice today. Hard-hitting, head-hunting, safety. If he is unable to go or is very limited, and I don't think he's going to be able to play, they're even more shorthanded. So I think Dallas is catching Detroit at the right time. A team that's surging right now. Offensively, they're top 5 in EPA per play offense on the season. I think the Cowboys going to win this thing by 3 to 6 points. So I do believe that they will take it straight out. So again, I'm going to follow that statement as well.
Here's what I always do.
Okay.
If there's days that sometimes we need reminders for the opportunity that we have, I always say, I don't want to talk to the person who you are now. I want to talk to the person that just got into the profession, right? And remember who you were then. And I'm going to tell you, get a chance to host the Today Show on a Wednesday, right? And to make sure you understand the privilege you have to do this, but also the responsibility you have to each other, right? You have to each other. And so, yeah, you make sure you give it your all for each other.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I don't know. I don't know what that was. Marcus Freeman on the Today Show this morning. There's a Marcus Freeman quote talking about how mad he is. Jake is right. Jake said, "Do you want the Marcus Freeman sound from the Today Show?" To which I answered yes. So in Jake's defense, he did play Marcus Freeman sound from the Today Show. It was just not the sound that I wanted. I should have specified. Also, I'm curious if the men in the audience with female, or just it could be male significant others also. I think if there's my wife is gonna walk over while I'm watching sports, I think the last person I want her to see on the screen is Marcus Freeman. Is there a chance he's and listen, I'm a straight guy saying this, right? But I can acknowledge if another man is handsome. I have no problem with that. Is Marcus Freeman the best looking guy in all of sports? I kind of want to, I would never do this because he'd kick my ass. I kind of want to punch him in the face. I'm not being serious when I say that. But this is he's too good looking. It's obnoxious. And if you watch this clip, the females on the set are googly eyed at him. Because, yeah, how could you not be? The guy's unbelievably good looking. Anyway, that is the voice of Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman. And he is none too pleased with the Irish's move to 10 in the college football playoff rankings, because I believe that puts Notre Dame on the cusp of potentially missing the college football playoff if BYU beats Texas Tech to win the Big 12. We'll get to the National Football League in a moment, but need to finish off the scenarios here for the college football playoff. Okay, so I laid out the Big 12, right? If BYU wins, and they're a 12.5-point dog, but if BYU wins, I think Texas Tech is still in, BYU is obviously in, and Notre Dame, I believe, is the team that's on the chopping block. So that I believe that. If BYU wins, I think Notre Dame is out. And Miami will obviously be out as well. Now, there are a couple scenarios that come into play that could also impact Notre Dame and potentially impact Miami. Here's one of them. And I'm going to give my opinion first before I lay the scenario out. My opinion is Notre Dame is going to make it in over Miami. That's my opinion. And we can argue as to whether Miami deserves it. We can have that. And I think, honestly, it's a fair argument to make that Miami beat Notre Dame, even if we all acknowledge Notre Dame's better. And I don't think there's any question that Notre Dame's better. But Miami did beat them. I want to be clear. I think Notre Dame's getting in. I think Notre Dame will make it over Miami. So if one of those teams gets in, I think it will be Notre Dame. But let's think about a couple things. Texas Tech beats BYU. Okay. BYU is currently 11. Notre Dame's 10. Miami's 12. Notre Dame and Miami aren't playing this weekend. BYU is going to drop back, obviously, out of it. Miami goes to 11. Now, you have, the committee can't do their, Hunter Yurachek should never speak. No one from the committee should ever say anything. They should just all be mutes. Don't answer questions would be better than them actually opening their mouths and answering questions. Now you can't do there are teams in between them. Now, Notre Dame's one spot ahead, and Miami beat them. Is there a world, and again, my opinion, I don't think this would happen. I don't think it would happen. Does the committee move Miami in front of Notre Dame? I guarantee you Marcus Freeman's a little nervous about it, based on his comments earlier today on the Today Show. Just want to throw that out there. That yes, Notre Dame needs to root for Texas Tech 100%. Is there a scenario where Miami leapfrogs Notre Dame even if Texas Tech wins? The way I would phrase it is a non-zero chance, meaning it's possible that it could happen. It's not impossible. I don't think it would happen, though. But I think if you're someone who has bets on Notre Dame, bets on Miami, I think it's just food for thought. Now let's talk about the ACC and this wretched conference with this wretched, disgraceful, puke-inducing conference championship game with Virginia and Duke. Like, honestly, like, let Tony Bennett and Coach K coach the teams. Like, let's play basketball instead. I don't want to watch this game. Virginia's gotten bet out to 3.5, whatever. Okay, so Virginia wins, Virginia's in. Obviously, they'll be like the 11 seed, and then the group of 5 team will be the 12. They'll both get annihilated in the first round. Whatever. That's easy, right? Virginia wins, Virginia's in. The ACC gets their team. What happens if Duke wins? Duke's not making the playoff, right? We know that. 5 losses. Duke's out. So now, the committee has a decision to make. Do you put 2 group of 5 schools in? Do you leave the ACC out entirely? Like, one of the power conferences doesn't get a team in the playoff? Is that something that could happen? Is it possible that the committee would put Miami in? So the ACC has a representative. Who pays the price as a result? Notre Dame. It's not impossible, right? Now again, my opinion, Notre Dame's going to get in. I firmly believe that Notre Dame will be a college football playoff team. There are a couple avenues and scenarios where you could see some tomfoolery. I don't want to paint anything as a lock because I don't think there are a lot. Like, these are human beings making these decisions, and like, I don't think they know what they're talking about or what they're doing, really. And they're clearly making it up as they go along. Miami right now at BetMGM is plus 400 to make the playoff. So for you, the listener, you, the viewer, I would not make that bet. I don't like the bet. I think Notre Dame's going to get in, but I don't know that for sure. Do you think the scenarios I laid out there lead you to a place where you'd be willing to place that bet on Miami? If so, plus 400. Just saying. I do think it'll be the Irish, but there are some chaos scenarios that do exist here that I think would be bad for Notre Dame. You bet on this Wednesday. Man, I really want to talk about some of the coaching carousel in college football. I actually don't think we have time. Maybe we'll do it next hour on the show. I do want to get into Penn State. We have to talk about Chris Paul. There's so much on a Wednesday, man. Got the Giannis news. Kind of is what it is. Had to do Giannis to open the show. Just too much good. What a great, in all seriousness, what an awesome problem to have. I actually said during one of the breaks in the first hour to the crew that I'm sad about the show today. And I'm having a great time doing it because I want to talk about Duke, Florida. And I want to talk about Chris Paul. And I want to talk about UConn, Kansas. And I want to talk about Penn State and James Franklin. And I don't know if we're going to be able to because we only have a 3-hour show. There's only so much real estate. And right now, I want to roll through the games in Week 14 in the NFL. Give everybody an update as to where we stand. Look, a quasi it moved, right? Where we stand side and total of these games. And if I have thoughts, if I have leans, and if I have bets coming up for Week 14 in the NFL. So let's do that right now. And we'll start tomorrow night, Thursday night, with the Lions. And I will do a quick refresh on my BetMGM screen. So I'm giving everybody all numbers. Detroit, a 3-point home favorite against Dallas, total 54.5. Femi and I talked about this game on Monday. I was obviously off yesterday. Couldn't believe that the 3 was used towards Detroit. I think Dallas is just better than the Lions, which doesn't mean that I think that Dallas should be favored in the game, although I do think Dallas is going to win. Like, I kind of think, like, I don't even care about the points. I'm going to bet Dallas to win the game. I'll have a +3 ticket as well, but I think Dallas is going to win. I acknowledge that Detroit could win. Baldy laid out a scenario how. Gibbs and Jamison Williams hit a bunch of homers on offense, and Detroit outscores Dallas. Ergo, a point total of 54.5 because Dallas is scoring in the game on the suspect Detroit secondary that's still down a number of really good players. And here comes George Pickens, and here comes CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott playing at an MVP level. And if Dallas wins out, Dak could absolutely steal NFL MVP. And I know a lot of sports bettors that agree with that thought. I love the Cowboys tomorrow night to kick off Week 14. We move to Sunday, and we'll go in BetMGM order here. So BetMGM on their screen. First game on Sunday, Dolphins at the Jets at MetLife Stadium. Miami, a 3-point road favorite, total 41.5. The Miami Dolphins offensive metamorphosis. I don't know if I'm using that word correctly here. I guess it's changed, right? That's a metamorphosis. I guess it is okay. And it's a lot more fun to say than change. This is the kind of tactic I would employ when I was single and go out on a date, like a first date. You would say instead of change, like when you give a tip to a waitress and you say, keep the metamorphosis. And the female's always impressed. The run game has changed here for Miami. The offense has changed. And the focus is on this run game. Addie in our chat and all the women out there. It's a lame joke. I apologize. Miami's run game has been awesome. They're running on everybody right now. And they're not, as Jackson Brown famously once said, running on empty. They're running on a full tank. Devon Achane is killing it right now. Mike McDaniel might mess around and keep the head coaching job in Miami. They win this game, they're 6-7. 6-7. By the way, they're one game worse right now than the Chiefs. The Chiefs are 6-6. The Dolphins are 5-7. What world is this? Up is down, left is right, night is day. I don't know my ass from my elbow. Great job by Mike McDaniel pulling this out of the gutter for the Miami Dolphins this season to respectability. Part of me wants to bet the Jets like I did last week, and Sammy and I talked about it on Countdown to Kickoff on Sunday. Had a Jets +3 ticket. They win the game, obviously. And by the way, how about my guy, A.D. Mitchell? I told you. He's got number one receiver written all over him. I told you. Last week, the Falcons ran for 167 yards against the Jets. Like, the Dolphins are going to run all over that ass this weekend. I'm interested in Miami in this game. I need 2.5, though, not 3. We'll talk about it more as the week rolls on. Ravens and the Steelers in Baltimore. Ravens bet out from 5.5, now a 6-point home favorite. Total 42.5, in case you missed it. The Steelers cut Darius Slay. He was claimed by the Bills. I actually really like that for Buffalo. Like, low risk for Buffalo, potentially high reward at corner. And they signed Adam Thielen, who the Vikings let go, which just, hey, here's old receiver that Aaron Rodgers feels comfortable with. I don't want to bet the side of the game. I don't want to. If I did, I'd probably be Pittsburgh at +6, just the profiles of these teams. So I don't feel confident in betting the spread of the game. I do think the Ravens will win. I would be shocked if the Ravens lost. If the Ravens lose, you might want to cross them off the list for the playoffs. And maybe the Bengals can win the AFC North if that happens. I think the Ravens will win. I do like Baltimore and moneyline parlays this weekend. I don't know what I want to do about the spread. I don't think it's lay 6 with Baltimore, even if I think the Ravens will win the game. Seahawks and the Falcons in Atlanta. Seattle 7. So Atlanta's been getting bet over the course of the week, early in the week. Total is 44.5. I guess Seattle's offense is not really playing that great. Okay. Maybe Drake London's back for Atlanta. Didn't practice today, but is being called day to day. I guess I kind of understand the thought process on Atlanta. I want nothing to do with the Falcons here. I think for me, Seattle or nothing right now. I reserve the right to change my mind. Bills and the Bengals in Buffalo. Buffalo's a 5.5-point favorite. Total is 53. A lot needs to be figured out from an injury perspective for the Bills and for Cincinnati, but really for Buffalo. What about their offensive tackles? What about Dalton Kincaid? What about Joey Bosa? And what about Raven? For Cincy, is T. Higgins going to be good to go? Did some work at practice on Wednesday, but still is working back from the concussion. We don't know if T. Higgins is going to play, and we're pretty sure Trey Hendrickson will be out for this game. When I first looked at this point spread on Sunday night during the Commanders-Broncos game, I'm thinking, okay, like Buffalo's going to slam them here. Cincy's defense stinks. Here we go. The more I think about it, I hate the Bills' defense. I hate it. Here's Joe Burrow. Getting 5.5 points. Good enough for me. I want to wait and see if I can get a better number. I lose nothing if it goes down to 5. I'll be on the Bengals coming up this Sunday in Buffalo. On the other side, the rest of the games coming up week 14 in the NFL, which features the Chiefs and the Texans Sunday Night Football at Arrowhead.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So I was surprised that they moved up. Yes, I did not think they were going to get knocked out of the playoff the same way that Florida State was a couple years ago when Jordan Travis suffered that injury and they had to go to the backup quarterback. I think that the committee saw that backlash and they protected themselves here. Also, it's an SEC school. And also, I mean, they have double-digit wins. And yeah, they lose Lane Kiffin, but Pete Golding is going to stay with the team. Right, so the defense isn't going to change. And then we find out today, we didn't even know that Charlie Weiss Jr. was going to be the OC officially until after we talked with Matt last night. He didn't even know, but he gets to stay and call plays. So they're still going to run the same plays, man. It's the Lane offense, just with Charlie calling the plays. I think you should have downgraded him one spot maybe, but I like to see it for the kids, right? Because I don't really blame Lane. Like I don't think he's a victim. And also, like, I don't think he's like, I just like, I'm in the middle with the whole situation, right? It was a good job. He wanted to coach his team. They told him no. If he stays, he never gets the LSU job, most likely, right? So he had to take the money and run, literally. So, but also in the process, he screwed over his kids and didn't even have the opportunity to say goodbye to the kids. So I want those kids to go out on the field and get their revenge. I would love to see them play Georgia. Once again, I think they could beat Georgia. I think they might be able to win a game or two in the playoff. I don't think they could win it all. So I'm glad to see a really good football team not get punished because their coach was selfish in the long run.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, we have a piece of breaking news in the NFL that I think is a little interesting. Doesn't really matter for bets, but I just want to talk about it for a second. The Baltimore Ravens have extended tight end Mark Andrews 3-year extension worth $39 million that includes $26 million guaranteed. He did just become the franchise's all-time leading receiver, slated to be a free agent. He's 30 years old and they have Isaiah Likely. I don't know if I don't like that for the Ravens. It has no impact on like Sunday's game. Just from a team building perspective, I don't really like that for Baltimore. I know he's been a really good play, all-time leading franchise. Probably says more about the franchise than it does about him. Also, like tons of drops in big games. I don't want to make this an anti-Mark Andrews thing. I'm happy he got paid. I'm never against anyone making money, especially me. I don't get it for Baltimore. Now that we've done the news, we can move on. As we continue rolling through the games week 14 in the NFL, Trevor Maddich, ESPN college football analyst and national champion of the 1984 BYU Cougars, Trevor Maddich joins us to start next hour. All the bets for tonight will close the show. Moving on to the Browns and the Titans in Cleveland. I don't know what I'm supposed to say about this game to make it interesting. It's another piece of something else that might be left on the cutting room floor today. I'm actually going to do it now for like 2 minutes. Here's my take on the Cleveland Browns from today. Earlier, the Cleveland Browns opened up the 21-day practice window. Wait for it. For Deshaun Watson. And no, like your ears are working. Or to paraphrase Ari Gold, your ears are not effed. You heard that correctly. Deshaun Watson's 21-day practice window has been opened. This is like if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, it's like you're in a horror movie and you think like Jason Voorhees is finally dead. Michael Myers is finally dead. And then the camera pans away from the kitchen where everyone's enjoying their dinner into the garage. And there's Deshaun Watson standing there with the chainsaw. Can I make a massage joke? A massage oil joke? I won't. And there's Deshaun Watson. I'll tell you what. I don't think he's playing this year. Does he start in week 18? I doubt it. The Cleveland Browns, actually, and I said this on Cleveland radio recently, and some people liked it, some people hate on us, whatever. Some people like, some people hate everything, right? I cause a reaction one way or another. I enjoy that. And I mean it. The Cleveland Browns 2025 season is a success. It's already a success, no matter what happens the rest of the season, unless like everyone gets hurt. It's a success. Because so many of the young players are good. Harold Fannin. Carson Schweschinger. I don't know if I'm lisping my way through that one. Carson Schweschinger. Mason Graham. Quinshon Judkins. Dylan. Bitch, you know what I want? I want to talk to Samson. Fly me to the moon. Shout out to the half-baked fans in the audience. They have so many good young players. 2 first-round picks. The last thing they need is this albatross slung around their collective necks in Deshaun Watson. Browns owner Jimmy Haslam has already come out and said that the trade was a swing and a miss. You think, Jimmy? $230 million guaranteed to like a sexual predator who's not even good at football. Like, that's the thing. We can leave all like the off the field stuff behind for this conversation. When he plays, he sucks. An easy guy to root against. And he's not good when he plays. And next year, 2026, is the final year on the 5-year guaranteed contract. $46 million coming his way. And he has the largest cap hit in the league assigned to him, $80 million. The Cleveland Browns have to figure out a way to make Deshaun Watson go away. And I'm not suggesting like in a mob way. Like I could kill him and like drop him in the ocean. Like, that's not what I'm suggesting. But they have to figure out a way to get him to go away. Pay him to stay home. Whatever it is. You cannot have this guy in your locker room, around all these young players, around what's likely to be, I don't think Shador or Dylan Gabriel's the answer at quarterback. They'll probably draft one, or maybe they kick it down the road. I don't know. I don't think you can have this guy on the roster. So they have to figure that out. And I couldn't believe that news today when I saw it. Just like he's like Michael Myers. Like, you think he's gone and now he's back. Like, he never goes away. And he's filthy, stinking rich. Anyway, the Browns host the Titans this weekend. Cleveland, a 4-point home favorite, total 33.5. Answer this question for me. How bad is a team that Shedeur Sanders is favored by 4 against them? Answer. Cam Ward, Mike McCoy, and the Tennessee Titans. Browns or pass? That feels like 13-3 final. Lean for me towards the under. Vikings and the Commanders in Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy's reportedly going to be back. We don't think Jaden Daniels will be back starting for the Commanders, but we don't know yet for sure. I don't want to think about this game until tomorrow at the earliest, so we're going to pass. I guess it's Washington money line. I don't want to bet J.J. McCarthy. Do you? I will answer my own question on behalf of everybody. And I will do my best Christoph Waltz imitation. And I will answer it in another language, like he did in the critically acclaimed drama Inglourious Bastards. Do you, our listeners and viewers, want to bet J.J. McCarthy? My answer also doubles as his jersey number. 9. You bet on this Wednesday. Buccaneers and the Saints in Tampa. Baker Mayfield and company, 8.5-point home favorites over Tyler Shuck and the Saints. Total is 42.5. Can I say something that might be controversial? I don't think Tyler Shuck's terrible. Just want to let that hang for a moment. I don't think he's great, but he's decent. He'll be a critical, in all seriousness, it's not going to impact how we want to bet this game, and I do kind of like the Saints to cover, unless Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan are both back. Both had their practice window opened up today by the Bucs, which is huge for them coming down the stretch of the season. But like as we head into next year, how Tyler Shuck looks over the final 5 games of the season is going to matter a lot for the Saints next year, and for the way they're going to build this team moving forward. So I think that's something that's really interesting to watch. Tampa might have beaten the Cardinals by 3 on Sunday. I think Arizona played them to an absolute standstill. I don't know if I like laying 8.5 with this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team. So lean for me at this point in the week towards New Orleans. No bet has been placed. Critical game in the AFC South. Indy, a 1.5-point road favorite at the Jaguars. Total 47.5. I want to say winner of this game wins the division, but Houston's looming. I actually do think the winner of this game wins the division. I don't know what I want to do here. I don't think I want to bet the Colts because, their starting quarterback has a broken leg and can't move laterally. All Jacksonville has to do is gear up and stop the run here. And I don't trust Trevor Lawrence, really, but I just want to say this again, because I think it bears repeating. One of the quarterbacks in this game, which is basically a pick the winner of the game, Indy's a 1.5-point road favorite. One of the quarterbacks in a game with the point spread of 1.5 has a broken leg. Need I say more? You bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos here with you. We'll roll through the rest of the games quickly. Broncos 7.5 at the Raiders, total 40.5. Have you watched the Raiders? So another schedule win coming up for the Denver Broncos. Do I want to bet the game? I'd like to tease it. I like to tease Denver down to 1.5. Green Bay 6.5 against Chicago, total 44.5. This game will merit some more time as we move along this week. Femi and I did talk about it on Monday. And what I said on Monday, when the point spread went from 5.5 to 6, is I'm going to like the Chicago Bears. Maybe not to win the game, but to keep it close. Now, at BetMGM, we are at 6.5, and it's juiced towards Green Bay. We'll see what the injuries have to hold, and I'm just going to do a quick weather check here on this game. Right now, 16 degrees. Oh, baby, it will be the frozen tundra on Sunday. Bears +7's an easy click for me. We'll see what injuries look like. Haven't made the bet yet. I would like to bet Chicago +7. Rams and the Cardinals in the desert. Rams an 8-point road favorite, total 48.5. How do I like to bet Arizona? When they're a big dog, I like to bet on them. They're a big dog in this game. I think I'm interested in the Arizona Cardinals. Haven't made the bet. Cardinals or pass for me on Sunday. I'm going to go to Monday, and then we'll close with Sunday night. So Justin Herbert, with his surgically repaired left hand, had surgery on Monday for the fracture he sustained in Sunday's win over the Raiders. Didn't practice today on Wednesday, and ESPN's Adam Schefter tweeted that the Chargers are giving no assurances that Herbert will start on Monday. Betting market in this game is Eagles 3, and the 3 is juiced towards the Chargers. And let me tell you something. We think Justin Herbert's more likely to play than not number. Because if Trey Lance were announced as the starter, there's no way the point spread's 3 when there will be more Eagles fans in attendance on Monday night than Chargers fans. We're going to need way more information about Herbert here before I bet this game. You know I like the Eagles. I may be an idiot. I probably am. We'll come back to this game tomorrow when Femi rejoins me on the show. And we'll close with Sunday night, where the Chiefs are 3.5 juiced towards Houston against the Texans. The total is 42. I said it on Monday to Femi. I said it earlier this hour to Baldy. This game and Cowboys-Lions mirror each other to me. Where, okay, Lions are 3. I think Dallas is better. I love the Cowboys. In this game, the Chiefs are 3.5. I think it'll go down to 3. We'll see. Kansas City might be down 3/5 of his offensive line. Simmons is going to be out. We'll see about Trey Smith and Jalen Moore. It feels bad going up against the Houston defense. Controlled violence. Brian Baldinger told you he basically chokes up in tears watching Will Anderson dominate opposing offenses. There's a real case to be made. The Texans are just better than the Chiefs. I'm being sincere, and I'm Mr. Kansas City this year, and I'm saying that. I like the Cowboys on Thursday night. I'm definitely betting the Chiefs on Sunday night. One last ride. One last shootout at the OK Corral. One last go-around this season with Patrick Mahomes. We're going to see how far this line drops. And then you know what we're doing. We're betting Kansas City. And y'all pay homage to the man. Final hour, power hour coming up next. We start the hour talking college football with ESPN's Trevor Maddich.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ooh, man. Well, I gotta fade this because I bet Jonathan Taylor 22-1. But hell yeah, JSN could win this award, man. Look at the numbers. Look at the nerd stats, the separation. Such a good route runner. There's really no way to contain him. You could bracket coverage. You could try to double team him. The guy's always wide open in this offense. So I'm cheering against this, but I do think it's possible. I'll fade it because I bet Jonathan Taylor at a really good price. And especially right now with the Daniel Jones leg injury, man, they're really going to have to rely on Taylor. So I'm not going to budge. I'm still on JT, but it does worry me that the Colts are kind of falling apart right now.
Yeah, it does worry me as well. I'm going to fade it. JSN had a bit of a clunker last week. Very uncharacteristic. He didn't even get over 30 yards receiving, which was very unusual for him. He was on pace for a 2,000-yard season, which no wide receiver in the NFL has ever done. He could still do that, but he's got to have to make up some ground now. Jonathan Taylor has just done some stupid stuff. He's got 17 combined touchdowns, nearly 1,300 yards rushing. He's also caught the ball a bit more, 35 receptions for 304 receiving yards. I look at the rest of the season schedule. Let's see, Jonathan Taylor at Jacksonville, at Seattle. Those will be both difficult matchups. And then San Francisco, Jacksonville again, at Houston. The slate is so tough for him, no doubt about it. JSN at Atlanta, Indianapolis, the LA Rams at home, at Carolina, at San Francisco. It's those in-season matchups. He could do silly. He could do stupid things in the box score because Carolina's number 23 in dropback EP80, San Francisco at number 26. This is going to be tight. It really is. That's why it's representative in the market. I think Jonathan Taylor was like minus 125 now. JSN is at plus 100, but I still think Jonathan Taylor winds up with the goods and that award in the end.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, our amazing crew, and whoever the hell you are. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up in 20 minutes, we will talk about the disaster, the unmitigated failure known as the Penn State head coaching search, and what's happened to them today on National Signing Day, which has to be seen or heard to be believed. That's coming up in 20 minutes, and we'll roll through some college hoops from last night and the Clippers debacle, telling Chris Paul to kick rocks literally in the middle of the night. That's coming up later in the hour. All our bets for tonight will close the show. But very pleased to open up this hour with a guy I've watched on TV for a long time, and I love the fact that we're going to get the chance to talk ball right now. here on the radio, on YouTube, on Twitch, etc. ESPN, college football, and NFL analyst. I love his stuff on college football. National champion BYU back in 1984. So absolutely love this. The great Trevor Maddich joins us on the show, making his You Better You Bet debut on Twitter at @TMaddich. Trevor, Nick Costos here. Sincerely appreciate you coming on the show. I'm a fan. How's it going? Happy conference championship weekend in college football to you and yours.
Hey, Nick, it's great to be here. I really appreciate you having me on. You do a great job, and it's an honor for me to be here with you. But I'm excited now about getting here to the end, right? I mean, all the drama that we had from the off season in through the summer, and then an amazing season this year, and all of a sudden now we're at conference championship week, and I cannot wait to see how this thing unfolds.
It has been. You're so right. This has been, and I say this about college we're not going to do college basketball here, but I've just been saying, with all the great freshmen this year in college hoops, this has a chance to be one of the best college hoops seasons ever. This has been one of my favorite college football seasons ever. I've been watching for 35 years. Obviously, you won a title, been watching it for longer than I have. I have absolutely loved this season, and I think we're going to get a pretty good conclusion when we get into this weekend and into the college football playoffs. So, my friend, let's chop it up and let's talk about it. And what I'd like to do is hit you with a couple of the big games. This is a betting show. You don't have to give a best bet. Just tell us like how you think the game is going to play out. That's totally fine. And then maybe we can talk some permutations from there on what might happen in the rankings. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right, so let's start in the Big Ten, where I believe, and if you agree, we could just gloss over it, that Ohio State and Indiana will both have byes no matter what happens in the game. I think they will both be top 4 teams no matter what happens in this one. The Buckeyes are 4.5-point favorites against the Hoosiers. The total in the game is 48.5. And Trevor, just for some context, Indiana has been the preferred betting side thus far this week. Ohio State was as big as a 6-point favorite, so we have seen some money come in on Indiana pushing this down, but number one, Ohio State is still the favorite in the game. I think Ohio State wins and wins by double digits. How do you see the game playing out on Saturday in the Big Ten title game?
Yeah, I think Ohio State has the edge. I mean, I do think they have more talent top to bottom, especially on defense. But this game, I think, might be a lot slower than people expect. I mean, Ohio State, the strength of their offense is the receivers. They've got multiple future first-round draft choices at receiver, and they tend to build leads with those guys. But then they tend to take the air out of the ball and rely on the running game and their defense to hang on to the lead. And their running game for much of the year has not been very explosive. They've gotten better in recent weeks, but it's not a terribly dynamic running game, especially against a better defense like Indiana will throw out there. And then Indiana, very quietly, is one of the best rushing teams in the nation. They've got 6 games of 300 or more yards rushing. 6 300-yard rushing games this year. That leads the nation. And so we think of Fernando Mendoza and the passing attack of Indiana when we think of that offense, and we should. I mean, they're great, but they're incredibly balanced, and that's what you need in order to be able to challenge this Ohio State defense. So I think both teams have reason to want to establish the run and keep the opposing offense off the field. And so I think it might be a much slower game than people think. And I would just throw this out there, too, as people do their calculations on this one, that as of a couple of weeks ago, I haven't seen the numbers today, but as of a couple of weeks ago, Ohio State quarterback Julian Sayin was the most accurate deep thrower in the nation. On passes of at least 30 yards in the air, he was 73% completion percentage. Think about that. 30 yards plus air yards, 73% completion percentage. And he's also very good under pressure. It's not like, well, just go pressure, but he can't do it. He also leads the nation, or led the nation a couple of weeks ago, in completion percentage under pressure. So, this isn't just a matter of a young quarterback in his first year starting against a guy with a lot of experience over at Indiana. This Julian Sayin, if he doesn't freak out under the pressure, has got a chance to match Mendoza.
I'll absolutely love that. And Ohio State did take an early punch in the mouth against Michigan last week, obviously, Trevor, and more than rose to the occasion. I am trying to distill what you said there, and I kind of maybe a lean. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Maybe a thought on the under of the game, and maybe Ohio State emerges victorious again. That would be my interpretation of what you said. So I can't wait to see it. Ohio State and Indiana on Saturday. SEC championship game. Bama, obviously, Trevor, beat Georgia earlier in the year. Georgia's got a chance for revenge here, and the Bulldogs are 2.5-point favorites in the game against Kalen DeBoer in Alabama. The total here is 47.5. Would love your opinion on the game and like who you think's going to win, etc. But also, I'm strongly of the opinion, Trevor, that if Alabama loses this game, I still think they're in the play. Georgia's obviously in with the loss. I think Bama's in no matter what. Whether they win or lose this game, lose by 50, I still think Bama's in. So who do you like in the SEC title game? And do you agree with me that Bama's in no matter what happens?
Yeah, Nick, I think there's a good chance of that. I think that people like Nick Saban have been beating the drum for the committee not penalizing teams for losing in a conference championship game, especially at the expense of teams that didn't even play in a conference championship game. I mean, right now, Alabama's at number 9, and Notre Dame's at 10. Behind that, you've got Miami, Texas, and Vanderbilt that aren't playing in their conference championship game. Only BYU at 11 is. And so if Alabama loses to Georgia and they get bounced out of there in favor of one of those teams, then the committee will have penalized them for taking a risk that other teams didn't even have to take. And I think that would be wrong. BYU is a different issue because if BYU loses to Texas Tech, they won't be a threat. And if BYU beats Texas Tech, the Big 12 will get 2 teams in because Texas Tech won't drop from 4 all the way out. And keep this in mind, by the way, that the cutoff is at 10 right now, 10th, because the top 5 highest-ranked conference champions get an automatic berth. Right now, 2 of those 5 will be coming from way down in the rankings, way outside the top 12, and the ACC, and then whoever is the winner of the highest-ranked champion in the group of 5. And if Duke wins the ACC, then you might have 2 group of 5 teams up there. But the point is they'll come from behind the 12th, and they'll populate the 12th and 11th position. So if you're Notre Dame right now, you got to be pretty puckered up, because if Alabama loses to Georgia, but they don't go behind you, then you are in you've got a problem. But your biggest problem, if you're Notre Dame, is if BYU beats Texas Tech and makes the playoff, they're going to go from 11 up into the top 10, and Notre Dame will get bounced out of the top 10 by that. But if BYU loses to Texas Tech and they drop down from 11, Miami's at 12 right now, and Miami will step up and be right next to Notre Dame with the same record as Notre Dame, and Miami beat Notre Dame head-to-head, and that might bounce Notre Dame out of the top 10. So that's a problem. Now, just so that people know that, you mentioned how's this game play out. I agree that I think Georgia has the edge here. Georgia, I think, is stronger at the line of scrimmage, and that's going to matter because Alabama all year has struggled to run the ball and stop the run. Those are things that Georgia does very well, and they've improved at both as the season has gone on. And then Georgia's quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, he's not just a game manager. He's a playmaker. He can match what Ty Simpson of Alabama can do. And Alabama's really good, but Alabama, they just beat Auburn. They got outgained by Auburn by 131 yards. So it's not like Alabama's this unstoppable juggernaut. And so I think Georgia at the line of scrimmage is going to establish the run, and I think they're going to take over in the second half on the ground like they have all year long, and I don't think Bama is built this year to stop that.
Trevor, I said everything that you said earlier in the show as it relates to Notre Dame. I agree 100%. If BYU, and I thought, Trevor, it was going to be Ole Miss on Monday, that maybe if the Rebels didn't move up in the rankings with Lane leaving, that the committee could justify dropping Ole Miss out if BYU beat Texas Tech. Ole Miss goes up to 6, like they improve their standing. Notre Dame drops down to 10. I agree 100%. If BYU beats Texas Tech on Saturday, I think the Irish are out of the college football playoff. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos here with you, with ESPN college football analyst, national champion Trevor Maddich on Twitter at @TMaddich. And Trevor, that takes us to your alma mater, BYU. I got a great piece of news with the coach sticking around, Sataki not going to Penn State. Big dogs, as they were in Lubbock earlier in the year, against Texas Tech. The betting interest early in the week, Trevor, has been on BYU. This was Texas Tech minus 13.5. Now it's 12.5. Total about 50.5. Can BYU keep this game close against Texas Tech, something they were unable to do earlier in the year?
Yeah, that total seems a bit high to me, but the thing is, BYU's defense in the regular season game in Lubbock played really well. Texas Tech only scored 2 touchdowns, and they had 5 field goals to get them up to 29. But Texas Tech had averaged 42 per game coming into that week, and they only scored 29 against BYU. 3 of those Tech field goals happened on BYU turnovers in the BYU red zone. One at the 8-yard line going in, short fields for Texas Tech, and BYU's defense stopped them and forced field goals. So the BYU defense is in position to do their part to keep the score low, but it's really the BYU offense and how they adjust. Because you go back and look at that tape, Texas Tech just swarmed the line of scrimmage. They played a lot of zone. Whenever they saw a run or a short pass, they just attacked forward. And BYU wasn't able to really adjust to stop that. But every defense has got soft spots. They just do. You really need 12 guys to cover the field adequately, and you only get 11. And so there are adjustments that BYU can make on offense to take advantage of some of the soft spots that they'll see on tape after, in the aftermath of that game. One of them is to hit their tall receivers down the sideline in one-on-one situations. Another one is to get their offensive linemen out on screens out on the edge and not just be, bubble screens with receivers out there. Another is counters, where you start with a bubble screen and then one of the blocking receivers takes a block and goes down the field. Well, if you're going to attack too much on defense, that's going to burn you deep, and that'll limit how you can attack. There's different things that BYU can do in this game to score more points than the 7 that they did the first time around. So Texas Tech is legitimately a national championship contender. But I think that BYU has a chance to make this thing a lot closer than it was last time around.
I do like BYU to cover the spread in the game as well, in the Big 12 title game. Trevor, maybe this is the final question. About 30 seconds for the answer. Maybe we could squeeze one more in afterwards. If Texas Tech beats BYU, right? And BYU obviously drops down from 11, the scenario that you laid out earlier, where Notre Dame and Miami might be next to each other in the rankings. If that's the case, who do you think makes it? Notre Dame or Miami? Miami beat them head-to-head, obviously, on Labor Day weekend. 30 seconds for the answer.
Should make it Miami, will make it likely Notre Dame. The committee they know that head-to-head happened, and they still baked into their rankings Notre Dame as the better team in their mind. And to me, same record, head-to-head, then you don't have to use metrics to decide which team is better. The metric you need is the scoreboard. So Miami should be in that scenario, but the committee likes Notre Dame better.
Hard 10 seconds for this one. If Duke wins the ACC title game, will the committee put Miami in to avoid having a power conference shutout of the playoff? 5 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds for the answer.
They should, and it would take a lot of pressure off of them for ignoring the head-to-head.
Fascinating. Trevor, you're awesome, man. I've loved watching you for years. I hope we're able to do this more regularly on You Better You Bet, at Team Adich on Twitter. Enjoy the games this weekend. I hope to catch up soon.
Appreciate it, Nick. Thank you.
Trevor Matich, ESPN college football analyst, joining us on the show. I gotta tell you, I feel pretty good about my takes. He's really good. He agreed with a lot of what I had to say. Confirmation bias. You gotta love it. We're talking a little more college football, some college hoops, a little Chris Paul coming up next here on a Wednesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ravens and Steelers, I think you guys know where I'm going in this one. I told you to take the Bengals last week, +7. I told you to sprinkle some money line against Baltimore. Probably do the same this week with the Steelers. I'd certainly take the 6 against the Ravens. Both teams coming off horrific performances. Lamar hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 straight games. Now, again, if Likely doesn't fumble going into the end zone, if Zay Flowers doesn't get called for that push-off, he probably throws for a couple and the game maybe changes completely. So those are stuff you always look at, right? Like these game-changing plays that lead to maybe the score being worse than what they actually were. But the Ravens are a mess right now, and it all starts with the fact that they're not running the football. Rasheen Ali had more snaps on Thursday night than Derrick Henry and Keaton Mitchell. Again, this has always been my biggest problem with John Harbaugh. It doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is. He always abandons the run in big games. And what I'm afraid of is after watching that Bills-Steelers game last night, and all the Bills did was run the ball down the Steelers' throat, is the Ravens will come out and overthink it and just try and throw the ball. If they use the game plan that they did in the playoffs last year against Pittsburgh, then they're going to cover this number and they're going to win easy. But if they mess around, if the Steelers force turnovers in this game like they normally do against the Ravens, then Pittsburgh's going to hang around. Massive game. Both teams 6-6, tied atop the AFC North. First of 2 matchups this year. I think this game is going to come down to the end, so I like the Steelers +6.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, it's all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, NBA, college hoops. I know that they're currently playing hockey around this great country and soon to be the 51st state. It's a joke. I know that they're playing hockey. Are they? NBA and college hoops bets coming up 20 minutes from now. We will work our way into hockey as the season goes along and we approach the postseason. And it's Wednesday, which means we'll play Predict the Prop with our friend Brad Evans coming up to close the show 20 minutes from now. But a little bit of a potpourri for everyone here because of all the breaking news we had, kind of push some stuff back later in the show. We got to talk about the coaching carousel right now in college football. I am going to read to everybody here a list of coaches that have recently, and maybe not so recently, been hired, and the schools that have hired them. And I want everyone to think in this moment, what school is conspicuous by its absence? James Franklin is the new head coach at Virginia Tech. If you don't know what the school is yet, you're lost. LAWST. Lane Kiffin, LSU. Pete Golding, Ellie's brother, Ole Miss. John Summerall, Pat's son, not spelled the same way, Florida. Alex Golish, Auburn. Ryan Silverfield, Arkansas. Brian Hartline, Ohio State's offensive coordinator, is going to be the next head coach of South Florida. And there was a picture of him tweeted by all like the insiders today where he has very obvious fake teeth. And I say this as someone who had his front teeth bonded today. I wanted to get, honestly, I'd love to hear from people, like message me on Instagram. If you've had, like you're a listener, viewer, if you've had that kind of cosmetic dental work done, I wanted to get crowns, but I was like, it's really, man. That's like because your teeth get shaved down. And I've got tattoos, so you think I wouldn't care about this stuff? It's permanent. I got a little gun shy today, and I got bonding instead, which I think is going to be like just as good. My problem is I grind my teeth and I chew pens all the time. Like I have to stop doing that or the bonding's going to break. So anyway, Brian Hartline has fake teeth. And now I guess I kind of do too. And I'm happy about that because I have no problem with that sort of thing. I consider taking steroids a couple times. But if I can be honest, I didn't want my balls to shrink. I'm just being real with everybody. And Will Stein was just named the new head coach at Kentucky. We'll talk about Kentucky coming up in a little bit. The school that is conspicuous by its absence here is the Penn State Nittany Lions, who fired James Franklin back on October 12th. It's December 3rd. The thought process there, we want to get ahead of finding our next head coach and get the best candidate on the market. I just read you a lot of names. None of them have decided to go to Penn State. And there is like a story that's making waves right now that super agent Jimmy Sexton is kind of, because he represents James Franklin, that he's so pissed at Penn State for how they handled the James Franklin, which he shouldn't be because James Franklin got paid $1 billion. Now he's the coach of Virginia Tech. What a coup for the Hokies. But he said that when they hired James Franklin. Can't believe that happened. Like, what a Christmas present from Penn State to Virginia Tech with James Franklin. Who, like, I don't know if he'll ever win a national championship, but he's way better than what Virginia Tech has had. Brent Pry his way out of there. Penn State doesn't have a coach. They wanted Kalani Sitake from BYU. He's staying at BYU. I have no idea who the next head coach is going to be at Penn State. There's some buzz. It's going to be interim head coach Terry Smith. I have no idea if Terry Smith is going to be a good head, if he's even named the head coach, if he'll do a good. I have no idea. I know it's not an inspiring hire, and the hire doesn't have to be inspiring. They can still be great. Like, it could still happen. Just that they've really screwed this up. I don't know how Penn State AD Pat Kraft keeps his job. This has been fouled up to the nth degree. Consider this. Today is National Signing Day. And yes, like the college football calendar is like ridiculously broken. Today is National Signing Day. Penn State, per our friends at 24/7 Sports, one of the best college football websites, resources of information out there. Penn State, and I guess things could have changed in the last couple hours. I think you'll understand the point I'm making. Penn State was 135th out of 136 Division I schools in terms of National Signing Day rankings of players being brought in. 135 out of 136. This team was in the college football playoff semifinal this calendar year. This year. They were a legitimate net. They were the second team on the board to start the year to win the national championship. 135 out of 136. National Signing Day. Don't have a head coach. Hard to screw up worse than they have. Now, maybe they hire, I'm going to throw a name out there. I actually got told by someone that this could happen. I'm not reporting it. I can be wrong. Brian Dable, my former head coach of the Giants. Got two kids that went to Penn State. Let's just say it's Brian Dable, just for argument's sake. They can go to the portal. Portaling, I believe, is the verb. They can go portaling and bring in 50 guys to play. That could happen, right? Who wants to bet this team next year? And I'm not saying we'll see what the win. They could go over their win total. We'll see. Are they sniffing the playoff? Sniffing it. What an absolute disaster. You fired James Franklin, which was debatable at the time. I guess it was somewhat understandable if you were going to bring, if Lane Kiffin was going to coach the team, or if Nick Saban was going to coach the team, or Urban Meyer was going to coach the team. This is as fouled up a coaching search as I think you'll have. And there's no betting application now, but there will be one heading into next season. And just a huge story in the world of sports and college football. Just to throw it out there. I don't claim to be an expert in South Florida football. People I respect love Alex Golesh, the new Auburn head coach. We'll talk about this more as we approach next college football season. You bet on this Wednesday. In the middle of the night, I go walking in my sleep. Shout out to Billy Joel. In the middle of the night, this literally today, Wednesday, December 3rd, the Los Angeles Clippers sent Chris Paul home. This was when I was in Spanish class in 7th grade, and Mrs. Romagosa was her name, was the teacher. And I used to get in, I was a misbehave. What a shocker. And she would tell me to stand out. She would say, Neek, because listen, my mom was born in Uruguay. That's how members of her family say the name. Neek. Neek, go outside, is what she would say. And I would have to leave the classroom and stand outside. This is basically what the Clippers said to Chris Paul. Chris, go outside. Go home. See you later. And people are up in arms over this. Chris Paul is a Clippers legend. Never brought a title to LA, but no one has. They've never won. He was a great player, obviously, for the Clippers. He's 40 years old, could have retired, and decided to come back for one last run with the Clippers. And the Clippers were a team that a lot of people, a lot of smart people, I didn't like them as much as some people did, which I'm not trying to paint myself as being the NBA genius. I didn't like them as much, but I thought they were going to be awesome. Everybody did. We all thought they were going to be really good. And what a storybook ending that would be, right? Chris Paul. One last go-around with the team where he starred for the longest. And our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, asked a question earlier to us. I thought it was a fascinating question. If this were baseball, and you make the Hall of Fame, and you have to pick a hat, right? You have one hat to choose from to represent you. I think Chris Paul would be a Clipper. Maybe not now after this. I think he'd be a Clipper. And maybe, just maybe, you get the storybook ending. And Chris Paul wins a title. Because right now, and it's not apples to apples, because I think Dan Marino's a better player than Chris Paul. You could argue Charles Barkley was a better player. They're different positions than Chris Paul. But Chris Paul right now is slated to become, it looks like he's going to be, one of the best players to never win a championship in his sport. He has never won a title. But maybe he could have won it with the Clippers, and what a story that would have been. And things haven't just gone wrong. This is like the Calvin and Hobbes cartoon strip that I will detail sometimes, where Calvin is daydreaming about a crazy scenario where a train flies off the tracks with gas canisters in it at the same time as a plane is about to crash, and that's got gasoline on it as well, onto a car that's being lit on fire, and you just get the biggest demolition of all time. That's the LA Clippers season. So the Clippers lose on Monday night to the Miami Heat, and the Clippers drop to 5-16 and are losers now of 5 straight games. Let's not mince words. Their season is absolutely over. Absolutely no chance of doing anything the rest of the year. And what's funny is, and I'm off the show yesterday, I'm doing my work yesterday morning, even though I'm not doing the show, because I like sports and I like to be up on everything that's happening. And I'm reading about the game, and Kawhi scored 36. And I'm actually thinking yesterday morning on Tuesday morning, maybe the Clippers are about to become a bet-on team here. If Kawhi is going to be Kawhi again, then I don't know if they're going to win a ton of games, but they're probably not going to be that bad. I know they lost by 17 to the Heat, but if Kawhi is going to be Kawhi, maybe they're going to get somewhere. And now this. There are reports that Chris Paul and Ty Lue, Clippers head coach, didn't speak for weeks to each other, and that Chris Paul's leadership style was abrasive to the team. And there are people, and I've read and I've listened and I've watched today, that are furious with the Clippers for treating Chris Paul in this fashion. And I certainly think that one could come to the conclusion that even if the Clippers wanted to do this, there's probably a better way to handle it besides for being a Clipper legend. Like he is an NBA legend, no matter how you feel about him, right, wrong, or indifferent. He's one of the best point guards in the history of the league. Like at like the very top, towards the top of the list. And he unceremoniously gets thrown to the wolves in the middle of the night. And people are really mad about it. Here's what I'll say. Ty Lue is a really good coach. We know that. Like, disaster this season, Ty Lue is a good coach. Lawrence Frank, who's the former coach of the Nets, who's now like the GM basically of the Clippers who runs the front office, is not an idiot, right? He's no dummy. So what's happening here? I think maybe a couple things. First would be, if Chris Paul and Ty Lue aren't speaking for weeks, I'm going to take the side, and I know a lot of people disagree, and you're all wrong, because this isn't how life works. If your employer is pissed at you and they're paying you a lot of money, it's your job as the employee to get in that person's good graces. That's how life works. If I'm Chris Paul, I don't care what he's done in his career. He's 40 now. He's not what he once was, which he's one of the best point guards ever. But if you're not talking to your head coach doesn't want to have a conversation with you, you don't think there's something wrong with that, you don't try and change it, I don't blame the Clippers if that's what it's come to. Like, Chris Paul can be abrasive and he can demand accountability when he's 30. I don't know if that works now. And maybe you want to say, well, the Clippers knew that about Chris Paul. Fair. But still, it's up to the employee to make the employee to make the employer happy. That's how capitalism works. Sorry, everybody. Grow up. Grow up. And the other thing that I'd say, if Chris Paul, maybe he's abrasive, but if he's a good leader, which everyone says he is, and Ty Lue's not dumb and Lawrence Frank's not dumb, then what's happening here? I think all roads of excrement, as far as the LA Clippers are concerned, they all lead back to one guy. And the roads of excrement perhaps are over those roads of excrement are trees planted by aspiration. They all lead back to one man, Kawhi Leonard. And Kawhi, probably, you're Kawhi Leonard, you want to listen to Chris Paul, like demand accountability for you? Kawhi runs that team. I'm sure Kawhi had something to do with this. I blame, you want to blame someone for this? I don't blame Ty Lue. I don't blame Lawrence Frank. I'm going to blame, without knowing for sure, my thought is it's Kawhi's fault. And look, in 2019, after the Raptors beat the Warriors in the NBA championship, and Kawhi became a free agent, and he chose the Clippers, it was a worthy gamble to make. And trading for Paul George at that point was a worthy gamble. It has been a disaster for the Clippers. And also jump-started what could be a dynasty for the Thunder. SGA goes in that deal to OKC. And when the Clippers are in the lottery this year, guess who gets their first-round pick? Not them. The Oklahoma City Thunder. All our bets for tonight coming up next to close the show.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Ravens and Steelers, I think you guys know where I'm going in this one. I told you to take the Bengals last week, +7. I told you to sprinkle some money line against Baltimore. Probably do the same this week with the Steelers. I'd certainly take the 6 against the Ravens. Both teams coming off horrific performances. Lamar hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 straight games. Now, again, if Likely doesn't fumble going into the end zone, if Zay Flowers doesn't get called for that push-off, he probably throws for a couple and the game maybe changes completely. So those are stuff you always look at, right? Like these game-changing plays that lead to maybe the score being worse than what they actually were. But the Ravens are a mess right now, and it all starts with the fact that they're not running the football. Rasheen Ali had more snaps on Thursday night than Derrick Henry and Keaton Mitchell. Again, this has always been my biggest problem with John Harbaugh. It doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is. He always abandons the run in big games. And what I'm afraid of is after watching that Bills-Steelers game last night, and all the Bills did was run the ball down the Steelers' throat, is the Ravens will come out and overthink it and just try and throw the ball. If they use the game plan that they did in the playoffs last year against Pittsburgh, then they're going to cover this number and they're going to win easy. But if they mess around, if the Steelers force turnovers in this game like they normally do against the Ravens, then Pittsburgh's going to hang around. Massive game. Both teams 6-6, tied atop the AFC North. First of 2 matchups this year. I think this game is going to come down to the end, so I like the Steelers +6.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the wonderful sports and football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. 2 tremendous guests joined us on the show. Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger, who said he gets choked up watching Will Anderson play defense for the Houston Texans. I really enjoyed that. Baldy's the best. And ESPN college football analyst and national champion, Trevor Maddich, who basically agreed with everything I had to say about college football and the rankings and the playoff. So I always enjoy, as most people do, when people agree with them. So I enjoyed Trevor Maddich coming on the show. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, he's got, like I said it the other day, he has the Galvatron strain of COVID. He's been sick for 2 weeks. Like, Tyler, you have COVID, and you have Galvatron. Like, you got to do something about it, buddy, because he's been sick for so long. Tyler Morales is our technical director. He also just wrote, dude, you should see the thing on my lip right now. I don't know, Tyler, if you were sexually active in Nashville, but perhaps you have an STD. Our engineer, Jake Hassan. Our associate producer, Addie Bates. Our video producer, downtown, Mike Brown. BetMGM tonight is coming up after us on the BetMGM network. Brad Evans will join us in just a moment. I have 3 rapid-fire takes on college basketball last night to give out, and then Brad's going to join. We'll play Predict the Prop, and Brad's going to talk some college hoops with us. Because I actually think Brad knows more about college basketball on Wednesday, December 3rd than literally anyone in the country. And I mean that. He's so good with it. So 3 takes on the games from last night. Carolina beats Kentucky 67-64. Now, Kentucky's down 3 of their best players, including Jaden Quintons, who, if you look at NBA mock drafts, which I do, because his freshman class is amazing, is always listed in the top 10. So Kentucky's got 3 losses already. They lost to Louisville. They lost last night to North Carolina. And Brad, who else did Kentucky lose to that's escaping me at the moment? It's like another really good team. Louisville,
Michigan
Carolina,
State.
Who else? Lost to Michigan State at Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
So Mark Pope, like the honeymoon's over for Mark Pope. And it's bad at Kentucky when the new football coach, Will Stein, gets the loudest ovation at the basketball game, and not any of the players or not the coach. They lose to Carolina. I do think Kentucky will be better as the season goes on and they get the guys back. Quintons played at Arizona State last year, tore his ACL in January. He should be back at some point soon. But this is a $22 million roster, and like they're bad. So I have Kentucky right now, and they play Gonzaga in a couple days. That could go poorly for Kentucky. As for Carolina, I don't think Carolina is as good as Duke or as good as Louisville at the top of the ACC. But Carolina, I think, better than a lot of people thought coming into the year. UConn, Kansas quickly. Connecticut wins 61-56. I'm very impressed by Kansas in the absence of Darren Peterson, who might be the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. When he comes back, watch out for the Kansas Jayhawks. And then Duke beats Florida 67-66. Florida covers. I bet Florida. No one cares. I wasn't on the show. Whatever. I lose a lot of bets also. Boogie Flan was awesome last night for the Gators. If they can get production from their backcourt, their front court with Thomas Hawk, they've returned everyone in the front court. It's the guards that all left. I don't know if they're going to win the Natty again, but they're so good, and that line was stupid last night. Duke 8.5 against Florida. Isaiah Evans did hit the game winner. I think he's really good. But I think Florida might have been the biggest winner from last night in college hoops, and they lost. Brad Evans joins us now on the show. Brad, your thoughts on my thoughts on college basketball?
Hola, amigo. Yeah, I think they were exactly spot on. I agree with you on Florida. They were highly impressive to me. The other key aspect of that team is Xavier Lee, the pride of Princeton, and he was a coveted transfer coming in, got a bag in NIL, and he was expected to come in and be a key cog in that backcourt along with Boogie Flan, and he is yet to arrive. Hasn't found a shot. Still kind of transitioning to the Power 5 level. If he can get going, you're exactly right, man. Watch out for the Gators. They're going to be chomping down on a whole lot of W's come the end of the year, and I'll be interested to see where they land come Selection Sunday. I don't think they're going to be on the 1 seed line, but they could be like a 3 or 4 seed and a type of a draw you don't want to see as a 1-2 in your region because of that front court depth, and I think it is the best in the country. If they just get that backcourt going with some consistency, they're going to make some serious noise yet again in this year's NCAA tournament, and I was really impressed with UConn. I'm a little cash on that one. I took them straight up on the money line last time. Was betting them live when they were down at plus money, and I absolutely raked it as a result. But getting Mullins, dynamite freshman, on the floor, getting some quality minutes, and that guy's getting amnesia. I saw him jack 3 consecutive threes. Third time was a charm for the top of the key, and it was in a pivotal moment. He is going to be a key cog for that school to maybe get back to a Final Four, to maybe win another championship under Danny Hurley. Highly impressive team. And last take I'll have, North Carolina, they're actually playing defense. What the hell? We are living in the upside down.
Yeah, I don't watch Stranger Things, but I do get that reference. That would be UConn's 3rd title in 4 years under Danny Hurley if the Huskies did win this year. Just quickly, obviously Gonzaga, Kentucky's in a couple days. We don't have a point spread.
Well, look, no, I don't think it's going to be a bloodbath necessarily. I think Kentucky's
to be fair,
got a lot of
we
depth.
both bet Gonzaga last week against Michigan, and Michigan beat them by 40.
And they got smoked. Right,
yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and look, that is still fresh in top of the mind of the Zags. I want to go out there and lay another ostrich-sized egg in a pivotal game. And, it's going to be a very pro-Kentucky crowd. It's not quite a home game. It's going to be played nearby, though. I don't remember where. Maybe in Louisville, possibly. Maybe in Nashville. One of those 2 communities is where that sucker's going to be played. But But Zag's got tremendous front court depth. Kentucky, we're going to see who's going to be healthy. Are they going to get Mo Diabate back? And that is a key cog for them in terms of rim protection. I like the Zags. Look at KenPom right now. Gonzaga's a 1-point edge. I expect that spread to open up maybe 1.5 for Gonzaga. I'd probably lay it, and you watch. They will lay maybe a Stegosaurus-size egg, a Patasaurus-size egg, and pull another disappointing effort like they showed against Michigan. But I think the Zags right now are better because Kentucky is still searching for an overall identity. It's going to take a little bit more time, and they got to get their key components back and on the floor.
I very much enjoyed talking college basketball with you, my friend. Can we please play, before we let you go and bid you adieu for BetMGM tonight, a game of Predict the Prop in the National Football League?
Well, I know you have a fondness for wide receivers, so I'm going to give you a guy that's been on the struggle bus. Justin Jefferson, with J.J. McCarthy likely back against the Washington Commanders. Of course, his receiving yards. Costos, predict the prop.
Okay, so Jefferson last week in Seattle with Max Brosmer at quarterback was 56.5, and obviously went way under. It was furious during the game, and I would be too if I were Justin Jefferson. So McCarthy back against worse competition has to be higher than it was 56.5 for Jefferson at Seattle. I think it could be like 10. Honestly, it could be like 15 yards higher here. The Commanders stink defensively. I'll say a very nice. I actually think I'm short here. I think it's going to be more than this. 69.5 receiving yards for Justin Jefferson on Sunday.
The actual number is 63.5. Are we dunking the over? Are we breaking out the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da sledgehammer? What are you doing?
I don't know if it's a sledgehammer, Brad, but how can you bet the... I mean, I don't know. JJ stinks, but the Commanders stink. I would go over on Jefferson at 63.5. I would.
I already grabbed the over immediately. I'm going to play a couple alt markets as well. I probably played up to like 80 yards. I may take it a little step ladder at 70 yards. Of course, the original number, the 63.5 and 80 plus. This is going to be the bounce back performance for Justin Jefferson because Washington is atrocious and he's going to get a lot of Mike Sanders still in coverage, who ranks inside the top 15 among all NFL DBs in most yards allowed. It's the mother of all matchups, baby.
Absolutely love it. Brad, great job. BetMGM tonight with Brad and Ryan Horvat coming up after this. In closing, I would like for you to wish me a happy hump day because we didn't do that at the start. And I know you always give us a bet on the way out. I would love for it to be in Louisville, Arkansas, as we bid you adieu.
It is not going to be in that one, but happy hump day to you. And on the very late night tip, give me the Huskies of Washington straight up on the money line against UCLA at plus 110. I'm out.
Ooh, betting against UCLA and Donovan Dent and Mick Cronin. I dig it from Brad Evans. BetMGM tonight coming up after us on the BetMGM network. All right, let's get to the bets. Jake the Snake, please drop the dope-ass beat. All right, today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Okay, let's start with the NBA, please. I'm going to do a refresh of my NBA screen because, guys get ruled out all the time. And I'm going to refresh and I will give a shout out. They don't pay me, but I use their website, so I will shout them out. BasketballMonster.com, which does an awesome job of giving you all the news as to who's playing and not playing. So we will start with the Nuggets and the Pacers in Indiana. Remember on Monday when I liked Cleveland against Indiana, and my rationale was I really liked the Pacers, and I had bet them for a while, right, as a big underdog in games. They were really scrappy. They had won a couple games in a row, right? And then Cleveland blitzed them on Monday night. We won that bet with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, tonight, we're back to Indiana being a huge dog. Now, the opponent is really good in Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets, but I think this is a decent spot, and these are small bets for me at this point in the NBA season. Indiana plus 8.5 as a home dog against the Denver Nuggets. Pacers plus 8.5. Bet numero uno. Bet numero dos. Give me my New York Knicks. Now, I bet 8.5. The number's up to 9.5 now. At home against the Charlotte Hornets. Last night, Jalen Brunson was terrible against the Boston Celtics. They allowed 40 points by Boston. I look at that as a blip on the radar, and maybe I'm wrong, as a blip on the radar for the Knicks. I think the Knicks are way better than they showed last night and closer to the team that they look like on their 4-game winning streak prior to last night's L in Beantown. I will lay the lumber with the Knicks against the Charlotte Hornets. 2 other NBA bets. Give me the Chicago Bulls laying 7.5 against the Brooklyn Nets. I love to fade the Brooklyn Nets. Bulls are a bit of a losing streak. I don't care. I will lay the 7.5 with Chicago against Brooklyn. And last one, don't look now, but the Dallas Mavericks are playing way better basketball, surrounding Cooper Flag with guards. I bet 5.5. The number is 4.5. I think Dallas might win tonight as the Mavericks host the Miami Heat in a rematch of both the, if I can do this off the top of my head, the 2006 and 2011 NBA championships. Dirk and the Mavs won the second one. Dwayne Wade and the Heat won the first one. So Mavs, Bulls, Knicks, and Pacers in the NBA. And in college basketball tonight, the market is moving against me here. So make of this what you will. Small bet for me tonight on Louisville on the money line on the road at Arkansas. Louisville money line on the road at Arkansas. That does it for today. Femi is back tomorrow for a tremendous Football Thursday. We can't wait for it. And until then, dear listener and dear viewer, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's go to the college hardwood, and we're going to take Louisville laying 2.5 on the road at Arkansas. Thus far, it looks like Louisville does a lot of the same things that Arkansas does, but they do it even better. Both these teams like to push the pace, push the tempo, but only Louisville has one of the best offenses in the entire nation, ranking second overall in adjusted offensive efficiency over a KenPom, and they've done it against some top-notch teams. A couple of big wins on the schedule already against Kentucky, who plays very similar to Arkansas, beat them 96-88 pretty comfortably, and then more recently beating Cincinnati, a top 70 team, 74-64. So for Arkansas, I know it's a home game for them, but we've seen them measured up to better competition, and they have not fit the bill. Lost to Duke 80-71, even though Duke is very good, and they also lost to Michigan State earlier in the season. So I think Louisville goes on the road here. One of the best offenses, like I said, in the country, and a great three-point shooting team as well. So I think their offense is going to be too much for Arkansas in this one. Let's go Louisville, laying the short number at 2.5.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, welcome in. Let's have some fun. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Brad Evans alongside with you the next 4 hours up until 11 p.m. Eastern time. So much to talk about on the show today. We got another day of SEC, ACC challenge in college basketball. Brad and I are going to give out some of our best bets coming up here in the first hour, and we'll keep an eye on all the games going on throughout the show. Massive week in the NFL, Lions and Cowboys tomorrow. Brad, that might be a playoff game in the NFC. Both of those teams need that game desperately. We're going to talk plenty about that game, dissect every angle, and then, of course, talk some college football on the show today. The great Joe DeLeon going to join us. Everything you need to know. Get you ready for championship weekend. I'll give out some of my favorite plays in the final hour of the show as well. So much to get into. As always, you guys can watch and listen to the show on YouTube. Just search the BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. You can also check us out on all our social channels. Follow us on X at the BetMGM Network, Instagram, and TikTok at the BetMGM Network as well. And we'd love to hear from you guys. Give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. Let us know what your favorite plays are in Lions and Cowboys coming up tomorrow night. Any plays that you love in the NFL over the weekend. Anything you got in the NBA, college hoops tonight, college football. Love to hear from you. Hit us up, and we'd love to talk here. Brad Evans and PJ Glasser. Brad, what's going on, my friend? How we been?
Oh, I'm splendid. I'm spectacular. We got another exhilarating night of college basketball. Some marquee matchups. And last night, what a delight! 3 marquee games. And really, those games came down to the wire for the most part. UConn pulled away late. Won me a whole fat stack of cash there against Kansas, who was down there. And Peterson, their outstanding freshman. But really, the game of the night, and it sure didn't start that way, when Duke was up by, 12 or 13 at the half, was that Florida came all the way back, had a chance to win it on the very last shot of the game, had a deflection of the inbound pass, a time expired, and the Dukies, baby, held on. College basketball, folks, if you haven't been watching, you got to get reacclimated, got to familiarize yourself with this year's brand. Bar none, and I will fight anybody in the streets. Bare knuckle brawl right now if you disagree with this statement. It is the best brand of college basketball around. It's the best brand of basketball around, period. So college hoops off and running, and we got another outstanding slate tonight.
Amen. I want to touch on some of those SEC teams, Brad. Kentucky, it's been a tough start for them. They play Michigan State at MSG, get smoked, lose to their rival Louisville early in the season, and then last night on their home floor, fall to North Carolina as well. It's early December. They still haven't gotten into SEC play yet. They're still a month away. They're going to be in the tournament. But, I mean, Brad, this was a team that had Final Four, national championship aspirations, spent so much in the offseason, NIL, transfer portal. What are your thoughts on Kentucky right now? Is this a nice buy low opportunity on the Cats? Do you think Mark Pope and that staff figure it out? Or have you already seen enough to where you're going to be fading Kentucky the rest of the way?
Yeah, still a really small sample size overall. I mean, we're like, 6-7 games in, and, Mark Pope is trying to figure it out right now. He's got a lot of key pieces that are out. Quaintance is out. We're going to see when he comes back. I think he's going to be coming back here pretty soon. Extremely talented big, and get a lot of those buckets around the rim. Mo Diabate and Enforce around the rim. They were certainly missing him last night as well. And Jalen Lowe's another guy that they're missing who's a shot maker. So, eventually Kentucky is going to be able to get back to where they're at. So, what could be happening is this could be a blessing in disguise for Mark Pope. Yeah, they're racking the L's against meaningful competition. They don't have a marquee victory yet on the resume, though they have an opportunity coming up here in a couple of days against Gonzaga. So that's going to be another test. We'll see what version of the Zags show up. Will be the one that got obliterated by Michigan, or is it going to be one that we feel could be a Final Four caliber team? That will be determined here in a couple of days. But, when you got to take Owe and some of the other key pieces that are on the floor right now, Owe hadn't shot the ball that well What I mean by blessing in disguise is a lot of bench players have been logging significant minutes. So Mark Pope is not going to have any kind of depth concerns down the stretch. So when we get the key pieces back, they can galvanize quickly as a unit. They're going to go 10 deep, 11 deep every single stinking game. And as a result, it's only going to benefit this squad in the end. So, yeah, I wouldn't knock them down a few pegs. Yeah, they may only be like a 4 to 6 seed come NCAA tournament time, but that could be an extremely tough draw. Again, if everything comes together, they meld, and those key pieces are upright and playing top-level basketball. So let it simmer, folks, with Kentucky, though they're, again, going to be tested and push all the way to the brink coming up here in a couple days against Gonzaga Bulldogs.
Kentucky, I mean, they're still talented enough to win the SEC. They're going to be in the tournament. There's no question about that. My thing with Kentucky, Brad, and the reason I was really never high on them coming into the season was on paper, a lot of the players they brought in were really good individual defenders, right? Quaitance, Mo Diabate, Aberdeen, all these guys, excellent. But, I mean, so many times we see that even when you bring in great individual defenders, it's all about the system, right? You can bring in a bad defender into Kelvin Sampson, Rick Barnes' system, and they're going to be good on defense. But you bring in a good defender into Mark Pope, Nate Oates' system, these kind of guys, Fran McCaffrey when he was at Iowa, they're offensive guys. They play at such a fast pace. It's tough to be that elite of a defensive team. That's why what Todd Golden has been able to do at Florida these last couple of years is so impressive. And what Mark Few's been able to do a couple of years at Gonzaga as well. When you can have a team that elite offensively, that plays at such a blazing pace, that can also defend at a high level, that's why the Gators won the national championship last year. And I think that's why people liked Kentucky, Brad. They thought maybe that was the blueprint. They were going to be this year's Florida. Hasn't worked out that way up to this point, but like you said, a long season. That's my question, though, with Kentucky. Can we see a Mark Pope team be elite on the defensive side of the floor? Real quick, last college basketball thought before we dive into the NFL. Michigan, I think after what they did, they're probably the team to beat right now in college basketball, what we saw them do out in Vegas. But Brad, at this point, who would be your second best team in the country? Is it UConn, Duke, Purdue? Who do you think's number two?
Purdue is very much in that conversation. I think Duke is as well. They got some of the ballers there, but you look at the body of work for Arizona, and you got to give credit where credit is due. I think it is the Wildcats, and UConn is right there. It's like a 1A, 1B scenario, but Arizona gets the edge because they already beat UConn in a game earlier this season, and they won that one 71-67 on the road at their house. They're in stores. So this Arizona team already marquee wins. They beat Florida in a neutral to begin the year. That was the very first game of the year. And they won that sucker, was a 93-87, if I remember correctly. Then you knock off UCLA. That's a team that's really riding the struggle bus. But, I think right now, Tommy Lloyd's bunch, bar none the best in the country, in number two, and you got to make it stronger. I mean, they're the number one team overall. Excellent guard play. They got the bigs down low as well. So they got size. They got the backcourt balance, and they defend as they're a team that's inside the top 15 and adjusted defensive efficiency. So my vote, my head nod goes the Arizona Wildcats, but they're like 3-4 teams that have a viable argument to claim that they're the second best in the country.
I think that's why it's such a fun argument. After what Michigan did to Auburn and Gonzaga, I think at this point you have to put them one. But you break down all the other teams, you can make a convincing case. Somebody could sway me on Purdue, Duke, Arizona, UConn. I think at this point, Brad, I'd go with UConn. I think to go into Kansas last night without Terrace Reed. I know Peterson didn't play for Kansas, but to win that game without one of their better players, Mullins is starting to come alive for them. They're star freshman.
Good.
And we know under Danny Hurley, I mean, they're just only going to continue to get better and better and better. So looks like, I mean, we're set up for another really good year of college basketball. We got some really strong teams at the top with some really good coaches and some terrific freshmen and just some really good veteran teams too. So going to be a fun year. And again, ACC SEC Challenge tonight. Brad and I are going to give out our best bets in college hoops coming out in about 10 minutes. But Brad, let's move over to the NFL. We had some big news there today. Jim Harbaugh saying that Justin Herbert isn't going to practice today, but he did participate in walkthroughs. Team is unwilling to say whether Herbert will be under center Monday versus the Eagles. We saw some 2.5s. Now we're starting to see some 3s with the Eagles being favored. So maybe this is something. Maybe it isn't. Playing on a Monday, getting that extra day definitely could help Herbert. But how are you approaching this game, Chargers-Eagles, with the uncertainty of Justin Herbert?
Yeah, I think Herbert is tougher than a $3 steak. I think he's going to be out there and he's going to play. He's got to, have that hand heavily padded like he played through in the last game after he injured it. He came back into the contest. So you might see a little more Trey Lance, especially in red zone and goal line packages as an RPO threat. Obviously, a guy can get it done with the legs, a bit of a bruiser with the ball in his hands on the ground, but rather untrustworthy and unreliable through the air. But Herbert still got the howitzer. His good arm and hand still A-OK. You have to probably play a lot of shotgun. Going to be really difficult for him to take any snaps under center. And the other key news, PJ, is Omari Hampton's going to be back. And we saw what he was able to do when he was at full strength earlier this season. He was a yak machine, and we saw what happened to the Philadelphia Eagles by my Chicago Bears and the 1-2 punch of DeAndre Swift and Kamadungai combining for over 200 yards on the ground. So could be a heavy dose of Omari and Hampton and a bit of a QBC, quarterback by committee, where you could have a lot of Justin Herbert between the 20s and some Trey Lance inside the red zone. So I think Herbert's going to play. I don't have any inside information. That's my gut feeling. But again, I think Lance will get a few snaps. But the point of emphasis and the crux of this offense is going to be on the shoulders and the legs of Omari and Hampton with a little sprinkle of Kamani Vidal as well.
I agree with you. I think Herbert's going to end up playing. It's a big game for the Chargers. They got to keep pace with these other teams trying to catch him in the wild card. And obviously, even though it's an outside shot, they're trying to keep pace with Denver in the division as well. You mentioned the toughness of Justin Herbert. But I like what you were saying, Brad. If I'm Jim Harbaugh, if I'm Greg Roman, if I'm the Chargers, man, lean on that run game. I mean, the Bears gave you the blueprint of how to beat Philadelphia. Run the ball, limit that pass rush, and just force their offense to beat you. That Philly offense isn't getting better, man. I mean, I know they had a strong first half against Dallas, but outside of that, it's been really, really bad the last 3 or 4 games. And we've seen this with the Eagles the last 2 or 3 years. Like, when they're rolling, Brad, they're rolling, right? And they can go on these crazy win streaks and look dominant. But when they're struggling, you saw it a couple years ago when they had this great record, fell off second half of the season, lost to Tampa in the wild card round. Like, it feels like we might be heading in that direction again with Philly. So Chargers with that good defense and the running game. You mentioned Hampton coming back. Vidal's been really good for them. Like, isn't Trey Lance kind of a good option? Just use his legs, right? Keep the ball on the ground. Herbert, I think, ends up playing, but if I'm the Chargers, man, I just lean on that ground attack and see if you can upset Philadelphia on Monday night. Brad, we also had this that I thought was super interesting. Ben Roethlisberger was on his podcast, and he suggested that Mike Tomlin would be a good fit for the vacant head coaching job at Penn State. I mean, it's crazy that Penn State still hasn't hired a coach yet. I kind of love this idea by Big Ben.
Yeah,
I'm interested what your thoughts are.
I think it's the softest of landing spots for Mike Tomlin, who's a little bit of turmoil right now. The campers aren't all that happy right now in the state of Pennsylvania, at least on the western side in the great city of Pittsburgh. So there could be a time for a change, and what better place to go than obviously has the pedigree, obviously has the winning chops, obviously a guy can bring the culture immediately into Happy Valley and win straight away, like instantaneously. It's like a Thanos snap. There would be a best case scenario going from the bleakest current scenario and people wondering who the hell is going to, fill that massive vacancy at a coveted job with a long storied history. With Mike Tomlin steps in, all of a sudden they're going to be the bee's knees, and it's going to bring a lot of buzz to that program. They got a terrible recruiting class that I saw that they signed today, one of the worst ever in Penn State history. So Tomlin could have wrecked a lot of those issues straight away, and also help in the transfer portal this upcoming offseason, and bringing in some of those key guys and bringing that identity, bringing that winning culture across the eastern part of the state there. I know Penn State's in the central part, but he'd be moving east I think it'd be a great move for him, and a very savvy one at that. So I would love to see it. It could just be hearsay. It could be Roethlisberger throwing out and tossing out some hot takes. We don't know how substantive the belief is that could happen, but if it does, sign me up. I'm totally here for it because it's only going to make my favorite conference in college football, the Big Ten, all the more stronger.
Look, I'm with you. I love this idea. I think it would be really fun. It's up to Tomlin and whether or not he wants to coach in the college game. He doesn't really strike me as somebody that does. But if he were looking to maybe change a pace, change the scenery, while again having a smooth transition, it feels like a perfect spot for him to go to Penn State. So love that thought from Big Ben. When we come back, Brad and I are going to give out our cards, favorite bets in college basketball. Stay with us. BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I alluded to it earlier. All is right in your world. Virginia, they're playing in the ACC championship, a chance to make the playoff. Your former team, the Bears, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And the Jaguars.
And guess what? Your boy is going to be in Jacksonville this weekend for the game versus the Colts. And guess what? The Colts do not win in Jacksonville. You better not bet the Colts this weekend. The last time the Colts won in Jacksonville, guess when? 2014. They don't win in Jacksonville, guys. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. I'm telling you, the Jags, they are playing great football. My man Danny Dimes is playing on a broken leg. Respect to him, but get him out of here this week. No way we let him beat us just standing in one spot with a broken leg. I don't even understand the body science behind having a fracture in your leg and still be able to play in an NFL football game. Respect to him, but I do not. There's no way the Jags can lose this game, and I just hope that the fact that I'm going to be in the building, I get to see my team win, because I'm going to be upset if this is the game they decide to slide. But right now, Liam Cohen got these guys looking great. Jacoby Myers, the perfect fit, just gelling this offense together. Trevor Lawrence, he is still iffy as hell, but I'm telling you, we have a great team. We play team football. And Parker Washington, if you don't know who that is, respect that man. He is a special teams demon, and he is a great wide receiver. I think that needs to be talked about more, because he is one of the guys that have been clutch through all this drop epidemic and everything that's going on. And whether Trevor's coming to play or not, Parker Washington is one guy on this offense that's always been there. So shout out to him.
I would just like to start by saying I love Ohio State in this game. I love the Buckeyes. And you know that I've been saying it all season, since before the opener against Texas. And I remember watching that game literally on the beach. Boy, that's how long ago it was. That Ohio State's going to win the national championship and go back-to-back. And I am only more emboldened in that bet and in that take after Ohio State did face some adversity early on Saturday against Michigan, and came back after getting punched in the mouth and proceeded to do what Brock Lesnar did to Randy Couture when Brock Lesnar first won his UFC championship and just smashed him in the head 1,000 times. I'm actually worried for Randy Couture's life in that fight with Brock Lesnar. And Ohio State just pummeled Michigan and ended up winning and covering the spread, winning that game 27-9. I think Indiana's awesome. I think Kurt Cignetti is tremendous. I'd love for him to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, my favorite NFL team. I respect Fernando Mendoza. I think he's QB1 entering next year's NFL draft. But Ohio State's way better. And I think Ohio State's going to win, and I think Ohio State's going to cover, and I love Ohio State at this number. Anything under 6, I like with Ohio State.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans alongside, getting ready to dive into our cards here in a little bit. Each of us will give out our 3 favorite plays in college hoops tonight. Real quick, though, update you on some scores of some games that are just underway currently in college basketball. Bama's up 7-5 on Clemson. Arkansas is up 4-0 on Louisville, and Minnesota 17-14 on Indiana midway through the first half. Also got LSU up 6-2 on Boston College, as well as SEC, ACC challenge. So yeah, a lot of good games that we had tonight, a lot of good games last night as well. So excited to dive into the card. So Brad, give us your 3 favorite plays that you have for tonight on your card. What do you like in college hoops?
Numero uno on my card tonight. Let's go the game that is the last tip on the board this evening. Up there in the great Northwest in Sasquatch land, I'm going to roll with the Huskies. Mush! Huskies, mush! And I'm going to take a plus 1.5 against UCLA. I think Washington has a chance here to get a signature victory. Could wind up being a quad 1 win come year's end. Peterson is drained 23s for Washington this season. Also for UW, they got 6'11", Steinbach, who is a doubles machine. What's most impressive about this Husky squad is their defense. They're top 55 in the country, EFGD. And UCLA is no slouch in that category as well. They're top 60 overall. But the turnover D, I think, will be the key, position in this game that will push Washington over the top. So give me the Huskies plus 1.5, a little sprinkling there on the money line at plus 110. Also something, and I like numero dos on my card tonight. I'm going to roll with SMU. Yeah, the Stangs on the road in Nash Vegas taking on Vanderbilt. I'll take it the plus at 10.5. Just too many points. I think these teams similarly built and how they schematically run their systems. SMU loves to get up and down the floor. They're top 16 in the country in tempo. Vandy's top 50 in tempo this year. And Vandy, a better offensive team, number 5 in EFG offense. SMU, a little bit, sorrowful in that category by comparison. But no, slouches in their own right at number 66 in EFG offense. Also 37 EFGD, where Vandy is 59. So SMU, a team that really gets after defensively, and they turn you over early and often. In fact, 20.3% of opponent possessions result in a miscue and mistake. So SMU, I think it's going to keep it nice and snug. Just keep it in the single digits, and your boy cashes on the plus 10.5 against the Vanderbilt Commodores. And numero tres on my card. Going to be a little SGP with hook'em horns. All right. AKA the fighting Matthew McConaughey's. I'll take him on the money line, and I'm going to take the total way up to 160.5 and slam dunk that under against the Virginia Cavaliers. You look at Texas, number 146 in tempo. Virginia, not as slow as they were under the Bennett days, but a team that is not exactly the running rebels of UNLV lore. At number 297 in adjusted tempo, similar rankings in an EFG offense, similar rankings in EFG defense. Really, they're mirror images overall of one another, both excellent on the glass. Virginia actually the best offensive rebounding team in the country, but Texas can neutralize on that end of the floor and limit some of those second chance opportunities. So it's going to be a nail biter, admittedly. They give me Texas on the money line and the under, or the all total 160.5. And that works out to a little seduce by the juice at plus 112, built there at BetMGM. So, PJ, to recap, I'm going to take the Huskies plus 1.5 against UCLA. I'm going to take SMU plus 10.5 on the road against Vanderbilt. And numero tres, a little same game parlay. Give me the hook 'em horns of Texas on the money line and the under, the all total 160.5 on that SGP at a plus 112. That's my card tonight.
I like it. Brad, do you like that the Big Ten is playing like some of these conference games early on? We had a couple last night. We got a couple more tonight.
Yes.
Washington, UCLA. You're a fan of it?
Yeah, I am. I like the all-set schedule. It gives us a little bit of an appetizer, a taste before finals week kicks in, and these guys take a little siesta. And, we'll obviously have a couple of big games that are mixed there on everybody's schedule, a non-conference, and they have the couple of tune-ups and some of the softer, bye opponents that lead you into the Big Ten main slate. So I think it's excellent marketing by the conference overall. And I think it's great for a lot of these teams, coming off East Week, coming off some of these other marquee matchups out of league, to get that snack size portion of league play, and getting a couple of those games under the belt, I think is extremely beneficial across the board. So yes, consider me a fan.
Yeah, again, we got Indiana, Minnesota. We got Washington and UCLA. So a couple of Big Ten games tonight. That should be a good one out in Seattle. All right, Brad, the 3 games on my card for tonight. You had a same game parlay in that Texas-Virginia game. I'm just going to take the Cavaliers plus 2.5 against Texas. Ryan Odom is one of my favorite coaches in the country. Everywhere that guy goes, he wins. People most famously probably know him as the guy who was the coach for UMBC as a 16 seed when they beat these Virginia Cavaliers. But Odom just wins everywhere he goes. And this is year 1 at Virginia. I love what he did in the portal this year. He brought in a ton of shooters, and they've been rebounding the heck out of the ball, Brad, so far this year.
Yeah.
They're one of the best teams on the glass. And this isn't your Tony Bennett Virginia. You think Virginia basketball, low scoring, game in the 50s, defense. This team shoots, they run, they make a lot of three-pointers, and they got a lot of depth, and they can rebound, like I said. So I kind of think they're better than Texas. I think the line is telling you that because they're only a 2.5-point dog with the game in Texas. Sean Miller is still in his first year with the Longhorns as well. So I took UVA plus 2.5 today against Texas. I also like the over in Auburn and NC State over 165.5 in that game. We're going to have a ton of possessions in this game. Neither team is going to be afraid to run or shy away from the tempo. And Brad, another thing I look for when you have high totals like this, are both teams going to attempt a lot of threes? Are both teams going to play at a fast pace? And then are we getting 2 teams that are probably going to foul? And I think the answer to all 3 of those questions are yes, right? NC State with Will Wade, likely going to foul a little bit. Auburn, same kind of thing. So with this game being in the jungle, which you always like because Auburn offensively, when Bruce Pearl has kind of been running this thing and now Stephen Pearl takes over, they're normally a great offensive team at home. I think NC State's going to be able to put the ball in the hole as well. So over 165.5 NC State and Auburn. I took that bet as well. And then my third bet is currently going. Bama and Clemson just started. They're about 5 minutes into the game. I took under 167.5, and we're at 168.5 right now. So if you want to jump in on that and get the live bet, I mean, is there anything scarier, not only in college basketball, Brad, but maybe in sports betting and taking a Bama under? It's not easy. It's never going to be, no part of this bet is going to be fun. But they've hit the over so far in every game this season. And I think Clemson is the good matchup to bet the under because of the familiarity of Clemson and Bama the last few years. They played in that Elite Eight game a couple of years ago. They played in the SEC ACC Challenge last year. These teams have seen each other a lot recently. And I think the reason why Bama's offense is so great in the non-conference especially is because, Brad, I mean, it's one thing to watch film of these guys. It's one thing to practice and run scout team. But until you get out there, man, and simulate the guards and the quickness and the speed and how, they move the ball and how they shoot it, it's just really tough. Clemson in these matchups, for the most part, has done a pretty good job of taking Bama out of their tempo. So I kind of like the under in this game. It opened at 164.5, Brad, and I said, I know where this thing's going. I'm going to wait, and all it did was just keep going up. 167.5 was the buy point for me. I took the under. At the first TV timeout, too, Bama, Brad, was 6 for 7 from the field, and they were 4 for 4 from three-point range. So the fact that they started that hot, and yet the number is still just 1 point from what I took it, I think we're in a good spot. Bama's not going to continue to obviously shoot that well the rest of the night. I'm hoping they cool off a little bit in the second half, but taking under 167.5 between Bama and Clemson. So once again, Brad, my 3 plays: Virginia plus 2.5 against Texas, Auburn, NC State over 165.5, and Bama, Clemson under 167.5. So those are my 3 plays on the card tonight. Brad, was there any other games that are currently going on? Was there Indiana, Minnesota, or another SEC, ACC game? Anything else that's currently going on that you're betting, that you're sweating out live?
Man, I have so many bets in college basketball every single damn night. I can always check out all my bets for free on my always free, transparent, and public spreadsheet at my site, which is also free, thegamingjuice.com. I post every single bet that I actually make, folks, on my spreadsheet. So on the spreadsheet tonight, I had Washington minus a 1.5. I got earlier today at a plus 112. I got that same gamer I already mentioned with Texas. I have kind of living in the middle on your play with Alabama and Clemson. By the way, Clemson, 3 of 13 to start in the game. That's 23.1%. They're 0 for 5 from way downtown. So they are ice cold, tea-chattering to begin that game. I'm also on Arkansas and an alt line. Had that parlay with Ohio. And I got some other late night action as well, including San Diego State. They were the money line, along with a number of other schools. So I play a lot of alt lines this time of year, PJ. I don't play a lot of lines straight up because, the juice is like minus 110, minus 115, some of those cases. And that juice, when you rack the L's, can really eat away at your overall bankroll and your surplus of units won or lost. So for me, I play a lot of alt lines, parlay them together. And historically, it's been quite damn good to me. So I'm already up 26.76 units in college basketball on the young year. So hopefully the heater will continue to burn brightly tonight. But I'm with you on Alabama and Clemson, though I like the over. However, I took that total way down to 154.5 and dunked on the over. I just need Clemson to keep this somewhat close. And right now, trailing 21-8. They actually got to hit some shots to remain competitive.
Yeah, it's not a good formula, Brad, when Bama's 5 for 5 from downtown and Clemson's 0 for 5. You're usually not going to beat Bama when that's the case. But they're only down 13, a lot of game left to go, so hopefully Clemson keep it close there for you. I did take Minnesota tonight, plus the points against Indiana, plus 10.5. For me, Brad, the handicap was simple. I kind of think Indiana is looking ahead to the game on Saturday against Louisville. What a day that the Hoosier fans have on Saturday. You want to talk about a double. You want to talk about a double dip. 2:00 at the Pacers Arena, Gamebridge, Indiana and Louisville and hoops. And then, of course, Saturday night, which we'll get into later on in the show. How about number 1 versus number 2 when Indiana plays Ohio State? So I had Dylan Sin on my show, Brad, send it in right here on the BetMGM Network, 1 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, who covers the Hoosiers for the Journal-Gazette. And I asked him, I said, over under 2,000 Indiana fans, Dylan, you think are going to double dip, are going to go to the basketball game and the football game? And he said, over. He said, oh, yeah.
Way over. He said it's the greatest game maybe in history of that program, PJ. Period.
Oh, man. crazy. I mean, the basketball team is obviously trying to get back to relevance. They're playing a top 10 team. And then obviously football can win a Big Ten championship. They can go undefeated. I haven't won a Big Ten title since the 60s. So an unbelievable day for Indiana fans. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM tonight. Brad, no plays for you on the card in that Auburn-NC State game, which is one of the marquee games that we have on the slate today. I was interested, were there any leans for you in that game? Did you think about taking Auburn, NC State, anything that you wanted to do with the total? Both teams were kind of up and down during feast week. NC State, I think, was a little disappointing. Auburn, we thought the Michigan loss was bad, and then we saw what Michigan did to Gonzaga, and maybe we're like, okay, maybe that loss wasn't so bad. They rebounded with a nice win against St. John's. But did you have any play or any lean in Auburn, NC State tonight?
Yeah, if I had any lean, it would actually be with Auburn in that game. The problem with NC State is this. They've just played a helter-skelter style. I mean, you already mentioned it. The fouls are going to rack. It's going to be like kind of old-school Bob Huggins, West Virginia, where, the game time is supposed to be an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. No, it's going to go 2.5 because the fouling at the end of the game is just going to be nonstop, and it's going to be free throw after free throw after free throw, and the points are going to rack up. I love betting the overs in the yesteryear on West Virginia because I already knew that there was probably going to be a combined 50 free throws shot in that game, and much of those are going to come in the last 5 minutes of the contest. So, I mean, it could be a similar story. That was the reason why you like the over, but I think Auburn is a team. They got clobbered by Michigan here of late, but I go back to that Houston game. And one of the, they had Houston there on the ropes. They ended up losing it by un punto by the sum of some margins. They have a couple of impressive wins against St. John's. Oregon right now is looking like an NIT team. USC took care of business last night. So, if I had a lean, I'd let the Tigers roar, baby. I would lay the chalk with them against NC State team. I'm still trying to figure out.
Yeah, 6.5 points tonight. Auburn, a favorite at home against the Wolfpack. When we come back, we got an awesome Thursday night game tomorrow. Cowboys-Lions might be an elimination game. Both those teams really need it trying to make the playoffs in the NFC. We'll talk about that one next.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I like the Texans because I don't need stats, Nick, some days. Some days I just have to watch a team play. I don't see a better defense in football than the Texans. I don't see a weakness. They all tackle. Daniil Hunter, there's nobody that plays harder in this league than Will Anderson. I know Myles Garrett is probably the runaway with the Defensive Player of the Year, but if you want to look just beyond sacks and just look at just effort and how you play the game, he's almost a modern day LT. He's just that good. And he's just that worthy. And now they're starting to move him around. And he just runs, he's just a difference maker. He literally, sometimes, Nick, this isn't just sports. This is life. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whoever. Some people are energy givers. Some people are energy takers. Will Anderson, all he does is give. I can't watch that guy play football enough. And he sets the tone for everybody, whether it's Alshire, whether it's, Sting, whether it's Lassiter. That team plays defense in a way that I don't know anybody else in the league that does.
Controlled violence.
Controlled violence, Nick. Controlled violence.
It's breathtaking to watch.
Nick, I get choked up when I watch him. I'm like, I don't know what D'Amico has to say. Maybe he doesn't have to say anything. Maybe this is how 11 guys are wired. Jalen Petrie comes back healthy last week. He's everywhere. They basically say, I'm going to play 4-man front. I'm going to play a single high safety. We're going to not let you run the ball. Jonathan Taylor, go get maybe 4 yards of carry last week. They're like an anaconda. They're just going to choke you out. A big, thick, fat Amazon anaconda. They choke you out, Nick.
I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115 and 13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first round bye.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. Wrapping up hour number 1, coming up in hour number 2, a little predict the prop. Looking forward to that, Brad, seeing how many I can get right. Our guy Joe DeLeon going to join us for Conference Championship Week. Going to get you ready for all the games coming up on Friday and Saturday. And then a little hoop scoops as well, talking about the college basketball teams that are trending in the right and the wrong direction, all coming up in hour 2. Right now, we're getting ready to dive into Lions and Cowboys. And as always, love to hear from all of you that are tuning in, listening to the show. Give us a call, 833-732-3875. Any plays that you love, Cowboys, Lions, any other NFL game on the board. It could be a college football game. You want to talk college basketball with us, let us know. Hit us up, 833-732-3875. Brad, Thursday Night Football tomorrow in Detroit. Cowboys and Lions, and it's a big one. Both teams right now at BetMGM, Brad, plus money to make the postseason. Detroit plus 115. And Dallas is near 3-1 right now. And a lot of people feel like the Cowboys might be live to win that NFC East division if they can win this game, and certainly with Philly having a tough game on Monday against the Chargers. So let's start there, Brad, before we kind of dive into this game. Do you kind of feel like this is a playoff game? Would you almost make a bet that the winner of this game goes to the playoffs and the loser is eliminated? Is that kind of how you're feeling about this game tomorrow night?
Yeah, it's giving up those kind of vibes. And oh, how the tables have turned. Like Detroit, who would have thunk that we'd be having a discussion about them getting splinters in the sphincter, them running the fence, so whether or not could be in the playoffs or out of the playoffs at this juncture in the season, just even a handful of weeks ago. And meanwhile, Dallas was very much on the outside looking in, but they have been just white hot, coming on very strong and actually playing somewhat of a semblance of a defense. Not quite maybe a C plus level, more like a C minus, maybe D plus level, but that's all they need. Just get a passing grade in defense, given the electricity they have on offense with Dak Prescott, with a dynamite duo, with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, with Jake Ferguson, who's been a du jour in red zone packages, and juggernaut Javonte Williams has certainly gotten it done on the ground. Quentin Williams, that acquisition is exactly what the doctor ordered for a terrible run defense. They still got a lot of question marks in the back end. But yeah, man, this is like playoff junior kind of matchup in my mind. And can I go out on a limb right now and say that I feel them boys are going to win? Yeah, I'm buying it.
Ooh, okay. See, Brad, I did You Better You Bet with Femi yesterday. I've had some guests on my show send it in the last couple days. A lot of people are liking this Cowboys side. And a lot of people are not only taking the +3, they're thinking Dallas is going to win the game. My rebuttal to that, I haven't bet it yet. I'm leaning towards Detroit, though, Brad. And my reason for it is we're essentially pricing this game, because the Lions are a 3-point favorite. We're pricing this game the same way that we priced the Thanksgiving game between the Lions and the Packers, right? When Detroit was a 3-point favorite in that game. So that's why I can't quite get there with Dallas. You certainly have to upgrade the Cowboys after another really good win against the Chiefs. You have to downgrade the Lions after another loss and with all the injuries that they're dealing with. But even with all that, I still don't know if I can get to Cowboys 3. 3.5, 4, different story. You give me 3, especially -115 when it's juiced towards Dallas. I don't know if I can get there. To me, it feels like a good buy low opportunity here on Detroit. And Brad, we both agree. This is a playoff game. I really think the loser of this game is pretty much out of the postseason. And I mean, do you want to trust the Cowboys in a playoff-like game? Do you want to trust Dallas in an elimination-type game? I mean, we know how that story's gone the last 20, 25 years. So those are the only things that make me a little nervous. You can't argue that Dallas looks like the better team. You can't argue that they're playing better football coming into it. You can't argue that they got the better defense and arguably the better offense right now. I mean, they're just the better team. So I get why people like Dallas in this game. But we all know how the NFL works. It's a week-to-week league. You're never as bad as your worst game and never as good as your best game. And the fact that we're pricing this game the same way we price Lions-Packers, Brad, to me, just feels like a nice spot here to back Detroit at home with the season on the line. So haven't bet it yet because I'm seeing if maybe we get a 2.5 with Detroit. If it closes at 3, though, I definitely think I'm going to be on the Lions side.
Well, here's the argument of why I love Dallas in this game. Simple X's and O's. With Terran Arnold now on the shelf with a shoulder injury, they placed him on IR like 48 hours ago. And the other key cog in that defensive backfield, and Kirby Joseph, where to go to school? Oh, that's right, ILL. Unlikely to play. That secondary is extremely vulnerable, and now you're facing arguably one of the best, if not the best, dynamic duos at wide receiver the NFL in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Did he throw in Jake Ferguson on top of it? I mean, this game may be first to 35 wins, given the shortcomings of both teams defensively, but I do not know how in the hell Detroit is going to be able to defend that incredible 1-2 punch vertically, and Dak Prescott has been on the money. So am I on the over on every single George Pickens prop? Yes. Am I on the over on every single CeeDee Lamb prop? Hell's yes. Am I backing Dak Prescott maybe to throw 3 touchdowns to plus money? Oh, sure. Twist my arm. I'm in on that. I think Dak Prescott is going to absolutely unload. He's going to empty the clip. It's going to be 300 plus. It's going to be 3 to 4 touchdowns because Detroit doesn't have able-bodied humans in that secondary to even compete and contend against George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. They're going to tear him a new one.
Yeah, I mean, that Dallas offense has been so good. And look, I know we all give Jerry Jones a lot of flack, and rightfully so, and he's going to do a lot of stupid things in the future that we should all knock him for. The man's had a heck of a season, though, Brad. I mean, the trade for George Pickens looks unbelievable. Schottenheimer, we all laughed at that hire. Guy looks like he's going to be a pretty good coach. And the Micah Parsons trade, he should have gotten more for it. But turning that into Kenny Clark and now Quinnen Williams, and they all of a sudden can stop the run, and now they're rushing the passer. You got Javonte, who's been really good for them at running back. Like, for as much as we talk badly about Jerry, I mean, he's actually had himself a really good season from kind of a front office standpoint. And he's got the Cowboys right now, again, the way that they're trending. Brad, if they can win this game against Detroit, they're going to be favored the rest of the way in all the games that they play. They have the Giants and the Commanders to end the season. And then next week they're home against the Vikings, and then they get the Chargers as well. So Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, and Giants. Those are the 4 games left. If Dallas can just get by this one, they might be in good shape to make the playoffs, maybe even catch Philadelphia and win that NFC East division as well. You brought up CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens. You're on their overs tomorrow. What about the Detroit side of things? Because the big story that we're monitoring is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Left that game early on Thanksgiving against the Packers. Didn't practice today. They're not ruling him out. It's not looking great, but even if he does play, like, is he going to be effective? So how would you approach prop markets if you're looking for Detroit, knowing that Amon-Ra is questionable, and even if he does play, certainly not going to be his normal self?
Yeah, take a shot at Jameson. He's going to go absolutely off in this game. And Jameson Williams will really turn it up. A lot of people, especially in the world of fantasy football, they were expending exorbitant draft picks on high-level expectations for JMO coming in this year. I mean, the hype, it was deafening, and it was quite viable and believable, and it's taken him a while to get his legs underneath him. It's taken him a while to really live up and deliver on that hype, but man, has it been glorious the last 5 weeks. Here are the actual numbers of what he has done over that span. JMO is averaging 4.2 receptions, 83.4 receiving yards per game, and has scored 4 touchdowns again in the last 5 weeks. He's coming off a 100-yard game on Thanksgiving. I think it's going to be 100 plus yet again, so I'm on the over on anything Jameson Williams. I actually got it at open at BetMGM at 77.5 on receiving yards. It's up to 82.5. I'd still play it. Maybe break out a little step ladder, play it up to like 90. Play it at 100 plus receiving yards. I think those are all in play because you got to look at the Dallas secondary. That is still the weak point defensively for this team overall. He's going to get a whole lot of Siobhan Revel in coverage, a 3rd-round pick out of East Carolina, who's only played 89 coverage snaps this season, and he's given up a 71.4% catch rate. And now you're facing one of the fastest, best separators in the NFL, a guy with 4.39 40-yard wheels. Godspeed to you, Mr. Siobhan Revel. You are going to be picked upon early and endlessly. Jameson Williams will be the key in this game as to why potentially Detroit's either going to win it or at least they're going to stay within sniffing distance to keep this close in the final minutes. But yeah, man, there's just still so many injuries. Tom Kennedy, I just learned who he was a week ago. He's not a politician from Louisiana or Massachusetts. He's a guy that's a designated wide receiver, but really playing the Sam Laporta role, doing some of that dirty work underneath on some of the short to intermediate routes. Yeah, I took the over on receptions on him because I'm crazy like that. And he's a guy that actually picked up, and I'm playing in a 16-team fantasy league because there are 4 teams on bye. Screw you, NFL, for putting 4 teams on bye in week 14, the last week of my fantasy regular season. I rue the day. I'm a little bit bitter about that. But Tom Kennedy could be one of those surprise sensations in this game, especially if Amon-Ra St. Brown is out. He's basically going to have to pick up the slack for Laporta being out and Amon-Ra being out. And my gut feeling here, PJ, is that Amon-Ra has maybe got like a 25-30% chance of playing. I don't think he's going to go.
No, I agree with you. And I agree, Brad. I think this is going to be a game where the stars show out. You talked about it. Pickens and Lamb for Dallas, J-Mo for Detroit. We saw when Amon-Ra got hurt in that Packer game, J-Mo just took all his production, right? And he had a big game. So I would expect that to continue. I like the Tom Kennedy look. If you're kind of looking for that obscure receiver on Detroit, I think he's the guy that you look at. Can I also talk you in Jake Bates, the Lions kicker, under 1.5 field goals. We know how much Dan Campbell loves to go for it, Brad.
Yeah.
He's not kicking field goals in this game. Unless it's 4th and 15, he's going. So in a game like this with the high total, season on the line, he's trusting his offense. He's going for it. So I kind of love Jake Bates under 1.5 field goals. I really don't think they're going to attempt any unless it's like 4th and 10 or even higher than that. Hour 2 on the way next. BetMGM tonight presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans. We're going to predict the prop on the other side.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these two teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying minus 180, minus 185. Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like L.A. plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly.
I just feel like if you want the best playoff, you put in the best teams. And the committee has a lot of things to think about. And they're going to do that on their own accord. They're not going to listen to Bet Sweats or any media show and go, oh, well, they want this. They don't care what we think. They don't care what you think. They don't. I promise you, the committee does not care what other people think. Notre Dame, Virginia. Let's just play this out. If Virginia gets in and Notre Dame doesn't, it's a travesty. Because on a neutral field, I have Notre Dame at a 96 and Virginia at an 82. That's a neutral field, 14-point spread. And you're going to take Virginia over Notre Dame because Virginia won the weakest Power 4 conference? It's just ridiculous. And I think controversy is good. Conflict is good. We're still going to bet the games. We're still going to watch the games. And here's one more quick truth from my side of the fence. I believe Notre Dame should get in over Miami. I wholeheartedly believe that. But if Miami makes the playoff, I make $2,000. Knowing that, I still think Notre Dame should be in ahead.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hour 2, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Brad Evans. Some more great content coming for you here over the next 3 hours. Our guy Joe DeLeon going to join us in 20 minutes, going to get you ready for Conference Championship Week in college football. Going to talk some more college basketball coming up. 40 minutes at the end of hour 2. We're getting ready to do some Predict the Prop here in a little bit in the National Football League. But as always, make sure you guys tune in. You watch the show on YouTube. Search the BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. Check us out as well on all our social media platforms on X, Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. You can listen to us for free on the Odyssey app as well. And make sure at the end of the show, you go download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And as always, we'd love to hear from you. Call into the show, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. You want to talk NFL, college football, college basketball, NBA, whatever on your mind, let us know and call in to the show. But Brad, real quick, let's tell everybody about a BetMGM promo that we have for them in the NFL. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. All right, let's talk a little NFL. This is always one of my favorite segments, Brad, on a Wednesday. Love a little Predict the Prop. You're going to throw certain players, certain categories at me, and I'm going to try and predict the prop. So I did pretty well last week. I'm interested to see how I do again this week.
Yeah, and again, for those of you that are unfamiliar with this segment, it's something we have popularized here on BetMGM Tonight. The gist of it is this. As PJ already laid out, I'm going to give you a player. I'm going to give you a statistical category and the matchup. PJ is then going to be asked, hey, predict the prop. If he is within 5 yards, he's going to hear a favorable sounder. If he is outside that 5-yard range, he's going to hear something else. So it's as simple as that. And we're going to see how PJ does once I give the actual number, unless PJ hits it right on the head. We'll have a conversation whether or not we're going to go over or under on said prop. And of course, these props are absolutely real, and you can bet on them right now with our partners at BetMGM. So PJ, are you ready?
Brad, I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right, let's start off with a matchup between Cincinnati and Buffalo in Western New York. And let's go with a modern-day Joe Cool, Joe Burrow pass yards against those Bills. PJ, predict the prop.
All right, so Burrow last week against Baltimore was in like the 260s. I would think he's probably in that range again. We got a high total of 53.5, maybe a little bit higher. I'll go like 272.5 for Joe Burrow.
I'm sorry, Eddie, but that's incorrect.
The actual number is, PJ, you ready for this? 250.5. Are you
That's
way
it?
over?
That's it. 250.5. Yeah, I'm over. Is the weather supposed to be pretty decent in Buffalo? Like, are we getting a storm or, I mean, what's going on?
No, I mean, we're too far out to really nail that down. Initial forecast doesn't sound like weather's going to be major play, but you never know with lake effect snows. And those bands are usually only about 10 miles wide, and sometimes they can sit right over Orchard Park. And in downtown Buffalo, it's not snowing at Flake and vice versa. So that's going to be determined. I will break everything down from a meteorological perspective if it comes into play in some shows later this week, especially the Friday edition of BetMGM tonight. You can always follow me on social media at Noisy Huevos for those as well. So right now, I think you're in the clear, but yeah, man, 250.5. So I'm guessing you're dunking the over in ideal conditions, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, going with the over. I thought all things considered, Burrow looked really good in the Ravens with that time off, and first game back, you would expect him to be even better. This time around, he gets the extended rest playing on Thanksgiving on a Thursday into Sunday. What's the update on T. Higgins, Brad? Still in concussion protocol? Do we know if he's going to be out there?
Yeah, he's training in the right direction. Early indications are he's going to get out of that protocol. He's going to be back on the field in uniform, but still undetermined. But looking like maybe better in a 50-50 proposition, he will return.
Yeah, I like the over, Brad. I think 250. Again, I was in the 270s, so I'm pretty surprised it's that low. I like the over on the game. Are you thinking the same way, or the over passing yards?
No, I'm taking the under, believe it or not.
Okay.
Look, you give a compelling argument, and I understand where you're coming from, but here's the thing about the Buffalo Bills. They can't defend the run. I think it's going to be a heavy Chase Brown kind of game. I'll get down with my dude, Chase Brown, and sip on that maple syrup. He's going to be oh so good. They're trying to make that push to get in the fantasy playoffs, but the reason why the Bills really defend the pass so well. A, they're number 4 in dropback EPA defense. B, they've allowed the fewest quarterback passing yards this season, 6.55 yards per attempt, 177.3 pass yards per game. Drake May is the only quarterback to go over 250.5 against them. And I know Burrow looked pretty good last week, threw for 261 against the Baltimore Ravens. But the strength of the Bills is on the back end. It's a well-priced number. I think it's going to be somewhere in the 240s. Give me the under on Joe Burrow. The PJ is going to slam dunk the over on the 250.5. All right, let's move on, but stay at the quarterback position. Bear down, Chicago Bears. I have to do it. Bears-Packers, storied rivalry. Stretches back roughly 10,000 years. Let's talk about the Bears starting quarterback, Caleb Williams. Pass yards in Lambeau Field against those wily Packers. PJ, predict the prop.
Yeah, so I'm not going 270.5 with this one. I think it's going to be much lower. I think we might even be below 200 with this one. I mean, Caleb doesn't really throw that many passing yards to begin with. Packers defense is terrific, especially at home. Bears have been running the ball so well. It's going to be so cold at Lambeau on Sunday. Brad, this number I think is going to be in like the 190s. I'll go like 195.5 for Caleb.
Affirmative. Oh my God, affirmative.
The actual number is 191.5, PJ. Ooh. So what's the lean here, over or under?
I think I'd go under still, Brad, which is crazy. I mean, 191, so low, but it's that low for a reason. Again, this is how the Bears have been winning games, man. They've been leaning on their run game. They just find ways to win at the end. The defense is improved now with getting some of those guys back in the secondary, and Caleb's been making plays in the fourth quarter. So I think they're going to try and run the football, certainly lean on the defense a little bit. They don't want Caleb going out there and being Superman against that defense and against that pass rush. So it's low for a reason, Brad, and even though it's 191.5, I'm going under.
Look, I think Ben Johnson's going to go full Wu-Tang Financial on that ass. He's going to diversify those bonds, yo. I think he's going to throw a little bit more. I like the over. I think this number is way too low. I think Caleb Williams is going to not sail past 200, but it'd be around 210 in the end. The weak point defensively for Green Bay is on the back end. They're number 17, very middling, very average, very vanilla, and drop back EPA defense. 8 quarterbacks have gone over 191.5 against them. They're giving up 202.7 pass yards per game. Williams has done this in 9 of 12 on the over. I know the completion rates in terms of percentage is not that great, but he's still number 2 in total air yards. I think he does uncork and air it out. Whether or not he completes those passes, a whole different discussion. But I think he does at least get pretty close to the number, if not just over it. So again, I got him in the around 210 pass yards in this one. So I will take the over 191.5 there against the Green Bay Packers. Let's go to running back Bijan Robinson, and a lost season for the Atlanta Falcons, but he's still been money throughout much of the year, taking on the Seattle Seahawks. Difficult matchup here, PJ. So what are your thoughts? Bijan Robinson rush yards. Predict the prop.
I mean, look, Bijan's one of the top backs in the league, as we all know, but going up against that defense that's so good against the run, Kirk Cousins, an absolute statue back there. I want to say it's in the 70s, but I feel like it's going to be even lower, I kind of think I'll go 71.5 for Bijan.
Oh, no! It's lower, man. It's in the low 60s. The actual number is 63.5 on Bijan Robinson. Can you pull the trigger on the over? So what is your thought here, over or under?
Man, I mean, that is so low. Bijan could get that on one run if he just breaks it. But again, Brad, the Seahawks are so well coached on defense. And they know with Cousins just not being able to push the ball down the field, they want to try and get the ball into Bijan's hands as many ways as they. I would go under on this, to be honest, if I had to bet it.
I agree. I'm going to take the under as well. I don't think he's going to escape the 50s, quite frankly. Seattle is numero uno in rush EPA defense this season, giving up just 3.51 yards per carry, 66.3 rush yards per game to all running backs. And again, he's going to split some of the world there with Tyler Algier. Only 4 running backs have gone over 63.5 against him. I know Bijan is top 3 in yak per attempt. He's number 1 in missed tackles for us. He's gone under this prop, though, 4 times this year. So it's not a rarity. So, yeah. I'm with you there. We're in lockstep. Under on Bijan Robinson, 63.5 rush yards against the Seattle Seahawks. All right, next up, let's go back to the game in Western New York between Buffalo and Cincinnati. James Cook, the Chef Boyardee of running backs, rush yards against Cincinnati. PJ, predict the prop.
Yeah, I mean, the Cookie Monster is going to be feasting this week against that run defense. The Ravens, I don't know what they were thinking, what that game plan was against Cincinnati, but the Bills aren't going to make that mistake. And they leaned on that ground game against Pittsburgh last week. I think they do the same this week. Cook's going to go for 100 plus. I don't think it's that high, though. I think it's probably in the mid 90s. I'll go 94.5 on Cook.
I am the smartest man alive!
Correct. The actual number is, though, 99.5 rush yards for James Cook. So what's the thought here, over under?
Yeah, I'd go over. Brad, I think he's going for 100. I mean, the Bills, with those injuries on their offensive line, they don't trust their passing game right now. Allen's not getting much time in the pass game, and they're running the ball so effective, and they're facing the worst run defense in football. So don't overthink it. I think the Bills lean on Cook. I think he goes for 100 plus.
I concur with the captain. It could be $150, quite frankly. Cincinnati, number 31 in rush EPAD. They're giving up 5.18 yards per carry. That's crazy. 128.2 rush yards per game just to running backs. 5 RBs have hit the century mark against them. And Cook, ultra efficient. He's number 4 in missed tackles for us. And he has gone over this, believe it or not, 7 times this year. So, yeah, I'm with you there. Give me James Cook over 99.5 rush yards. Let's go to wide receiver. Nico Collins on the road against KC. Kind of a big matchup for both these teams, Houston and Kansas City. Of course, the prop here is receiving yards. So, PJ, predict the prop.
Nico, man, Kansas City's defense is pretty good. They do a good job at taking away your best player for the most part. He feels like a high 60s to me, 68.5, I think is probably the number with Collins, somewhere in that range.
Peter, you sound so refined. Are you intelligent now?
Affirmative. That means yes.
The actual number is almost exactly right. 67.5 receiving yards for Nico Collins. So, PJ, over under.
Oh, yeah, that number is about right. It's going to be right around there.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll bet it. I think it slightly goes over. Feels like Collins is like 6 catches for 73 yards, somewhere in that range.
Yep.
So feels more low 70s to me than low 60s. So yeah, I'll do a slight lean to the over.
You and I on the same page, same wavelength here. I think he's going to be in that 70 to 75 yard range. You're going to be sweating this out. Going to make you sweat, baby. Yeah, all the way to the bitter end in this one. But you look at Kansas City, middle of the pack, number 16, drop back EPA defense. He'll get a lot of Trent McDuffie in coverage, who has given up a 66.7% catch rate. Not too shabby there. Nico, 8.6 targets per game, number 11 in air yards, 13.9 yards per catch. He's gone over in 4 of his last 5 on the 67.5. And the game script and flow could play a factor. Will Houston be playing from behind in this one at all? I say, yeah, though they got a shot to win in the end. So barely over. You and I, again, very much in the same vicinity there. All right, let's work in one more. And a guy that's been riding the struggle bus, Justin Jefferson. J.J. McCarthy is going to suit up and play in this one. Receiving yards against the Washington Commanders, PJ. Predict the prop.
Favorable matchup going up against Washington, but the quarterback play, as we know from Minnesota, has been so bad. I think it's like the same number as Nico, like 68, 67.5. I'll go 68.5 again for JJ.
It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
The actual number is 63.5. PJ, does he bounce back over or under?
I think he goes over, actually, because of the defense they're playing.
Yeah, I would say I call from a little friend, but we're getting up against it. But I would sledgehammer living daylights on the over. He's going to break out of the funk. Washington, it's terrible. Take it away, PJ.
Yeah, McCarthy, Brosmer, Evans, Glasser, doesn't matter. We're taking the over with whoever plays quarterback. Joe DeLeon up next.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I alluded to it earlier. All is right in your world. Virginia, they're playing in the ACC championship, a chance to make the playoff. Your former team, the Bears, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And the Jaguars.
And guess what? Your boy is going to be in Jacksonville this weekend for the game versus the Colts. And guess what? The Colts do not win in Jacksonville. You better not bet the Colts this weekend. The last time the Colts won in Jacksonville, guess when? 2014. They don't win in Jacksonville, guys. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. I'm telling you, the Jags, they are playing great football. My man, Danny Dimes is playing on a broken leg. Respect to him, but get him out of here this week. No way we let him beat us just standing in one spot with a broken leg. I don't even understand the body science behind having a fracture in your leg and still be able to play in an NFL football game. Respect to him, but I do not. There's no way the Jags can lose this game, and I just hope that the fact that I'm going to be in the building, I get to see my team win, because I'm going to be upset if this is the game they decide to slide. But right now, Liam Cohen got these guys looking great. Jacoby Myers, the perfect fit, just gelling this offense together. Trevor Lawrence, he is still iffy as hell, but I'm telling you, we have a great team. We play team football. And Parker Washington, if you don't know who that is, respect that man. He is a special teams demon, and he is a great wide receiver. I think that needs to be talked about more, because he is one of the guys that have been clutch through all this drop epidemic and everything that's going on. And whether Trevor's coming to play or not, Parker Washington is one guy on this offense that's always been there. So shout out to him.
I would just like to start by saying I love Ohio State in this game. I love the Buckeyes. And you know that I've been saying it all season since before the opener against Texas. And I remember watching that game literally on the beach. Boy, that's how long ago it was. That Ohio State's going to win the national championship and go back-to-back. And I am only more emboldened in that bet and in that take after Ohio State did face some adversity early on Saturday against Michigan and came back after getting punched in the mouth and proceeded to do what Brock Lesnar did to Randy Couture when Brock Lesnar first won his UFC championship and just smashed him in the head 1,000 times. I'm actually worried for Randy Couture's life in that fight with Brock Lesnar. And Ohio State just pummeled Michigan and ended up winning and covering the spread, winning that game 27-9. I think Indiana's awesome. I think Kurt Cignetti is tremendous. I'd love for him to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, my favorite NFL team. I respect Fernando Mendoza. I think he's QB1 entering next year's NFL draft. But Ohio State's way better. And I think Ohio State's going to win, and I think Ohio State's going to cover, and I love Ohio State at this number. Anything under 6, I like with Ohio State.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser alongside Brad Evans, as we got a lot of college basketball going on right now that we are monitoring. Bama up 45-30 on Clemson at the intermission, tied 16.5-point favorite on the live line, over under 160.5. So that's good, Brad. For my under, Arkansas, we took the Hogs tonight against Louisville. They are now a 12.5-point favorite on the live line. Calipari's squad is up 18 right now on Louisville. LSU up 39-28 on Boston College in the SEC ACC Challenge. And Minnesota right now up 38-35 on Indiana, who's a 2.5-point favorite against Minnesota. I'll keep you updated on all the scores going on in college basketball. But let's go from college hoops to college football. It's championship week. Who better to break it down than our guy, Joe DeLeon, host of Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City podcast. Give Joe a follow on X at Joe DeLeon. Joe, before we get into championship week, want all your thoughts on some of the games that we have coming up on Friday and Saturday. Got to start with the Lane Kiffin news, obviously, and all that situation and watching that whole thing unfold. So now that the dust is kind of settled, you've had some time to think about it. What are your thoughts of him moving on, not being able to coach Ole Miss in the playoff, and what kind of success you think he's going to have in Baton Rouge?
Yeah, first to address the situation with him wanting to coach his team during the college football playoff, I can understand the perspective that a lot of people have that it's wrong. It's like, cheating on your ex-girlfriend or your girlfriend and then expecting to stick around for the holidays. It's just weird. But at the same time, the dynamic is different. You've spent every single day this entire season, the whole off season, preparing for this year. You've put so much just sweat and tears and blood and everything to prepare for this moment to get to the playoff. I can understand why Kiffin would want to lead his guys out there. Seems like there's no love lost with some of these players being quite vocal on social media. Can't control it. The committee seems to have backed Ole Miss with the way that they're not dropping them whatsoever in the rankings with Pete Golding leading the squad. But to address the movement, I think Lane Kiffin had to do this. We saw on signing day today the way that they were able to keep pretty much their entire class, didn't lose any of their big name guys to decommitments. The fact that that core finished 11th on Rivals for the national rankings shows the power that the LSU brand has. The location of being in the state of Louisiana, the NIL backing, the alumni base. I think that Lane Kiffin is a tremendous coach. And I think now being able to lead LSU is going to eventually set him up to be in that upper category tier of coaches of some of the best in the history of the sport. I think he will win national titles. I think that LSU is going to reach an all new level of consistent dominance. This was the move that both sides need to have made, and it's going to pay off.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think he's going to be able to right the ship very, very quickly and very, very soon. Joe, the one title game I'm giddiest about this weekend, being a Big Ten guy, of course, is Ohio State, Indiana. This feels like a prove-it spot for a lot of the Hoosiers doubters that are out there, if they still do exist, and I think there are a few of them. Do you see them passing the test in this one, or are the Buckeyes simply that dominant? Currently at BetMGM, and I have to say that for copyright purposes, the Ohio State is a 4.5-point favorite. So who do you got in the Big Ten championship? The Ohio State or the shocker special this season in Indiana?
Yeah, I've got Ohio State here at 4.5. I think that Indiana is going to be able to keep up with Ohio State. I think that they've shown they've got the physicality in the trenches more than they did last year. They're not going to get completely outclassed like they did last season. But when we look at both these teams, there's a stark difference in talent. There has been a just key principle in the history of the sport that you can always lean on in a game like this. The team with the blue chip talent, the future first-round picks, the elite prospects that they have developed, and a culture that they have cultivated, that team has to be the one that we look to for who's going to win the game. There is just a different level of athlete on this Ohio State team compared to Indiana. I think that Indiana has a capability to go on a run during the college football playoff, but Ohio State is at a completely different level right now. And we saw it with how confidently they looked against Michigan. So I've got a lot of confidence myself in Ohio State winning this game and to be able to cover that 4.5-point spread.
Oh, all right. Fade Indiana going to lay the chalk there with the Ohio State. Joe, Kalani Sitake shunned Penn State, keeping it in the Big Ten for a second, and is going to remain at BYU. His Cougars, though, are heavy underdogs against Texas Tech, catching 12.5 points in the Big 12 title game. Do they at least have a puncher's chance of springing an upset? Can the pride of Provo really shake up the final college football playoff ranking?
Yeah, I'm going super chalky this week with a little bit of a warning here. 12.5, I think, is doable here for Texas Tech, because we saw this the first time that they played. And it's kind of similar to what I just talked about here with Ohio State, but I think the separation is larger. When they played the first time, BYU got dominated. They couldn't keep up. And that was in a game that Texas Tech's offense was completely disjointed. They couldn't finish drives. They were all over the place. They were inconsistent the whole first half. Bear Morton was getting pressured a ton because BYU was being incredibly aggressive. They ended up resolving that in the second half, but the big reason why they dominated BYU the first time they played them is that pass rush with Romello Height and David Bailey. It's with the entire front seven within how gifted it is, and then the overall different level of talent that they have in the trenches. LJ Martin couldn't really get going. That made things really hard for Bear Bachmeier. And Bachmeier, who's a really good young player, I think has got a bright future ahead of him. Him being a true freshman, it was too tall of a task to ask him to throw his way back into that game. So I like the Red Raiders. I think that they're going to win with an exclamation point. This line, I think, was pretty similar to the first time, too. I think it was 10.5 the first time. Not that far off. I don't see why they can't do it again.
We're talking with Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight, host of Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Give Joe a follow on X at Joe DeLeon. Joe, let's head over to the SEC rematch of a game we had earlier this season, Georgia and Bama. Bulldogs 2.5-point favorite in Atlanta. Total is about 47.5. Give us your pick in this game. And also, do you believe that even with the loss that Alabama's still going to be in the college football playoff?
Well, first of all, to be direct here with Bama, I do think Georgia's going to win this game. They have to get in. We already saw the committee set this dumb precedent last year with a much weaker team with SMU. They can't backtrack with a better team. Alabama might have cooled down a little bit since their hot stretch in the middle of the year. Still a really, really good football team. One, they could maybe do what Ohio State did last year and shock everybody as a lower seed and go on a run. This Bama squad is really good, but it's not good enough to beat Georgia because Georgia has been arguably the hottest team in college football with the way that they have finished over the past month. Their pass rush has been discovered. They've got 9 sacks in the month of November. They also have, I think, a much more reliable offensive identity that is going to help them, and they have really caught a wave that will set them up for success in this battle. You've got a really good run game. You've got Gunnar Stockton showing an ability to make big plays when called upon. But the last part with this is we've seen Bama have a lot of issues running the football this year. And when they have needed to lean on the run game, it has almost cost them, and it then did cost them against Oklahoma. I think in this spot going up against one of the better run defense, actually one of the best run defenses in the country, that they're going to run into issues in that regard, and that is not going to be enough for them to be able to keep up with Georgia. Georgia wins and they cover.
Joe, I guess someone from the ACC championship has got to represent in the college football playoff. I'd rather see this matchup, quite frankly, on the hardwood than on the gridiron. That, of course, is between Duke and Virginia. Currently, the Cavs are favored by 3.5 on BetMGM. Give me a reason why I got to watch this damn game.
Oh, it'll be exciting. It'll be fun. Here's the one thing, though. I'm really shocked that this line is this close. This Duke team sucks. I'm just going to be straight on honest with you. There's no dancing around this. This Duke team is bad. They lost to Tulane. They lost to UConn. And they lost to Virginia the first time that they played them by multiple scores. What are we doing here? Why is this line? What am I missing? Chandler Morris is playing. Jamari Taylor's playing. What am I missing here? I don't know what it is. This Virginia team is going to be fine. They've got all the energy that they need to get the ACC championship dub, and then they're going to get completely outclassed when they show up for the college football playoff. But yeah, this one has to be my most favorite bet this weekend because it's perplexing that this line is this tight.
All right, so Joe rolling with Virginia in the ACC title game. Joe, we've gone over all the Power 4 conference title games. Let's show some love to the little guys. We got 4 Group of 5 title games on Friday. Conference USA, Sun Belt, American, Mountain West. You also got the MAC championship on Saturday. Any of those other Group of 5 conference championship games that you do like this week?
Yeah, I like the American Conference game. I like North Texas to cover the 2.5-point spread. I think that as solid as Tulane has been and as great of coach as John Summerall is, I think that this North Texas offense is on a ridiculously high level. You've got Mestamaker who plays really, really well. They are in the tops of most offensive statistics in the country. And I don't think that this Tulane defense is very good. They've been middling. They've struggled. This is a very easy position, I think, for North Texas to put up a lot of points. And while Tulane has shown an ability to produce on their own with Retzlaff and their offense, I think that North Texas is more effectively positioned to win this and then go into the college football playoff.
Joe, before we let you go, real quick, in a couple minutes, if BYU loses to Texas Tech, Notre Dame, Miami, who, in your opinion, gets in the playoff?
Man, this has been a really tough debate to be having because it's gotten really heated, and it got really heated on my show. I think that Notre Dame is going to get in, and I think that Notre Dame should. And I have to say, I'm a Notre Dame fan. I don't want to that be brought into this, but plain and simple, in the history of college football, head-to-head has never been the only singular data point. If Miami had a more competitive schedule than Notre Dame's, and they have a comparable one, this would be a different discussion. If they had played each other 2 weeks ago, this would be a different discussion. It happened at the beginning of the season. In CJ Carr's first ever start, this team, since the Texas A&M loss, has gotten better on defense. They've gotten better on offense. They have been dominant down the stretch. And I think that the context that keeps getting brought up is, well, Miami's got bigger margins of victory over similar opponents. When we add the context of Miami being tied with Stanford at halftime and Notre Dame completely pulling off the reins against Stanford when it came to the third quarter, it was a very different game. And then for Pitt to take a shot when they didn't need to with 30 seconds to go in order to beat Pitt more than Notre Dame did, that context has to be added in as well. I think that we have to look at the full picture here. Notre Dame's going to get in. If the committee wanted to move off of that, they would have done so, but they have not up to this point.
There you go. Joe DeLeon. Give him a follow on X at Joe DeLeon, host of Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City podcast. Joe, always great having you on, man. Enjoy Conference Championship Week, and we will see you again for the playoffs.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, great stuff there. Joe DeLeon join us here on BetMGM tonight. Brad, are you team Miami or team Notre Dame if BYU loses to Texas Tech? Who do you think gets that final spot?
Look, I have no fandom at stake here. I'm an ILL guy through and through, and I'm hoping Illinois just goes somewhere warm so I can get some vitamin D into my system. But look, I think Notre Dame deserves the nod. Look, I understand the head-to-head matchup and Miami having the edge there, but the full body of work is something that, it's hard to get out of my head, that phrase when it comes to college basketball, because usually when those teams are on the fence, that's something the committee always leans on. And this committee will do the same thing in that scenario, full body of work. Notre Dame checks all the boxes across the board. I know they lost head-to-head, but you look at the strength of record, you look at the strength of schedule, look at the opponents that they have beaten. I think they have a stronger argument of being in the college football playoffs. So I think they'll get the nod ahead of Miami, but there are compelling cases for both sides of this. And it all is going to do is, help facilitate the need, the want, the desire for expansion.
I think Notre Dame's the better team. But Brad, they played and Miami won. I mean, I don't know how they leave them out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens if it comes down to that decision. All right, we'll go from college football back to college hoops. So Hoop Scoops up next. PJ Glasser, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I like the Texans because I don't need stats, Nick, some days. Some days I just have to watch a team play. I don't see a better defense in football than the Texans. I don't see a weakness. They all tackle. Daniil Hunter, there's nobody that plays harder in this league than Will Anderson. I know Myles Garrett's probably the runaway with the Defensive Player of the Year, but if you want to look just beyond sacks and just look at just effort and how you play the game, like he's almost a modern day LT. He's just that good. And he's just that worthy. And now they're starting to move him around. And he just runs, he's just a difference maker. He literally, sometimes, Nick, this isn't just sports. This is life. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whoever. Some people are energy givers. Some people are energy takers. Will Anderson, all he does is give. Like, I can't watch that guy play football enough. And he sets the tone for everybody, whether it's Alshire, whether it's, Sting, whether it's Lassiter. Like, that team plays defense in in a way that I don't know anybody else in the league that does.
Controlled violence.
Controlled violence, Nick. Controlled violence.
It's breathtaking to watch.
Nick, I get choked up when I watch him. I'm like, I don't know what D'Amico has to say. Maybe he doesn't have to say anything. Maybe this is while 11 guys are wired. Jalen Petrie comes back healthy last week. He's everywhere. Like, they basically say, I'm going to play 4-man front. I'm going to play a single high safety. We're going to not let you run the ball. Jonathan Taylor, go get maybe 4 yards of carry last week. They're like an anaconda. They're just going to choke you out. A big, thick, fat Amazon anaconda. They choke you out, Nick.
I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115-13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first-round bye.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Brad Evans here with you. Thanks again to our friend Joe DeLeon for joining us on the show. Great stuff, as always, breaking down conference championship weekend in college football. Make sure you check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast after the show. Get all of Joe's thoughts. Also gave us some thoughts on Lane Kiffin and who he thinks takes that final spot if BYU loses to Texas Tech. And Brad, I think that's the $1 million question that all of us have, right? It feels like if BYU beats Texas Tech, we kind of know all the teams that are going to be in. But if they lose, what does the committee decide to do? And that's going to be interesting. Is it Notre Dame? Is it Miami? Does Texas somehow end up in the playoff? Probably not. But with that committee, who the heck knows what ends up happening? Some scores that we have in college basketball. Alabama up 50-38 on Clemson, 15:45 to go in the second half. Bama's still a 14.5-point favorite. That total down to 155.5, though, so looking good there. Arkansas down to 11.5-point favorite on the live line. Brad, we love that. Took them at an alt line plus 11.5 at halftime. They're down 15 with 17 minutes to go. Boston College is making a comeback. They're down 1 to LSU in Chestnut Hill. And Indiana and Minnesota in a dogfight. Gophers up by 2 over the Hoosiers with 7 minutes to go left in that game. Talked about it earlier, Brad. My concern for the Hoosiers was obviously that double dip that they have upcoming on Saturday, with basketball playing Louisville and Indy at 2, and then football playing Ohio State and Indy at 8 o'clock. And maybe they're looking ahead to that game just a little bit, find themselves in a dogfight against Minnesota. I know you've been keeping an eye on that game. I mean, you can get Indiana right now at pretty much even money. Do you think they're worth a bet, or from what you're watching, do you just think it's not their night and they're on upset alert?
No, they're not playing great defensively. Minnesota's rim protecting like crazy. Indiana had 2 shots at the rim. Both were rejected immediately. So Minnesota, really exerting their will in the interior. I still like Indiana to come back in this sucker, but it looks like Minnesota's going to go line with a chance to extend it. They're up 55-51, 6:35 to go. They have an opportunity here. This will be, I think, 2 shots on the free throw attempt, so they could, balloon this to 6 points, possibly. So look, again, $500 bill in my pocket, I got to bet a live line. I would probably take Indiana, come back and win this thing if I get it at plus money. But yeah, it's going to be a nail biter. By the way, as I was talking, Clemson has now cut it to 4. They were down 10 like a blink of an eye ago, and all of a sudden they're on a 6-0 run in 56 seconds. So, PJ, your beloved Alabama Crimson Tide, they're in a sweat, baby. Bum, 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 baby. You're going to be puckering up in all the wrong places because Alabama was in cruise control. They were just throttling, body slamming for the top rope with the elbow and landing on the throat of Clemson. I thought they may win this thing by like 30 going away. It's now a 4-point spread with 14:07 remaining in this contest. Man, is it going to get sweaty down there inside Coleman?
Sure is. Louisville's making a run as well, Brad. They're now down by just 12 with 16 minutes to go, so it might be that kind of night in college hoops. What does Ryan Horvath say? I always want to be down 20 in the NBA. Might be one of those nights in college basketball where you want to be down 20 with a lot of these teams making comebacks. But yeah, like you said, Bama's only up by 4 right now. Ton of time. They have like 3 key players that are out for this game too. So it looked like they weren't going to miss those guys early on, but right now I bet they wish they had them. So Clemson, who always plays Alabama tough, hanging around in that game, and now they're only down by just 2. Brad, let's continue talking college basketball, though. Get to a little hoop scoop. Stock up, stop down. Let's start with teams that we feel like are on the rise right now in college basketball. Who are some teams that you feel like are trending in the right direction right now in college hoops?
Yeah, let's go with the Maui Invitational Champs. And I know it was a down Maui field this season, but I've been really impressed with USC. I thought possibly they were going to be a letdown spot in Eugene taking on Oregon last night. But I woke up and I saw that they won going away 82-77. So quite impressive there. The Muss Bus, Coach Musselman is one of the best in the game. It was only going to be a matter of time he'd be able to elevate this program. Maybe not to prominence, but get him back in the tournament and at least make a name for this USC brand. You look at the advanced analytics, they're not too shabby right now. The profiling has a barely outside the top 25, number 26 in KenPom, 52 in EFG offense, 62 in EFG defense. You like to see that. And they have those key wins on the resume on the neutral floor in Maui. You beat Boise, you beat Seton Hall, you beat Arizona State. Those, maybe 2 or 3 or all 3 can wind up being quad ones, because, again, it was played on a neutral floor. So it expands out the qualification for what a quad one is. Definitely at Oregon. And I think Oregon right now is trending not in the tournament, that being the NIT, but winning that one in a true road game. That one's going to be a quad one victory as well. Next up, they get Washington in SoCal, and then play a bunch of patsies before the Big Ten slate really gets underway after that. So SC, unblemished right now, undefeated on the season. They're looking for real. Really impressed with what Coach Musselman has done so far, but, he does that at every stop.
He really does. And I like what he did in the portal this year, getting Baker Mazzara, Rodney Rice, some of these guys
from the DMV, Ryan Cornish as well. USC is going to be a fun team, and I think people are going to forget about them in the Big Ten, Brad, just because you forget that USC basketball is in the Big Ten. I think a lot of times,
Big
right?
Ten, right.
In the Big Ten. And Oregon and UCLA were the teams that a lot of people had their eye on out on the West Coast in the Big Ten. But yeah, USC, like you said, and if Musselman can get his teams to March, whether it was Nevada, Arkansas, we know that dude. His teams can win when they get into the tournament. So I'm with you on USC. That's a team definitely keeping an eye on, flying under the radar in the Big Ten. What about a couple of ACC teams, Brad, that you think are on the rise right now?
Well, Syracuse has to be on the list. I got just a mammoth win last night inside the Carrier Dome, knocking off Tennessee. And I was stunned by that. I was watching that one. Tennessee just could not hit the broadside of a barn, even from like 2 feet away. Syracuse did a really good job in rim protection in that one. And that's their calling card right now is defensively. They are a top 15 team nationally in EFGED. They're only giving up 41.9% from 2 and 30.7% from 3. So Adrian Autry is really instilled and coach these guys. Hey, you got to go out there and guard. Offensively, they still have a lot of question marks. So 155 in EFG offense. And you look at the overall resume, outside of the Tennessee win, they don't have any marquee victories. Now, they had a very heated and close loss in overtime to Houston in a neutral floor. And they also lost to Kansas. That one more convincing fashion. I would say they absolutely got blown out in that one. So, again, they played a pretty tough slate. And because the fact that Autry's went out and scheduled accordingly and challenged his team, challenged his kids, that's going to weigh quite well in the selection committee room. And again, you got that marquee victory now on the resume. They're going to have to go into ACC play. They're going to have to finish above 500 in that conference. So when they get 9-10 wins in league action, I think they could be a tournament team. So Syracuse certainly moving the right direction. And frankly, I didn't see that coming. I thought for sure they were at least a year or two away, but they're really elevating much faster than originally anticipated. It started just last night with that victory over the Vols.
And something I'm keeping my eye on, Brad, you and I know when it comes to sports, but especially college basketball, it's all about matchups. And not only did Syracuse pull off that upset against Tennessee last night, how about in Vegas? They took Houston to overtime, right? You're talking about two teams that are as tough as can be, defensive-minded, want to beat you up, and Syracuse could have beaten both of them. I mean, they were leading that Houston game late in the second half. So you don't have too many of those type of teams in the ACC, especially that are that elite defensively and that are that good, filled with that much NBA talent in the ACC. But like you said, if Syracuse is able to get into the tournament, keep an eye on their draw, the kind of team that they play, because if they go up against a defensive-minded team, they're not going to back down. And from what they've shown us against Houston and Tennessee, they can not only hang with those teams, but they can beat them as well. So I'm with you, impressed with the Cuse here these last couple weeks and certainly last night against Tennessee. What about the U? Brad, they are certainly trending up. Had a really nice win last night in Oxford.
Yeah, Jai Lucas has got these guys rocking and rolling right now. I know they got a pair of losses on the resume, but it was against Florida in a neutral court and BYU to neutral court. Not bad losses by any stretch of the imagination. And again, that's going to buoy the overall resume because of the strength of schedule overall. You beat Georgetown in a neutral court environment, and then you absolutely destroyed Ole Miss in a true road game. Very impressive there. That's going to be a quarter one victory. The Georgetown game probably be a quarter one because it was on a neutral. And you look at this team's overall profile, they're top 40 in EFG offense and defense nationally. I like the construct of Miami. Again, they're getting it done on both ends of the floor. It's a similar story as Syracuse. Just stay above 500 in conference play, and you will go dancing. So the Canes, not quite a Category 5 hurricane, but they're starting to move up on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Weather nerd.
Yeah, they certainly are. That Jai Lucas hire looks like it was a home run. Miami Hoops was they were in the dweller. I mean, after Larinaga retired, it was getting ugly there, but it looks like they're on their way, trending in the right direction. Brad, real quick, we have time for stock down. Give me one team that you think is trending in the wrong direction.
It's got to be Marquette. What the hell was that last night? You have to knock off Valpo in overtime? Like Shaka Smart, the team is unraveling. They can't score. They're 227 EFG offense. Defense has been lackluster, 147 in EFG defense. You lose to Indiana, you lose to Maryland, you lose to Dayton, you lose to Oklahoma. Your best win was against Valpo, and he had to do it in overtime. They got a lot of work to do, but it got 2 key games coming up. Game against Wisconsin on the road, and then at Purdue. I don't think they got a snowball's chance against Purdue. We'll see what they do against Wisconsin, but they got a mountain to climb to build a tourney resume. Shaka Smart right now in a bit of trouble with his Golden Eagles.
Certainly is. It felt like, Brad, I mean, he had his years, right, with Kolick and Cam Jones and those teams, and they just could not get it done. And now he's trying to rebuild it, and it's certainly not going in the right direction for Shaka Smart and Marquette this season. Hour 3 coming up next, a football-filled hour number 3. Who are we starting? Who are we sitting? Coming up in a pivotal Week 14 in the NFL. Stick with us. Brad Evans, PJ Glasser, BetMGM tonight.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these 2 teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying minus 180, minus 185. Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like LA plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly.
I just feel like if you want the best playoff, you put in the best teams. And the committee has a lot of things to think about. And they're going to do that on their own accord. They're not going to listen to Bet Sweats or any media show and go, oh, well, they want this. They don't care what we think. They don't care what you think. They don't. I promise you, the committee does not care what other people think. Notre Dame, Virginia. Let's just play this out. If Virginia gets in and Notre Dame doesn't, it's a travesty. Because on a neutral field, I have Notre Dame at a 96 and Virginia at an 82. That's a neutral field, 14-point spread. And you're going to take Virginia over Notre Dame because Virginia won the weakest Power 4 conference? It's just ridiculous. And I think controversy is good. Conflict is good. We're still going to bet the games. We're still going to watch the games. And here's one more quick truth from my side of the fence. I believe Notre Dame should get in over Miami. I wholeheartedly believe that. But if Miami makes the playoff, I make $2,000. Knowing that, I still think Notre Dame should be in ahead.
The pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hour number 3, BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. PJ Glasser and Brad Evans here with you. What an awesome sports night we got. So much great college basketball. Had Joe DeLeon on earlier to talk college football. We're going to dive into plenty of NFL coming up here in the third hour. To update you on what's going on right now, though, in college hoops, as we talked about last segment, Clemson has made a furious comeback. Bama up 61-58. That's now a 3-point game. Alabama led by as many as 19. They are now a 5.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 163.5. Louisville making a big comeback in Fayetteville. They're only down by 9 now, 62-53. Arkansas on top, and they are a 7.5-point favorite. And then Indiana trying to make a comeback as well. They were down by as many as 10 a couple minutes ago. Now it's a 4-point game. Minnesota up 66-62 on the Hoosiers. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in college basketball. As always, you guys can watch and listen to the show. Listen to us here on the BetMGM Network on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. Hit that subscribe button. Check us out on all our social media platforms at the BetMGM Network, on X, on Instagram, and on TikTok. Listen live on the free Odyssey app. And as always, at the end of the show, go check out the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. And we're getting ready to talk a bunch of football. If you guys have any NFL questions, college football, college basketball, anything you want to talk about, give us a call, 833-732-3875. Once again, 833-732-3875. All right, it is a Wednesday. We got that monster Lions-Cowboys game tomorrow to kick off a tremendous week 4. Brad, I think this is the best NFL slate we have had all year. And to be honest, one of the best I think we've had in the last couple years. You got 3 games that are going to put a team in first place in their division. Lions, Cowboys, Texans, Chiefs, Eagles, Chargers. I mean, all these games so pivotal for these playoff races. It's going to be a fantastic week of football as we welcome on our terrific producer, Brandon Combs, to try to figure out who we're starting and who we're sitting this week. Brando, what's the first quarterback matchup that we got up?
All right, boys. Fantasy playoffs. A lot of fantasy playoffs start this week, which is crazy. I know my big money league
or not.
fantasy playoffs start this week, and we got guys on buys. Luckily, I have a first-round buy, so I don't have to deal with it because I'd be missing Christian McCaffrey this week, which would drive me nuts. But, all right, we're going to go quarterback. You can start one. I'm going to give you groups of 2. You can only start one. Jared Goff versus the Dallas Cowboys or Lamar Jackson versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. PJ? Who you starting? Who you sitting?
You know, you guys know I'm a Ravens fan. Number 8's my guy, but I got to go with Jared Goff. First off, I mean, the totals in the game, right? Ravens, Steelers, 43.5. Lions, Cowboys, 54.5. And Lamar's just not right. We all see it. He's not himself. He's playing hurt. He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in the last 3 games. And historically, throughout his career, when he has played Pittsburgh, he has tended to struggle in those kinds of games. He hasn't been effective as a passer. So if we're looking for a game for Lamar to get right, this is not the game that we want Lamar to get right. And I think this game is going to tell us a lot where he is at health-wise, because he should be running against this Steelers defense to certainly limit that pass rush. And we saw how effective Buffalo was running the ball. So because I think this is going to be a low-scoring AFC North defensive type struggle, Lamar just hasn't been himself. Even without Amon-Ra, even without Laporta, the Lions are going to have to score in that game. I think they will. So, Brad, I'm going to go with Jared Goff over Lamar in that matchup.
Yeah, and I can completely agree with you, quite honestly. And again, the total is got to be emphasized in this one. In the mid-50s? Are you kidding me? Dallas as well, given their shortcomings defensively on especially the back end, number 28 in the league, and drop-back EPA defense. Even without Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's still got all kinds of weapons. Even without Sam Laporta, too. Jamison Williams there. We already talked about Tom Kennedy maybe stepping up. Jahmyr Gibbs ain't too shabby as a pass catcher out of the backfield. So that game is giving off like first to 35 vibes. I want me some Jared Goff on the fast track there at Ford Field. It could be 300 plus and a multitude of touchdowns. So give the advantage to him over Lamar Jackson. Next.
No love for Lamar means he's going off for 60 this week.
God, I hope so. Brandon, nothing would make me happier. Please. Please.
Yeah.
What do we got next?
I'm on the bye week, so it's definitely going to happen because I have Lamar. All right, Jordan Love versus the Chicago Bears, or CJ Stroud versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Brad, who you starting, who you sitting?
I'm going to go with CJ Stroud here. It's not because I'm a Chicago Bears fan by any stretch of the imagination, but the Bears have gotten healthier, much healthier on the back end with Jalen Johnson back, Kyler Gordon back as well. Nashon has played amazing football. Byard has played amazing football. Both those guys are pickoff machines. And Jordan Love has just been on a roller coaster ride of inconsistency. CJ Stroud looked pretty good last week. Yes, and I did bet on him on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns at a plus 135 because you look at Kansas City, they're outside the top half in dropback EPA defense on the season, and they're far worse. They're in the bottom 5 in that category since week 10. So CJ Stroud could have a surprising result in the cold, on the road, in front of the 75,000 full-throated Kansas City fans. I like him to have a better day than Jordan Love. PJ, how about you?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I would actually probably lean towards Jordan Love. I don't like either of these options, if I'm being honest with you guys. Stroud, throughout his career, though, has just really never played well against Kansas City, especially in Arrowhead. And with the Chiefs season on the line, and I just trust Spags in that kind of spot to have his defense ready. I don't think there's going to be much there. Brad, you spoke to the inconsistency of Love, and no question that plays a factor. Bears secondary has been healthier, getting Johnson back, getting Gordon back. So I don't think it's going to be as easy for Love as it's been for some of these other quarterbacks that have faced the Bears throwing the football. It's December at Lambeau. But if I had to choose between one of these guys, I think the upside, I mean, we all know the upside is there with Love. If we get the guy that we did last week against the Lions on Thanksgiving, he's definitely the play. So I think for the upside, I got to go with Love over Stroud.
Yeah, there's no world in which I would ever draft Jordan Love, let alone play him in a fantasy playoff. So, it's tough because I think people are afraid to admit that the Kansas City Chiefs are having a down year. But this is a tough one. If you have these two quarterbacks, I don't envy you.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next pair. Josh Allen versus the Cincinnati Bengals, or Trevor Lawrence versus the Indianapolis Colts. PJ, who you starting, who you sitting?
Man, so we talked about earlier, James Cook. Brad and I both feel like he's going for over 100 against the Bengals, so you would think he's going to have a dominant day on the ground. But again, it's the Bengals defense, right? Another game with the high total. I think Trevor's going to play pretty well. The Indy defense has been good this season. They made a couple of trades at the deadline, but if I see a quarterback of Josh Allen's caliber going up against Cincinnati, I think that's enough for me. So I would go with Josh Allen against the Bengals.
This is Josh Allen to walk. I mean, come on. Really? Are we even remotely debating this? Him or Trevor Lawrence? Don't get too cute, folks. Josh Allen's a play, plugging a score on the ground, maybe a couple of times. James Cook could do all the work between, the 20s, and then Josh Allen's got to call his own number inside the 10. Could even throw a bomb or two in this one. The Bengals are that repugnant, that repulsive defensively. Josh Allen in a romp.
I thought the same thing, Brad, because you know how I feel about Trevor Lawrence. I am not a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. And then I looked at the numbers. He's actually outscored Josh Allen in 5 of the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, still playing Josh.
I was like, wow.
Same.
You know? All right, let's go running back here. I'm going to give you groups of 3 this time. You're going to start 2. Groups of 3. Most leagues start 2 or at least have 1 running back and a flex. So give me 2 names here, guys. PJ, we'll start with you. Derrick Henry versus Pittsburgh. Breece Hall versus Miami, and R.J. Harvey versus the Las Vegas Raiders.
Definitely Derrick Henry this week. Again, the Ravens follow the blueprint that you did against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs last year. Follow the blueprint that the Bills used on Sunday. Steelers defense was on the field for 75 plays on Sunday. They're tired. They're an older group. We've seen these last few years how their defense wears down year after year. Feed the king. He only got 10 carries last week against Cincy. Derrick's got to be one. And then I think R.J. Harvey has got to be the other guy against Vegas. We know that Raiders defense is no good. They're a big favorite, so there's certainly a chance that they could be blowing them out. You could lean on the ground game. No Dobbins. Harvey's the guy. So for me, Brando, pretty simple. Henry, Harvey. Brad, what say you?
Henry, Hole Special. Oh, the football Frankenstein is automatically in my lineup. Could easily go out there and get you like 90 yards and a touchdown. Pittsburgh that has been one of the friendliest run defenses in the league this year. Breece Hall is the other one for me. Tyrod Taylor has actually been respectable, at least average, so can keep the defense honest. Breece Hall can also beat you the air. R.J. Harvey sits. The saving grace, and I've said this time and time before with the Silver Black this season, has been in the trenches in the run defense because of a guy named Crosby, Max. I know R.J. Harvey had a multi-TD game last week, but he's going to be very touchdown dependent. That could be far-fetched. So it's Hall, it's Henry, and a distant third, R.J. Harvey.
All right, boys. I actually would go Breece Hall and R.J. Harvey. I would actually sit Derrick Henry this week against the Steelers.
Wow, no
Jaylen
way.
Warren.
No way.
Okay.
I agree, no way.
Jaylen Warren versus Baltimore. Ashton Genty versus Denver. And DeAndre Swift versus Green Bay. Brad, who you starting, who you sitting?
Jaylen Warren's in. Mike Tomlin coming out and saying, hey, we got to devote ourselves to run the ball better and more effectively. So Warren's got to get touches. He's got to get fed. The Ravens have been very inconsistent in terms of their run defense. DeAndre Swift's the other one. I think Ben Johnson is going to, again, diversify the play calling. It's not going to be a heavy ground and pound with him and Kyle Menengue. But still, Green Bay, decent against the run, to say the least. But DeAndre Swift has got at least 60, 70 yards and impossible touchdown as well. Genty against the Broncos, he's going to be looking to have like 65 combined yards. He had 3 grabs in that first matchup, which gave me nightmares. It was 10-7, set football back roughly 75 to 100 years. Should have been played in black and white with leather helmets. It was so bad. But of those 3 catches, he only had 5 yards, had 60 on the ground. Vegas is broken offensively. I want nothing to do with Genty if you're going to give me some better options, and Warren and Swift are.
Yeah, I would go with Swift and Warren as well. I have both Swift and Warren on my fantasy team, and both those guys have been really good and they've been really consistent. They're not going to get you 25, 30, but they're pretty consistently in the double digits every single week. So I would continue to ride those guys. We know how effective the Bears have been running the football. Gainwell, there have been times and there have been games where he's certainly taken some production away from Warren, but Rodgers just, he isn't himself. His body's letting him down at this point. The colder weather, he was really ineffective last week against Buffalo. So Arthur Smith and the Steelers are going to do everything they can to try and get that ground game going. Warren's a really good receiver. Same thing with Swift. Genty, I like him a lot as a back, but you can't like that matchup against Denver's defense.
No.
So I'm with Brad. Warren and Swift would be the 2 for me.
Yeah, I concur with you guys. All right, let's move over to wide receivers. Let's get some wide receiver matchups in here. Let's go with a tough one here. We've got Jamar Chase versus Buffalo, JSN versus Atlanta, Rashee Rice versus Houston. Got to start 2 and sit 1, PJ. Where are you going?
I mean, look, if you got these three guys, you're probably having a really good year. But if I've got arguably
congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, what a team that is. But Brando, you could argue that Jamar and JSN are the two best receivers in the league. And there's no way I'm not playing those two guys, right? And they got good matchups. I mean, JSN against Atlanta, Jamar against Buffalo, and Rashee Rice has got to deal with Stingley. So, I mean, maybe if Rice was going up against Washington or somebody else, maybe you make the case. But again, man, if you're in the playoffs trying to make a playoff spot, you got the two best receivers in football on your team. You got to roll with those guys.
No disagreement for me. It's Chase, it's JSN. They're auto plays every single week. Rice is dynamite, but Houston, number 1 in the NFL, EPA per play defense. He is on the outside looking in.
All right, let's see if I can make you guys think on this last one. We got about 30 seconds each. Zay Flowers versus Pittsburgh, Troy Franklin versus the Raiders, and Quentin Johnston versus the Eagles. Who you starting, who you sitting, Brad?
Flowers is automatic. It really comes down to Quentin Johnson and Troy Franklin. And honestly, I'm going to go with Quentin Johnson. Look, I know he can go out there and lay an egg. Philadelphia is pretty stiff and stout on the back end, but he's always a threat to score, big playability, played outstanding football last week, and I think Justin Herbert is going to play. So give me Johnston. If Herbert sits, I'd pivot to Troy Franklin. But let's be honest, Pat Bryant's playing better football than Troy Franklin right now.
He is. It's tough to know which Broncos receivers are going to step up every week, but I would go Franklin over Johnson. I agree with Brad. Zay would be the top choice. Between Johnson or Franklin, I'd lean towards Franklin against that Vegas defense. So that was start or sit here on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM. When we come back, college football, NFL, college basketball, terrific Saturday slate that we have. Who are going to be the dogs that are barking this week? Who are some of our favorite underdogs to win outright? We'll tell you next. Stick around.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I alluded to it earlier. All is right in your world. Virginia, they're playing in the ACC championship, a chance to make the playoff. Your former team, the Bears, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And the Jaguars.
And guess what? Your boy is going to be in Jacksonville this weekend for the game versus the Colts. And guess what? The Colts do not win in Jacksonville. You better not bet the Colts this weekend. The last time the Colts won in Jacksonville, guess when? 2014. They don't win in Jacksonville, guys. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. I'm telling you, the Jags, they are playing great football. My man Danny Dimes is playing on a broken leg. Respect to him, but get him out of here this week. No way we let him beat us just standing in one spot with a broken leg. I don't even understand the body science behind having a fracture in your leg and still be able to play in an NFL football game. Respect to him, but I do not. There's no way the Jags can lose this game, and I just hope that the fact that I'm going to be in the building, I get to see my team win, because I'm going to be upset if this is the game they decide to slide. But right now, Liam Cohen got these guys looking great. Jacoby Myers, the perfect fit, just gelling this offense together. Trevor Lawrence, he is still iffy as hell, but I'm telling you, we have a great team. We play team football. And Parker Washington, if you don't know who that is, respect that man. He is a special teams demon, and he is a great wide receiver. I think that needs to be talked about more because he is one of the guys that have been clutch through all this drop epidemic and everything that's going on. And whether Trevor's coming to play or not, Parker Washington is one guy on this offense that's always been there. So shout out to him.
I would just like to start by saying I love Ohio State in this game. I love the Buckeyes. And you know that I've been saying it all season since before the opener against Texas. And I remember watching that game literally on the beach. Boy, that's how long ago it was. That Ohio State's going to win the national championship and go back-to-back. And I am only more emboldened in that bet and in that take after Ohio State did face some adversity early on Saturday against Michigan and came back after getting punched in the mouth and proceeded to do what Brock Lesnar did to Randy Couture when Brock Lesnar first won his UFC championship and just smashed him in the head 1,000 times. I'm actually worried for Randy Couture's life in that fight with Brock Lesnar. And Ohio State just pummeled Michigan and ended up winning and covering the spread, winning that game 27-9. I think Indiana's awesome. I think Kurt Cignetti is tremendous. I'd love for him to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, my favorite NFL team. I respect Fernando Mendoza. I think he's QB1 entering next year's NFL draft. But Ohio State's way better. And I think Ohio State's going to win, and I think Ohio State's going to cover, and I love Ohio State at this number. Anything under 6, I like with Ohio State.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This Duke team sucks. I'm just going to be straight honest with you. There's no dancing around this. This Duke team is bad. They lost to Tulane, they lost to UConn, and they lost to Virginia the first time that they played them by multiple scores. What are we doing here?
Oh, that was our guy, Joe DeLeon. BetMGM Tonight, PJ Glasser and Brad Evans. Not talking about Duke basketball. No. He's talking about Duke football. No. Obviously. No, not Duke basketball. Doesn't think Duke basketball sucks. Talking about Duke football. They are playing in the ACC championship on Saturday against UVA. 3.5-point dog in that game. And if Virginia wins, they're going to be in the playoff. If Duke wins, Brad, a lot of people think JMU, if they win the Sun Belt, are going to be in the playoff. Duke at 7-5, but Joe DeLeon, not a believer in the Blue Devils. We'll see if one of us are a believer in the Blue Devils as we're ready to give out our dogs of the day here in a little bit. Real quick, update on what's going on in college basketball because we've gone final with some of these games, and we got some of these games coming down to the end here in the final 4 minutes or so. LSU and Boston College are in overtime. LSU up 63-61. Arkansas is up 8 minutes with less than 4 minutes to go on Louisville. I took Louisville on the live line plus 11.5, so hoping they can cover the number. Bama up 3 right now on Clemson, 81-78 with 3:15 to go. Clemson down 3, and they're going to get the ball after this TV timeout. They're plus 340 on the money line. You like the Tigers to pull off the upset. They were once down by as many as 19. And then we got some of these games at 9 Eastern that have tipped off. BYU is up 20-13 on Cal Baptist.
Wisconsin 21-10 on Northwestern. Vandy is up 11-6 on SMU. And then we're a couple minutes away from the start of Texas, Virginia, and Auburn, NC State. Texas, a 3.5-point favorite against UVA, and Auburn, 5.5-point favorite against NC State. I got a pick in the Auburn and NC State game, Brad. I like the over at 163.5. I think that's going to be a frenetic pace tonight. Both teams are going to light it up. I think that's a race to 90. So I got over in that game. I like Virginia plus the points against Texas tonight as well. What was the play that you had in the UVA Texas game that you like?
I took Texas on the money line. I took the total up to 160.5 and dunked on the under. PJ, you have convinced me, and I need more action because I'm really sweating out. I'm already in chase mode right now. So here's what I'm going to do. So don't follow my lead, America. I'm going to take Auburn on an alt line. I'm building a little same game parlay here. So give me the Tigers. The standard line right now is at 6.5. I'm going to take it to 2.5, and I'm going to take that total down to, let's say, that's at minus 180. I'm going to take it down to 154.5. Dunk on the over with the, PJ, sweet plus money. So Auburn minus 2.5, the over 154.5. That's plus 108. I just built that bad boy at BetMGM. I'm putting in my wager right now and processing. We're in. Let's ride. Go Tigers.
There you go. Brad getting seduced by the juice. Brad, we can continue that theme with that sweet plus money and talk about our dogs of the day right now, as we're going to look at college football, college basketball, and the NFL. Each of us have a pick from each of those leagues. College football conference championship week, one of the games from week 14, and then a loaded Saturday slate in college basketball. We're going to pick some underdogs that we think are going to win outright. So, Brad, I will give you the floor first in college football conference championship weekend. Who is the dog that you think is going to be barking this weekend?
Oh, let's go to the land of Hawkins for you Stranger Things fans and the Indiana Hoosiers. I'm going to take them plus 4.5. Hell, I'll sprinkle a little action on the money line as well. I think Indiana is going to go out and send a message to the rest of the college football world that, hey, we're the best team in college football, not the Ohio State, those representatives by the guy with a giant nut on his head, that being Brutus. So I think Indiana's going to stand tough. I think they're going to cover the initial number at the 4.5. And again, I think they're live and woof, barking dogs in this one. The EPA data really backs it up. Indiana, number 1 EPA per play offense this season, and they're number 4 in EPA per play defense. Ohio State, almost identical in both those categories, 4 in offense and 2 in defense. What I am really impressed by, of course, Fernando Mendoza, the outstanding wide receivers, a strong ground game that Indiana possesses, but they got a bunch of ball hawks and dudes that fly to the football. They are underestimated defensively. Obviously, they're going to be challenged by Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith and what Ohio State and Julian Saint are bringing to the table. But again, I think they're going to go out there and send a message to the world of college football that we are the team to beat for the national title. It's not the guys from Columbus. It's the guys from Bloomington. So give me the Indiana Hoosiers, again, plus 4.5, and I'll get that little sprinkling as well on the money line. I think they outright beat them. Why the hell not?
Man, I could see it, Brad. My concern for Ohio State in that game, certainly the emotional letdown after the Michigan win, right? Slaying the Dragon and beating the Wolverines and Indiana. I mean, playing in front of their home fans. What a scene that is going to be. So Brad rolling with the Hoosiers. My pick in college football, Joe DeLeon might think they suck, Brad, and maybe they do, but you know what? Virginia sucks too. The entire ACC does. The fact there's a team with 5 losses playing in your conference championship is insane. This is college football, is it not? You know that the team with 5 losses is going to win the conference title because of course they are. Clemson won the ACC last year, losing 3 games. This is how it's going to go, right? Nobody, and I mean nobody, thought this would be the conference championship game at the start of the season. We were all making the case for Clemson, Miami, Louisville, Georgia Tech, maybe Pitt, Belichick, and UNC. Nobody saw this coming, and here we are. So Brad, to put the cherry on the top that has been the ACC season, I think Duke wins it outright. And look, Duke was a 3.5-point favorite against Virginia about a month ago in Durham, okay? They lost the game by 2 touchdowns, but now it's a 7-point swing on a neutral. I just think that's too much. Duke is one of those teams, too. If you bet college football, I know Ryan Horvath loves the Duke football team this year. He'll be the first to tell you. Duke is a great bet as an underdog. You never want to bet them as a favorite, but as a dog, they're a really good bet. That's what we're getting them in this situation. So give me Duke, Brad. I think they win the game outright, and I think they win the ACC. College hoops, Brad, we got that terrific Saturday slate. So many great games, ranked matchups. Which underdog you think could pull out the upset on Saturday?
Oh, have yourself a day, Indiana. Let's go with the Indiana Hoosiers. Why not? Coming off the L because they got beaten tonight in shocking fashion by the Minnesota Golden Gophers. That one was a bit of a stunner. Nico Medved get his first marquee win against the 22-ranked Indiana Hoosiers. So they're going to come in limping with the L. So is likely going to be the Louisville Cardinal coming in limping with an L of their own. So, both of those teams, not really letdown spots, but bounce back spots. And I think Indiana will get the W in the end. Entering the night, they were top 20 in EFG offense, and they were top 5 as well in EFG defense. And they played pretty good defense for the most part tonight. They just did not attack the rim with a whole lot of success. I know Louisville has got Mikael Brown, one of the most dynamic freshmen in the country, very good rebounding team. They have defensive chops, and they're all right. They're top 10 in EFGD. A little bit lower in the offensive rankings at number 23. This one is going to be a bit of a coin flip. We don't have a line yet. Ken Palm has Louisville by 3, and this one being played in Indianapolis could be a very pro Hoosier crowd. Probably going to be like a 70-30 split would be my guess. And Louisville's not that far away. It's about an hour and a half, 2-hour drive to Indianapolis. But you could have the greatest day. You could argue it, and it's not that much of a stretch. The greatest day in Indiana sports history if the Hoosiers on the hardwood go out and get the dub against Louisville, one of your rivals, and then turn around in the Big Ten title game in your backyard, Indy, and knock off the Ohio State. Oh, let's all go to St. Elmo's. Let's eat all the shrimp cocktail. Let's order all the top shelf beverages and party our asses off until the break of dawn.
Oh, it's going to be awesome, Brad. It's going to be awesome. I love the Indiana. You're doubling up the Indiana moneyline parlay on Saturday. I'm going to go with Auburn against Arizona. Now, Arizona's been unbelievable, Brad. You made the case for them being the second best team in college basketball right now. And with the resume that they've put together, you certainly could make the case. This game is on campus. It's in Tucson. But you know what? I think Auburn, they nearly beat Houston. They beat a good St. John's team. And again, the Michigan loss doesn't look as bad considering what they did against Gonzaga, right? So I kind of throw that game out of there. Arizona's had win against UConn. They beat UCLA. They beat Florida. They've had some really good wins to start the season. There's something about this Auburn team, though, in the non-conference. And I think going out to Arizona, Brad, I think they're gonna shock the Cats, and they're definitely going to cover, and I think they're going to win that game. So I will take Auburn outright against Arizona. That should be a fun one late night on Saturday. And then over to the National Football League, Brad, again, we got some great divisional matchups, some pivotal games for the playoff picture. A lot of different ways you can go. Who's your favorite dog you like to win outright in Week 14?
Brando, I know you got this at your disposal. Give me a little Liam Cohen with a certain phrase, if you can find it, please. Duval. He's digging. Yeah, there it is. Give me the Jacksonville Jaguars, my friend. I cannot believe they're at home and they're underdogs in this game. They're a plus 110 straight up with the money line. They're going to win this game outright. And I think the biggest reason is because they have been well above average defensively in the trenches. The strength right now and of all season with one of the front runners for the Offensive Player of the Year award is one Jonathan Taylor. He's got a multitude of touchdowns. He's got 3 games with at least 3 touchdowns on the ground. But I think Jacksonville can be formidable there in the trenches. And I think they're going to be able to hang tough. And I know I've spoken negatively about Trevor Lawrence. He's never going to deliver on the hype. He's supposedly a generational quarterback, yada, yada, yada. But I give credit where credit is due. Jacoby Myers has really elevated his game. He had an outstanding game last week coming over from Las Vegas. Brian Thomas is going to be on the field. But I think the real X factor in this game is going to be Brenton Strange. When is Strange? Because the Colts have really struggled in coverage between the hash marks to pass catching and effective tight ends. Strange is that guy. Had a touchdown last week. It's been around 45, 50 yards multiple times this year, coming back from injury as well. I think he is going to be one of the main reasons why Jacksonville is going to be propelled to a victory. And in one in which they can get the upper hand as well in the South. We'll see what happens with the Texans. But this one's a pivotal game, and I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, Duval, rises to the occasion. So at plus 110 on the money line, I'll gladly take your money, BetMGM. This seems like a gift from the gambling gods.
Oh, Brad, I like it. I mean, the Jags have won 10 straight home games against the Colts. The Jags are my favorite teaser of the week. I think you're on the right side if I had to pick the game. I think teasing up Jacksonville, though, to 7.5, letting that game play out. It's probably going to be one score either way. I think that's the way to go about it. But, Brad, rolling with the Jags. All right, let's see what you think of my upset pick, Brad. How about the Las Vegas Raiders on the money line against the Denver Broncos? Who wants to take a 2-10 team against a 10-2 team? This guy. That's right, Brad. So hear me out on Vegas, okay? Denver, they're 10-2. But think about, their last 6-7 wins that they've had, right? If you want to have some fun, 6-7. The Jets, they beat by 2. The Giants, they beat by 1. Dallas was a 20-point win. Okay. Houston, 3-point win. Vegas, 3-point win. Kansas City, 3-point win. And Washington, a 1-point win. Denver's last 4 wins have been by 3 points or less. And nobody wants to talk about it, including against this Vegas team at home, who they beat 10-7. Brad, they just played an overtime game against Washington where their defense was on the field for 85 plays. I know it's Vegas. I know they're horrendous. I know Geno's been terrible. They can't block anybody. They can't score more than 17 points. But Brad, you and I both know there are going to be so many money line parlays, so many teasers tied to Denver. I think Vegas is live. I think they're live in that game. I think they're live in that game, Hawk Harrelson. I really, really do. I think we're going to get nuts on Sunday. So give me the Raiders on the money line against the Broncos. Brad, am I insane?
I didn't see that coming, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think you're a little bit insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Cue the Cypress Hill there in the background. I can't do it. I know it's a divisional game. I know it was, nip and tuck the last time these two teams faced with the 17, points that were scored combined. Set in football back decades, as I already said. It's possible. I ain't buying it. Give me the Broncos. Why? They got Pat Bryant on roster.
There you go. That's good enough for Brad. All right, we're going to review our cards. So much good college basketball going on. Louisville's down 9 with 19 seconds to go. Bama's up 5 with 55 seconds to go. We're sweating out so much. We'll update you. Final segment, hour 3.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I like the Texans because I don't need stats, Nick, some days. Some days I just have to watch a team play. I don't see a better defense in football than the Texans. I don't see a weakness. They all tackle. Daniil Hunter, there's nobody that plays harder in this league than Will Anderson. I know Myles Garrett's probably the runaway with the Defensive Player of the Year, but if you want to look just beyond sacks and just look at just effort and how you play the game, like he's almost a modern day LT. He's just that good, and he's just that worthy. And now they're starting to move him around, and he just runs. He's just a difference maker. He literally. Sometimes, Nick, this isn't just sports. This is life. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whoever. Some people are energy givers. Some people are energy takers. Will Anderson, all he does is give. Like, I can't watch that guy play football enough. And he sets the tone for everybody, whether it's Alshire, whether it's, Sting, whether it's Lassiter. Like, that team plays defense in a way that I don't know anybody else in the league that does.
Controlled violence.
Controlled violence, Nick. Controlled violence.
It's breathtaking to watch.
Nick, I get choked up when I watch him. I'm like, I don't know what D'Amico has to say. Maybe he doesn't have to say anything. Maybe this is how 11 guys are wired. Jalen Petrie comes back healthy last week. He's everywhere. Like, they basically say, I'm going to play 4-man front. I'm going to play a single high safety. We're going to not let you run the ball. Jonathan Taylor, go get maybe 4 yards of carry last week. They're like an anaconda. They're just going to choke you out. A big, thick, fat Amazon anaconda. They choke you out, Nick.
I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115 and 13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first-round bye.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, man. Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser and Brad Evans, as it was a sweaty commercial break for a couple of hosts on this show. Alabama 90, Clemson 84. Significant to some. Unfortunately, my under does not come home. But the 3.5 and the 4.5 for Brad on the live dives with Alabama does, as they are a winner by 6. So Clemson, who erases a 19-point deficit, comes back, takes the lead with 2 minutes left. Bama ends up winning the game by 6. Some other scores going on right now in college basketball. Also at Louisville, lose by 9 as well against Arkansas. So Brad and I had Arkansas plus 3.5, and I get Louisville plus 11.5 home as well. So that was a really good game for us. Wisconsin up 45-20 right now on Northwestern. SMU, Brad, keeping it close with Vandy. That's a 3-point game with 8 minutes to go in the first half. Mississippi State up 15-13 on Georgia Tech. Auburn 18-14 on NC State. And Virginia out to a nice early lead on Texas 20-11. That's what we got going on right now in college basketball, as we're going to review our cards here in a moment. But Brad, that was a heck of a sweat we had there during the commercial break, watching a couple games go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's called a tale of two halves. I mean, Alabama absolutely steamrolled Clemson early on. And as I said earlier in the program, I thought it was giving off the vibes that Bama, despite being a little bit depleted, down 3 key players in this game, I'd rolled to like a 25-30 win. It was literally like roll tide. And then Clemson came out in that second half and just said, nah, we're going to race the lead. We're going to make this thing ultra tight, as historically they always do against Alabama. And it came down the bitter end. And I was really sweating that sucker out at the end, because I took the live line, Alabama minus 3.5. I also had a parlay, and I needed Bama to cash in on the minus 4.5. So Clemson comes down on the final possession. Instead of jacking a 3, down 6, they try to attack the rim, and stuff gets swatted. Bama recovers the ball and just bleeds the clock. Game over. So, woo, baby, exhale. That is a beauty of betting college basketball. Been on the fortunate side in this instance, and man, have I been on the wrong side in some brutal beats over the years. I still recall, PJ, Anthony Bennett. I don't even, you probably remember him at UNLV. I lost on a half-court shot that he hit in a game, and I just said, holy bleep, did I see what I just saw? And I rolled and soaked my ticket. I couldn't believe it. So, I mean, there are those occasions where, ridiculous half court, where you would seemingly be meaningless shots at the end of game and determine an outcome, but it could determine an outcome, not necessarily in win-loss in reality, but in the world of gambling, yeah, that could be all the difference. So that's college basketball. So I love the highs and lows, the roller coaster wildness, just the silliness. It's the best sport to bet on, bar none, in these great United States of America. So thank you, Alabama.
It sure is. And it's what makes this show so great, because we're obviously doing a show. We're providing content. We're talking about games. But at the end of the day, we're just like everybody else watching. We got our bets. We got our sweats. And we're watching this thing in real time with everybody else. So let's look at our card and some of the days that and some of our bets that we've had up to this point. That Bama Clemson game, Brad, I unfortunately took under 167.5. At one point, the live total was 155.5. They only had 75 points at halftime. The problem is they combined for 99 points in the second half. And that was with Bama not making a field goal over a 6-minute span.
6 minutes?
6 minutes. They didn't make a field goal, Brad, and they still easily go over the total. Again, Alabama unders are probably the worst bet you can make in college basketball, because they're never fun and they're never over until they're truly over. It felt like the right play for me. Again, we were getting nice value at one point. So for those of you out there that were listening, if you took it as well, hopefully you bought back a little bit when you had some of that cushion at 155.5. I think that's what you have to do, Brad. Truly, if you bet an Alabama under, you just hope you get a nice hedge opportunity and then you take it, because it's going to be brutal trying to bet that under and watch it the entire game. Auburn, NC State, which I'm currently sweating. I took the over in that game at 165.5. We're at 162.5 right now. So currently just under pace of that number. And then Virginia, I took them plus 2.5 against Texas. They're off to a really good start, up by 10 on the Longhorns, 23-13. So yeah, I think Virginia could be a little bit of a sleeper team in the ACC this year. Certainly Duke, Louisville, Carolina, NC State should be in the mix, but I think UVA, Notre Dame, those could kind of be some teams to watch this year in the ACC. So those are my 3 bets. I'm 0-1, Brad, on the day. Hopefully can win these next couple. What about you? I know you got some games that you're currently sweating and one that has yet to tip off.
Yeah, one, I'm going to brew a pot of coffee, so I'm trying to stay away for it. That's Washington UCLA. Again, I took the Huskies mush, plus a 1.5 at a -110. That was my top play of the night. The one that is underway is number 2 on the card. SMU, I took plus 10.5 on the road against Vandy. Hang a top. They're down, 7 right now. Catch 11.5 on the live line. 6:01 remaining in the first half there in Nash Vegas. We'll have to see that one and how it plays out. And the third one, I should have followed your lead. I took Texas on the money line and the under 160.5 in this one. The current live total is at 156.5, so I'm not really worried about that. It's just UT not shoot the ball all that effectively. And the size of Virginia has been rather problematic in this game. Very disciplined, to say the least. Texas just gave up another turnover. Beautiful strip under the basket. No look pass and a dunk in transition for the Cavaliers. They're now up 14, looking just spectacular so far on the road in Austin against Sean Miller's University of Texas Longhorns. So that one, I might already chalk it up to an L because I'm not at all impressed with how UT has looked so far in this game. So we'll see how it plays out. Could be an 0-3 night. Could be a 2-1 night, could be a 1-2 night. And if somehow miraculously Texas come back, it could be a 3-0 night. But, we'll have to wait and see. And I'm here for it. And I'll be up until about 2 a.m, taking in every single second of Washington and UCLA. It's that time of the year, baby. Who needs sleep?
Oh, you got to love it. Big Ten basketball ending at 12:30 in the morning, 1 a.m. in the morning. It's just, there's nothing like it. There's really nothing like it, Brad. All right, let's talk some Thursday night football. We talked Lions and Cowboys earlier on in the show. I know you guys tomorrow are going to talk about it in depth, obviously leading up to the game, but such a fun matchup, such an intriguing matchup. 7-5 Detroit against the 6-5-1 Dallas Cowboys. And Brad, both of these teams are in danger of missing the playoffs. Certainly Dallas feels like if they lose this game, they're pretty much out. But then the Lions, all of a sudden, right now, they're plus 115 to make the playoffs. But they got this game against the Cowboys. Next week, they're at the Rams. They still have to play the Bears again. They got to play the Steelers, who are obviously going to be playing for their playoff lives. So they got some tough games upcoming. Massive, massive game tomorrow in the NFC. Lions laying 3, total 54.5. Before we get into some of the props, Brad, if you just had to look at either the side or the total, any leans for you in that game tomorrow?
Yeah, give me the Cowboys straight up. How about them Cowboys? Look, they're surging right now. They're peaking at the right time. Defensively, all they need is an average performance because the offense is going to be able to, hum. They're going to be firing all cylinders because that secondary Detroit is battered and bruised. Terry Arnold is done for the season when they're starting DBs, and he was trash when he was on the field anyway. And Kirby Joseph, I don't think he's going to be able to go. One of the best safeties and best ball hawks in the NFL. They're walking wounded right now. And now you got a date with CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, and some of the other weapons that got a lot of speed. Avante Turpin, Flournoy is another guy that can get open pretty easily. And Dak Prescott is really slicing and dicing defenses. So I think the Cowboys, again, I just say a D-plus level of defense. That is all that I am asking, Dallas. If you can bring that to Ford Field, I think they're going to win a shootout. I said first to 35 wins. I revised that. First to 40 wins. This could be the highest scoring game, not of the week, but of the entire NFL season. Book it.
Man, let's hope so. Because as we know, some of these Thursday night games tend to be a slog, but let's hope this is like, do you remember when the Cowboys played the Seahawks maybe last year or a couple years ago when it was like a 38-35 game? It was a pretty fun one. Hopefully we get another one of those on Thursday night. I actually lean towards Detroit in this game, Brad, because it's a playoff game, and I just don't trust Dallas in playoff games ever. This is a must-win for both teams, so I'm going to pass on Dallas in that scenario just about every time. And also, I think this is a nice buy low here on the Lions, right? The NFL, we talk about all the time. Betting the NFL is like the stock market. You want to buy low and sell high. Well, right now, Dallas is rolling. Wins against the Eagles, wins against the Chiefs. They look the part. It's time to sell. The Lions have easily could have lost 3 straight games. They did against the Eagles and Packers. Should have lost that game against the Giants. They're banged up. They're injured. Their defense is starting to struggle. I think this is a buy low opportunity. They're pricing this game the same way they did Lions-Packers on Thanksgiving, and I just think it's a good buy on Detroit. So I'll roll with the Lions tomorrow, -3. But I agree with you, Brad. The over would be the play for me if I was looking at the total. Real quick, prop market, Brad, who would be the players that you would be targeting tomorrow in some of the props?
Yeah, Jameson Williams is first and foremost for me. I took the over on receiving yards that open at 77.5. I played up to like 84.5. Might sprinkle a little on a step ladder play. Take him at 90 plus, take him at 100 plus. He should have a night because I think it's doubtful Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be able to suit up. And again, Jameson Williams got to face largely a third-round rookie corner and Siobhan Ravel, who has given up over a 70% catch rate this season. So he should feast. He's averaging over well north of 80 yards per game in his last 5. He scored 4 touchdowns in his last 5. He should have himself a night. Jahmyr Gibbs, really, anytime touchdown is like -225. It's outrageous. So you got to parlay that with some other things to reduce the juice so he gets seduced by the juice. If you want to take him in the combined yardage market, that would be an area I would look at. I think he's going to go for probably 125 plus. I like Dave Montgomery over 11.5 receiving yards. I like CeeDee Lamb over his high 70s receiving yards mark. I think George Pickens will go over his longest receptions prop, which is, 26.5, I believe. Look, points are going to be everywhere, over and over again, PJ. That's the message here.
Absolutely love it. Should be a fun one tomorrow night. Brad will be back then with Ryan Horvat. Still one more final hour with me to go. We'll talk plenty of college football and NFL as well. BetMGM tonight, final hour, up next.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these two teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying -180, -185 Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like LA plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly.
I just feel like if you want the best playoff, you put in the best teams. And the committee has a lot of things to think about. And they're going to do that on their own accord. They're not going to listen to Bet Sweats or any media show and go, oh, well, they want this. They don't care what we think. They don't care what you think. They don't. I promise you, the committee does not care what other people think. Notre Dame, Virginia. Let's just play this out. If Virginia gets in, and Notre Dame doesn't, it's a travesty. Because on a neutral field, I have Notre Dame at a 96 and Virginia at an 82. That's a neutral field, 14-point spread. And you're going to take Virginia over Notre Dame because Virginia won the weakest Power 4 conference? It's just ridiculous. And I think controversy is good. Conflict is good. We're still going to bet the games. We're still going to watch the games. And here's one more quick truth from my side of the fence. I believe Notre Dame should get in over Miami. I wholeheartedly believe that. But if Miami makes the playoff, I make $2,000. Knowing that, I still think Notre Dame should be in ahead.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome in. Final hour, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser here with you on the BetMGM Network. We're going to talk some college football, some NFL. Brando's going to join me at the end of the show for things that PJ said. We're going to sweat out some live college hoops as we've been doing the first 3 hours of the show. And if you guys are tuning in, you're listening, love to hear from you. Love to talk some ball with you. College football, NFL, NBA, anything that's on your mind. Tune in, 833-732-3875. Once again, give me a call, 833-732-3875. You want to talk college football championship week? You want to talk NFL week 14, college basketball? Let me know. Would love to hear from you. Love to talk to you here during the final hour. If you want to watch the show, please search the BetMGM Network. Go to YouTube and hit that subscribe button. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms on X, Instagram, and on TikTok at the BetMGM Network. Listen live. Go back to see what you miss on the free Odyssey app as well. And download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts at the end of the show. We had Joe DeLeon on earlier. Great talking college football with him. Let's stay with that theme and talk some college football. Championship week is here. 4 games on Friday, and then we get 5 games on Saturday. We'll start with the Friday slate with all the little guys that are playing. We'll start in the Conference USA championship game. And believe it or not, this is actually my favorite bet of the weekend. Kennesaw State against Jacksonville State. Kennesaw State, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 59.5. It's important to note that all the games that are being played on Friday will be on campus, right? So just about all these games you're going to see on Saturday will be played in NFL stadiums. The games on Friday will be played on campus. So this game is going to be played on the campus of Jacksonville State, and Kennesaw State is favored as the road team. Kennesaw's been an unbelievable story this year. It's their first year of FBS football. They've won 8 of their last 9 games. They've only lost 1 game in Conference USA this year, and it was to this team, to Jacksonville State. On the road, they turned the ball over 4 times. They threw 4 interceptions, and they lost the turnover battle 4-0. They threw 4 picks, and you just can't overcome that. But it's tough to beat a team 2 times, as we know. You would expect a turnover regression to be in their favor this time around. And the fact that they're favored in the game as the road team in the Conference USA title game, like you don't really see this, right? In these group of 5 games where the road team is the favorite, I think that's telling you a lot, man. Kennesaw is the better team. Easier said than done. They take care of the football. They're going to win that game, and they're going to cover the spread. I'll take Kennesaw State minus the 2.5 against Jacksonville State. What about James Madison? They're a 23.5-point favorite at home against Troy. Sun Belt Championship game. The total in the game is 47.5. JMU wins. Duke beats Virginia. There's a great chance with JMU being ranked the number 25 team in the country after last night's rankings that JMU is going to be in the college football playoff. And because of that, and because it looks like their coach and a lot of his staff is on their way to UCLA, and it's been a little bit of a chaotic week, when all the pressure is on you like this with JMU, I could never lay it. Now, I have no interest in betting Troy in this game, but I would be hesitant of betting JMU because they have everything to lose. And the longer that this game stays close, the pressure is just going to continue to build, and the anxiety and the nervousness, you're going to feel it on TV in that stadium. Troy's got a very good defense. JMU also has a terrific defense. I kind of think the play in this game is the Troy team total under at 12.5. It is juiced minus 125. Troy's going to have a tough time scoring on this JMU defense. It's going to be cold in Harrisonburg on Friday. They're calling for like sub 30s, maybe even high 20s. And Troy is in Alabama. I saw a stat that the coldest game they've played in this year is 50 degrees. And now they got to go to Harrisonburg and take on JMU. Shout out to Chase Kitty for that note on Troy. But you got a team from Alabama playing in Harrisonburg, Virginia in December when it's going to be cold, going up against a great defense. I think it's going to be a struggle for that offense to put up points. So maybe look at a Troy team total over. It's low, but it's low for a reason at 12.5. Then we got the American Championship game. Number 24 North Texas taking on number 22 Tulane. And the winner of this game is definitely going to the college football playoff. Mean Green favored, like I said, 2.5. Total is a high one at 66.5. As somebody who bets as much college football and watches as much college football as I do, I can't tell you guys how many times I have seen Tulane in a similar spot to this, where the line is clearly telling you that they're the wrong side in the game, right? Again, just like the Kennesaw game, this game is on campus, yet the road team is favored. Tulane has been the group of 5 representative in the playoff bracket for the last 3 weeks. They've been the top team in the American for the last 3 weeks. Their head coach just took the new job at Florida, and yet they're an underdog in this game. Tulane's beat Duke, who's in the ACC championship game. They are so good in these kinds of games when it's a night game at home and it's a fishy line like this. Guys, I'm telling you, I've lost so much money betting against Tulane in these kind of spots. And I think a lot of smart people like Joe DeLeon, who is on North Texas, are going to be on that side. And I understand why they are. But I'm telling you, a lot of times when it comes to betting, it's just as important to avoid losers as it is to bet winners. And to me, this is all about avoiding a loser. I've been down this road way too many times with Tulane. I've been burned way too many times in this spot. I can't do it again. I was burned with Northwestern against Tulane earlier this year. I was burned with Duke against Tulane earlier this year. When they're at home in these kinds of games, they just tend to win, man. And that's what I worry about. Is North Texas is probably going to look like the better team. It's going to be the right side. But whether it's turnovers, missed field goals, fluky plays, some crazy stuff's going to happen. And I just think Tulane's going to find a way to win that game. So I can understand the people that are betting North Texas. I am not going to be one of them, but I'm fascinated to see how that game plays out. Then we got the Mountain West Championship game on the blue turf. Boise State favored by 4.5 against UNLV. Total in the game is 58.5. UNLV under Dan Mullen in his first year has had a terrific season. They've been a great road team. They've only lost one road game this year, and that game was against Boise State when they got smoked 56-31. Outside of that game, Boise's offense really hasn't been all that great. UNLV's been a good over team this season because their offense has been excellent. Defense has struggled a little bit. Keep in mind, you got a team from Vegas going to Boise, Idaho in December. Going to be chilly. Those players are going to be able to see their breath. It's going to be so cold. Maybe there's some snow. There could be some wind. Kind of lean towards the under in this game at 58.5. Now that's gone to 4.5 too. Would maybe lean towards UNLV in the game, but to be honest with you guys, I'm going to pass on that game. I'm going to pass on the Tulane game. I would look at the Troy team total under, and again, love Kennesaw State minus the 2.5 against Jacksonville State. PJ Glasser here with you on BetMGM tonight. Final hour. We're rolling through conference championship weekend as we move to the Saturday slate of games. Texas Tech and BYU in the Big 12 championship. Red Raiders are a 12.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 49.5. I think BYU, the fact that they've already seen Texas Tech is a big advantage for them in this game. Texas Tech is so far and away the best team in the Big 12, it's not even close. That's why they're facing a team that went 11-1 and only lost one game in the conference, and they're a 12.5-point favorite on a neutral field. Their defense, their front four, their linebackers are insane. When their quarterback, Baron Morton, has played this year, they have won every game by 23 points. When he has played this year, they have covered every spread. So it's scary to step in front of a train like that, right? Some people try to play the do theory game where, well, they can't cover every game, so I'm going to bet them in this one. I mean, it feels like you just kind of keep riding the wave with Texas Tech or you don't step in front of the train. I think if you are going to fade Texas Tech, I would look to do so in the first half, and I would look to take BYU at +7 because I think the only way BYU hangs around in this game is if they're able to keep it close early. Both defenses are very good. Both teams want to run the football. And again, BYU's got nothing to lose. They know they have to win this game if they want to make it to the college football playoff. They can empty the playbook. They can go crazy with trick plays, do anything that they want. Texas Tech, meanwhile, they know they're kind of in already. You know, they certainly don't want to lose. They want to get a first-round bye, but they know that they're in even with the loss. I think the under's probably the smart play in the game, too, at 49.5. Don't think I'm going to have a bet on the side. If I were to make a play, though, I would look at BYU +7 in the first half against Texas Tech. MAC championship game, we got Western Michigan as a 2.5-point favorite against Miami of Ohio. Total in the game is 43.5. First of all, ton of credit goes to both of these coaches. Western Michigan, nobody thought they would be in this game. Miami of Ohio didn't have a single starter return on their team last season. Not a single starter. We know in the new era of college football, these group of 5 teams, especially teams like this out of the MAC, they just get poached during the portal, during the offseason by all these Power 4 schools. They have to completely rebuild. Big credit to Chuck Martin for getting his guys just to play really well, game after game, improve week after week. And now here we are on a neutral, and Western Michigan has won 8 of their last 9 games. They're the best team in the MAC this season, yet they're only laying 2.5 against Miami of Ohio. Feels a little fishy to me. I don't think I'm going to have a bet on the game, but if I did, it would be Miami of Ohio or nothing for me against the Broncos. All right, let's get into some of the big boys. SEC, Georgia and Bama, top 10 matchup. Georgia laying 2.5. Total in the game is 47.5. I'm waiting for a 3. If we get a 3 with Alabama, I'm going to be on the Tide. If we don't get a 3, I will still probably bet them. I just take money line at +115. Here's what I'll say, though. I think this is a great game to bet live. This is an awesome live betting game. If you watch Georgia play, then you would know that they're terrible defensively on their first drive of the game. Georgia gives up an opening drive touchdown like every game. They do it all. They've been doing it the last like 2 or 3 years. And then nobody is better at making adjustments than Kirby Smart and his staff, especially in the second half. So Georgia's, their defense, they come out with a certain game plan. They want to see how you're attacking them. Usually you have success. They score a touchdown, and then they make adjustments. Well, if that happens and Bama wins the coin toss and they score a touchdown and go up 7-0, all of a sudden Georgia goes from -2.5 to +2.5, and you can get them at plus money before they even touch the ball on offense. Where on the flip side, if you just wait for Bama, Georgia goes up 7-0, you can get Bama at +6.5 or +7. So that's kind of my thought process. Whichever team kind of scores the first touchdown, I'd look to bet the other side. These games are always close. Bama's had Kirby Smart's number. He's only been able to beat them one time. The only time that he beat them was when he played them for the second time in that same season. Bama beat him in the SEC championship game in 2021. He saw them again in the national championship game, and Georgia beat Bama. So I think that's why a lot of people probably like Georgia this week, is because it's going to be tough to beat Kirby twice in the same season. And Georgia's kind of been trending up ever since these two teams played, and Bama's kind of been trending down since these two teams have played. But there's just something about when these two teams get together. And I think we all know in sports, when you're a fan of a team, there's just a certain team that has your number. And Bama has Georgia's number. I mean, Kirby Smart beats just about everybody else, but this is the team that he struggles with. So I think if you can get Bama at a good number, anything north of 7, that's a great bet. If you can get Georgia, certainly plus money, anything north of like 3.5, that's also a great bet. I think it's an awesome live betting game between Bama and Georgia. Big Ten title game, Indiana and Ohio State. Buckeyes laying 4.5. Total in the game is 47.5. This game is so fascinating. It feels too easy that Ohio State is this short of a favorite. Like, it just feels too easy. Everybody I've heard talk about this game, it feels like they have the same line of thinking. People that like Indiana think they're the best team in the country. People that like Ohio State in this game just think they're better. They just think they're more dominant. They got more pros. They're just better than Indiana. This is what the Hoosiers do, man. They beat up on teams that are better, that they're better than. But Cignetti's only lost to 2 teams since he's been a coach at Indiana. It was the 2 teams that played in the title game last year. A lot of people think the team he's playing on Saturday is probably going to be playing the title game as well. So, man, we'll see. The 2 concerns I have for Ohio State, are they going to have a letdown after the Michigan game? There were some people at Ohio State that would rather beat Michigan than have won the national championship last year. That's how much that game means to those fans. So for Ryan Day and Ohio State to finally slay the dragon, can they regroup? Can they get reset, refocused to get ready for Indiana? The other sneaky thing, Indiana had a bye week, the second to last week of the regular season before playing Purdue. I think they've prepped for Ohio State for 3 weeks. I think they've been looking at Ohio State film for 3 weeks. I think because of that, Indiana can keep this game close. So we'll talk more about that game when we come back. Look at the ACC championship game as well. PJ Glasser, BetMGM tonight. Stay with us.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I alluded to it earlier. All is right in your world. Virginia, they're playing in the ACC championship, a chance to make the playoff. Your former team, the Bears, they're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And the Jaguars.
And guess what? Your boy is going to be in Jacksonville this weekend for the game versus the Colts. And guess what? The Colts do not win in Jacksonville. You better not bet the Colts this weekend. The last time the Colts won in Jacksonville, guess when? 2014. They don't win in Jacksonville, guys. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. I'm telling you, the Jags, they are playing great football. My man Danny Dimes is playing on a broken leg. Respect to him, but get him out of here this week. No way we let him beat us just standing in one spot with a broken leg. I don't even understand the body science behind having a fracture in your leg and still be able to play in an NFL football game. Respect to him, but I do not. There's no way the Jags can lose this game, and I just hope that the fact that I'm going to be in the building, I get to see my team win, because I'm going to be upset if this is the game they decide to slide. But right now, Liam Cohen got these guys looking great. Jacoby Myers, the perfect fit, just gelling this offense together. Trevor Lawrence, he is still iffy as hell, but I'm telling you, we have a great team. We play team football. And Parker Washington, if you don't know who that is, respect that man. He is a special teams demon, and he is a great wide receiver. I think that needs to be talked about more, because he is one of the guys that have been clutch through all this drop epidemic and everything that's going on. And whether Trevor's coming to play or not, Parker Washington is one guy on this offense that's always been there. So shout out to him.
I would just like to start by saying I love Ohio State in this game. I love the Buckeyes. And you know that I've been saying it all season, since before the opener against Texas. And I remember watching that game literally on the beach. Boy, that's how long ago it was. That Ohio State's going to win the national championship and go back-to-back. And I am only more emboldened in that bet and in that take after Ohio State did face some adversity early on Saturday against Michigan and came back after getting punched in the mouth and proceeded to do what Brock Lesnar did to Randy Couture when Brock Lesnar first won his UFC championship and just smashed him in the head 1,000 times. I'm actually worried for Randy Couture's life in that fight with Brock Lesnar. And Ohio State just pummeled Michigan and ended up winning and covering the spread, winning that game 27-9. I think Indiana's awesome. I think Kurt Cignetti is tremendous. I'd love for him to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, my favorite NFL team. I respect Fernando Mendoza. I think he's QB1 entering next year's NFL draft. But Ohio State's way better. And I think Ohio State's going to win. And I think Ohio State's going to cover. And I love Ohio State at this number. Anything under 6, I like with Ohio State.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser here with you, BetMGM Tonight after dark. Couple segments left to go. Let's update you on some scores going on right now in college basketball. Wisconsin smoking Northwestern 63-39. Vanderbilt up 55-43 on SMU. Mississippi State 37-28 at halftime over Georgia Tech. Auburn 41-35 over NC State. Virginia up 46-27 on Texas. Oregon State with a 42-24 lead over Vermont. And we're 40 minutes away from the start of UCLA, who's now a 2.5-point favorite over Washington tonight in Seattle. So we got that coming up in college basketball. Back to college football, though, as some closing thoughts on the Big Ten. We'll get to the ACC championship and then talk big picture in college football before diving into the NFL. Indiana, Ohio State, once again, before we went to break, Buckeyes 4.5. It just feels too easy for me in that game. Like it opened 5.5. I thought the next move was going to be up to 6.5, maybe even touch 7. It's back down to 4.5 though. So there's clearly some professional money, the sharps, a lot of smart people. They got respect for the Hoosiers. I wonder how much of it has to do with the Michigan hangover potentially for Ohio State, if they're still feeling the effects for that. I think a key part of this handicap is Indiana's probably been prepping 3 weeks for Ohio State. They had Purdue for rivalry week where they were a 30-point favorite. I mean, how much film are they watching on Purdue? Before that, they had a bye week. Not many teams have a bye second to last week of the regular season, but Indiana did, so they are a lot fresher right now than Ohio State. They played a much easier rivalry game. I think they've been watching film on the Buckeyes for 3 weeks. So you got those two key factors. And also, like, does Ohio State really need this game? It'd be awesome to win the Big Ten for sure. I mean, it'd be awesome to go undefeated, win a national championship and go undefeated. But Ohio State loses. They're still getting a top 4 seed. They're still going to get a bye. Maybe they even get an easier draw. You know, that 8-9 game, you could get Bama potentially if they lose to Georgia. That'd be tough to get in the second round potentially. So Ohio State, Indiana, the loser of this game is still going to be in the top 4. Like if Indiana loses, they're dropping to 4 potentially, maybe even just drop to 3. If Ohio State loses, I think there's a chance they could just flip-flop with Indiana and just go down to 2, maybe 3. But both of these teams, the winner obviously goes to 1. The loser is still going to remain in the top 4. So initially I looked at it, and when it first dropped to 4.5, I went, man, why? They're giving us Ohio State at 4.5. But now that I really start to kind of think about it, I almost lean a little towards Indiana. And again, I think Cignetti, that team's going to be ready. This is going to be their Super Bowl, man. They so badly want to win that Big Ten title game. It's also an interesting game for the Heisman. I can't remember a time where we've had this close of a 3-horse race for the Heisman Trophy going into championship week. You got the 2 quarterbacks for both of these teams, Julian Saint for Ohio State, Fernando Mendoza for Indiana. And then you got Diego Pavia, who's sitting at home this week for Vandy. And I think it's pretty clear-cut. Ohio State wins. Saint plays great. He wins the Heisman. Indiana plays well. If Indiana wins, Mendoza plays well. He wins the Heisman. If Ohio State wins a close, low-scoring game, 17-10, 13-10, neither quarterback plays well, Pavia wins the award. So that's also going to be another outcome that comes from this game as well. But yeah, my lean, to be honest with you guys, I kind of think maybe Indiana would be the side. Ohio State just feels too easy for me at that 4.5. Finally, ACC title game. Virginia laying 3.5 at home against Duke. Total is 57.5. You were listening to some of the earlier segments in the show. I like Duke outright. I take the plus 3.5. I take them on the money line at plus 140 as well. There are certain teams in every sport. College football, NFL, college basketball, NBA, NHL, it doesn't matter. When you get a certain team as a favorite, I just want to fade that team as a favorite. But when you get that team as a dog, I want to bet that team as a dog. When the Carolina Panthers are favored at home, I always want to fade the Carolina Panthers. When the Atlanta Falcons are favored at home, I always want to fade the Atlanta Falcons. But when the Panthers are a dog at home, then I want to bet on the Panthers. If the Falcons are a dog at home, then all of a sudden I'm interested in the Falcons. It's the same stuff with Duke. They've had 2 stinky lines this year where they were favored by 3.5 at home as an unranked team over Virginia and Georgia Tech. Duke was unranked. They were laying 3.5 at home against Georgia Tech and Virginia. Not only did they lose both of those games, they lost both of those games by double digits. Duke is not a good favorite, even in spots where they should be. And the line is telling you to bet them and that they should roll. The opposite happens. But in these kind of games, in these kinds of spots, this is where Duke plays well. This is where they show up. Virginia's got to beat this team twice, which is going to be tough to do. UVA's playing to go to the ACC championship game. That's not going to be easy to do. So I think Duke is absolutely live in this game. And another thing I was telling, Brad earlier on in the show, I mean, this ACC, we all know it's the worst Power 4 conference by far. If you're comparing SEC to Big 10 to Big 12 to ACC, this year, ACC by far has been the worst Power 4 league. They have a 7-5 team playing in their conference title game. And you just know the way that the season's been going, that 7-5 team probably is going to end up winning the conference. So I think Duke is live in that game, man. And wouldn't it be so fitting? You can just see the headline tomorrow. Duke helps the Dukes get into the playoff. I'm talking about JMU, of course. And I think we're going to get JMU and the winner of the American, North Texas and Tulane into the playoff. But it's just, it feels fitting. The fact that Duke can help out the Dukes, I mean, come on, it writes itself. Duke money line plus 140 against the UVA. So once again, to recap my plays for Conference Championship Week. Conference USA, Kennesaw State minus the 2.5. Sunbelt Championship game, lean Troy's team total under against JMU. North Texas and Tulane, stay away from me. UNLV and Boise would lean under 58.5. Texas Tech BYU would also lean under 49.5. BYU first half plus 7. Western Michigan, Miami of Ohio would lean Miami of Ohio plus 2.5. Bama, Georgia would lean Bama money line, would also lean the over 47.5. But I think live betting that game, you can get Georgia better than 3.5, or you can get Bama better than 7.5. That's the play I would take. Lean Indiana plus 4.5 against Ohio State, and then Duke money line against Virginia. Love the Blue Devils in the ACC title game. Those are our college football plays. And then obviously the big topic of discussion that everybody's talking about, if BYU loses to Texas Tech, what happens? Who's the last team in? Bama's in, you guys, unless they lose like 59-0. If remember years ago when Wisconsin played Ohio State in the Big Ten title game with Cardell Jones, the year they ended up winning the national title, and we were all wondering if Ohio State was going to get in because they also had a quarterback injury with JT Barrett went down. We were all wondering, is this Cardell Jones guy any good enough? And they beat Melvin Gordon in Wisconsin 59-0. And we're like, okay, yeah, that Ohio State's team's pretty good. Then they went on to win the title. Unless Bama loses something like that, where we're just all watching and we're like, yeah, this team isn't making the playoff, they're not leaving the SEC representative out of the playoff. Bama won the SEC. They're the number 1 team in the SEC regular season standings. If they didn't play this conference championship game, Bama would be the auto bid in the SEC. So do you really think they're going to leave that team out of the playoff? There's just no way. Bama's in. It's going to come down to BYU, Notre Dame, and Miami. If BYU wins, both BYU and Texas Tech are in. And the committee would honestly love that because then they don't have to make the tough decision. BYU loses, then it comes down to Miami and Notre Dame. I hear the argument for both sides. I think Notre Dame is the better team. We talk all the time about precedents that the committee can't set, right? Last year, they couldn't set the precedent that it should be a punishment for making the conference title game, which is why they put SMU over Bama. Again, there's been some big debates throughout the years. Certainly, you think back to Bama, Florida State. Remember, they put Texas in with Bama that year that they left out undefeated Florida State because Texas beat Alabama. At the end of the day, the committee, it's all subjective. They all have their own opinions. You're looking to state the best case of why Team A should be in over Team B. If the two teams play and the one team beats the other team, you got to put that team in. They played. They're doing you a favor, actually, as a committee. They are doing you a favor. You're trying to pair two random teams, and yet those two teams ended up playing one another, and they're doing you like it shouldn't be a hard decision. I think Notre Dame's better. I think they actually are good enough to win the national championship. But Miami beat them, and it's that simple. And I don't care whether the game was played in week 1 or the game was played in week 12. You have to put Miami in over Notre Dame. So if it comes down to that and BYU ends up losing to Texas Tech, man, if they put Notre Dame over Miami, that's going to be a tough look for the committee. Because right now, the big topic of discussion is people are making the case for Texas. And now all of a sudden, we're going to get so many more cupcake games in college football because what's even the point for these teams not to play these big schools if they're not going to get rewarded for it and losing games to great teams? Texas isn't getting punished for losing to Ohio State, right? They're getting punished for losing to Florida. If they would have won that Florida game, they'd be in. They were 10-2, losses to Georgia and Ohio State with the rest of their resume, they'd be in, but it's that loss to Florida that just can't happen. And they've had a relatively easy schedule compared to some of the teams in the SEC. Texas is out. If anything, Vandy should be in over Texas. I know Texas beat them, but Vandy's 10-2. They're 9-3. Vandy's 2 losses were at Texas and at Bama. So 2 top 15 teams, 1 team that's playing in the SEC championship. So I kind of think Vandy isn't getting talked about enough, and they're a really good team. Comes down to Miami and Notre Dame, though. They got to put it in Miami. I mean, they played head-to-head. Miami beat them. And it would really be a bad look for the sport. You know, it's one thing to not put Florida State in when they're undefeated, but their quarterback's hurt. We've seen them play games, and they don't look any good. But just, you know, you can't, when a team beats another team, you can't put in the team that loses. You just can't do it when they have the same record and they have comparable resumes. So it's going to be fascinating. If BYU loses, it comes down to Miami and Notre Dame, and we see what ends up happening with those 2 teams. All right, real quick, about 3 minutes left before we have to head the break. PJ Glasser here with you on BetMGM tonight. Vanderbilt up 63-51 on SMU right now in college hoops. Auburn 46-35 over NC State. Week 14 in the NFL, and this is what the playoffs would look like if they began today or this week. The Bears would be the number 1 seed in the NFC. They'd have the bye week. Rams and Niners would be your 2-7 game. Eagles, Packers would be your 3-6, and Bucks, Seahawks would be your 4-5. I think a lot of people right now are making the case that Green Bay is maybe the bet in the NFC. If they don't win the division, though, and they have to go in the road, I don't know if I like Green Bay all that much. That defense is way different at home than it is on the road. The Eagles, I don't know, man. We've seen this story with Philly before. Again, when they are struggling on offense and we just kind of all expect them to figure it out, like it just doesn't happen. They're a mess right now. I don't know how they're going to get this thing fixed. Kind of don't want anything to do with Philly. The Niners, it's been incredible what they're doing. Shanahan's so good. McCaffrey's unbelievable. They've lost Bosa, Fred Warner, Mykel Williams. And they've lost 2 of the best defensive players in the NFL. And we just really don't even talk about it because they find ways to mask it. Salah's been terrific as defensive coordinator, but eventually not having that kind of star power catches up with you. I'm good on the Niners. Tampa Bay is too banged up and just not good enough. So I'm crossing out the Niners. I'm crossing out the Eagles. I'm crossing out the Bucks. I think the Bears, the Rams, the Packers, and the Seahawks are where it gets interesting. I want to bet Seattle, but Sam Darnold definitely scares me. We've kind of seen enough at this point, and he was so good with Minnesota last year. But we all saw the regular season game against Detroit at the end of the year when the 1 seed was on the line, how bad he played. And then we saw the playoff game against Arizona and how bad he played. And we've already kind of seen him this season. Biggest game of the year against the Rams a couple weeks ago, he throws 4 interceptions. As much as I love that defense, JSN's awesome. The 2 running backs, as much as I love the head coach, I just can't trust Darnold. So I gotta throw Seattle out of there. The Rams are really good. I mean, the Rams, they check so many boxes. Head coach, quarterback, offensive line, receivers, running backs, defense, coaching staff, and they're terrific. The Rams, the worry with them is kind of what happened against Carolina. You know, if Stafford has an off game, if he throws a couple of interceptions, they can kind of get beat by anybody. I mean, you think about it, they have 3 losses on the season, and 2 of those losses were a 10.5-point favorite on the road to Carolina, 8.5-point favorite at home against banged up San Francisco team on a short week when you were at home. So they've had some bad losses. The Bears are so fascinating. We all continue to say that the Bears are frauds. And I don't think the Bears are as good as a lot of these other teams in the NFC. They just keep finding ways to win. And on their best day, the Bears can beat a lot of these other teams in the NFC. So right now, I think it'd be Rams, Packers, Bears, Seahawks for me. I think that would be my top 4. Bucks, Eagles, Niners, I'm good. We'll talk about the AFC, and we'll wrap up the show next. PJ Glasser, BetMGM tonight.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I like the Texans because I don't need stats, Nick, some days. Some days I just have to watch a team play. I don't see a better defense in football than the Texans. I don't see a weakness. They all tackle. Danielle Hunter, there's nobody that plays harder in this league than Will Anderson. I know Myles Garrett's probably the runaway with the Defensive Player of the Year, but if you want to look just beyond sacks and just look at just effort and how you play the game, like he's almost a modern day LT. He's just that good, and he's just that worthy. And now they're starting to move him around, and he just runs. He's just a difference maker. He literally. Sometimes, Nick, this isn't just sports. This is life. It could be your girlfriend. It could be whoever. Some people are energy givers. Some people are energy takers. Will Anderson, all he does is give. Like, I can't watch that guy play football enough. And he sets the tone for everybody, whether it's Alshire, whether it's, Sting, whether it's Lassiter. Like, that team plays defense in a way that I don't know anybody else in the league that does.
Controlled violence.
Controlled violence, Nick. Controlled violence.
It's breathtaking to watch.
Nick, I get choked up when I watch him. I'm like, I don't know what D'Amico has to say. Maybe he doesn't have to say anything. Maybe this is how 11 guys are wired. Jalen Petrie comes back healthy last week. He's everywhere. Like, they basically say, I'm going to play 4-man front. I'm going to play a single high safety. We're going to not let you run the ball, Jonathan Taylor. Go get maybe 4 yards of carry last week. They're like an anaconda. They're just going to choke you out. A big, thick, fat Amazon anaconda. They choke you out, Nick.
I know that history is not on Georgia's side. Kirby Smart is 1-7 against Alabama, which is made even more wild when you look at the fact that he is 115 and 13 against everybody else. There is this kind of like Alabama bugaboo that's been hanging over Kirby Smart and this Georgia program. But I'm still going to take Georgia to win, and I'm still going to take Georgia to cover the 2.5. I might be wrong on that, but if I'm wrong betting on Kirby Smart, so be it, because I've been wrong so many times betting against Kirby Smart. And I think this game feels wildly different this go around than it did maybe earlier in the season. It felt like Georgia and Gunnar Stockton primarily were still kind of figuring things out early in the season. Remember, it went to overtime against Tennessee. They were down 21-7 at halftime or near halftime. They were just kind of barely skating by and barely winning games early in the season. Gunnar Stockton has gotten significantly better week over week. It feels like he has a really good grasp of what he wants to do in this offense and what's asked of him. And then add on top of the fact that he has just incredible high football IQ and he has just kind of like football guy mentality. I think that Georgia's pass rush is going to be stifling. I think the defense has gotten better week over week. And we've seen Alabama maybe take a couple of steps back. Like I heard Hunter Yurachek on the college football playoff reveal show last night that, hey, they were up 21 points on Auburn. Yeah, they were also tied with Auburn, a team that's not even making a bowl game and moved on from their coach midway through the season. So I think that Georgia right now is the hotter team. I think that Georgia right now is the team that's gotten better week over week, and just frankly the team that I trust more and the coach that I trust more. But I think either way, there's been a lot of discussion about a 3-loss, 10-3 Alabama team getting in. We saw the College Football Playoff Committee last night tell you that even a 10-3 Alabama team with a loss in the SEC championship game is still going to get in. And whoever wins that game, I think will have a first-round bye.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping up the show here, BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser here with you on the BetMGM network. Thanks again to Joe DeLeon for joining us to talk some college football, previewing Conference Championship Week. You can catch that as well as the rest of the show on the BetMGM Tonight podcast, which will drop shortly after we are off the air. College basketball, we have the SEC ACC Challenge tonight and a lot of exciting games. Bama barely hangs on to beat Clemson. You have Virginia right now smoking Texas 55-34. Auburn and NC State in a good one, 48-46. Auburn on top. Mississippi State up by 10 right now on Georgia Tech in the second half. And Vanderbilt up 69-57 on SMU. Jamal Murray also had 52 points tonight for the Nuggets in the NBA. All right, let's talk some more about the NFL before I bring Brando on. And he talks to me about some of the things I said on the show today. Mentioned the NFC playoff standings. If the season ended today, Bears would be the 1, Rams and Niners in the 2-7, Eagles, Packers 3-6, and then the Bucks would be the 4 seed, and the Seahawks would be the 5. In the AFC, New England Patriots would have the 1 seed. They would have the bye. Denver would be your 2 seed. They would play Buffalo the 7. Jacksonville would be the 3 seed. On top of the AFC South, the Colts would be the 6th. Of course, they play this week. And then we'd have the Harbaugh brothers play in Wild Card Weekend. Ravens would be the home team as the 4 seed, and the Chargers would be the 5. Oh, man. So obviously, if the season ended today, Kansas City would not be in the postseason. Houston would also not be in the postseason. I know right now a lot of people are bullish on the Houston Texans, certainly because of how elite that defense is. I think when you look at the AFC, you kind of have to group them into teams that we've seen it before and teams that we haven't, right? Patriots, Broncos, Colts, Jags, all these teams are having really good seasons, but we haven't really seen it. Trevor Lawrence has only been in the playoffs once. Daniel Jones has only been in the playoffs once. Bo Nix in his rookie season only played 1 game against the Bills. Drake May is in his 2nd season. We just haven't seen it yet. And then you got your other grouping of teams with Jim Harbaugh, who's had success with San Francisco. Herbert only played in 1 playoff game. It was last year against the Texans. Didn't go very well. Bills obviously have been to the postseason. The Ravens have obviously been. The Texans have been. The Chiefs have been, who are on the outside looking in. But I think when you look at the AFC, you kind of group them into teams that have been there and teams that haven't. Of the teams that haven't been there, I think the one I trust the most is the Patriots because of the head coach and quarterback combo. Mike Vrabel is one of my favorites in football, and when he was with Tennessee, his teams would always play the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Bills tough. And I think when you're looking at the grouping of those other teams, you got to look at the team that's going to play those 3 the toughest, because the Bills are going to make the playoffs as a wild card team. I feel pretty strongly about that. Ravens got a massive couple of games coming up against the Steelers and the Bengals, but right now they're favored to win that division. And the Chiefs, I know a lot of people think they're going to miss and they got to win out, but if they can beat the Texans this week, I think Kansas City is going to find a way into the postseason. And if Kansas City gets in, that changes the entire complexion of the AFC. Keep in mind, Patrick Mahomes, the worst season he has ever had as a starting quarterback at Kansas City has been losing in the AFC Championship game. Every year as a pro, he has either made it to the Super Bowl, won, lost, or he's lost in the AFC title game. I mean, not only has he never made it, missed the playoffs before, he's never lost in the wild card round. He's never lost in the divisional round. So for all these people that are just like writing Kansas City off, I got to see it, man. They got to be mathematically eliminated before I completely write off the Chiefs. So the Patriots, because of Vrabel and his track record against the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs and how good he was with the Titans, and then Drake May, he's playing at an MVP level. I think that's the team right now I would trust of the others. And then again, of the Bills, Ravens, Texans, and Chiefs, those are the 4 teams that have been the divisional round representatives in the AFC the last 2 years. Still Kansas City for me. It is, man. I mean, until somebody can beat them. Like, I'm a believer until I see it, I can't trust you. And how many times are we going to do it with the Ravens? How many times are we going to do it with the Bills? There are people that like the Texans this week, plus the points and on the money. Why? It's a playoff game for both of those teams. It's at Arrowhead.
You really trusting CJ Stroud against Patrick Mahomes in a playoff game? I get that Texans defense is elite, man. I'm taking Mahomes. I'm taking Andy Reid. I'm taking Spags. So still think KC's alive, and I still think they got a chance to win the AFC. But of the other teams, I like New England the best. If you were to pair them with the Broncos, the Colts, the Jags, and the Chargers. All right, Brando, let's wrap up the show. Going to bring you on, my producer, Brandon Combs. Like to wrap up the show with things that I said that either maybe you agreed with, you disagreed with, you wanted a more explanation on. So, sir, I'll give you the floor. What was something I said tonight that caught your attention?
All right. So the first thing here, we're actually going to go with two things here. Okay, in the same line, because they're along the same line of thinking. You like Duke to beat Virginia in the ACC title game, and the Raiders to beat the Broncos. Like, I don't know. Like, the show doesn't start till 7:00 Eastern. You're on East Coast time. I mean, did you go to the dispensary before you came to the show? Like, what are we doing where we think the 7-5 Duke Blue Devils are going to beat Virginia, a team that they've already lost? This team lost to UConn.
I know.
And they're going to beat Virginia?
I mean, Virginia lost.
What are we doing?
Virginia lost to Wake Forest at home. I mean, they lost to NC State at home. Both of those teams are in the ACC. I don't see either of those teams playing them in the ACC title game, right? So they lost to those teams. I think they can lose to Duke, especially on a neutral site, especially in the ACC title game when none of these guys have really experienced anything like this. I told you guys, man, look, when it comes to betting and it comes to just like picking winners or creating, I'm all about creating narratives, Brando. And like I said earlier, can't you just see Duke winning? And if Duke wins the ACC, that likely means that James Madison's going to be in the playoff, okay? I mean, it just sets up perfectly. The JMU mascot is the Dukes. Writes itself. Duke helps the Dukes. I mean, it writes itself. I mean, it really does. And it would be so ACC for the year that league has had for a 7-5 team to win the it would just truly be poetic. So, and I don't think Duke is as bad as everybody else does. Again, all the games that you rattled off, they were favorites in this game, like Tulane, UConn, when they played Virginia the first time, Georgia Tech. All these games they lose. They're favorites in these games. Duke is not good as a favorite, but you're getting them as an underdog. And that's when I want to bet Duke. So I like the Blue Devils this week, Brando. And then as far as the Raiders look, I know it's insane. All I'll say is it's the NFL. It's any given Sunday. Did we not see the Panthers beat the Rams last week, right? I mean, this is why survivor pools are impossible. Crazy stuff happens. And the Broncos' last 4 wins have come by 3 points or less. They're barely getting by these teams. They just played Washington on Sunday night, road game. Their defense was on the field for 85 plays. They're gassed. They're worn down. I don't know how much they have left in the tank. They have some big games coming up. I just think they're completely overlooking the Raiders. So, divisional game like this on the road, why not? I'll take a stab with Vegas to win it outright.
Yeah, look, Duke's not winning. I'm all for chaos. I really am. Like, I love chaos. Here's the thing, though. If Duke loses and somehow BYU wins, I'm afraid Notre Dame's out. And I don't want any of that to happen. So I'm rooting for Virginia and I'm rooting for Texas Tech this week.
Do you think, Brando, if BYU loses, it comes down to Notre Dame and Miami, you still think they're going to put Notre Dame in?
I think Miami's out. I don't think Miami has a chance to get in. I really don't, because one, you lose to 2 unranked teams for one. If you want to get in the college football playoff, don't lose to unranked teams. And 2, I think what happens is the only way it comes down to Notre Dame and anybody else is if Bama loses to Georgia, then it's probably between Notre Dame and Bama. If BYU beats Texas Tech, and I think Bama deserves to be in over Notre Dame for sure. So that's why I think that Notre Dame would be out if BYU wins. I don't think Miami's got a chance. Miami's not jumping Notre Dame. Notre Dame's resume has been too good this year. And I know they have the head-to-head, but in common opponents, Notre Dame's beat the common opponent by more points. They've scored more points against the common opponents. They've had more yards in total offense against the common opponents. They've done everything they beat Syracuse by 63. By 63. I think Miami beat them by maybe a couple of touchdowns. It wasn't 63. Notre Dame's just on a different level than Miami is right now. They weren't in week 1. They lost by a field goal. But right now, Notre Dame's on a different level.
I think that's what makes the argument so conflicting is Notre Dame's better. Like, I don't think anybody would disagree that they're better. But Miami beat them. I mean, that's just like they beat them. I mean, Brandon, like as a committee, like you're throwing out all these stats, right? You're throwing out like common opponents and win margin, and people are talking yards per play and all this stuff, and that's all great, and they're all looking at these things. But they played. I mean, like they're doing them a favor. Like that's what you want. If you want to compare the teams, the fact that they played, I mean, that's the dream.
Yeah, the fact that they played in week 1 in Miami in a monsoon. Notre Dame had a true freshman quarterback. I mean, let me ask you this. We know the Kansas City Chiefs are really good, right? And that was my other one that I have in here because you can't quit the Chiefs. So we know that the Chiefs are good. We know Patrick Mahomes is probably one of the best quarterbacks of all time. But are we saying that because we know that they're good, because we know that they beat pick a playoff team that they've beat this year, do they deserve to be in the NFL playoffs over them because they beat them head to head?
Yeah, I think they do. I mean, again, that's the that's the number one tiebreaker in the NFL is if you beat a team head to head. I mean, that's what it all comes down to. I can't quit the Chiefs until they're mathematically eliminated. I'll always believe that they got a shot to get in. So we'll see. Yeah. Fun show tonight. Great stuff. Brandon, Mike Montgomery doing a great job as always. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for everybody tuning in. I'm PJ Glasser. This has been BetMGM Tonight presented by BetMGM. Ryan and Brad back tomorrow.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I'm waiting to see what Derrick Henry rushing attempt number is when it pops up on BetMGM. That would be the angle for me in the game. This game all comes down to the Ravens and what their play calling is. If they run the ball, if they use the game plan they did in the playoff game against Pittsburgh last year, they're going to win by 2 touchdowns. If they use the game plan they did against Cincinnati on Thanksgiving, where Derrick doesn't have any carries in the second quarter, he only has 10 for the game, they're going to end up losing. But the Bills ran the ball down the Steelers' throats. They were on the field for a ton of plays. Ravens should use the same game plan. If they do, the Ravens should be in good shape. I don't trust them, so I'm just taking Derrick Henry over rushing attempts. Broncos laying 7.5 on the road in Vegas. Our guy Nick Kenyon was on yesterday. This was his favorite play of the week. Loves Vegas plus the points. I'm not as bullish on Vegas as Nick is, but I certainly see the side. I see the angle. Vegas is just one of these teams, man. I mean, they've been getting a lot of points here for the last 2 months, and that offense is just so anemic. The defense is awful, too. Denver's definitely a team you want to fade, and the Raiders nearly upset them when these two teams played earlier this year. I would lean Vegas, but I don't think it's going to end up being a play for me. Packers, Bears, Green Bay laying 6.5 in Lambeau. Total in the game is 44.5. I think that total's too high. I like the under in the game. Bears, their running attack has been so great, and obviously when you run the football, you chew the clock, you can grind out drives. I think that's what Chicago's going to try and do. Green Bay's defense has been very good at home this season, and Jordan Love and the Packers have been super inconsistent, and their offense has not been very good at home. Look at the last 2 home games they played against Carolina and Philly, have not been good. Bears defense has been improved since getting some of those guys back in the secondary, so I like the under 44.5. Rams are 8-point favorites on the road in Arizona. I'm going to pass on that game. Cardinals have been playing just about everybody close this year. Rams are coming off a loss. It feels like Arizona would be the side if you had to make the play, but I'm not going to bet that one. Chiefs on the money line against Houston. I definitely don't want to lay 3.5 with Kansas City, but I do want to take them on the money line. I got no problem laying minus 180, minus 185. Everybody thinks the Chiefs are cooked. Everybody thinks they're done, and maybe they are. But until that team is mathematically eliminated, I'm just going to go down with them. This is a must-win game. It's a playoff game. Texans have been hot. That defense is terrific, but I like Kansas City to win that game. And then Eagles-Chargers on Monday night. I like LA plus the 3. The key is to get it at 3. We've seen this with the Eagles, man. When they're great, and they continue to roll. When the Eagles suck, they just continue to suck week after week. I don't think that offense is ultimately getting like a new jolt or a new fix anytime soon. So I think the Chargers take advantage. I like them plus the 3 against Philly.
I just feel like if you want the best playoff, you put in the best teams. And the committee has a lot of things to think about. And they're going to do that on their own accord. They're not going to listen to Bet Sweats or any media show and go, oh, well, they want this. They don't care what we think. They don't care what you think. They don't. I promise you, the committee does not care what other people think. Notre Dame, Virginia. Let's just play this out. If Virginia gets in, and Notre Dame doesn't, it's a travesty. Because on a neutral field, I have Notre Dame at a 96 and Virginia at an 82. That's a neutral field, 14-point spread. And you're going to take Virginia over Notre Dame because Virginia won the weakest Power 4 conference? It's just ridiculous. And I think controversy is good. Conflict is good. We're still going to bet the games. We're still going to watch the games. And here's one more quick truth from my side of the fence.